Warning. Adult and violent content. Viewer discretion is advised. Welcome to my channel. Have fun. System vs. Rebirth. Authors, Fixten. /1/ Thump. To think I need to take care of this useless nobody, said a guy with a full metal armor covering his body. He pushed a man off the carriage and spat on him. This is a result after a small Viscount family offended the royal family as well as the Stargaze Marquis family. It's just the usual fight for the throne. The losing side faces their extermination since they can't submit to the current king. The family was executed. I heard his parents beg the royal family to spare their only son. No one has ever heard anything about him. He doesn't excel in sword, magic, or even literature. The royal family is a sadist, ain't they? They exile this useless guy to the Demon Banner army. He won't live long. SSSSHH. We don't want anyone to hear that. Let's just leave right now since we've sent him here. Someone should pick him up later. Right. After realizing they said something wrong, the two soldiers left in a haste, not wanting to deal with this matter anymore. A skinny-looking youth with a handsome but tired face clenched the red-colored sword in his hand. He was Noel Artigan, the only son of Viscount Artigan. Just you wait. What you have thrown away will eventually come back to you. Noel gritted his teeth and looked at the red-colored sword in his hand, muttering in a low voice. Father said the key of our family revival is in this sword and I need to get stronger first before heading to the former third prince. Noel remembered the oath he took when he was a child. I am Noel Artigan. In front of the family heirloom I swore I shall become the master of Artigan who everyone could be proud of. Caca. A cracking sound echoed in his ears as his body trembled out of surprise. He widened his eyes and stared at this red sword with a dumbfounded expression. A red light dimly glowed from the red jewel embedded on the sword hilt before a blood-colored ore flew to the back of his right palm as though it was a fluid. Way, Noel instinctively dropped the sword to the ground and pulled up his hand, not knowing what kind of substance had just come into his hand. There was no paint spread in his hand, making it look harmless. But Noel couldn't be so sure. He lowered his head and checked his hand, only to find a red-colored cross appeared on his hand. What is this symbol? Noel frowned, looking left and right wondering whether anyone saw what just happened. He didn't expect it to be this way, so he just took an oath there. Luckily, the two soldiers dropped him 200 meters from the town's gate and no one was around. Curious, he touched the symbol with his forefinger. As if responding to his touch, the symbol let out a glowing light and projected a small translucent screen. System of honor, training, medal, career, status, shop. The moment he saw this screen, his head instinctively turned around and checked the area again. After all, this was bigger than what happened earlier. The screen on his hand could be seen easily by anyone even from afar. Without hesitation, he ran toward a tree not far from his position, hiding his body as well as the screen. Even though he wasn't as talented as those geniuses, he was, by no means, a fool. Everybody around him would be suspicious had they seen the screen. There was even a chance his hand becoming a target. While running away, he also found the screen actually followed his hand's movement. He put his hand in front of him, lining it up with a tree behind him so that no one could see the screen from the city's direction. After he thought no one would see him anymore, Noel observed the screen and asked himself, "What is this? Since it's coming out of my hand, can I touch it?" Curious, he extended his hand and touched the screen. Thud. It felt as if he touched a solid surface and because he had pressed the metal panel, the screen changed. All the panels disappeared and a few words appeared in the screen. Honor, 0, medal, good citizen merit, requirement, help 5 townspeople, reward, good citizen medal and 2 honor points, medal, military service merit, requirement, kill 10 demons, reward, military service medal and 3 honor points. Noel was stunned when he saw all this, not because the screen changed, but because of the requirements. It struck deep in his heart as he remembered what happened in the past. I heard from my father that the ancestor was a normal commoner that rose through the rank from his merits. He often helped other commoners, nobles, and people in need. Of course, he was also a good commander on the battlefield, but it was a kind of military merit too. It was easy for Noel to correlate what the ancestor did to these missions. With how small the requirement of these medals and how big the ancestor did in the past, it was clear this wasn't the end. There would be more medals in the future which would give a more dangerous task. I see. So, this is the reason why my ancestor did all those meticulous tasks. It was all for this. Noel clenched his fists. In other words, Father should have known something about this. That's the reason for handing me this sword. He wants me to rebuild our noble family like the ancestor. Anger, excitement, sadness, and happiness mixed in his heart. On the one hand, he wished his father could tell him more about all this and that they didn't need to die. On the other hand, he was confused why his father didn't use this power to escape from the execution. Either way, my goal hasn't changed. I'm going to make those who kill my parents pay. Wait for me. Noel swore while clutching his fist, showing his determination. Especially, that Anna Stargaze. She's the main reason why they killed my family. Only her I won't ever forgive. I will. Stargaze family. Your name? Anna's body suddenly trembled as her body rose from the bed. Eh? She was utterly shocked as she realized that her hands became smaller and her skin became a lot more tender. This is my room? With just a single glance, she recognized the place. The position of the table, the bed color, the window. Everything looked fresh in her memory. Anna looked toward the side, specifically the mirror, and saw her young, beautiful face. I was actually reborn? Anna was speechless. The memory of her dying together with Noel was still fresh in her mind. Noel Artigan. Why did you destroy the royal family? Do you know how much the people will suffer from the demons? A shout erupted under the rain, followed by a thunder as if reflecting her anger. A sturdy-looking youth with a handsome face and unyielding aura stood in front of her. His calm face became even colder and aloof when she uttered those words. He was Noel Artigan, the former Marquis Artigan. There's no need for that corrupted kingdom to continue. You think they will willingly fight against the demons? You're too naive. Noel shook his head in disappointment. I always thought of you as my archenemy this whole time, but I realized that you were just a mere puppet controlled by the demons. I lost my interest in you. As long as you leave this land and stop getting controlled by the demons, I will spare you and your family. His eyes were locked on this desperate woman. Even though her golden hair was wet and blood flowed out of her mouth, her pretty face still made the girls around her feel jealous. You're the one who don't know anything. She shouted back, releasing all her anger. Do you think you know it all? You think you're right, but you turn out to be wrong. You can keep believing in your ideal. I don't care for I have seen everything. Noel raised his sword. If you don't disappear right now, I won't hesitate to fight you. After killing you, I'll destroy your family. So be it. She gritted her teeth and raised her sword. A red flame gushed out of her body, emitting an intense heat in this cold rain. Suddenly, the temperature became colder as the rain droplets gradually froze. Noel's gaze became extremely cold as he leapt forward. Not wanting to lose, the woman also approached him with her burning sword. The moment their swords clashed, blue and red light flickered. The rain droplets refracted the light and brightened this plain. The flowing blue and red light created an overwhelming pressure in the area, cracking the ground and sending a shock wave away. Noel considered her his archenemy simply due to her strength. Even with all his strength, he never once defeated her. However, everything was different this time. He had prepared a trump card this time. With the sword on his right hand, Noel reached for a necklace with his left hand. Anna. It's time for you to die. The blue jewel on his necklace shone brightly, blinding both of them. Even though their eyes closed, both of them still pushed each other's sword, trying to gain some advantage while Noel waited for the blue jewel to show its might. Little did he know, Anna wore a similar necklace that shone together with Noel's necklace as if they embraced each other. Suddenly, Both of them felt a stabbing pain on their chests as they couldn't help but spat a mouthful of blood. Gah! They both opened their eyes no matter how bright the light was, only to be shocked of what happened. Master! Anna's eyes widened and her jaws dropped, not believing her master to appear here to kill Noel. Your Highness! The same applied to Noel. This person was an important person in his life, yet, he never realized he was the person he saw as a friend to be smiling at his last moment. After all, Anna's master thrust her sword through his heart until it pierced through Anna's heart. The same as Noel's best friend and lord. He killed Anna with a single stab in her heart along with his right chest. Anna and Noel fell to the ground at the same time, realizing they had been betrayed by the person closest to them. Finally, both monsters have died. Now, there's no one who can stop us. The man smiled and looked at Anna's master. It's their fault for getting too strong. It's as you predicted, Your Highness. I may not be as strong as my student, but please let me serve you, Your Majesty. She bowed politely. We shall return. Together. A smile appeared on her face as her figure disappeared into thin air like the man before her, leaving the Noel and Anna to die. Noel gritted his teeth and glared at Anna's pale face before his eyes shifted to the jewels on their necklaces. I see. He used me this whole time. Noel muttered in a low voice. You were right. I should have trusted no one. This might be the first time they were in front of each other without having a fight. She closed her eyes with regret while saying, No, I was wrong as well. They might have planned to kill us this whole time. I shouldn't have fought against you. If only I could go back, I wanted to fix my past. It's just your wishful thinking. Yeah. Can you tell me why did you want to kill me? Anna asked her last question, knowing they both couldn't last any longer. My name. Noel tried to answer her but his vision turned back as he lost the last bit of energy left in his body. Your name. Anna muttered those last two words in her last breath. In the instant she regained her memory, her mind completely focused on Noel and his last two words. That's right. His name. His name is Noel, Noel Artigan. Wait, Artigan? Suddenly, a lot of memory flashed in her mind. This was the memory of her younger self. And there was one part that told her about Artigan. It was her convincing her family to join hands with the royal family to destroy Artigan family. With that memory stuck in her mind, her face became pale as Anna clutched her head. Her back was covered with cold sweat. I was the one who caused the downfall of the Artigan family. No wonder he couldn't forgive me. Should I kill him right now? No, Noel Artigan was a man with good reputation. He helped people in need and did more good stuff, but more importantly, his strength was strong enough to scare the demons. He is more useful when he is alive. There was only one solution appearing in her mind. I might need to risk my life to solve the hatred between us because after that, his strength is enough to become this kingdom's hero. Unbeknownst to them, both Anna and Noel clutched their right hand on their chest and said at the same time. I will change him, kill her. /2 Banner Fort. Noel stood in front of a middle-aged man with a tired and sad expression. Although he had seen some hope in his revenge, he couldn't show it yet because they might eliminate him when there was a chance. The atmosphere in the room turned cold for a while, so much so that even the middle-aged man couldn't help but shake his head as he stopped glaring at him. The previous fierce gaze from him vanished into thin air, replaced by a gentle stare full of pity. I know your family, especially your father. Your father didn't know me, but I often saw him when he visited the third prince. A deep voice resounded inside the room. Noel remained silent, but in his mind, he was quite shaken when the third prince was mentioned. His father also told him to go to the third prince because he supported him previously. Even though the third prince had been stripped of his status after losing the throne war, he still had quite deep connections. I'm not your father's ally, but the third prince has agreed to take care of you. It seems your father knew his fate and wanted to save you. The middle-aged man pinched the bridge of his nose, feeling troubled. Did my father truly? Noel suddenly fell silent and looked down. Although he wanted to be careful, he was still a naive 15-year-old boy. He couldn't contain his curiosity when the guy brought up his father. That's right. So, the third prince gave me 2 instructions. The middle-aged man nodded. 2 instructions? Noel squinted his eyes, observing the man's expression. This man was the lord of this ford, Baron Oscar. Because of his overwhelming battle prowess, he, who was a commoner, was granted a title of Baron by the previous king. With such a status, there was nothing he couldn't do in this fort. If this person helped him, Noel might be able to start his revenge. Unfortunately, not everything went according to his expectation. Oscar said, "First of all, you're going to have 2 identities. Noel Artigan and Leon." 2 identities? Noel tilted his head in confusion, not understanding the need for double identities. That's right. If you die so easily, the people will think you have no effort. You need to survive for a while before dying. This will make the nobles who hurt your family worry for your sudden growth but soon feel relieved because your talent is only at that level. This should match your average talent that they know about. Noel looked down, pondering his words. Oscar paused for a moment and continued, "As for your second identity, you'll also build up this identity. So, you're going to use both identities intermittently so that both of you don't seem to appear or disappear out of nowhere. After Noel Artigan dies, you can continue with this identity to start your revenge plan if you want." Noel widened his eyes, amused by the plan. To think there was a reason for double identities, he thought he only needed to die and got a new identity right at the bat. But now he realized his thinking was still short-sighted. Of course. You can practice here so that you won't die while completing omission. I understand. If you're going to facilitate me, I have no reason to refuse. Noel nodded in agreement. Good. As for the second instruction, your father entrusted this to His Highness and His Highness entrusted this to me. He believes you know what this means. Oscar took out a thumb-sized crystal and placed it on the edge of the table so that Noel could take it. Noel furrowed his eyebrows and examined this black jewel. It looked like a normal mineral that didn't give off any feeling. However, it was clear the mineral was for a purpose. He suddenly remembered there was a small dent in the sword hilt. That dent wasn't created because of a fight, but it was made for the gem. As for the reasons, he couldn't understand it. Although Noel had figured it out, he didn't say anything about this. After all, the sword was his family heirloom. It would be foolish of him to give information about his family heirloom, especially since the guy said he wasn't his father's ally. My father never mentioned this jewel, but since he left it for me, I'll take it. Noel nodded and took the jewel with a sad expression. He placed the jewel on his chest while saying, "Father." Oscar felt his emotion and sighed, pitying the kid who was thrown to this brutal battlefield. Anyway, if you go out with another identity, make sure you get another sword. We can't afford anyone recognizing the sword, since it's quite eye-catching. Just take it from the barrack later and tell them this is my order. I understand. I'll be careful. Then take this. Oscar took out a key and tossed it to him. Noel hurriedly extended his hand and caught the key. Confused, he asked, "A key? Although I don't know your father personally, since he once supported the third prince like I do, I won't treat you unjustly. There is a gray and white building 2 blocks from here. You can get a private room there. The key will lead you to the furthest room in the 3rd floor. It's small and a bit uncomfortable, but at least, you don't need to share it with other soldiers here. That's the least I can do for you." Noel widened his eyes, amazed by this graciousness. He smiled for the first time after the incident and thanked him politely. "Thank you for your help, Baron Oscar. I'll remember it." Oscar waved his hand as if it wasn't a big deal and said, "Go put your belongings there. Tomorrow, come to the barrack and get some basic training. Your first mission will be handed 1 week from now." "Yes, please excuse me." Noel nodded and turned around, leaving the room. He felt a bit happy to get a decent start for his revenge. He thought, "I'm not going to waste this chance. Just you wait, I'm going to destroy the Stargaze family and put the royal family to shame." /3 Stargaze family. On the contrary to Noel's resolve, Anna had just found the biggest problem in her life. The atmosphere became gloomy, her expression darkened, and blue veins popped out on Anna's face. "Oh!" Anna let out a depressing wail while clutching her head, muttering, "What did he do again? I didn't have many memories about him. All I knew was him trying to kill me all of a sudden." Anna was still debating whether to eliminate Noel or not. On the one hand, Noel could become this country big shot and prevented the demons from taking over. On the other hand, she had gained the second chance. Her power should increase by leaps and bounds since she knew many things from her past life. Can his progress keep up with mine? Noel was the most talented person she had seen. If not because of her teacher and the kingdom pouring resources to her, she wouldn't be Noel's opponent. Although they were betrayed by the people they trusted the most at the very end, Noel still saved most of the kingdom's innocent citizens from the Great War. It was clear Noel had a significant importance to the kingdom and what had to come. I should see his progress first. If he can't keep up with me, I'll eliminate him to avoid future problems. If the speed of his progress is similar to mine, I'll try to resolve the situation between us. Now that Anna had gathered her resolve and found her answer, the only thing she needed to do was to find out where Noel was exiled. After all, Noel could overcome any problems in the past. Anna kept her cold face and exited her room, heading straight to the person that had the answer to her question. Sean Stargaze's study room. Sean Stargaze, Anna's father, was a middle-aged man with sharp eyes. He managed to take on many opportunities to raise the family's status. And with his genius daughter, it wouldn't be that long until the royal family offered a marriage proposal. Now that his biggest opponent, Viscount Hartigan, had died, nothing could stop him now. Even though he was only a viscount, his reputation had run deep in the citizens' hearts. Not only his own subjects, but other territories. If we didn't eliminate him, there would be a chance of uprising. He mumbled in a low voice while staring at the garden outside. Knock. Knock. Father. It's me. A series of knocks followed by his daughter's voice resounded across the room. His serious expression disappeared, replaced by a small, gentle smile. He turned around while saying, "Come in." Anna opened the door with a serious expression, walking to the front of her father's work desk. "Anna. Do you need anything from me?" Anna politely bowed her head while slightly raising her skirt, greeting her father. "Good morning, Father." Sean nodded, observing her daughter's expression. "Actually, I'd like to request Father's help." "What is it?" "As long as it's within my means, I will do my best to help you." "Then, I won't be polite." Anna paused for a moment before saying, "I wish to know Noel Artigan's whereabouts." No matter how absurd her wish was, it still wasn't special enough to surprise him. However, never in his wildest dream would this wish appear in his mind. He couldn't contain his surprise in front of his daughter. Noel Artigan was the child that Viscount Artigan protected with his life. In fact, he traded his life as long as the royal family spared Noel's life. So, her daughter asking Noel's whereabouts put a frown on his face. "Why do you want to know it?" Sean asked, probing Anna's intention. He couldn't afford to have Noel harm Anna. Although her daughter was a genius, there were many methods that could kill a person stronger than you. On the contrary, Anna also forgot to consider this question. In her father's perspective, they were enemies. They might have won not long ago, but the situation still lingered. After pondering the answer for a few seconds, she replied with a calm tone. "Father always taught me not to spare my enemy." Marquis Stargaze widened his eyes, amused by her response. Curious, he looked into her eyes, finding no lies in it. Of course, there was no lie. Anna indeed planned to kill him. But only if Noel was useless. Although he had some few reasons to reject her, he could use this chance to train Anna. And he might spare his life, but if his genius daughter was the one to do it, no one would complain. The hesitation remained for a few minutes before Sean revealed Noel's whereabouts. The royal family exiled him to the Demon Banner Army. Banner Fort, Demon Banner Army. Anna sucked her cold breath when she heard the Demon Banner Army. She lowered her head and said inwardly, in the past, there's a huge commotion in the Demon Banner Army because there was an ancient demon tree sleeping not far from the forest. This demon tree was killed by an unknown person because its strength had yet to recover from the long slumber. Now that I think about it, that mysterious person kept tracking more and more achievement there and suddenly disappeared as if he wasn't there to begin with. It was the time Noel's name started to resound in the cities and villages near the Banner Fort. Don't tell me, the mysterious guy was Noel all along? Anna started gathering those pieces of information, and no matter how hard she tried to deny it, all the clues led to Noel being the mysterious person. As expected, this might be the reason why Noel could become strong. I should use this opportunity to go to the Demon Banner Army. I can neither observe Noel's movement and confirm his identity or take Noel's opportunity from rising. This way, I can decide whether to kill him or not. But what should I say to my father so that he allows me to go to a dangerous place like this? Is there something wrong? Sean was unaware of the wild thoughts in Anna's mind. He became a bit suspicious of her reaction since she kept lowering her head, making him unable to observe her expression. Father, can you grant your daughter's wish? She politely asked. I wish to go to the Demon Banner Army and personally eliminate Noel. Unbeknownst to her, the only reason why Noel would know there was an ancient demon tree in the past was because he was forced to take actions by his system. Mission: eliminate the weakened ancient demon tree within 30 days. Description: there's an ancient demon tree sleeping underneath the dark demon forest. Reward: Demon Hunter Medal and 7 SP. Penalty: lose your qualification to Wildardigan. /4/. Noel furrowed his eyebrows, staring at the blue screen in front of him. Since he'd got his private room, he could check whatever the sword actually gave him. Name: Noel Ardigan. Job: weapon, Ardigan sword, main metal, There were so many mysterious things he experienced in the past few minutes. This time, he was looking at his status. Aside of his name and weapon, he clearly didn't understand the meaning of job and main metal. He thought, there is no instruction on how to use this. Even my father doesn't tell me anything about this sword. The only thing I know is how to activate the sword. Although he was a bit disappointed because he needed to investigate how to use this power by himself, he knew this was the only thing that could help him to reach his goal. There are only 4 main features, it seems: training, medal, career, status and shop. This status is of no use for me since I don't understand the usage. As for training, I think it's telling me to train my body. Noel frowned and opened the training panel again. Training: push up 100 times, reward, constitution plus 0.1%. Training: running 10 kilometers, reward, stamina plus 0.1%. Training: swinging a sword up and down 100 times, reward, sword mastery plus 0.1%. What's this number means? I know that it's trying to strengthen my body, but there's nothing written in here. And the reward doesn't seem to be that useful since I will probably not feel any change. Noel scratched the back of his head and skipped this panel. Meanwhile, he already saw a glimpse of what the medal was for before even coming to the fort. In one word, he couldn't understand what the use of the medal. As for the honor points, he could use it on the shop where there were various weapons and items. Then, the last thing is this. Noel's expression turned grim as this might be the most important decision he needed to make. Career: swordsman, a man who fights with a sword. Commander: a person in authority, especially over a body of troops or military operation. Noble: a person belonging to a hereditary class with high social or political status. There were only 3 options that he could see, and all of them were related to him. He was a former noble or a fallen noble. It was normal for him to become a noble again after clearing his family name. And if his parents were not executed, he would have succeeded the house. But, as much as he wanted to become a noble again, he couldn't bear to move his hand forward as if someone was stopping his arm. The memory of how his parents died in the hand of the royal family was still fresh in his mind. No one wanted to serve the family who killed your parents. On the contrary, a commander felt like a dream to him. After all, his ancestor was a marshal, and his reputation resounded across the kingdom. It was an honor to follow his ancestor's footsteps, since this might be a good option for him to raise his reputation. Unfortunately, the current situation didn't allow him to become a commander. There was no way the royal family would let him grow up. Even if he put on a mask to hide his identity, no one would grant an authority to an unknown person. Hence, he left with one option: a swordsman. A swordsman, huh? Noel scratched the back of his head, reluctant to choose it. However, the scene where his father begged the royal family to spare him stuck on his mind. If not for that, he would have died long ago. Thus, the words of his father felt as if it was ringing in his ears. Father mentioned the third prince. Although I can become a commander as long as I flee from this kingdom and join another one, I should believe in my father a bit more. If not for him, I would have died anyway. If I can't choose, I will simply use that option to turn around the situation. I won't give up even if I'm forced to be in this situation. I will be a man who can turn everything into my opportunity. Noel clenched his teeth and chose the swordsman. The screen soon changed as Noel became a swordsman. Career, swordsman, skill, swift strike, 05, requirement, 1 SP, skill, art against swordsmanship, 015, requirement, 1 SP, skill, mega slash, 05, requirement, 1 SP. What is this skill all about? Is it something similar to a spell? Noel tilted his head in confusion. In fact, there were simply too many questions in his head. Because no one gave him the instruction about the sword, he had no idea what they could be used for unless he tried it himself. I often heard the story about my ancestor. It was said a single wave of his hand was enough to increase the soldiers' morale. A single shout could make the enemies tremble in fear. Is this the reason? Noel looked down while placing his hand on his chin, falling into deep thought. It seemed these skills were related to the path he chose. Because he became a swordsman, it was clear that their names felt related to a sword. I see. In my situation, choosing commander or noble is simply a death wish. However, my ancestor could rise to the peak as a commander. This means the power granted by this sword has that potential. No matter which path I choose, it can carry me to the peak. In that case, I was a noble. I understand how to govern the citizens. I wanted to be a commander because it was the best option. But it turned out I was wrong. Without enough strength, I can't even fight back if the royal family want to execute me. Without enough strength, I can't gain the respect of the soldiers. In that case, I'll use this path to become stronger so that in the future, no one can do anything to me. A smile appeared on Noel's face as he thought he chose the best path in his situation. He clutched his fist with his eyes full of determination. Just you wait, you royal family. As if answering to his determination, the red sword on his laps glowed dimly, sending something to him. It was then another blue screen appeared. Special medal, mission, eliminate the weakened ancient demonry within 30 days. Description: there's an ancient demonry sleeping underneath the dark demon forest. Reward, demon hunter medal and 7 SP. Penalty, lose your qualification to Will Dardigan. /5 / huh? Dark demon forest? Isn't it something the forest next to this fort? Noel frowned. What is ancient demon tree? Is it alright for me to ask the commander about this? What if he becomes suspicious of me? After all, I'm supposed to be a person who knows nothing. Even though the commander is related to the third prince whom my father trusted, I'm not in the situation where I can trust anyone easily. It's better if I figure this out first. If I meet a dead end, I can try asking. Noel scratched the back of his head and looked at the time limit. No matter what, he still had some time to practice. In that case, I shouldn't waste my time here. I need to become as strong as possible. Even if others witness my training, they will think it's my last struggle. Noel shrugged and rose from his bed. Since he needed to check this system's credibility, he decided to do 100 push-up. Without hesitation, He lay down on his stomach and raised his body a bit. 1, 2, 3. Noel began his 100 push-up, but as one would expect from someone who never had physical training, he couldn't even last for 30 push-up. Ugh! Dropping to the ground, Noel let out a small groan. His body gradually warmed up and sweat started to appear. Although he wanted to take a rest first, the memory of his father appeared in his mind again. While clenching his teeth, he continued. I'm not giving up. This is nothing. Each push-up was tough. His arms felt the stabbing and burning pain. Yet, the determination in his eyes didn't fade away. The pain he endured right now was for his future. If he couldn't even work hard, there was no way he could survive the harsh world. 50. 60. 70. Even though it took him a minute just for 10 push-ups, he gradually made his progress to reach the 100th mark. The sweat had covered all over his body and his exhaustion started to take over his body. He took off his shirt and threw it to his bed. Even though his arms felt like it was going to fall off, he finished all the push-ups. After that, he fell to the ground, tired. His triceps were crying that when he raised his hands to check the system, they couldn't stop shaking. However, his effort wasn't for naught. Training, push-up 100 times, completed, reward, constitution plus 0.1%. The change in his body might not be apparent, but Noel was satisfied that there was an additional completed in the system. It meant the mysterious power from the sword was real. If he continued doing this, he should be able to feel the change sooner or later to feel the system's power. At the same time, he saw another one appearing. Training, push up 200 times, reward, constitution plus 0.25%, this is it. I can't do push-up anymore for today, but if I continue training, I can get stronger. A smile appeared on Noel's face as he kept panting. The completion of this mission simply increased his determination in completing the other tasks. He thought, that's right. I have a few trainings and missions left. My arms hurt, but I should be able to run for 10 kilometers. I can use that chance to help 5 people as well in town while learning more about this fort. A bright idea appeared in Noel's head. After understanding how the system worked, he understood that he could kill 2 birds in 1 stone. He rested his body for a few minutes and wiped out his sweat before going to the town. His intention was clear. No one would suspect a desperate guy. Still, as one would expect from a fallen noble who never trained his body, his stamina wasn't good. Even so, he managed to gather some information about the town, the commander, and the demons. He learned that the commander was pretty respectable figure as he had stopped the demons from destroying the fort for a few years. The town might have some problems, but they were not big enough to the point the town would be gloomy. Although he could only help 2 townsfolk like helping them to find a lost item, he was pretty satisfied since the mission was completed. The new mission even arrived like the push-up mission. Training, running 20 km, reward, stamina plus 0.25%. Because he needed to go to the barrack tomorrow, he decided to spend the rest of the days resting his body since it would be obvious he would experience muscle pain tomorrow. Before sleeping, Noel looked at the white ceiling while muttering, "Father, Mother. I'll be fine. I promise you that I won't follow you soon because I still need to prove how wrong the royal family has treated us." Commander's room. He ran around the town and talked to the people. A middle-aged man reported what happened during the day to the commander. Oscar looked down while pinching the bridge of his nose. His troubled face made the middle-aged man's heart skip a beat, thinking he would receive a punishment for this report. He asked with a soft tone, "Is there something wrong, Commander?" No. Oscar shook his head helplessly. As expected from a former noble. No, should I say from a fallen Artigan? Unlike other nobles, Artigan is more loved by their people. After all, their actions are so down to earth that their subjects will feel close to them. So, even if he was a noble, his action reflected that of Artigan. Running around the town. It seemed he was desperate enough to do something that useless. It's not like anything will change with just a few days of training. Oscar let out a long sigh. Anyway, Since the kid wants to survive, I shall help him a bit. When he arrives at the barrack tomorrow, increase his training by 3 folds. No, 2 folds. He should be pretty tired today after all. As for his training, it'll be basic sword training and survival training. No matter what, muscles can't be built in just a few days, so it's better to train him in this area. Hopefully, this kid can survive. //6 / Is he that rumored fallen noble? Noel Artigan. How long can even a noble like him who never saw a battlefield last in this place? More than 100 people glared at the blue-haired young man. Contempt, disgust, disappointment filled the atmosphere because no one ever bothered to hide it. Noel had been exiled by the royal family and stripped of his title, so he was a commoner like them. At the same time, this fallen noble never had any training or fight a demon, making him far weaker than anyone in this place. On the contrary, the person in question remained still as if their gaze never bothered him. In fact, he was lost in thought. What should I do in this training? If I do something useless in the training, I won't become strong enough to handle the demons when the time comes. Still, despite him being in the middle of the crowd, there were 3 people that stood out: a young man with blue hair who kept staring forward as though he didn't care about Noel, a muscular man who tilted his head in confusion, and a female with sharp gaze. They felt different from the rest. Although he didn't know why, Noel could feel a different atmosphere around them. While glancing back and forth to remember these people's faces, a middle-aged man entered the corner of his vision. He climbed the small wooden platform so that everyone could see him and said, "Welcome to all 120 trainees. I shall be the instructor who will teach and evaluate you from now on." As soon as they heard his deep voice, every one of them turned around and straightened their backs, looking at the instructor. The instructor narrowed his eyes since he was a bit pissed to see the trainees focusing on someone else instead of him. However, it didn't matter much to him as he observed everyone's face and noticed a few exceptional ones. "I see some fine faces in here this time. Well, the most noticeable one is Alfred Starwood, the second genius of Starwood family. I heard his talent is similar to his brother but failed to succeed the house just because he's the second son," the instructor thought, assessing everyone. As soon as he remembered their faces, he raised his voice. "As you may already know, the Demon Banner Army is the best way to gain money and achievement. If you can rack up achievement, money shall follow. You can even become a knight or even a noble if your contribution is recognized. However, the benefits come with a great risk. You can easily die in this place. Hence, I will assess your ability first." The instructor smiled, took off his vest, and rolled his sleeves. This action confused the trainees, but the instructor didn't even bother to wait for them to realize. He jumped to the ground and started running around the field. The field where they gathered was quite spacious. 1 lap was equal to 500 meters. "Everyone, run." The moment the instructor said those words, all trainees immediately followed him. Even Noel started running while gritting his teeth, thinking, as expected, "My muscle is in pain." His reaction was slower than all of them due to his body, but he soon picked up his pace while remembering the training he had yesterday. "I can run like yesterday." Since all the trainees had followed him, a small grin appeared on his face as he excitedly shouted, "Ah! You're all so boring. Are you trying to run like that when you're chased by a demon?" Without hesitation, he increased his speed by 2 times, leaving everyone in the dust. The expressions on their faces immediately changed. They didn't know what would happen if they failed this small test, so they gritted their teeth and ran as quick as possible, trying to match the instructor's pace. "Good. You're doing good." The instructor laughed. The blue-haired man, Alfred, maintained his calm breath while increasing his pace. He thought, "This is nothing. I have to keep up the pace." Contrary to his focus, everyone's attention turned to one person at the very back. It was Noel who ran at a snail pace. Noel used all his power to muster the strength to run. However, the stabbing and burning sensation kept spreading around his legs and arms, making him unable to focus. They're getting farther away. I should have trained my body previously. Can I even survive fighting the demon? There's no way they will wait for me to get stronger first before dispatching me. But Noel couldn't help but remember the leisure life he had in the past. The delicious food always came at the same time every day, the maid would help him put on his clothes, and everything he needed would be provided by his father. Compared to that life, this place was hell. No one could take care of him anymore. If he didn't have strength, he would die. If he died, he could let go of the scourge since nothing mattered anymore. The feeling crawled inside his heart, pressuring him to give up. However, a memory flashed in his mind. It was the symbol on his hand and the blue screen that gave him the possibility. Ah! Noel let out a long sigh. His sigh didn't escape the instructor's eyes as his expression changed, as if he was asking, has he given up? The answer came in the form of an expression. A smile replaced it. A smile that contained his determination and resolve. I am pathetic. Despite having thrown away the shackle of the past, I still let it influence my mind. Noel clenched his hands and raised his head. I'm so damn pathetic. Compared to my parents who threw away everything just to allow me to live for a bit longer. This is nothing. He started looking forward and running with all his strength, ignoring all the pains in his muscle. Even if he tore it today, he believed someone could heal it. In that case, he didn't need to hold back and kept running. I won't be a good-for-nothing son anymore. A smile couldn't help but appear on the instructor's face when he saw those eyes filled with determination. /7/ swing it. The instructor's shout resounded in the entire training area. Ha! The energetic response from the trainees followed right after. However, their faces and bodies were drenched in sweat. And this was especially true for someone who hadn't received any physical training, Noel. The sharp stabbing pain still spread around his thighs and calf due to the previous training. Even so, it couldn't overwhelm the determination in his eyes. Even if his legs were to give up, Noel had sworn to continue swinging. Ha! He let out another roar while making another swing. At the same time, another thought came into his mind. Each time I swing, the weight from my sword shifts down, almost making me drop my sword. In fact, my body has been following the sword instead of controlling it. It put a toll on my arms and wrists just to stop my swing. Seriously. I never experienced all this when I was a noble. I took everything for granted, not knowing that the soldiers and guards of my family had endured this kind of training for so long. I should have respected those soldiers and guards more. The more he stayed in this place, the deeper his understanding about how the world worked. Instead of getting swayed by the pain, he became even more determined to survive. Ha! Noel swung his sword one more time. Since he couldn't see his system in this place, he kept counting the number of his swing to know whether he had completed the mission or not. The instructor raised his head and saw the orange sky, realizing it was the time to end the training. After rechecking their expressions, he said, "It's time to go. Wash your body and have dinner." "Yes. Thank you very much." The trainees shouted in unison as they had been waiting for this. After answering, Noel fell to his knees as the tension in his body loosened. Now that the adrenaline gradually disappeared, all the tiredness struck him. Ha! Noel panted a few times while looking at the other trainees who seemed to have some stamina to spare. Still, the previous 3 people became the focus of his attention as he could easily see that they didn't sweat too much. So, they are already that strong, huh? Noel clenched his hands while looking down to the ground with a darkened expression. We will have physical training in the morning, followed by a lecture. And the instructor chose to close it with a weapon training. Seeing the training ground alone made him feel embarrassed of himself. Damn, I'm so pathetic. Noel clenched his teeth and used his sword to help him rise from the ground before making his way toward the well. Even if his body staggered left and right, Noel continued what he had to do. Unbeknownst to him, someone had been watching him after he fell down to the ground. That man was none other than the commander, Oscar. His expression was calm, but his eyes emitted some killing intent. "How is he?" Oscar asked, glancing at the instructor who had taught Noel's group today. His physique is the same as your typical fallen noble. No, should I say he's worse than that, but not too much. His physique, huh? It's rare for you to specify it. An amused smile appeared on his face as he continued, his willpower is strong. Even though I've been torturing him with that amount of physical training, he hasn't let out a single complaint. In fact, he's been angry at himself this whole time. At the same time, he has some knowledge from when he was a noble. He adjusted to the training with that knowledge and his movements gradually became better. Not perfect, but acceptable. Anyway, I will lessen their training in the last 3 days since we can't afford to send them to fight demons when their bodies are still hurt. Hearing this lengthy explanation from the instructor put a smile on Oscar's face. The third prince had personally asked him to take care of Noel without hesitating to punish him if he made ruckus in this camp. However, the explanation was enough to know why the third prince suggested this treatment. Before leaving, he asked one last question. Will he survive in the first mission? The instructor was stunned by the question, but he soon pondered the matter seriously. I don't have much confidence in answering that question, but if you don't mind about my rough speculation, I believe he can survive. The instructor gave him his honest opinion. That is if no one harbors some hidden intentions to him. Oscar's eyes squinted as the killing intent turned to the instructor. The latter felt chills down his spine. He immediately corrected himself. I'm going to personally choose his first teammates, so you don't need to worry about any schemes. Let's hope that's the case. Oscar turned around and walked away with a cold expression as though he wanted to murder someone, although it was for an instant, he could feel death coming from the commander. As expected from the commander who has protected this fort for 20 years. He has killed so many demons to the point his art alone is far scarier than a demon. The instructor wiped the sweat on his forehead. Little did he know, what he feared had already come true. Bam! Gah! Noel fell down to the ground, feeling helpless. With the muscle pain and hardness, he truly couldn't fight back. Raising his head, he glared at 3 people who just pushed him. He only wanted to wash his body, but these people started to bully him. You nobles think you're better than commoners. And what? You can't even fight by yourself. Even today, you're useless. It must be nice to be a fallen noble since you can use your connection to enter this army instead of enduring all those hellish tests. The guy in the middle snarled, exposing his intention why he pushed Noel down. Despite not having the ability to fight back, Noel never once showed a weakness in his stare. His gaze kept telling them that if he had some stamina left, he would fight against them. And this annoyed them even further. This bastard. Do you think you can do anything now? You are a fallen noble, no one will help a useless person like you. Beat him. With a single shout, the trio started punching and kicking him while Noel could only endure it. His eyes still maintained his ferocity no matter how worse his condition was, as if saying, you can do all you want to me right now. After I turn my fate around with the help of the system, you will pay me back by a few folds. /8 After having dinner, which was quite unpleasant because of his injuries, Noel immediately returned to his room to get as much rest as possible. But the instructor stopped him before he left, surprised by his injuries. What happened to you? Noel shook his head with a calm expression as if it didn't matter. Remembering the scene from earlier made him shiver. He originally thought there wouldn't be a problem in this place, but he seemed to be mistaken. If this incident created a great impact in Noel's heart, he would be held accountable by the commander. Since he didn't want to be blamed, he immediately dragged Noel inside while raising his voice. Follow me first. Let's have the doctor see you. Although reluctant, Noel followed him since he still wanted to practice tomorrow. It took them a few minutes to reach the infirmary. The doctor was a thin man, whose complexion was quite pale on the contrary to his profession. However, his condition was a bit worse for a reason. Again? The moment he saw Noel's injured body, he made an annoyed expression. I have been working without sleep for 2 days. Can't you just let me rest? Just one more. The instructor smiled wryly as he also didn't want to deal with this if not necessary. Fine. Come here. The doctor waved his hand and pointed at the bed next to him. Sit there. The wounds seem to be superficial, so it won't be hard to fix. The instructor pushed Noel's back as if ordering him to get the treatment. Since he went all this trouble for him, Noel nodded and sat down on the bed. Only on the upper body? Is there any wound on your lower body? Yes. Only on the upper body. The doctor nodded and grabbed Noel's left hand. Suddenly, a green light glowed dimly on his palms and spread to Noel's arm and eventually wrapped all his upper body. Noel felt as if his body was covered by a warm wet towel, relaxing his tired body. Still, he took this opportunity to observe every change in his body, including the magic he used to heal him. Seeing his curious look, the instructor approached both of them and introduced the doctor. He is Evan, the person in charge of infirmary, a healer. Noel nodded, acknowledging the introduction. Instead of the light enveloping his body, his curiosity shifted toward the instructor's kindness. There was no way the person before him would take care of him. Is there another force protecting me right now? But if I need to come up with a name, it will be the commander of this fort. With that kind of status, it's easy for him to order the instructor to take care of me. Is it because of my father? Whatever the reason, I need to take advantage of it right now and get as strong as possible, thought Noel, knowing he needed to change a bit of his original plan. The instructor was confused by Noel's sudden change of expression. In fact, Noel had been showing such a change from time to time, making him know Noel was a man who always thought about something in his mind. While he was getting distracted, he took this opportunity to give an additional lesson. Listen to me. It's hard to fight a demon alone at your level. Even a low level one has more strength than you, so we usually take them on in a group or rely on our mind to set up a sneak attack. What are you doing? You're not going to add a special lesson to this kid, right? I'm in the middle of healing him. Evan squinted his eyes, looking annoyed. He had brought a kid when it was already past his work hours, yet he still dared to conduct a lecture during the healing process. Evan wanted to stop him right now. However, the instructor raised his voice, showing the importance of this lesson. You idiot! Do you think the demons will wait for you to get ready? They can attack you while you are resting, getting healed, or even pooping. You need to be ready on all times. Evan rolled his eyes, not caring about what he said. His job was to heal people, not thinking about this stuff. Contrary to Evan, Noel had gained a valuable lesson. He maintained his silence and continued listening to the lesson. There was a reason why he talked about this to Noel at this time. In fact, Noel was the only person that should listen to this because he was bullied by others. If you get separated from your teammates, you need 4 things to survive. First, you need to have a thing to set up a fire because the fire can help you with many things. Second, you need a water source like a river or a lake. Third, sharp objects like a knife or a sword are a must. Last but not least, the way to kill a demon alone. If you want to defeat a demon, you need to learn controlling your spiritual energy. The moment he mentioned the spiritual energy, Noel's expression brightened. He couldn't help but ask, spiritual energy? What is that? That. The instructor pointed at the light that enveloped his body. That light is spiritual energy. We all have a spirit in ourselves. The reason we can do something bad is because the spirit in our heart is an evil spirit. The reason why people can become kind is due to the angelic spirit. They're the one that was born from our deepest desire. In fact, we usually call them desire. If you can connect to it, you should be able to learn your spirit's true nature and it will give you power. Spirit. Noel muttered and looked down. Every person has a unique spirit. That's why you will also have one. Your talent determines how much power can you draw from your spirit. That's all. Noel fell into deep thought, wondering how to connect to his spirit. Seeing the determination in Noel's eyes, the instructor couldn't help but scratch the back of his head, saying, if you want to learn how to connect with your spirit, go to the training ground after having your dinner. I can help you with that. The offer was too good to be true. Hence, Noel wanted to confirm on whose orders he acted. Why are you so kind to me? I'm just trying to survive in this brutal world. That's all. The instructor looked away, refusing to give an answer. However, he also made it clear that he did it not because of his kindness, but because someone made him to do it. Nevertheless, this was something Noel would take advantage of. I understand. Please take care of me, instructor. My name is Shale. Outside the training, just call me Sir Shale. Yes, Sir Shale. /9 The next day, Noel continued training together with everyone else. However, the bullies were shocked to see Noel's bruises gone overnight. They never thought someone would help Noel. After the long training and washing their bodies, the bullies once again stopped Noel. Stop there. They stood in front of Noel, blocking the way to the dining hall. Noel narrowed his eyes and glared at them. What do you want again? How do you recover from your wounds? That's not important. We only need to beat him up again. Since there will be no trace tomorrow, we can beat him up every night, another bully said with an arrogant tone. That's right. It's rare for us to be able to beat a noble. Oops, a fallen noble. Without even asking that question, their intention was clear. They wanted to beat him again because they were not satisfied with the disappearing bruises. But as soon as they stepped forward, a smile appeared on Noel's smile. The thought had been in his mind since yesterday. There was a way to suspend them, but he chose to solve this matter himself. If he somehow brought them to the training ground, the instructor should see their action and deal with them. However, their suspension would be an extremely dangerous situation since he didn't know what kind of thing they would do in desperate situation. After all, the bullies would likely do something even more notorious. He had learned from his family's execution that he shouldn't leave his enemies alive because they would plot against him in one way or another. Hence, there was a way to settle everything. He only needed to kill them in the first mission a few days from now. That was why he couldn't afford to have them suspended yet. To create this kind of situation, Noel confronted them with a confident smile to intimidate them. Do you think why the bruises on my body has disappeared? It was an obvious question, but none of them could actually answer. After all, they didn't want to admit the fact he got help from someone else. Even a noble title couldn't bring them too far here, let alone a fallen noble. Still, even though he was a fallen noble, as long as there was someone stronger than them, they shouldn't want to antagonize them. And Noel's plan was to act strong when he was actually weak. He stepped forward and glared at them. I have forgiven you once because my house has fallen. But that's it. His last tone had a trace of chilliness as though he was planning to kill them. The bullies subconsciously stepped back. Their expressions gradually changed. He took another step and started looking down on them. Come on. I am waiting for you to beat me. Even now, their names weren't important in his mind. As long as he remembered their faces and voices, that was enough. It wasn't because he looked down on commoner, he simply had no time to deal with them. What's wrong? I'm here in front of you. The smile on Noel's face became even bigger, annoying them. Should we do it? One of the bullies whispered, trying to get the answer from the guy that invited them to beat Noel. However, there was no answer from the guy in the middle. Instead, they found out that he took another step back as if he was scared of Noel's provocation. The latter took advantage of it and pressured them even more. Come and hit me. I want to taste the pain you inflicted me yesterday. Noel's intention was clear. He wanted to use this chance to frame them or something. When that happened, their career in this fort would be over. It was already hard to even get admitted as a trainee here. There was no way they would waste it because of this cheap provocation. Shut up. I'm being generous tonight. The guy gritted his teeth and turned around. You're lucky tonight. Noel's expression darkened the moment they walked away, staring at their back. His gaze was cold as he remembered what the instructor said last night. Once again, I know how naive I was in the past. Like the instructor said, this world is truly a brutal place. If you are strong, no one will bother you. Yet, when you become too strong, you will become a threat that needs to be removed, like how the royal family ruined my family. And if you are too weak, your life isn't even in your hand. Such a cruel place to live in. Noel took a deep breath, calming his heart. He immediately entered the dining hall to eat some food before heading back to the training ground, finding the instructor sitting in the middle of the training ground. The tranquil atmosphere made it look like the instructor was illuminated by the moonlight. Just by looking at him could soothe one's heart. Noel observed him for a minute before slowly approaching him, wondering if he could disturb him or not. Even though this opportunity came from others, he planned to fully take advantage every chance he got. So, he steeled his resolve and greeted him. "Sir Shale, I have come. You should stay quiet and sit down in front of me instead of calling my name." Shale shook his head in disappointment. "You should see that my eyebrows twitched a bit, signifying that I'm aware of your presence." Noel fell silent, not making a single excuse, but this action actually surprised Shale as he couldn't help but ask, "You're not going to give me a reason? I know that I'm wrong. If I told you I didn't see it or didn't know how to respond, you would probably say, I need to observe the demon so as to not miss any details that I can take advantage of, or I need to stay sharp. That's all," Noel explained this time. Passable answer. Shale nodded in agreement since that was probably what he was going to say. He paused for a moment and gradually opened his eyes, looking at Noel's expression. "Do you know what I have been doing this whole time?" "No, connecting myself to my spirit." Shale pointed to the ground in front of him. "Sit down in lotus pose and take a few deep breaths. I'm going to teach you how to meet your spirit." /10 Noel sat down in a lotus pose, following Shale's instruction. "Take a few deep breaths and start closing your eyes." Noel took one deep breath while closing his eyes before stabilizing his heartbeat, which was probably the purpose of his instruction. You only need to answer this in your heart. First question, do you have anything you want to accomplish? Shale asked with a soothing tone to help Noel keep his calm. Noel recalled all the memories that had happened not long ago. The royal family executed his parents, seized his property and sent him to this place because they believed he would die facing those monsters. Noel wanted to take his revenge against the royal family. Yet, he felt something was wrong with this desire. His heart was asking him, what if all those stuff never happened? What was your dream if you still had your family, wealth and status? Noel's heart skipped a beat when he found this question. In the past, he was just a normal nobleman that had average talent and no desire. He just followed whatever happened. He always believed that he would succeed his father's position sooner or later and would take a wife before leading the same ordinary life like his father. This was just an ordinary dream of an ordinary noble child. Everything soon changed when the royal family did all that stuff. I see. Desire, huh? I don't truly have a goal that I would continue to chase for as long as I'm alive. All my desires are related to my current life. I have yet to change to the new me. Just following the nature course. If somehow the royal family restores my family, will I have another desire? On the other hand, what if I forget about my family, the conflict, my hatred? What am I? I am just an empty shell. That desire is the one that fulfills me for the rest of my life. So, what is the desire that I know Alardigan personally has? Something that is unrelated to my hatred, my family, or my enemies. My desire is. While he was thinking, Noel didn't realize that something was happening outside his body. ! Shale's eyes opened wide. Sweats were covering his eyes despite the temperature becoming lower. Noel's body was emitting a dim blue particles. Impossible. Shale thought while sucking a cold breath. An average person needed years of meditation to find their own desire, their spirit. Even the emerging genius, Anna Stargaze, is said to require 3 days to awaken her spirit. How is this possible? He can actually awaken his spirit in just a few minutes? Shale suddenly remembered how the commander wanted to protect him. He was wondering if the commander was already aware of his talent. However, another light soon shone. It was a red light emitting from the red mark on his right hand, where the Ardigant sword placed its symbol. Spirit pact? Shale dropped on his butt, staring at Noel in horror. How can he make a spirit pact within a few minutes? Even I need to have a long talk with my spirit and gain an understanding first before creating an agreement between us. On the contrary, Noel was unaware of what was happening outside his body. His consciousness had fallen so deep that it felt like he was leaving his body. He didn't feel anything in the deep darkness. However, after finding his desire, a bright light started illuminating the darkness, bringing him to a plain white room. Where is this? Shouldn't I be in the training ground? Noel looked left and right, finding nothing. A sound suddenly echoed inside his mind. Jeek. The high-pitched sound made him close his eyes as his brain started to hurt. If it was a sound from the outside, he felt it would rupture his eardrums. Yet, when it disappeared, Noel seemed to understand the meaning of that sound. That sound is telling me to look back? Confused, Noel slowly turned around while gulping down. Suddenly, he found a red sword that looked exactly like the Artigan sword. That is, Artigan. Although a bit hesitant, Noel tried to approach the sword while trying to reach it. As if reacting to Noel's action, the sword released a blazing flame that gradually moved toward him, trying to burn him. At the same time, Noel's body started glowing as a snowflake symbol shone on his right chest. This is. Noel felt the heat of the blazing flame gradually decreased when something cold began to spread from his right chest. He lowered his head and found the symbol, fighting against the flame. A snowflake. Noel frowned, not understanding what was going on. After that exchange clash, another high-pitched sound echoed directly in his head. KH. Noel gritted his teeth, enduring the pain. He also understood the sound meaning. I am Artigan. A sword whose purposes are to cut down whoever you want to cut and burn the injustice. I am Sk. The icy spirit of Northern Plain, your desire. Spirit? Does that mean I am in the place where I meet my spirit? But a human is supposed to only have one spirit, right? Noel expressed his confusion, only to receive another high-pitched sound in his head. Outsider. This was clearly Sk's voice. There was a distinct difference between the two. Artigan's voice was similar to a deep voice from a middle-aged man while Sk's voice felt like a gentle female. The two were the opposite of each other. Yet, he felt no hatred coming from Sk's voice. Even if she deemed Artigan to be an outsider, there was no repulsiveness that wanted to chase him out. You've become our master. Our goals are the same, which is your desire. To achieve your desire, I have been lending you my power. Your power? Noel widened his eyes and asked, the system? Yes. However, the true essence of my power lies elsewhere. It's your duty to understand me. The more you understand me, the more power you can receive from me. Noel recalled the missions and medals in the system. It seemed that the more he completed those things, the more he could understand Artigan. Hence, his goal was clear. It was to do his best to complete them. After that, Sk's voice echoed in his heart. My power can't be compared to him, but it doesn't mean I'm weak. My power lies on my versatility. That's why I shall. The snowflake symbol suddenly came out of his chest and floated to Artigan. The jewel on Artigan's hilt shone, creating a red symbol. In the middle of the symbol was a flame mark. But the moment Sk touched that mark, the fire symbol was replaced by a snowflake symbol and integrated itself to Artigan. Artigan was a sword with a black grip and red blade, but after the integration, the color on the blade split into two. One was a blood red while the other was light blue like that of the snowflake. Then, both of their voices rang at the same time. We shall lend you our power, Master. /11. Noel gradually opened his eyes after meeting with his spirits, finding the shock Shale. Sir Shale. Noel was confused by Shale's reaction, not knowing the reason of his shock. After all, he never read anything regarding spirits since he had no desire back then. Hence, he observed Shale's expression, wondering what his thought was. When he heard Noel's voice, Shale's body trembled. Right, have you met your spirits? Shale asked. Since two spirits were something unprecedented, he thought he should hide this fact. At the same time, he realized that the only person that had two spirits in their body was his ancestor, the last wielder of Artigan. This time, Artigan helped him, allowing him to have two spirits inside his body. So, he said, yes. I met her. Shale was speechless. At the same time, he didn't know what happened earlier. At first, there was a dim blue light emanating from his body. But it clashed with the red light as if they were fighting each other. But because Noel said her, there must be something special to his spirit. And it was already beyond his responsibility. He didn't want to get entangled too deeply with Noel and his secret. I see. In that case, there's nothing I can teach you anymore. If you want to wield your power, you can simply talk to your spirit. Just do a simple meditation like earlier and you should be able to connect with your spirit. I understand. Noel nodded. That's good. How do you feel right now? I feel. Noel fell silent and looked down, realizing the exhaustion and discomfort in his body had gone. It seemed that the connection with his spirits had rejuvenated his exhausted body since healing couldn't recover his stamina. I feel refreshed. Connecting to your spirit allows you to recover faster. By the way, where do spirits come from? Are they truly the personification of our desire? Noel asked. He was confused about this earlier. Artigan himself was a sword that suddenly turned into his spirit after the contract. As for Sk, she revealed herself as a spirit from Northern Plain. According to the research, each spirit will give you a different answer. Despite trying to find their exact origin, no one has managed to discover it. So, I can't really give you any answer, since I'm someone who just takes the spirit for granted. I see. Noel thought for a moment before nodding. I understand. Thank you very much, Sir Shale. There's nothing I can teach you about spirits, but you should continue training tomorrow. Your physical ability should be reinforced a bit by the connection, so keep training. You're going to face the first test in a week. Understood. Go back now and have some rest. Yes. Noel then rose from the ground and thanked him once again before leaving the training ground. While looking at Noel's back, Shale was thinking whether he should tell the commander or not. However, he ended up shivering as he thought, no, I shouldn't tell him about this. If the commander knows me knowing that kind of extraordinary talent, I'm afraid he's going to kill me to avoid spreading the information. It's better to bring this secret to my grave. He could only sigh and turn around, noticing that there were two extraordinary geniuses in their kingdom, Anna Stargaze and Noel Artigan. But the Stargaze family colluded with the royal family to crush Count Artigan. There might be a civil war sooner or later. I think fighting against demons are better than getting involved in that civil war. Shale sighed, returning to his own living corner. Meanwhile, Noel returned directly to his room to check anything different from his system since he had met with Artigan. The red sword that he stored under the bed was gone too since Artigan said he resided inside his body now that they had a contract. He raised his head and imagined Artigan appearing in his hand. The same red sword then came out of nowhere, gently resting on Noel's hand. But the color of the blade remained the same red as if it was before the sword fused with his original spirit. I guess I need to continue meditating to find out what's happening. Noel nodded with a serious expression. After that, he started checking all the system panels but found no change except for the status panel. Name, Noel Artigan. Job, Spirit Knight. Weapon, Artigan sword. Main metal, a job? What's the use of this job? Artigan tilted his head in confusion. He tried to check it out but to no avail. No matter how he touched the title, it wouldn't give any explanation. So, he leaned on the wall and started thinking. Spirit Knight. I think the people who can use both magic and sword to fight. Oh wait, now that I understand more about spirit. I think the magic they're talking about is the spirit lending their power. By using the spiritual energy, one can manipulate that kind of stuff. Fire, water, lightning, oh wait. To put it simply, elements. In other words, magician is also someone who has awakened their spirit to wield the elements. So, that's how it is. I don't know the power Sk and Artigan have, since I can't stay too long with them, but I think I should meditate every day to connect with them and learn their power. I still have a few days to prepare. After finding out his desire, Noel became even more fired up when training. Just like his past self, he was still whining when the training was too hard, but still completed the training like anyone else. He had accepted both his current self and past self and combined them together. He continued his training from swinging his sword and shaping his body. Although they couldn't do much in a week, Noel still felt the difference in his body. The muscle didn't form that easily, but he looked more fit and brimming with energy. Finally, after a repetitive training for a week, the day of the test had arrived. /12 The night before the test, Noel opened his system again to check his progress over the past week. Training, running 40 km, reward, stamina plus 0.25%, accumulation, 0.70%, training, push up 500 times, reward, constitution plus 0.25%, accumulation, 0.70%, training, swinging a sword up and down 500 times, reward, sword mastery plus 0.25%, accumulation, 0.70%. The effect doesn't feel that big, but I think I will feel the effect the stronger I become. After all, I heard that there is a big difference for each individual strength the stronger you are. Well, I will continue accumulating this point, I guess. Noel nodded with a serious expression and opened the other panel. Medal, Excellent Citizen Merit, Requirement, Help 25 Townspeople, 325, Reward, Excellent Citizen Medal and 4 honor points. I've got 2 medals, the Good Citizen Medal and the Great Citizen Medal. Noel opened each medal. And I'm using the latter right now since it's quite good. Medal, Great Citizen Medal. Effect, Constitution plus 0.5%. Description, helping people is a good thing to do. As a great citizen, you need a good health to continue helping other people. In the past couple of days, Noel found some time after training to help the citizens in need, like finding their pets, bringing home a drunken guy, and other miscellaneous stuff. He'd never done all this stuff when he was a noble. And when he did, he got the warm smile from the townspeople. Some of them even invited him to have dinner with them as thanks. It was truly refreshing to find another perspective when he was just a mere commoner. After reminiscing the good memory, Noel's focus returned to the medals. Well, it seems that the Constitution is giving me an overall boost in my physical ability. My strength, agility, dexterity, and other stuff. Stamina from running is as it is. The weird one is the sword mastery. I don't feel it that much, but it's kind of easier to wield the blade. That's probably the reason. Noel nodded in satisfaction. Unfortunately, there was no full explanation from the system or Artigan regarding his power, so he kept deciphering their meanings as he improved himself. Last but not least, he opened the shop since that was the only place to spend his honor points he gained from the medal mission. Shop, available points, 5 HP. 1 skill point, 2 HP. Disinfectant bandage, 1 HP. Water bottle, 1 HP. Torch, 1 HP. When Noel looked at these 4 items, he believed the current point was barely enough for survival kits. Should I spend all my points? No, that won't be wise. If I buy one of them, will it appear mysteriously or something will happen? I think I should try one first. Noel sighed and decided to spend 1 point in water bottle. Suddenly, a wooden bottle appeared in front of him. The size was perfect for his hand and the length was a little less than his lower arm's length. This is the water bottle. He immediately grabbed this item and felt the heaviness from the water, realizing it was completely filled. He tried to open it and confirmed the water. However, he wondered whether it was edible or not. Although he was a bit hesitant, he still took a small sip and tasted the water. It tastes a little sweet, unlike the normal water. And somehow I get this refreshing feeling. Other than that, I don't feel any change. I guess it's a high quality water or something that can make you feel refreshed. At least, it's not an ordinary water. I guess 1 honor point is worth it. Noel nodded with a calm expression. It was perfect for his survival since he didn't need to find a water source. Then, I still have 4 honor points. For now, I should buy 1 skill point first since the skill intrigues me. Noel exchanged 2 honor points to 1 skill point and immediately raised his art against swordsmanship. Skill, art against swordsmanship, 115, requirement, 3 SP, this is. Noel widened his eyes as his heart skipped a beat when he raised the swordsmanship. He suddenly moved to the center of the room and swung art again like how the teacher in the camp taught him. However, he soon found the difference. No, the swing should be slightly higher. Noel shook his head and corrected his form. Wait a minute. Why do I know I should swing a bit higher? Is this the effect of the skill? It seems that my body will learn how to use it instinctively, and I can still upgrade this skill 14 more times. I see. I'm looking forward to the effect of all of them. In that case, should I buy another skill point to get either Swift Strike or Mega Slash? No, with this swordsmanship alone, I should be at the level of the average people in that camp. All I need right now is to cooperate with the others to kill the demons since I have a mission to kill 10 demons for medal and honor points. At that time, I have some to spend to the skill since I need to save a few honor points for emergency use. I can't be too reckless and spend it all because a mistake will cost me my life. With this, he had finished checking all his progress. The last thing he did was to check all the forms of his swordsmanship. Since his body knew how to do it, he only needed to check the improvements so that he wouldn't make a dumb mistake. After that, he took a proper rest and headed straight to the camp for the test. Unbeknownst to him, there was a female riding a horse outside the city. Njihee! The horse let out a cry as it stopped in front of the city gate. The female looked at the tall and sturdy brick walls and smiled. She fixed her blonde hair and said, "It's really astonishing. I wonder how's that guy doing since this place should be the start of his journey." That smile of her entranced the guards that wanted to ask for her identification. That was why she was the one approaching them while showing an insignia. "I am Anna Stargaze, the first daughter of Marquis Stargaze. Please let me pass." /13 In the training ground, all the trainees stood orderly, staring at the instructor in front of them. "Listen up. We're different from any army. The reason for our strength is because we've fought hundreds of battles and survived." Shale shouted with a proud look. "That's why today's test shall be a battle between life and death too. In this test, you're required to go to the battlefield and kill those demons. The demons are disorganized and often comes separately, that's why your group can surround it and kill the demon." Histilda. When they heard they needed to go to the battlefield, everyone sucked a cold breath. Despite their talent and body build, they never directly went to the battlefield to fight them. That was why no one knew what to expect from the battlefield. "We won't know whether you will die or not, so this is the last time to quit." The people were shaken when they listened to this offer. After all, no one wanted to die. However, none of them actually stepped out. They remembered how hard they worked to get to this place. There was no way they would back down at the last moment. "Good." Shale nodded and took out a purple crystal from his pocket, showing it to everyone. "This is called Demon Crystal. Every demon has this crystal in their head, so after killing the demon, you need to open its head and retrieve this crystal. There are numerous uses of this crystal, but I'll just explain it later in our classes. For now, all you need to do is to obey orders. Anyway, each group will consist of 3 people since this is the minimum number to form a triangle formation to watch all directions. Each group is required to bring back 10 demon crystals. If you complete the mission, you shall become the true cadet of Demon Banner Army. You shall go to the Dark Demon Forest to hunt these demon beasts. As for the group, I will call each of your names according to your group. First group, Albion." Shale started calling all the 120 names, dividing them into 40 groups. "If you look at the ground, there is a number for your group. Head there and talk with your group. You have 30 minutes to prepare and immediately head to the Dark Demon Forest. Your time limit is 3 days. If you don't have a tent or any other equipment like weapons, you can acquire it from me. That's all. As soon as Shale stopped talking, each person immediately went to their designated spot. Noel also spared no efforts to meet his teammate, only to find a surprise with his teammate. The first one was the blue-haired guy that didn't care about his presence on the first day, while the second guy was actually one of the people that bullied him previously. Noel frowned. It seemed his luck was bad to get these two as his teammates. The bully looked at Noel with hostility while the blue-haired guy said, "I don't care about what you do. Don't hinder me killing those demons. As long as you do your jobs, we can be the first because of my power. Is this fallen noble even needed here? He's clearly the weakest guy among the group." The bully tried to ignite a flame to make the blue-haired guy angry at Noel, but it seemed he didn't care. Noel only asked sarcastically, "So, do you have any plan, Mr. Noble?" "Why should I tell you?" He snorted. "Well, if you expect us to move according to your instruction, it's better to tell us now instead of getting mad when we've made a mistake simply because we're unaware of your preference." Noel shrugged. He furrowed his eyebrows and stared at Noel for a few seconds as if he was angry with Noel's attitude. But surprisingly, the blue-haired guy said, "I'm the strongest in this group. There's no denying it. That's why you two shall stop the demon's attack and I will kill it." "That's not possible, right? The demon acts on instinct, so there's no telling who it will attack after it finds us." Noel refuted his words again. "If it attacks me, I will send it to you, simply because it will be much faster if I kill it." "Well." Noel shrugged. He remembered he needed to kill 10 demons to complete the mission, so he wanted an opportunity to kill those demons. That was why before anyone killed it, he would deliver a killing blow. On the other hand, the noble guy simply asked, "What? Do you have another objection?" "None. I simply wish to know how I should call you." "You don't need to know my name, you're not worthy of it." "Well, that's fine. I'll just call you, Mr. Noble then." Noel didn't care about his reaction. Despite his arrogant attitude, this noble still continued answering all his questions. So, he thought the noble wasn't as bad as he thought, like the other guy who had a great prejudice against him. "Then your role is to watch the night for as long as we're there. You also need to bring our equipment since you're so useless. You should be able to do this stuff at the very least, right?" Just like he expected, the bully ordered Noel as if he was above him since Noel had been reduced to commoner. Noel narrowed his eyes. Although he was displeased, this was actually a chance for him to explore the forest. According to the system, there was an ancient demon tree that slept underneath the forest, so it would be good if he had some time to search for the clue. Of course, he was planning to do his job. Instead of watching over the tent, he was planning to expand his area so that he could look over the camp and find some clues at the same time. However, the noble guy snorted and said, "I'm not planning to let an exhausted weak guy to watch over me. We'll use the rotation for the night. We will split the burden evenly. I hate weak people, but I hate idiots, who can't even see that his decision will endanger people's lives, even more." Noel was surprised that even though this noble guy was arrogant, he was rational and objected to anything that would endanger their lives. It turned out he was just stating the fact even though his mouth was quite sharp. When the bully heard those words, he gritted his teeth and glared at the noble, only to get a cold gaze from him. In the end, he needed to accept it. While they were talking, Anna Stargaze was staring at the group with an amused expression. "Oh? It seems that there's an interesting group there." Anna smiled. "Should I sneak into the forest? Anyway, let's meet the commander first." /14 Because of the blue-haired guy's impartial judgment, Noel managed to escape from all the bullies that came to his way. He even made sure to talk all the important stuff, leaving no gaps for the bully to exploit. In the end, the group went to Shale to grab their tent, food, and water. The bully had his own armor and weapon while the noble guy seemed to have only his sword. Noel, on the other hand, thought he needed some pieces of equipment to protect himself from the unknown danger, albeit they were a bit too heavy for him, whose current body had yet to completely develop the muscle. Even Shale suggested to use leather armor instead. Its protection was far less than iron armor, but they still could reduce some impacts. It was perfect for the current Noel since it didn't affect his mobility. As for his weapon, he had Artigan with him. Of course, he took Artigan out before leaving his room so that everyone didn't think it was a spirit. After they had taken care of everything, Shale said, "Your group will head to the forest right now. Just enter and find any demon inside. I've said this in the class. Demon can be in many forms. They can have a beast form, a humanoid form, or even a fruit form. Before doing anything, make sure to confirm they are not demons." "Yes, instructor." Noel and the bully politely nodded while the noble guy asked, "Do we really need to bring back 10 demon crystals? What if we bring more?" "That's up to you. As long as you can bring back everything within 3 days, you're good to go. Of course, we keep a record on the fastest one to bring 10 pieces. Just like your brother, that is." Shale smiled slyly as if he knew about the noble guy. Unlike Noel, who was protected by the commander, he wasn't that scared against this guy, Alfred Starwood. To him, the commander was scarier than the noble. Alfred gritted his teeth and turned around as if he couldn't wait any longer to hunt some demons. Noel and the bully followed Alfred while Shale looked at Noel's back. "Oi, wait!" Noel panted while shouting to Alfred. Because of the provocation, Alfred had been rushing to the forest. Even though it was close, the distance was still more than 3 kilometers. The fast pace made it hard for Noel to keep up. "You're so slow." The noble guy snorted. "If you can't keep up, you should just go back to the fort. I don't need you." "I don't mind, but don't forget that this assignment is a group test. Even with the record that you seem to be aiming at, are you sure you want to get a note about how you abandoned the team? What about the probability of someone dying because of you rushing? It will surely not go unnoticed unless you kill all of us right now? But that's probably the worst move you can make." Noel smirked, taunting and reminding him at the same time. Even with his eyes, he could see Alfred's body shaking. There was anger in his eyes. Even his face became extremely cold. However, he still said, "You have a way with words." "Isn't Noble supposed to have a way with her words?" Noel shrugged. "And do you think it will stop you from being the most useless here?" "Of course." Noel smiled and raised a finger. "With so many people killing the demons, it will be hard for us to find one. That's why this test is luck-based." Alfred couldn't refute it as what Noel said was indeed correct. However, Noel added, "Of course, I was pretty lucky to listen to something when going to meet up with the group. It seems that the deeper region has more demons than the outer region. There are groups trying to go to the inner region to kill them. At the same time, we'll waste too much time when traveling, so I have a suggestion. Why don't we travel to the border between the outer and inner region? According to them, it's around 3 kilometers from the edge. This way, we can travel between the inner and outer regions, allowing us to position perfectly that we can kill many demons and return with the shortest route possible. If we want speed, we simply need to kill the demons that other people fought." The bully snorted. "Not only did they have weakened the demon, but we can also fight without using too much stamina." Noel smiled. As expected of the bully guy, he truly suggested that option. Even he would say something like that, but after knowing a little bit of Alfred's backstory, it was clear that Alfred didn't like a stain in his honor. Just like he predicted, Alfred snorted coldly. "I compete fairly, unlike you who love to do dirty jobs." The bully glared at him for a moment before clicking his tongue and looking away. Instead of getting angry at Alfred, he directed that anger toward Noel, who obviously ignored it. "To be honest, I really want to accept the offer to go back to the castle so that I can go alone, but I have never fought against a demon, so I need them to measure their strength first before gaining some confidence to fight them alone. So, I will cooperate with you guys for now." Noel thought as he still had the mission to kill 10 demons. Meanwhile, Anna had finished all problems with the commander and immediately headed to the forest, finding Noel's group standing in the open. Why did they stop? Did they notice something? Anna furrowed her eyebrows. "If I remember correctly, The ancient demon tree was going to wake up soon. Due to that problem, the demons started acting strangely. I'm not sure about this, but there's a small horde coming out of the forest to attack the fort during the test. Half of the trainees ended up dead, including Alfred Starwood, the younger brother of the sword genius, Helsing Starwood. Still, why did they stop there? Did Noel notice that something is going to happen? It seems that Noel's secret is bigger than I thought. Should I follow him silently? Anna thought, assessing Noel. Little did she know, she was completely misunderstanding Noel since she couldn't get close enough to listen to their conversation. /15 / fine. Let's do it your way. You are pretty useful even though you are annoying and weak. Alfred had made his decision. Noel's answer came in the form of a smile. That was why Alfred thought he had nothing left to say. Since we've been talking here without doing anything, it should be enough for resting, right? Alfred glared at Noel. Of course. Noel smiled. In fact, his stamina was still enough to run for a while. After all, he had been running for tens of kilometers for his training. The only reason he stopped here was to conserve his stamina a bit, allowing them to have a perfect condition to fight against the demon. After getting what he wanted, Noel then followed the group entering the forest. The trees in the forest were mostly 20 feet tall. They had different types of trees, but their heights were roughly the same. The difference was in the size of the trunk. If all trees had big trunks, it would make it hard for them to see all the things around them. However, because their size varied, it gave a hallucinating effect that confused them in discerning things. But it seemed Alfred was overconfident with his ability that he ignored the terrain and continued to move forward. Noel wanted to advise him, but they still had enough stamina to go all the way to their destination. Hence, it was better to hold back. Whether it was fortunate or unfortunate, Alfred suddenly stopped in his tracks, staring at the front. Huh? Noel was confused for a moment and found a small sphere on the ground. If it was just a small sphere, he wouldn't be that worried. But this ball had 6 legs. This small creature wiggled on the ground and turned around when it noticed Alfred's gaze. The black ball turned out to have a big eyeball. When their gazes intertwined, the creature immediately jumped to the side, leaping for over 1 meter contrary to its small size. Alfred widened his eyes in surprise before his body rushed forward. Kill it. Noel and the bully hurriedly followed him, but the black ball attached itself to a tree as if it was getting swallowed by the tree. The ground started trembling as there was a faint sound coming from underneath. Alfred continued to charge at the tree, but Noel stopped, observing the sound movement. It turned out the sound was gradually moving toward him before stopping right beneath his feet. And the next thing he realized, a spike came out of the ground, aiming for his neck. Noel gritted his teeth and threw himself to the side. Spike? No. It's. Noel took a closer look at the object and realized it was a tree's root. It's dangerous. Noel wanted to warn the others, but it seemed they were attacked by the roots as well. Even Alfred stopped to block the root while the bully had his lower left arm pierced by it. But his decision to warn the others actually bit him on the back. 3 more roots emerged from behind and looped around him, trying to strike him from above. Noel followed the sound and turned around, waving his sword toward the 3 roots. Unfortunately, it didn't go like he expected. Artigan cut through the first root, but stopped in the middle of the second root. I can't cut it? Noel widened his eyes in shock. Artigan's sharpness was beyond his imagination. He had tried to cut a rock with it and it was able to cut it like a butter. Is this root harder than a rock? Noel gritted his teeth while leaning his body to the side. Although Artigan cut one root and stopped the other one, there was still one root moving toward him. And he wasn't in the position to reach it. Luckily, with that last-ditch movement, the root missed his arm, only grazing the skin. It hurts. Noel hurriedly pulled Artigan back, raised it to the top of his head, and swung it down, cutting the root that injured him earlier. Ha! Surprisingly, the root was cut so easily that he felt no restriction from it, unlike the first one. I can cut it like cutting the stone. Noel was surprised by the revelation. But his mind soon tried to figure out the reason. It was said that a sword master could cut more than a normal swordsman. And what was the reason? Is my technique lacking? Noel was bewildered by what he found. But if that's the case, why did the first slash have the restriction while the second didn't? While thinking about this problem, Noel leapt back to regain some distance from the roots. Wait a minute. Sir Shale is training us to do only 3 movements. A vertical slash, a diagonal slash, and a stab. Noel figured out the reason. The first slash wasn't among the 3 he practiced, so his technique, even with the help of art against swordsmanship, was still lacking compared to the 3 techniques he'd learned. As if giving Noel an opportunity, 2 roots emerged behind him. The roots were pretty straightforward, so Noel didn't even need to look at it before jumping to the side, avoiding the roots that always aimed for his body. Let's try it. Noel thought as he raised his sword to the side, making a diagonal slash that perpendicular to the root. Ha! Surprisingly, the 2 roots were cut cleanly that he felt no restriction unlike the first swing. This is... Noel gasped. It turned out a sharp sword wasn't everything. He also needed a proper technique to handle the sword. So, that's how it is. Although it's only 3 techniques. Before he finished his words, he heard a scream from the side. It turned out the bully got his right thigh pierced by the roots. TSK. Although I hate him, he's still useful when he's alive. It's clear that the demon can release more than 10 roots. And if all of them go to me, I would be dead. I'm not strong enough to defeat a demon by myself right now, so. As the thought appeared in his head, Noel's body had reached the bully as he struck the root that hit the bully, cutting it down. He muttered inwardly, "You need to live until I get stronger." /16/U. The bully widened his eyes, shocked to find Noel helping him. He thought Noel was weaker than him that needed some helps, but it turned out to be the other way around. Even when he glanced at Noel's previous spot, he knew Noel had cut them down with only a graze. However, Noel didn't care about his opinion and immediately turned around, finding Alfred getting surrounded by 5 roots at the same time. He seemed to have a hard time fighting against the roots. Noel rushed to Alfred without hesitation and took the demon by surprise, cutting down 2 roots in rapid succession. Their reaction was the same. Alfred never expected Noel could achieve all this. On the contrary, Noel simply said, "Kill the demon." Alfred's body trembled before he recalled his confidence and goal. Without hesitation, he ran to the tree demon and let Noel take care of the roots. Unfortunately for him, he didn't realize that Noel was using him to check the demon's capability. The tree demon could indeed manipulate the roots to attack them. It would be extremely dangerous if it ambushed them out of nowhere. However, the roots were not the only part of the tree. Even a human could punch, kick, and even headbutt their enemy to inflict damage. Hence, he believed the demon that had been described as scary creature would have more capability than he thought. Just like he predicted, the branches started moving and expanding not only from the width, but also the wide. The roots came out of the ground and began to turn the trunk around, showing a huge craved face on the trunk. The giant branches looped around, surrounding Alfred from all directions. TSK. Alfred clicked his tongue and jumped to the side, trying to avoid the encirclement before moving to the tree side. When he was about to strike the tree with his sword, the leaves fell on top of him. Because he had seen roots and branches, Alfred stopped in his track and went to the other side, avoiding the leaves that turned out to be just a distraction. The moment he reached the other side, the demon sent its branches to strike Alfred. Although he blocked it with his sword, the demon was stronger than him and eventually pushed him back. However, the demon had one miscalculation. It was Noel. After cutting down the roots, Noel immediately headed to the tree, planning to chop it with a single strike while its attention remained on Alfred. Alfred was surprised that Noel always appeared to handle the situation. His sword already reached the trunk, trying to cut it down. But surprisingly, the sword stopped in the middle. What? Noel widened his eyes. He had used the right technique, but he still failed to chop it down. It turned out the demon had a stronger body than a rock. No, that small ball must be the demon and the tree is just its host. Still, it doesn't change the fact that the tree becomes even sturdier. No wonder the demon is scary. While he was thinking, the tree spun its body, especially its root, to smack Noel. "Watch out!" Alfred shouted. Noel could tell the movement and immediately pull his sword, but the result wasn't like what he envisioned. Huh? It's stuck. Noel couldn't pull his sword. When his vision moved slightly to the right, he saw the trunk started regenerating. "Stop!" Alfred roared as he struck the tree, albeit he couldn't do as much damage as Noel. Even his sword only went through several centimeters, not even half of Noel's reach. "KH. Hurry up and pull that sword. If you don't pull your sword right now, you won't be able to pull it out later." "I'm trying." Noel gritted his teeth, pulling it as hard as he could. Unfortunately, it was useless. "TSK. I don't like owing someone anything." The bully suddenly reached them and swung both of his swords, striking Noel's sword toward the opening. This force was all Noel needed to break free from the restraint, allowing him to pull out his sword. However, due to the injury he sustained, the bully dropped to the ground while clutching his arm that was injured earlier. He overstrained his muscle and widened his injury from that strike alone. GH. As if getting angry at the man who ruined everything, the tree aimed at his life next. However, Noel once again struck the tree at the same spot, cutting the other half of the trunk with all his strength. "Ha!" Noel roared, mustering every ounce of his strength. The sword had a hard time slicing the trunk, but with Noel not thinking about conserving his stamina anymore, the sword ultimately cut the rest of the trunk. Bam! Due to the diagonal cut, the trunk slid down and fell to the ground. Ha! Noel panted a few times before looking at the two, who also felt relieved that the demon was dying. Unfortunately for them, they still didn't know the demon enough. The branches started moving again and rushed to the bully. The bully widened his eyes as he thought he was going to die, but Alfred already appeared in front of him, stopping the branches with his sword. He didn't forget to shout at Noel, "Go to that face." The small creature earlier must be controlling the tree from there. The head! Noel recognized his goal and immediately rushed forth, finding the tree-craved face. Without hesitation, he stabbed the area on top of the eyes, since it should be considered the forehead in human's anatomy. Although he didn't know the exact position, he just hoped that was the case since their group was in a bad situation after this fight alone. They didn't want to make it worse. "Die!" Noel shouted. When he was piercing the tree, he suddenly felt a sudden change in texture as he ultimately pierced through the trunk. The branches stopped for a moment before falling to the ground, signaling the end of the battle. Huffed! Huffed! Noel dropped to his knees while secretly touching Art against Mark to open the system. He had tested it in the past week and knew that no one could see the system other than him. He opened the mission and confirmed that he managed to kill the demon. Medal, Military Service Merit, Requirement, Kill 10 demons, 1/10, Reward, Military Service Medal and 3 honor points, /17 /, Pant. Noel was quite exhausted even though the enemy was only a single demon. And it didn't seem to be a high-rank demon either. Even Alfred couldn't say anything after challenging the demon. Before talking to them, Noel cut the wood carefully and found the small creature inside the trunk. The sensation on his hand felt like as if he was squeezing a wool that he could crush with his hand. There was a purple blood coming out of the stab wound, so he avoided touching that area. After taking a closer look at the demon, he used his sword to cut open the demon, specifically in the head's area, finding a small purple crystal. So small. Noel thought as he used Art again to scoop it out and poured some water to wash the blood away. Only then he returned to the group while handing the purple crystal to Alfred. "Here, the purple crystal." Alfred frowned, pondering something in his head. After a while, he said, "I apologize for being so arrogant. I take my words back, it turns out I can't handle the demon by myself. So, I want to ask you two to cooperate with me so that we can finish the task as soon as possible. ! Noel and the bully widened their eyes as they didn't expect the proud and arrogant noble actually apologized. When they were about to say something, Alfred explained the reason. I am here as a trainee of the Demon Banner Army, not a noble. Even I will die if I can't cooperate with both of you. So, this time, I want to renew our agreement. Noel looked at Alfred weirdly. Just like Alfred said earlier, he was someone who stated all the facts. If he was in the wrong, he would say so and choose to lower his pride to survive. At the same time, the bully looked at Noel and said, in that case, I'd like to apologize as well. If not for your help, I would have died earlier. I acted earlier because of my prejudice against noble, but it turned out you're different than them. So, if you want to hit me to pay back for what I have done, do it. I won't fight back. As long as we can cooperate. The better the group ranking is, the bigger chance I can grab for my life. Noel became even more surprised. Even though the situation compelled for such an action, they were still not that bad. At the very least, they didn't cling to their useless pride and cause the group to be defeated by a demon. Once again, I'm Noel Artigan. You can call me Noel. Hitting you here is the worst move I can make, but if we can finish the mission and return to the base, let me hit you once. We will call it even. Noel smiled. The bully closed his eyes as he said, sure. I am Leslie. Alfred thought for a moment before finally introducing himself. I am Alfred Starwood. You can call me Alfred. Before we continue, we need to tend to our wounds first. That's right. Noel agreed without hesitation. Alfred immediately covered his hands with white cloth while Leslie bandaged the wound on his arm and thigh. Since Noel's wound was only a graze, he finished first and helped Leslie bandage his thigh. Leslie felt embarrassed because the fallen noble that he had bullied in the past week was actually far different than his imagination. He regretted to fall for cheap provocation and bully him. In the end, he apologized over and over again even though Noel said, it's fine. After they finished, Alfred said, according to my family teaching, an introduction is a must for a group, especially about their specialty and what you can expect them to do. I thought you guys were useless, so I didn't do it. But I'd like to talk about this now. To show my sincerity, I'll tell mine first. My sword is a slightly heavy sword that can deal a lot of damage. It can crush a demon if I put all my strength to it, but it seems that I've underestimated them. That's why I'm planning to change my role. Considering Noel's sword seems to be sharper than anyone else here. Leslie thought about his quality before explaining it to them. I use a normal sword and armor. My technique is so-so, but I have some confidence to execute some tasks like earlier. I can move around to help when needed. Since both of them had revealed their strength, Noel also showed a bit of his power. I'm just a fallen noble and I've never held a sword in my life before my family was ruined. I'm relying on my sword right now, but I think I have improved quite good in the past few days. I don't know about my specialty though. That's enough. Alfred nodded. After listening to both of you, I think I'll be the one taking the attack from the demons. Noel can attack the demon with your sword. Even if you can't take down the demon in a single strike, make sure to wound the enemy. Leslie will move between us and cover our backs. We might have a grudge between us, but I'd like to ask you to forget about the grudge when we're in this forest. At the very least, we need each other to survive in this mission. What do you think? After listening to Alfred, Noel and Leslie exchanged looks as they were the bully and the bullied. Noel had recognized this fact before they talked, so he nodded. After another round of apology, Leslie also agreed to the arrangement. Just like Alfred said, the group might have a grudge between each other, but their cooperation would be better until they finished their mission. Well, the situation has improved, I guess. It seems that I'm pretty lucky to have this teammate over those who will only continue with their prejudice even in danger. Noel thought as he expected more in the next fight. /18 I spotted another demon. Leslie shouted. After enough rest, They started hunting for another demon and soon found it not long after. This time, they had strategy and understanding to each other. So, they wanted to do better than the previous hunt. The demon Lezel'ev found turned out to be a beast. It was standing on 4 feet and its fur looked like spikes with both sharpness and hardness. It had a sharp claws and long fangs that could shred them apart. Its height reached Lezel'ev's chest and its length was twice of its height. Although it was smaller than the tree, a demon beast like this would be even more troublesome. As soon as it heard Lezel'ev's shout, the demon leapt forth, pouncing on him. Luckily, Alfred was close to Lezel'ev and immediately appeared between them, striking his sword to the demon's claws. "Go!" Alfred shouted. It was the signal for Noel. Taking the advantage of him stopping the demon, Noel looped around them and hit the demon's body. Clang! A clicking noise resounded in the area as Artigan actually failed to cut the demon's body. "It's not strong enough?" Noel widened his eyes. "Huh?" Lezel'ev also came to Noel and struck Artigan, giving an additional force to it. However, the spikes had no sign of breaking. Only the body slightly tilted to the left. As if the demon started getting angry, it roared and used all its strength. In the instant he pushed Alfred, the latter moved for several meters. What strength! Alfred gritted his teeth and hurriedly charged forward, trying to grab the demon's attention again. But the advantage of being a demon beast became apparent as the demon spun its body and struck both Noel and Lezel'ev with its paws. The duo was shocked because they almost lost their swords from the strike alone, showing the raw strength the demon had. If not because they gripped it firmly, the swords would have flown away. Even though they managed to hold their swords, their bodies were pushed back for several meters as well. It is agile, quick, and strong. The demon is far different than the demon tree we fought earlier. Noel squinted his eyes, wondering how to kill this kind of enemy. "You seem to be smarter than any of us here in dealing with the demon. I'm going to help Alfred to buy you time. Come up with something," said Lezel'ev as he moved toward the demon. Although they had some understanding from the previous talk, it was still surprising how much a person could trust you after you had a conflict with them. Even so, Noel couldn't care less about it in this situation. A spike covering the whole body, the fang that can protect the front, the sharp claws to attack, and the agile body that can move to a desired position. Noel squinted his eyes, finding a way to fight this monster. While Noel was coming up with a strategy to take down the demon, Alfred struck the monster with his sword but ended up getting blown away by their difference in strength. "This demon is too strong." Alfred gritted his teeth. "It's far stronger than the demon tree. Should we run away then?" Lezel'ev asked while cutting the demon from the side, only to be stopped by its spikes. "It's impossible to run. Can't you see that it's faster than us? If we don't kill it, we won't be able to escape from this place alive," Alfred replied. Although he had expected the demon to be this strong, he never thought it would be this strong. Lezel'ev could only leave everything to his fate and continue swinging his sword. Alfred said the truth. Even if they tried to run, the demon would chase after them. So, it was impossible to run. While they were keeping the demon at bay, Noel furrowed his eyebrows, staring at the demon. "The demon banner army required us to kill 10 demons. If all 10 demons were similar to the demon tree we defeated earlier, it wouldn't be that hard to achieve it before the sunset. Yet, the demon banner army gave 3 days for the time limit. Why?" Noel muttered inwardly before coming to a realization. "Don't tell me. They know that we're going to face trouble like this. It's a fair point because we've trained only for a week before hunting a demon. It's not enough training. In that case, their aim is something else. It's true that we need to kill the demons, but killing a single demon will take us most of our stamina and time. That's why the time limit is 3 days. Then, how do we kill a demon far stronger than us?" Noel's mind started to recall all the things they taught in the classes other than the physical stuff. At that time, Shale said, "The demon has a far superior physical ability than us and they're also versatile. That's why it's hard for a human to kill a demon by themselves. However, why do you think we're still standing here instead of getting killed by the demon? Because we are smarter than them, Our brain can use everything around us as a weapon to kill the demon. Whether it's a trap, combining our power, or anything, we will make sure we have enough advantage to kill the demon. This is our way to kill the demons. Noel suddenly got an inspiration. That's right. Combining our power is not enough right now. In that case, I should create an advantageous position with something. And what's that? After a minute, Noel shouted, Alfred, Leslie. Do you trust me? Alfred looked at Noel in confusion while Leslie replied, do you have a way to kill this demon? I do, but I need preparation. If you can hold for 5 minutes. I will be able to kill the demon. Then do it. Alfred shouted. Fighting against a powerful opponent like this will drain our stamina and it's also extremely dangerous. 5 minutes, huh? Leslie ultimately nodded his head. As soon as he got their approval, Noel ran away, stunning both Leslie and Alfred. Is he running away? /19 What are we going to do now? That guy must be running away, leaving us here to fend for ourselves. Leslie gritted his teeth, looking at Alfred. Even though he cooperate with Noel and trust him a bit, this was already beyond his ability. Nothing we can do. Alfred shook his head. Even if we run, this demon will hunt us down. We need to find an opportunity if we want to run. An opportunity? Yeah. If there's another battle around us, we can drag this demon there to get some help from others. But let's wait for 5 to 10 minutes first. If he doesn't come back, we'll do it. Alfred nodded in agreement. He also wanted to escape right now, but the situation didn't allow him to. Seeing there was still a trace of trust in Alfred's eyes, Leslie could only grit his teeth and endure this battle for another few minutes. The battle continued as the demon continued to overwhelm them. Alfred had exhausted most of his stamina while Leslie was covered with bruises. The hope became dim as these few minutes felt like a few hours. The one they expected to come back never appeared. But when the situation couldn't get any worse, they heard a shout from the side. Leslie, Alfred. Run toward me! ! Leslie and Alfred turned their heads, finding Noel on the side with his shirt completely soaked with sweat. It seemed Noel had been working hard on his own. After exchanging a nod, Leslie and Alfred hurriedly ran to Noel. As Alfred said earlier, the demon chased them. Its speed was quicker than them, so the demon caught up to them soon. When the demon was about to leap and pounce them, Noel leapt forward and grabbed Leslie and Alfred's shoulder and pushed them to the ground. The three suddenly dropped to the ground, making the demon miss them and falling to the bushes behind Noel. Even though falling to the ground was painful, Noel still stood back up and thrust his sword. Surprisingly, the moment the demon reached the bushes, it stopped in midair as if he was stuck in that position. And Noel thrust his sword to the area that wasn't protected by its spikes, the butt. Huffed. Huffed. Noel panted a few times as he dropped to the ground, smiling. Finally. It dies. What is happening? Leslie widened his eyes. There was a shock and confusion reflected on his eyes. On the other hand, Alfred opened the bushes and found a few sharp spikes planted on the ground. 2 of them impaled the demon's face, making him stick in that position. Spikes from woods. No, they're roots. Alfred gasped. That's the roots from the demon we killed earlier. This demon beast is protected from all sides, so I thought about using a surprise attack to impale him. This way, the fangs won't be fast enough to stop them. Noel explained while panting. The demon tree? Yeah. I noticed that the demon tree was sturdier than normal trees. At the same time, we didn't have enough time to carve a spike made of its trunk. Hence, I chose the roots that had pointed tips. They were perfect to pierce our body, so I thought it was at least better than a normal tree trunk to impale him. Noel nodded. So, the reason why it took you so long. Leslie looked at Noel in shock. Yes. I ran there and came back here before planting these roots. Noel nodded. Still, why did you think about using a trap? Noel smiled and recalled the lesson from Shale. Let's admit that we're weaker than the demon. Even if we combine our strength, We can only take down a demon tree earlier. The time limit and the difficulty don't match up. So, I thought this is a test to apply all the lessons we've learned so far. In other words, our adaptability. We can use everything as our weapons, even the parts of a demon's body. That's why they only want us to bring the crystal back. They want us to use their parts to kill them. Just like these roots, if we use those sharp fangs as a dagger, won't it be able to cut the enemy if we place a trap like this? Now that I think about it, there are two superior weapons other than a weapon made of metal. And one of them is a weapon created by a demon body. Alfred nodded in agreement. Yeah. The time limit is too long. So, I figure out there the time it takes us to create traps and strategy to kill the demon. And the other reason is. Noel looked down, hesitating to say the other reason. What is that? Alfred frowned. It's to join hands with other groups. Although we need to kill 2 or 3 times the number, it's going to be far easier to kill the demon with that number. Noel looked at Alfred. It's just I don't think you're fond with this idea. Alfred remained silent. It was true that getting another 3 people in the group would allow them to kill the enemies easier. However, he didn't like the fact that he was taking advantage of other people. After all, they could simply leave after achieving their objective. It was basically the same as Leslev's previous strategy. But Alfred found one more thing. There is a difference between your words and Leslev's previous plan. It's to have an equal cooperation. We can't go back until both groups have achieved their objectives. So, are we going to cooperate with another group then? But we don't know where they are. Leslev reminded them about the problem. That's. Swish. Swish. Before Alfred could reply, the bushes started moving before a beast leapt above the bushes, trying to pounce Noel. The demon had the same appearance as the one they killed earlier. Noel! Alfred shouted while Noel turned around, thinking, there's another demon around us? Not good, I can't dodge this one. Noel closed his eyes for a moment, knowing he would be heavily injured by the monster. However, the pain he had expected never came, confusing him. The moment he opened his eyes, he saw the demon's head flying. The one who beheaded the demon was a woman. Her blonde hair had some yellow lightning spark on it, making the hair shine like that of a gold. When she turned around, she smiled warmly and asked, "Are you all right?" Noel instantly recognized this face. How could he forget about it? She was the woman that planned the entire execution of his parents and the downfall of his family, Anna Stargaze. Despite her having saved Noel from the demon, the blood rushed into his head as veins started bulging on his forehead. Gripping the sword tightly, Noel had no hesitation to swing his blade to her with a shout full of anger. Anna Stargaze. /20 Anna Stargaze. Noel waved his sword toward the mastermind who caused the downfall of his family. Clang! A green-colored sword stood in Noel's way, blocking Artigan easily. Anna's body had tilted to the side with her eyes staring at Noel. "I just saved you from this demon and now you want to kill me?" Anna asked with a shocked expression. However, she already knew that Noel wouldn't be able to control himself. With just a single glance, it was clear that Noel would continue to attack her. So, Anna used both hands to push Noel's back before letting the sword slide downwards, allowing her to avoid it with a leap. In the air, she spun her body and sent a kick right at Noel's arm. Even though she didn't look that strong, a single kick from her launched Noel away. Rolling a few times on the ground, Noel finally stopped a few meters from the group. Alfred and Leslev dropped their jaws, shocked. Anna just showed a strength similar to the demon they fought earlier. However, she had a small build and her arms didn't look it had muscle. Yet, they couldn't deny what they had just witnessed either. They didn't know how Anna could release that much power with that body. On the other hand, Noel was gnashing his teeth as he was trying to endure the pain on his right arm. With all that pain, he somehow managed to stand up and prepare to attack her again. How could he wait anymore? The person that destroyed his family and killed his parents were in front of him. This kind of chance might not come again. "I don't come here to fight you, Noel." Anna sighed. Even though their current age was the same, she had regressed. Her soul was much older than her current age, so she couldn't help but call Noel with his name like an older woman calling a small kid in the street. "Don't call me with that poisonous mouth of yours." Noel rushed toward her and thrust his sword. "You're not strong enough to fight me, let alone killing me." Anna shook her head helplessly and struck Noel's blade, letting it slide on her own blade and causing Noel to continue moving forward. When they were only half a meter away, Anna grabbed Noel's shirt and twisted it before throwing Noel to the ground with his own momentum. Gah! Noel coughed a few times as his whole body felt hurt. But before he could do anything, he suddenly felt something pressing his back. Soon, two shoes stepped on both of his hands, pinning his body and hands to the ground to restrain him. Noel glanced to the back and saw Anna sitting on his back with her feet restraining his two hands. You have been a smart guy since the start. Why do you become a fool right now?" Anna let out a long sigh. "Do you think you can kill me now? Just give up. If I wanted to kill you, you'd be dead already. But I'm not here for your life. I don't care. No matter what, I'm going to kill you." Noel roared before Anna's hand grabbed his head and pinned it down, completely restraining him this time. "Kill her." Noel then looked at Leslev and Alfred. Leslev and Alfred exchanged looks, wondering what they should do. On the one hand, this was the first time they saw Noel this angry. On the other hand, they knew Anna had just saved his life. As for the story between them, they were completely unaware since they didn't participate in the throne war. She must have been hiding since she could appear in such a perfect time. In other words, she has been following us this whole time. "Are you going to trust her?" Noel tried to convince them. And it was indeed a good argument, considering Anna's appearance was perfect. Anna lowered her head, thinking, "I start regretting my decision to choose this group instead of others. At first, I want to observe Noel further because of his potential, but it seems that I'm too rash. Ugh, even in my past life, I'm not that good in mind battles like this. The only good thing from my past life was the techniques I learned as well as my experiences. What should I do now?" After thinking for a while, Anna explained to Leslev and Alfred. "I have been following you three." "That's true." The two guys remained silent, but they still furrowed their eyebrows because it was truly unpleasant to know someone tailing them like this. "That's right. Don't trust this woman. If not, she will ruin your family." Noel didn't forget to add some flames. "However," Anna added, "I won't deny what I've done. However, all that is for a good reason. I am trying to find a team that can help me with something, and your group is actually the first one to figure out the essence of this test. So, I think you guys are the perfect fit." "Help you with something?" Alfred asked. "What is that?" "I'm not pretty sure right now, but there's been a strange movement lately. I'm afraid this movement might cause a small outbreak and endanger the people here, especially you trainees." "What? Demon outbreak?" Leslev dropped his jaw to the ground as his face became pale, terrified. "Yes. Although this is not confirmed yet, I'd like to prepare something in advance. At the very least, I want to save as many people as possible. Though, this means you're going to give up the record. Of course, I'm going to talk to the commander about this, so your contribution won't go unrewarded. What do you think?" "I'm not going. I won't trust you," Noel shouted as he was shaking his body to throw her away, but to no avail. "Don't trust her. If you trust her, she will ruin your life." "Sure. I'll help you," Alfred suddenly answered. He didn't even need to think for long. "Yes. I agree." Leslev nodded in agreement. "What?" Noel looked at them in horror. Leslev aside, Alfred seemed to have some conflicts in his family that required him to clear the mission as soon as possible, but it didn't take too long for him to accept the request. He felt the little trust that he had built with Alfred and Leslev just broke apart. /21 "I'm sorry, but the lives of the people are more important. Besides, this way I can surpass my brother in a different way, and this record will certainly not be broken by anyone, said Alfred while closing his eyes, not knowing what face he should show Noel. She's lying. You're going to be ruined if you trust her. Noel wanted to warn them again, wanting to convince them that Anna would ruin them like how she destroyed his family. However, Leslie simply stated with a cold tone. Well, I don't see any reason for her to screw me over. Even a commoner like me knows the reputation of Anna Stargaze, the daughter of Marquis Stargaze. So, I'm simply taking the opportunity. No matter how hard Noel persuaded them, they didn't have a single intention to change their thought. Anna closed her eyes with a complicated expression. She looked at Noel's horrified expression and thought, I want to solve the hatred, but why does it feel like I'm taking everything again from this guy? I thought he could be calmer and follow me while bidding his time to kill me. This way, he will continue observing my actions and learn more about me, lessening the hatred in his heart. However, it seems that he is more hot-blooded than I expected. Should I take back my words? But I also need to save Alfred Starwood. I met his brother in my past life and knew that his brother didn't survive the outbreak. If I could save him, I could make his brother owe me something. This favor will certainly help me in the near future for that event. On the other hand, Noel is still the biggest issue. I have worsened the already worst relationship. Really? Should I just kill this guy or let him grow while solving the hatred? Well, he's more useful when he's alive. Although I don't want to admit it, in the past life, Noel has helped more than 100,000 commoners in the kingdom. But the king betrayed me at the last moment. Is it still worth to protect this kingdom? Anna was in the dilemma now that she faced the real situation. She thought she had considered everything, but the more she met Noel, the more problems appeared in her mind. So, do I continue with this farce and save Alfred to get the favor that can help me soon? Or should I mend the relationship between me and Noel to solve the long war between us? Anna didn't know what to choose. The benefits that she could get from Alfred's brother was simply too great, so she was contemplating. After 2 minutes, Anna said, I need your help too, Noel. Just bear with me for one night. At that time, I will give you the chance to kill me. That is if you're strong enough. She tried a different approach to gain Noel's cooperation, simply because she wanted him to be in her side. Get off me. I won't be following whatever you said. Noel gritted his teeth, glaring at her in anger. My family is not enough with you and now you're trying to torture me here? That's. Anna suddenly stopped as she remembered something in her past life. In the last battle against Noel, the latter always told her that she was ignorant and didn't know anything without giving a single explanation. It truly made her heart waver. This was what you said in the previous life. Now that I think about it, Noel was always good with his brain. Well, I will use my experience when fighting against you. Anna smiled and looked at Noel, saying with a gentle tone. Do you think that's all there to it? In your eyes, your family is probably number one. However, do you think that's all there is to your family? Why do you think you're spared with your family heirloom? Why do you think your family was executed? You don't know anything, Noel. You don't know the real truth. Anna smirked. She tried to come up with words that made Noel doubt himself while shifting the blame from her to his ignorance. Don't you think my proposal is quite good? You can save some people while getting a chance to fight me in the end? Anna smirked, inciting Noel for the fight. Though, her thoughts said otherwise as she said inwardly, well, I don't care what I need to use to keep you on my side. The more I save him, the more he hesitates in revenge. After that, I can start searching for some clues about the royal family's betrayal. My words alone shouldn't be enough to decide the life and death of Count Artigan after all, so there must be something more to it. When he heard this agreement, Noel's eyes wavered slightly. He couldn't believe what Anna said because that mouth was the one that gave the idea to the royal family to execute the Artigan family. If it was a normal royal family, their Artigan family would simply get exiled like the third prince they supported. With just a single thought about it, he could confirm that everything didn't match up. There might be something more to his family's downfall. As soon as he became a bit calmer, he knew his eyes had been clouded by revenge. However, he still couldn't accept everything she said. "No. I'd rather die than cooperating with you," Noel answered out loud. Anna frowned. It didn't seem she could convince Noel today. However, she clearly saw the change in Noel's eyes. "Well, it doesn't seem you're going to attack me right now." Slowly but surely, Anna gradually rose while saying, "It's clear that you're not strong enough to fight a demon alone. So, I'll take back what I said from breaking your group. I just want you to know there's a potential outbreak in 1 or 2 days. I don't need your pity. This group can no longer work," said Noel coldly while glancing at Alfred and Leslie. They looked away as if telling Noel that they wanted to follow Anna. Without waiting for them to reply, Noel turned around and started walking while pressing his left arm and chest to decrease the pain. "Wait, Noel." Looking at that lonely back, Anna tried to stop him. Unfortunately for her, Noel only glared at her with some killing intent as he said coldly, "I don't need your pity. I'll make you regret for not killing me now, Anna Stargaze. /22 / I'll make you regret for not killing me now, Anna Stargaze." While looking at Noel's lonely back, Anna raised her hand as if trying to reach him but ended up scratching the back of her head, thinking, "I messed up. Maybe I should have used a mask or something and gained his trust. No, the moment he learns my true identity, it would just cause the same thing. I need to continue to approach him, but not too much so that he doesn't think I am annoying. Then, I should focus on my original mission, I guess." While Anna led Alfred and Leslie through the forest, Noel wandered aimlessly for a few minutes, not knowing what to do. He felt like he had lost everything. As expected, I shouldn't have any friends. They'll just betray me again and again, especially with that poisonous woman around. Noel clenched his hands tightly because once again, something that he had was taken away again by Anna. At the same time, he couldn't ignore what she said earlier. Still, no matter how talented she is, Anna Stargaze alone is not enough to influence the royal family to execute my family. There are only 2 reasons for the royal family to agree to the execution. First, they have an arranged marriage. In other words, Anna Stargaze will become the queen herself. However, this is impossible because she won't be here. So, it means they're not married or engaged. If that's the case, then there was something hidden in my family. That something threatened the royal family, so they executed my family to seize that thing which I have no knowledge about. In other words, Anna Stargaze was just playing a small role here. Or even worse, becoming the scapegoat of the royal family. Even earlier, she didn't have any intention to harm me. Is it like she said? There's a conspiracy going on? Noel gritted his teeth, not knowing anything. He truly had no idea about what happened. Unbeknownst to him, Anna also didn't have any knowledge about it. She simply spouted some nonsense just to plant some doubts in his heart to make the negotiation smoother. Still, I can't do anything right now. I'm too weak to even do anything. The commander also wants me to hide my identity soon, so I should start getting stronger, and when I hide my identity, I can begin searching about the clues about my family and the conspiracy, Noel thought. This is the best option for me. But how do I get stronger? Noel frowned, contemplating. At the same time, the previous scene flashed in his mind. Wait a minute. The sword she used earlier. Noel recalled the sword's appearance. The sword had a muddy silver color. Even with a single glance, he should have realized because the sword was actually the same as all the iron swords that Shale offered earlier. It's only a normal iron sword? Noel gasped. Even his Artigan had a hard time cutting a monster, but Anna could kill the demon with just a normal iron sword. He was too shocked. What's the difference between us? Our swordsmanship? I know that swordsmanship can determine how good you can cut your enemy, but it shouldn't be to that extent. What if? No, wait. Let's take another look at this. Noel fell silent and looked down, recalling the scene perfectly. He remembered there was a dim light covering her blade. That light was made of yellow particles that continuously hovered around the sword. It ended in a flash, but he could clearly remember those particles. What are they? Noel squinted his eyes, trying to come up with some explanations about it. However, there was only one answer to all questions in his mind. Spirit. Don't tell me, she has made a contract with her spirit too and can utilize its power? Noel looked at Artigan and frowned. He had made a contract with Artigan and Husk a week ago, but the two always told him to improve his body and swordsmanship first before using their power because it would take a toll on his body. Unfortunately, I am too weak. Noel gritted his teeth, frustrated. It seems that I need to get a strong foundation and body first before I can fight with my spirit. Although I don't want to admit it, that woman managed to block my swing easily. It was clear that her sword mastery and body were stronger than me. Noel sighed, disappointed. Even so, he also knew how to get stronger from now on. Since I'm alone right now, I should move around the forest to find any clues about the ancient demon tree. At the same time, I'll complete my mission in eliminating the demons. Although it's impossible for me to kill any demon by myself, I can utilize traps. If I avoid all the demons that might be impossible for me to cut and only target those I can kill with traps, I can do this. It might take a long time, but I need to do this. I won't rely on anyone else. When I can use my spirit, I won't bother myself with other people. Still, I think I should accept her proposal earlier. The trainees are considered townspeople since they're living in the town. If I help them, I can finish another mission that will give me more skill points to upgrade my ability. Well, it's useless to cry over spilled milk. After considering everything, Noel shook his head and slapped his cheeks. He had a resolve in his heart, which was to finish this test and survive. With a clear goal in his mind, he started making his preparation. Cutting the trees with Artigan and shaped them like a spike, getting some leaves to hide something, and even digging holes to trap them. Noel was creating all sorts of traps that Shell taught them in the past week. It took a lot of effort and time, but Noel completed everything and was ready to hunt some demons. /23 ha ha ha. Noel laughed in the middle of the forest. Of course, he wasn't insane. There was a demon in front of him. The demon had 4 feet, but half the size of the demon beast he first fought. That laugh was simply to grab this demon's attention. Unlike the previous demon beast, this demon didn't have an extraordinary fur that could repel his attack, so Noel tried to take advantage of this situation first to see whether he could kill the demon without using a trap or not. The moment the demon pounced on him, Noel took a step back, trying to match his movement so that the demon's movement would become a bit slower in his eyes. After that, he raised his sword, pointing it at the demon so that it would be impaled by its own momentum. Surprisingly, this demon waved its claws to the side, causing a small gale in the air. That slight push allowed the demon to push its body a little bit, resulting in the demon barely avoiding the sword. What, it can do that? The demon is too smart, or it might be their instinct? Noel gritted his teeth. Although he could graze the demon's body, it was too shallow to even do anything. Even the blood dripping from its stomach wasn't that much, so it would be a long time before the demon's movement started to become sluggish. Even though the demon could avoid it, it's clear that humans are still smarter than demons. I should use everything as my weapon to defeat this demon. Noel thought, assuring himself that he could win this battle. At the very least, fighting this demon seemed to be easier than the demon tree they first encountered. Without any thought about using the traps, Noel kicked the demon that almost landed on the ground. However, he felt a sharp pain coming from his foot. Arg! Noel screamed in pain as he lowered his vision, finding the demon biting his teeth. He hurriedly thrust his sword to the demon that was still stuck on his foot, only to find it jump away. Noel gritted his teeth as the pain was unbearable. For someone who never fought on the battlefield, there were tears formed on the corner of his eyes. Still, he managed to hold on and jump back with his other foot to regain some distance. The two were glaring at each other as they prepared to make a move. At the same time, there was a thought running in Noel's mind. I see. Demons might have different traits from each other. The demon tree had good versatility, the demon beast earlier had strength and defensive ability, while this one has reflex and speed. It's truly hard to discern all the demon's traits. Noel tried to feel his left foot and found out that every step is heavy and painful. With this injury, the demon hurriedly charged toward him, trying to finish him off. Because it was impossible for Noel to jump back to match the demon's movement, Noel couldn't follow the demon's speed this time. The latter took this opportunity to run quicker, arriving in front of Noel in just 2 seconds. Noel waved his sword, but the latter ducked down before jumping straight at Noel's neck. Noel hurriedly tilted his head to the side, barely avoiding the sharp teeth of that demon. After that, he dragged his left foot to turn around, making sure the demon didn't escape his eyes. The demon turned around and attacked Noel again without mercy. I can't jump, but Noel thought. There was one desperate attempt to recreate his previous movement. Instead of jumping, he was throwing himself backward even if it meant he fell on his butt. This action allowed him to match the demon's movement for 2 seconds. Using that chance, Noel raised his sword, stabbing the demon. The demon once again waved its claws to avoid the sword, but Noel had expected him doing so. Hence, he struck the demon with his own head. Both of them fell back as Noel felt a scratch on his head. Although the demon was fast, it seemed it wasn't fast enough to fully bite his head. The demon only managed to open his mouth a bit to let one of its fangs graze Noel's forehead. On the other hand, Noel was using his own skull to make an impact on the demon's mouth, causing the demon's conscious waver for a second. With the demon stopping on its track, Noel gritted his teeth, enduring all that pain while thrusting his sword toward the demon to kill it. Medal, Military Service Merit, Requirement, Kill 10 demons, 3 tenths, Reward, Military Service Medal and 3 honor points, Huffed. Huffed. Noel closed his right eye because the blood from the graze flowed toward it while his left eye tried hard to focus, making sure there was no ambush like earlier. This is hard and painful. I could kill the demon, but the injury was indeed not worth it. Should have used the trap no matter how weak the demon appeared. Noel felt the pain concentrated on his forehead and left calf but still had the time to review his performance, learning his mistake. Why do I need to endure all this pain? This is unfair. If not because of that poisonous woman, I could still work together with Leslie and Alfred, making this far easier. Noel wanted to continue complaining, but closing his wounds took priority. He had prepared something for this. Yes, this was the reason he saved some honor points. Noel exchanged 1 honor point for disinfectant bandage and imagined it to appear in front of him. This. Noel saw the bandage, which was quite thick in his opinion. It seems I can use it a few times. Lucky. He hurriedly put on his forehead and moved to the calf, stopping the bleeding. The pain still continued jolting his mind and hindering his movement, but he should be able to kill another demon with the trap as long as he was careful enough. It's useless to complain. I've made this decision, so I need to see through it. Noel gritted his teeth and started standing up again as a sign of his stubbornness. I need to worry about food later, and I don't think I can sleep for 3 days because my body is still not used to living alone in the wild. I might not wake up when the demon came to me. It'll be a gruesome 3 days, but I'm not going to die here. /24 ha. Noel shouted as he jumped as far as possible, crossing numerous leaves on the ground. As soon as he reached the other side, he turned around and saw a 3-legged demon pounced on him. He struck the demon with his sword, resulting in the demon to stop because it deflected Noel's sword with its giant paw. Gah! The demon soon overpowered Noel with its strength and pushed Noel to the ground. But when he was about to crush Noel's hand and shoulder, the demon's feet had finally landed on the ground and crushed the small structures underneath the leaves. The demon widened its eyes in shock but didn't let out a single sound. It simply stared at Noel as it fell down to the hole that the leaves hid. Noel panted a few times as he looked at the hole, finding the demon getting stabbed by numerous wooden spikes. He made this pitfall 10 meters deep so that the demon's weight and speed were enough to be pierced by the spikes. And it seemed to have worked splendidly. Yes. I have finally killed 5 demons with this. Noel smiled and pumped his fists. Although his body was covered by bandage due to him risking his life to bait the demon, it was worth it. I need to kill 5 more demons before getting a technique that I can use to kill a demon without a trap. Noel nodded with a serious expression. He then took out rope in his bag and tied it to himself before attaching it to a tree. After that, he started going down the hole with the rope and carefully approached the dying demon. He severed the demon's body to pieces so that he could remove them from the hole and reuse this trap. Of course, he didn't forget to take out the crystal on its head after he took out the demon corpse. Well, I don't have any trouble with food and water right now because the demon's meat is similar to a normal animal. I just need to cook them with fire. It won't taste good, but at least, I will have enough energy from it. Noel sighed and raised his head, looking at the orange sky. Although he wanted to continue, it wouldn't be wise to fight during the night because of the lack of light. So, Noel looked at the pitfall and turned around. I shouldn't cover it because a human might pass by and fall to this if they're not careful. I'll just leave it like that and take a rest nearby, not that I can sleep. Noel sighed and walked away while bringing the demon's big arm with him. After reaching an area, he dropped everything and started roaming around to make sure no demon or human was near him. After finding no demons or humans, Noel made a fire and began cooking the meat. Then, he checked the training progress. Training, running 40 km, reward, stamina plus 0.25%, accumulation, 0.70%, training, push up 500 times, reward, constitution plus 0.25%, accumulation, 0.70%, training, swinging a sword up and down 500 times, reward, sword mastery plus 0.25%, accumulation, 0.70%. It won't be wise to run around during the night, so I'll focus on push-up and swinging my sword. I shouldn't overwork myself too. After having dinner, Noel tidied up the place and started training again. His body was sore due to the wound, but he still persisted, trying to finish the training so that he got even stronger. He persisted for a few hours before deciding to take some rest. Although he wouldn't be sleeping, he still relaxed his body. It seems I've been focusing on my swinging in the past week. To think it's the first to be completed. Noel smiled. Training, swinging a sword up and down 1000 times, reward, sword mastery plus 0.25%, accumulation, 0.95%. This is weird. The reward doesn't increase anymore. At first, it increased to 0.35% once before falling back to 0.25%. Well, whatever. I'm just glad I can get stronger just by swinging my sword. Noel smiled. He didn't realize that ever since he needed to live by himself, he started appreciating every little thing. However, the peace was soon shattered by numerous howls that shook the forest. There were so many howls as well as roars coming from all directions. This is. Noel narrowed his eyes and looked to the sky, wondering what happened. He didn't know why, but what Anna said to them earlier flashed in his mind. I am trying to find a team that can help me with something. I'm not pretty sure right now, but there's been a strange movement lately. I'm afraid this movement might cause a small outbreak and endanger the people here, especially you trainees. When he recalled those words, Noel's expression darkened. Don't tell me, she's not lying? There is really going to be an outbreak that will endanger many people? Noel's body trembled. According to Sir Shale, the demons are very calm during the night. So, this is a rare occasion for them to be this loud. In other words, there might be an outbreak happening. Noel looked down and contemplated, muttering his thought, did I make the wrong choice? Maybe I should have accepted her offer not only to save my life but also to save more people to finish my mission. No. I won't go with her. Noel gritted his teeth and looked around him. Anyway, I should think about how to save myself first. If it's an outbreak, I should be able to hide on top of the tree, but. Noel was wondering whether to take this opportunity to hunt some more demons or not. At the very least, his traps should be able to function well. After thinking for a while, Noel nodded with a grim expression. Alright. This is going to be risky, but if I don't risk my life, I won't be able to surpass that woman. Without hesitation, Noel picked up the torch he had prepared earlier instead of the one from his shop, since the torch was similar to the torch in real life, unlike his disinfectant bandage or refreshing water. Alright. Let's do this. I should go near the area where I place all my traps before the demons come. Noel immediately walked away while bringing all his equipment. /25 /roar. Ooh. The forest became noisy soon. Not only the monsters, but the trainees inside the forest also added to the noises. On the other hand, Noel kept his silence while looking around, trying to find anything glowing in the darkness. After all, they were either humans or demons. After waiting for half an hour, Noel found a pair of eyes shining in the darkness. In an instant, he knew it wasn't a human because the pair of eyes was at his waist level. There was no way a human would be that short. Taking out his sword, Noel came out of his hidden spot, showing himself. As he expected, the pair of eyes started running toward him. The closer it became, the clearer he could see the demon's figure. The demon turned out to be a snake. Although barely, he could see that the snake was at around 20 meters. That was why raising its head alone could reach 1 meter high. The body was big. In fact, Noel knew the snake wouldn't have a hard time in swallowing him. Finally, we have a demon snake. According to Sir Shale, demon snake is dangerous, but extremely useful. Its skin is usually used for clothing material, its poison can be used to deal with other demons, and its meat is one of the most delicious among others. However, the demon snake can incapacitate you easily, so you need. As he recalled Shale's lesson, Noel moved to the right, baiting the demon to a tree. As expected, the demon circled the tree and started climbing it even though Noel only faked his climb. Before he reached the top, Noel jumped off the tree, seeing 2/3 of the demon snake's body was already on the tree. Without hesitation, Noel struck this tree with all his strength, chopping it down. Creak. Bam. The tree fell down, crushing the demon snake. However, the demon was sturdier than Noel expected. Some of the branches pierced the demon snake's skin, but the demon snake could still move, snapping those branches from the tree itself. TSK. As expected, it won't go down so easily. Noel clicked his tongue and started running again. This time, Noel moved to a small plain within the forest. Since a spike or a pitfall wouldn't work for a snake, Noel had prepared something else to kill the snake. Noel entered a trunk lying on the ground and crawled inside to bait the snake. Of course, he wouldn't dare to do this if the snake was near him, but the snake was slowed down by the first trap. It was also injured. So, Noel entered the trunk and crawled as fast as possible. This trap was best to utilize when there were other people, but because he was alone, he needed to do that first trap. Luckily, the moment the snake entered the trunk, Noel's upper body had come out, allowing him to push himself out of the trunk, trapping the snake inside. Noel smirked. Now that the snake had entered, it wouldn't be smart enough to move backward. Hence, the snake would most likely move forward to the other end. With the addition of the snake's long body, it made the aim easier. As soon as half of the snake body entered the trunk, Noel swung his sword as hard as possible, cutting the trunk as well as the snake into half. Ha! Creak! Bam! The hollow trunk was split into two as Noel's sword cut half of the snake's body. TSK. I couldn't see the snake bodies earlier, so I swung in a wrong angle. Noel clicked his tongue and pulled his sword back before cutting the snake once again. Die. Medal, Military Service Merit, Requirement, Kill 10 Demons, 6 tenths, Reward, Military Service Medal and 3 honor points. Noel felt relieved when he checked his system. The snake had truly died. Well, I should skin the snake and take out its meat for food. As for the poison, I will do that later. At least, I should be able to get some money. When he was about to pull the snake out, Noel heard a scream coming toward him. Help! Move that way. I will stall them a bit. Two of the voices were female while the other one was a male. Noel put down the snake without hesitation and looked at the sun's direction while furrowing his eyebrows. Should I save them? But that direction. I should have put a trap there. TSK. I should go then. Noel clicked his tongue and rushed to meet these three people. Surprisingly, he recognized one of the women in this group. She was one of the people that ignored him when everyone looked at them in contempt. She was that female with a sharp gaze. I don't know her name, but she's considered one of the best trainees. She's holding back 2 demons by herself? Noel widened his eyes, finally knowing her true strength. However, there was a concern in her eyes. Her teammates seem to be useless. And that woman can't see where she is going because she's too occupied. If this continues, she will activate one of my traps and die. Noel narrowed his eyes. I should save them then. It's not like I'm going to become friends with them. I only save them simply because it can progress my mission. Noel shook his head and positioned himself between the woman and the trap. Of course, he was behind the tree. Using the darkness, he hid until she was only a few steps away from the traps before leaping toward her. He tackled her and pushed her to the side. Of course, Noel clung to her body so both of them crashed to the ground together. Gah! The woman coughed when she received the tackle as it was quite painful. Even Noel used her as a cushion to soften his fall. You? The woman wanted to complain, but Noel ignored her and hurriedly stood up, looking at the 2 demons. One of them was stabbed by the spikes while the other barely avoided it with only its thigh getting pierced by a spike. Hurry up and stand up. This is the best chance to kill them. Noel shouted while stabbing the dying them to make sure it died. /26 / hurry up and stand up. This is the best chance to kill them. While saying those words, Noel killed one of the demons. Meanwhile, the other demon, whose thigh was pierced by the trap, had freed itself from the trap and moved toward Noel, planning to avenge its fallen kin. As expected from one of the best trainees, she struck the demon with her sword, stopping its movement. Noel pulled his sword and charged at the demon. The demon this time stood in 2 feet and its body was covered with fur. The size itself looked like a bear, but it had short arms. The demon stopped the woman's sword with its paw while using the other paw to stop Noel. Instead of facing the demon, Noel stopped and changed his direction, passing the woman. I have a trap past this place. We'll use it to kill the demon. The woman narrowed her eyes. Although she doubted Noel, the latter had saved her life. At the very least, Noel seemed to know this place better. After taking another glance at her teammate, who seemed to have run too far, she clicked her tongue and chose to trust Noel this time. She pulled her sword back and followed Noel running away. Due to its injured foot, the demon's speed decreased significantly. Still, the demon itself had a quite quick speed, so the injury only made its speed similar to Noel's running speed. After a while, the monster caught up with them as the woman said, "Here he comes. What should we do?" Noel glanced back and said, ready to jump to the side when we're about to reach the bushes. "Alright." She nodded. It was hard to navigate during the night, but she could still find some bushes ahead. Since they were heading straight to it, she believed those bushes were the place he put those traps. "Now!" Noel shouted when they were about to reach the bushes. Without hesitation, both of them threw themselves to the side so that the demon had no time to stop its movement. Stab! A few spikes behind the bushes hit the demon's legs and Noel shouted, "Now! Kill the demon!" They turned around and thrust their swords to the demon's back at the same time. Their move was in sync since they had the same objective. However, there was a clear difference between Noel and the woman. While the woman's sword pierced the demon's back, Noel's sword struck its head, ultimately becoming the one that killed the demon. Pant. Pant. Like Noel, who didn't have much time to rest, the woman was too exhausted after dealing with 2 demons for her teammates. Still, Noel hurriedly pushed the demon's body down and opened its head, taking out the crystal on its head. "You surely don't mind me taking the crystal, right?" Noel asked. He didn't expect a no for an answer though, considering he had saved her life. Before she even said anything, Noel had already walked away, wanting to get the other crystal. The woman was speechless, never expecting Noel to be this direct. Still, she waited until Noel returned while looking around to find her teammates. After Noel took the crystal, he returned and found the woman hadn't moved from her spot. It seemed she was waiting for him because the moment she saw him, the woman called him. "You are Noel Artigan, right?" Noel looked at her and nodded before checking his trap. He clicked his tongue, annoyed. "The spikes crack. I guess I need to replace it with a new one." That was right. Noel had been preparing so many traps which took a lot of his time today. He also needed to replace all the spikes that were broken by the demon's body. If he didn't have Artigan that could easily cut down a tree, he would need 1 or 2 days to even prepare all these traps. So, he was quite lucky even if he needed to survive alone. "So, you're using this place to set up your base?" the woman asked before shaking her head. "No, that's not important right now. The first thing I should say is, thank you for saving my life." "It's fine." Noel shrugged. "I just don't want my traps to kill humans because we've a clear enemy, which is the demon." The woman looked at him for a moment before introducing herself. "I am Kirka. You already know my name." "Yeah. All my previous questions were completely due to my shock that you performed this good in this test. To think you set up traps around this area to kill the demon. They're strong, but at least dumber than me." Noel shrugged. "That's true." Kirk agreed with Noel's statement. "Though, they're only a low-level demon." "Low-level demon?" "Yeah. There are a few classifications about the demons. Those who reside in this forest are only low-level demons and mid-level demons. Low-level demons move purely on instinct, but mid-level demons are extremely dangerous. Not only do they have a more powerful physical abilities, but they have some intelligence. They can even mobilize other low-level demons." Kirka explained. "I see. Traps will most likely not work on them. Is that what you want to say?" "Yes. You saved my life. The least I can do is to tell you the danger of relying too much on traps. You need at least other people to help you when fighting against a mid-level demon. But don't worry, they're residing deep in the forest, we shouldn't find them unless we're going to the inner region." "Fair point." Noel nodded, but when he was about to ask something, they heard something from the side. "Shake! Shake!" Exclamation mark. Both of them turned their heads, staring at the bushes on the side. There were only a few meters to that place, so they hurriedly raised their weapons, pointing at the bushes. 2 pairs of eyes suddenly appeared in the darkness. "We're in the middle of an outbreak and you're talking about that? Why do I feel a mid-level demon will appear?" Noel squinted his eyes. Kirka remained silent as she focused all her senses on the bushes, finding the real bodies of the demons. "They're 2 low-level demons. Do you have any more traps?" "Only one. It can only kill one of them, so we need to work together to kill the other one." Although Noel didn't want to get another teammate, he had no choice because he couldn't fight against 2 demons without someone's help. "Alright. Lead the way. We'll kill at least one with your trap and deal with the other one ourselves." Noel nodded. "Follow me." /27 Without hesitation, both of them headed to the east before the demons came out of the bushes. Their action certainly made the demons reveal themselves. The first demon was like a black-colored panther. It didn't have strong fur to protect its body, but it had sharp fangs and claws as well as extraordinary physical ability. Meanwhile, the second demon stood on 2 feet. Luckily, the demon had a bigger body than the first demon or it would ride the first demon. They started chasing both Noel and Kirka, not knowing they were going straight at the trap. The first demon showed its extraordinary physical ability by leaping from one place to another, allowing this demon to catch up with them. "How far away?" "1 more minute. I'll stop this demon for a few seconds and you prepare the trap. Jump to the side again later." "Got it." They agreed with each other. Kirka stopped the demon while Noel went first. The trap he had prepared for them was actually the pitfall he used earlier. But because he used it earlier, he hadn't covered it again because it was hard to spot it during the night. Hence, Noel had another plan to make the demon fall to the trap by going first. As soon as he reached the position, he grabbed the rope that he used to go down the pitfall earlier before stretching it to the other tree as Noel prepared to use both trees to trip the demon. When he saw Kirka coming, Noel shouted, "Jump!" Kirka threw herself to the side while Noel pulled the rope to make it tense. The demon used its 4 feet to slide to stop his momentum, but he was too quick that the demon ended up tripping first. Arg! Noel gritted his teeth as he was also thrown to the front. The momentum was too strong for him to handle. Still, he saw the demon rolling on the ground until it was next to the pitfall. "It's not falling!" Noel shouted. "KH!" Kirka clicked her tongue and hurriedly reached the demon. The latter managed to stand up, but the posture was still not stable. Kirka took this opportunity to push the demon into the pitfall. "Ha!" Kirka shouted and fell to the ground after successfully pushing the demon to the pitfall. Yes! She wanted to celebrate, but she suddenly heard a loud boom coming from behind. It turned out Noel was facing the other demon. She could clearly see Noel's hands shaking due to the pain from tripping the demon earlier, so it was clearly unexpected to see Noel so desperate to fight the demon. Kirka hurriedly helped Noel fighting against the demon. It might be because both of them had extraordinary prowess, but the battle went smoothly even with only 2 people. Kirka was one of the best trainees, so her prowess was similar to Alfred. Meanwhile, Noel had gained some experiences in killing the demon. To lure the demon, he needed to understand the demon's movement, so his movement became smoother. With the help of Artigan, Noel finally cut down the demon after fighting for 5 minutes. Pant. Pant. Noel dropped to his butt as his body was sore. Kirka had the same condition since she also sat down, trying to take some rest after fighting these demons. Because Kirka was the one pushing the demon to the pitfall, he was worried that he didn't get the kill. Hence, he hurriedly opened his system to check. Luckily, it seemed that the system considered the pitfall to be the one killing the demon instead of Kirka's effort to push the demon. Medal, Military Service Merit, Requirement, Kill 10 demons, 10 tenths, Reward, Military Service Medal and 3 honor points. Noel sat down with his back facing Kirka so she didn't know what he was doing. He then started opening his reward. Medal, Military Service Medal, Effect, Spiritual Energy plus 0.5%. Oh? Noel raised his eyebrows, asking inwardly, what is this spiritual energy? Spiritual energy and spirit. Are they related? What if the spiritual energy is the thing I'm lacking to utilize my spirit? Is that why my spirits want me to get stronger first? Noel felt like he had gained another reason to push himself to train. The more he trained, the stronger he could get, the more demons he could kill, the more spiritual energy he could get. While Noel was checking his loot, Kirka looked at his lonely back and tried to recall what happened earlier. We've managed to kill 4 demons in a short period. Kirka's expression darkened, complaining. Can you even imagine that? My group could only kill 5 demons earlier, but with you. Noel glanced at her. Despite her sharp gaze, Kirka didn't seem to be a bad person either, like Alfred. Both of them simply didn't bother with others. If only we were a group earlier. Kirka let out a long sigh. Now that I think about it, if I'm not wrong, that noble guy should be in your group, right? Where is he? I don't have a group. Noel shook his head and said, after this, we'll also go separate ways. I won't have any group. Kirka looked at Noel while furrowing her eyebrows. There seemed to be a hidden story about Noel's group. Unfortunately for them, their luck ran short when another demon appeared. That was right. They were still in the middle of the outbreak and the demons from the inner region were coming to the outer region before heading to the fort. So, it wouldn't be so strange for them to appear at this place. We're in danger. Kirka looked at the demon with fear as she gritted her teeth. Noel looked at this demon. It was similar to the Black Panther demon earlier, but there was a clear distinction between them. This demon had blue-colored fire that acted like a fur on its head and the tip of its tail. Even its claws were shining blue color. And the demon's size was twice as big as the demon with its height was as tall as Noel. I have no more traps to use. Noel had a cold sweat as he also stared in horror. /28 / Before they had the chance to think, the mid-level demon ran to Kirka first, hitting her with its paw. However, the moment it struck her blade, the strength pushed the sword back, almost hitting her body. If not because of her reflex that spun the blade so that its body instead of its edge that hit the body, she would have been cut in half. Even so, that strength still launched her several meters away. Bam! Kirka gritted her teeth, struggling to get up. Meanwhile, the demon turned its head to Noel and did the same thing. It's too fast. Noel struck the paw with all its strength, but Artigan couldn't pierce through his body. In the end, the demon overwhelmed Noel with its strength and launched him to Kirka so that he could kill them both together. Do you have anything to use against this demon? Kirka asked as she pushed her body hard so that she could stand up. Noel remembered that he just received 3 honor points from the military service medal. I have. Give me 10 seconds. Noel nodded with a serious expression. If that doesn't work, we might die here. Alright. I'll do my best. Kirka agreed without hesitation. Meanwhile, Noel was thinking which skill he should get this time. He needed to use 2 honor points to exchange 1 skill point. Hence, he could only get either the Swift Strike or Mega Slash. On one hand, Swift Strike could take advantage of Artigan's sharpness, allowing him to kill the enemy easily. On the other hand, he remembered that he couldn't cut the demon earlier and Mega Slash offered the solution. I need something powerful. Noel hurriedly exchanged 2 honor points with 1 skill point. After that, he chose Mega Slash. Just like when he learned the Artigan's swordsmanship, Noel felt his instinct was sharpened by the knowledge of the skill, allowing him to perform this attack at instinctual level. On the other hand, 10 seconds were up. Kirka gritted her teeth as Noel had yet to come over to help her. Wait a minute. Did he use me to run away? Kirka widened her eyes, realizing that Noel had abandoned her. I'll curse you even if I die. Kirka gritted her teeth as her hands felt numb from stopping the demon's fangs. However, some blue particles suddenly appeared in the corner of her vision. Eh? What's that? Kirka widened her eyes, but she also saw the beast's eyes glancing to the side to see what happened. Before they could move, Noel entered their vision as he swung his sword. Mega Slash! Die, demon! Noel shouted as he used all his strength to make this swing, hitting the demon's body. Surprisingly, the sword this time managed to cut through the demon's skin. And because Noel aimed for its neck, the demon would die if the attack succeeded. Even Kirka had some hope that the attack would succeed. Unfortunately for them, the skin and flesh of the mid-level demon was harder than they thought. Just after 3 centimeters in, the sword stopped. What? Noel and Kirka widened their eyes as their faces became pale, losing all hope. I can do it once more. Noel refused to give up. He pulled his sword and planned to swing it again, cutting the same spot. But the demon shifted its target from Kirka to Noel. It let go of Kirka's sword and spun its body so that its paw could hit Noel's chest. Impossible. Noel panicked. Because he was raising his sword to strike the demon, it made his body vulnerable. The paw struck Noel's chest as the latter hurriedly spat a mouthful of blood before getting blown away to a tree. Bam! Noel! Kirka shouted his name, but Noel passed out due to the impact. As expected, it's hopeless. The demon once again attacked Kirka, but this time, its paw blew away her sword before hitting her on the stomach. She also crashed into a tree. But unlike Noel, who was already injured and tired, she still managed to maintain her consciousness, albeit this might be the worst nightmare for her as she would experience getting eaten alive. The demon walked to Noel first because he was the one who managed to injure him, but when it was about to bite him, a yellow particles glowed in the air. That's like what he did earlier. Kirka muttered, finding a woman suddenly emerging from the darkness and attacked the demon. Her sword was glowing in yellow, brightening the darkness. At the same time, lightning spark even manifested around the sword. The demon managed to react to her. It struck the blade with its paw. Just like Noel and Kirka, that paw would blow away the sword, but its opponent this time was on a whole different level. When the claws and the sword clashed, lightning sparked and pushed each other back. What? Kirika widened her eyes, never expecting to see someone who could fight a mid-level demon head-on. However, the woman showed it was not luck by striking the demons a few more times, albeit each of her strikes was parried by the demon's claws. TSK. The woman clicked her tongue and said, "I'm still not strong enough. To think I would struggle to a mere mid-level demon. Not strong enough? You were fighting that demon on equal ground. The same demon that knocked both of us out." Kirika complained inwardly as she had no energy to shout to her, nor she intended to do so. Roar. The demon beast let out a huge roar as the flame on its head and tail flared up, becoming stable at 3 times the original size. The demon's eyes became bloodshot and the claws expanded, becoming bigger and sharper. Its body started to bulge as the demon's body grew by a bit. As expected of a mid-level demon, it has the berserk state. The woman smiled and shouted, "Alfred, Leslev, check their condition and bring them away. My fight against this demon will be a bit dangerous from now on." That was right. The woman was none other than Anna Stargaze. However, she had yet to realize that the 2 people she was going to save were Noel and Kirika because of the darkness and her focus on the demon beast. /29 Anna raised her sword in excitement as if she had finally got her match. But her focus was disrupted when she heard Alfred's voice. "This is. Wait, he is Noel? Huh?" Anna widened her eyes. She had been chasing demons after demons to cut down, so she didn't care about the people she saved until she managed to take down the demons. However, it was truly a shock to meet Noel here. When she glanced back, she also found the other person that fought together with Noel. What? That face. It's Kirika Loetzel. A noble from the neighboring country. She infiltrated the demon banner army in the past and caused 1,000 soldiers from the army to die. It was a big loss because that was the crack the demons needed to launch a huge-scale invasion to the demon banner army. I don't know the details, but Noel was the one who subjugated her. Did my action just change the future? Noel had stated that he didn't want to have any teammate, so did Kirika persuade him to join hands? Kirika Loetzel needs to die, but if I kill her, the hatred between me and Noel will increase. What should I do? While she was lost in thought, the demon had swept its paw. Not good. Anna gritted her teeth and raised her sword to the side to soften the damage she would receive due to her action. However, Alfred's voice echoed again. "You." A blue particles suddenly appeared from the side of the monster. Anna caught a glimpse of Noel in the corner of her eyes as he struck the demon's paw with his sword that was covered in blue particles. Unlike the neck, the paw area was thinner to cut, so Noel's sword somehow cut down the paw. That is. Alfred dropped his jaw, dumbstruck. Although the density of the blue particles were less than Anna, it was clearly the same technique. In other words, Noel had progressed so much that he could use it already. If they didn't believe Noel was this talented, then he would have hidden this strength the whole time. Spiritual energy. Anna was also shocked because Noel was supposed to be weak at this point of time. She thought he had a great teacher, but it reminded her of the original intention why she wanted to destroy the Artigan family. A year ago. She walked to her father and stated, "Father, why do you want to spare Count Artigan? He should be executed. I'm worried about their policy because I've heard that they have one thought when the family is on the brink of extinction. They always say don't challenge the Artigan family's bottom line because that's where Artigan will truly shine. It's better to wipe them out because if they truly shine, they will come and attack us." However, her father only said, "We've agreed to Count Artigan. In exchange of him surrendering without a fight and hand over all their wealth, which is equal to 1/10 of the national's entire wealth, we will spare Noel Artigan and hand him the family heirloom, that rusty sword. So, we're planning to exile him to the Demon Banner Army so that he will die there." That was the reason, but they didn't know the true meaning of the hearsay. And this time, Anna finally understood the meaning. Truly shine, huh? Although I don't want to admit it, even in my previous life, Noel has always kept up with my progress despite the kingdom pouring so much resources to nurture me. In other words, he has a far greater talent than me. Anna thought. On the other hand, Noel looked at Anna. Even though blood covered his shirt and mouth, Noel still said, I won't owe my life to my enemy. Even if I need to join hands with you to take down this demon, it's better than owing you my life. Hey! Anna smirked. Noel truly had the nerve of a steel. Looking at his injury alone, she knew every step he took would cause him a great amount of pain. Yet, Noel still planned to fight in that condition. Seeing that Noel managed to cut him, the demon wanted to attack him, but Anna pushed him away with her sword. Using those few seconds, she agreed with him. Instead of stopping him, which would trample his pride, Anna said, I'll stop the demon. You find a chance to deepen the wound on its neck. Don't torture me around. Noel stepped back while gritting his teeth, enduring the pain that had spread all over his body. As soon as Noel gained some distance, Anna rushed forward. She released even more yellow particles from her sword as she struck the demon. Due to the loss of one paw, the demon didn't have the stable posture anymore. So, it started using its fangs to stop her instead. However, right before the fangs bit the sword, a huge blue light shone from within the demon's mouth. Anna was surprised, but she hurriedly fell to her knees while tilting her body to the back. The blue light turned into blue flame and burst out for 10 meters. Breath. Anna clicked her tongue as she almost got burned by it. Using this chance, Noel appeared next to the demon again, hitting him in the wound he inflicted earlier. Unfortunately for him, Noel suddenly dropped to his knees after striking the demon. His sword only deepened the wound by a short distance before his legs went limp. He even spat blood due to his extensive injury. Gah! KH. Noel's vision had become blurry because he lost too much blood. The demon took this chance to drop to the ground and roll so that its other paw could hit Noel, killing him this time. The demon had so much hatred to Noel because he kept appearing out of nowhere to hit him. If Noel was hit by this paw, he would die definitely. However, the demon was forgetting one more person. The yellow light shone brightly from the side as Anna had charged all her power into this swing. It's not over yet. Anna shouted as she struck Noel's sword. In that instant, Artigan had enough force to cut the demon's neck while the body lost its power, causing the paw to miss Noel. Alfred was truly stunned because Noel could somehow kill a mid-level demon even though he got help from his own enemy. They really killed it. /30 /pant. Noel's consciousness had become fuzzy to the point he would collapse at any moment. However, he still held on while glaring at Anna. Well, it didn't change the fact that I still tried to plot the entire execution. I can understand his hatred since I'm the one who caused everything, Anna thought before saying, take a rest. Your condition won't allow you to continue fighting. It's best to retire and get rescued. Noel gritted his teeth. Although he wanted to leave, he truly had no more energy. Seeing the stubbornness on his face, Anna glanced to the sky and said, I won't be the one to rescue you. It's the instructor. Noel raised his head and found Shale floating in the sky, looking at them. As if he finally found the reason, Noel closed his eyes and fell to the ground. What a handful boy! Anna muttered inwardly. After that, the rescue team arrived and started grabbing all the trainees they could find before returning to the fort. Of course, Noel got treated by Evan, the healer. Soon enough, all the superficial wounds had closed and his inner injuries started recovering as well. Eventually, he moved to the normal room to get some rest like other injured people. And surprisingly, Anna was sitting next to his bed, looking out for him. Suddenly, Alfred came to Anna. His curiosity got the best of him, so he wanted to ask something. Why do you care about him? I just checked it earlier and it seemed that you were the one who caused his family to collapse, his parents to be executed, and him being exiled to this place. I can somehow understand his hatred to you, but your action is vastly different from what the record said. Alfred asked while squinting his eyes. Anna made a small smile when listening to his question. She looked at Noel and thought, why, Huh? I was ignorant at that time and thought it was better to cut off the problem from the root. However, now that I've regressed, I can't help but want Noel to continue to live. Although I don't want to admit it, he is a natural genius. He has many inventions that can make people's lives flourish. The most famous one is Rune. It's a more effective way to draw the spirit's power, allowing a normal person to defeat the demon by themselves. In the previous life, he helped hundreds of thousands of commoners. I don't understand the reason, but it's clear that he only bears the grudge to the royal family and me, not the people. That's why I know he can change in the future. And with that talent, I actually want to see how far Noel can achieve. What if I give him the foundation of rune mastery that he'd create in the near future? Maybe he would achieve an even greater height. Now that I think about it, when I suggested to destroy the entire Artigan family, my father told me that they had decided the entire punishment. In other words, my words didn't matter. Why did they do it? My teacher betrayed me and the third prince backstabbed Noel. It seems I need some time to investigate it. Well, getting stronger is my priority right now and this place is perfect for it. For now, I can suppress Noel and hope that I can still do so in the future. As long as Noel still lives in the kingdom, there will be many lives benefited from it. I should look for the bigger picture, after all. Obviously, she couldn't tell Alfred all that. Instead, she only answered with, "I have my own reasons." Alfred didn't like the answer, but he wasn't in the position to continue to question her, so he could only say, "Is that so? Well, his life isn't related to me. Well, this is enough for now." Anna smiled and rose from her seat. After taking another look at Noel, she left. Alfred had a complicated feeling but still left without saying anything to the unconscious Noel. While he was unconscious, Noel actually entered the spirit space to meet with Artigan and Sk. This is. Noel furrowed his eyebrows and looked around, finding Sk and Artigan behind him. "Master." Both of them greeted Noel. "Thank you for the help, both of you." Noel smiled. "I don't know how it works, but it seems that Artigan has helped me with the spiritual energy?" "Yes, Master." Artigan admitted it without hesitation. "You should have realized the real reason why we wanted you to get stronger first, right?" "Yeah. You wanted me to get used to it slowly." "That's right. Using spiritual energy takes a toll on your body, so I want you to prepare your body as well as start getting used to it. That's why I give you my swordsmanship as well as those two abilities. They will allow your body to develop and start getting used to spiritual energy from small amount." Noel nodded in understanding. He also reached the same conclusion. "Master doesn't want to ask me to give you more options? Master should have realized that I can give you more, right?" "I know. But they're useless to me right now." Noel shook his head. "I know both of you have your own consciousness, especially you Artigan, since you shouldn't have existed in my body. As long as I understand what you do is good to me, why should I complain? Thank you for your understanding, Master. Though, you might want to give me more options if we face the same situation like yesterday. Even if it would take a toll on my body, it's better than dying, no?" "That's right. However, Master should consider getting more skill points first. Now that I think about it, why do you make honor points and skill points instead of giving me one at a time? This is about the promise between me and my previous owner. Challenging the impossible can make you surpass your current limit. However, I can't tell you the exact details, because I want to see what kind of answer will Master have in the future. You might reach another answer, so I'll refrain from saying anything about my previous owner." "I see." Noel thought for a moment. The previous owner Artigan said must be his ancestor. Although he wanted to know more about his ancestor, he should focus on getting stronger first instead of getting fixated by the story. "However, I do have one warning to you, Master." Sk finally spoke. "Yeah? What is it?" "That woman is dangerous. Even in the previous fight, she still held back. I think I can agree with you. She wanted to get rid of the bystanders so she could face the mid-level demon by herself. It means she has confidence in taking down the mid-level demon alone. Then, I shouldn't say anything if Master is aware of it. I know that there is hatred between you two, but I want to suggest this. You might want to observe her movement, strength, and every little clue you can find from her. You might be able to become stronger just by doing it. Artigan added, observing her can allow you to understand her. This way, you will know how she moves and take advantage of it in the future when you finally fight her. So, you suggest me to get rid of my hatred? No, you simply need to hide that hatred for the time being. I see. Learning her strengths and weaknesses so that I can take advantage of them later on. Noel looked down, contemplating. If Master can do it, I will also help you, said Sk. Well, your suggestion benefits me even though I hate to do that. In that case, please, Artigan. Alright. Artigan then used its power and gave Noel another mission. Training, rivalry, requirement, spar with people if you consider your rival, 02, reward, spiritual energy plus 0.25%, medal, rivalry, requirement, spar with people if you consider your rival, 05, reward, rivalry medal, 5 honor points, and ice control ability, /31. After receiving the new tasks, Noel woke up. He let out a small groan while moving his body around. Although he didn't feel much pain, the fatigue still wore down his body. You have woken up. Shale's voice echoed in his ears as Noel hurriedly turned his head to the side. Because your group has helped Anna stargaze in minimizing our casualty, you're exempted from the test as well. And because of that incident, it seems that the test will need to be cancelled. Noel looked down and found his bag on the side of his bed. He immediately grabbed it and took out a pouch with 10 crystals inside. I don't have a group and this is my proof. Shale raised his eyebrows in surprise and checked the bag. He had heard from Alfred that Noel chose to go by himself. Hence, he still claimed that Noel was with them, simply to help Noel. However, he might have underestimated Noel. Did you gather these alone? Yes. Traps? It took me a while to find a good spot and build some traps, but yes. I see. Shale nodded in understanding before handing back the pouch. I'll still consider you as a part of the group. But. Shale waved his hand, denying his claim. He said, instead of getting swallowed by your pride and hatred, it's better to use those crystals to get stronger. Get stronger? Noel tilted his head in confusion. Shale hadn't talked about the usage of the crystal, so he wasn't aware of the reason why they wanted to gather these crystals. Do you know why the lamps on the street can shine continuously? It is because the spiritual energy from the crystal has been converted to lit it up. In other words, the crystal is a source of spiritual energy. I'm sorry, I don't quite follow what you said. To put it simply, the crystal is the core of the demon that supplies spiritual energy. Although your spirits will let you know how to use them, you still need spiritual energy to wield them. And we, humans, can get stronger by absorbing the spiritual energy from this crystal. And each human has a limit to what they can absorb, so it's not like you can buy 100,000 of crystals to become the strongest person in the world. How much can you actually grow depends on your conversion rate. Conversion rate itself is similar to that of talent. If you have 100% conversion rate, you can become the best after absorbing all the crystals to your limit. Of course, having 100% conversion rate is close to impossible. Even I only have 50% conversion rate. Even that genius, Anna Stargaze, has 95% conversion rate according to the rumor. So, instead of getting fixated on your pride or hatred, I want you to use these crystals to increase your spiritual energy. As for how high your conversion rate is, it depends on your spirit. Just ask them. At the very least, I know that the spirit can't lie. Noel looked down for a moment and said, so, this conversion rate is talent. The higher your conversion rate is, the stronger you can become. Exactly. How many crystals can we absorb in our lifetime? According to our research, you can absorb 2,500 low-quality crystals, 1,500 mid-quality crystals. That's what you need to know for now. Low-quality crystals. Yeah. They come from low-level demon, above it is mid-quality crystal from mid-level demon. It continues. But there's no way you can fight against a high-level demon for now, so just give up that idea. What happens after we reach the limit? You will find yourselves unable to absorb more of them. The spiritual energy will simply leave your body. The research used 10,000 people, so it's pretty accurate. I see. Noel looked down, contemplating. He also remembered what Fixten Artigan said. It was true that he hated everything, but it seemed that his action was a bit too much. If he swallowed his pride, he might be able to achieve more than this by taking advantage of Anna's stargaze. If he hid his hatred and lowered Anna's guard, the chance of him killing her would increase. It seems my eyes have been clouded by revenge this whole time. I almost forgot that my current objective is to get stronger. I can't achieve my revenge if I'm not strong. Noel closed his eyes, calming his heart down. Noel nodded, "Thank you, Sir Shale. I've recognized my mistake and will do my best from now on." "Is that so?" Shale nodded. "You're free to rest until tomorrow. The classes will resume the day after tomorrow and the tests will be rescheduled to 1 week from now. Because the participants are stronger by that time, we'll lower the number of people per group. So, there will only be 2 people per group." "Understood. I'll prepare myself." "Alright. That's all you need to know." Shale then rose from his seat and checked the other trainees, wondering who had woken up. Meanwhile, Noel meditated again, planning to ask Cardigan and Husk about this conversion rate. Surprisingly, their answer was beyond his imagination. "I have 100% conversion rate," Artigan proudly stated. "I have merged with Artigan, so I also have 100% conversion rate now. It's catted, though, what's more important is that there are 2 spirits inside your body. It means your limit is doubled. In the future, you can become twice as strong as that Anna Stargaze. Don't forget about my metals effect. The more demons you slay, the better the effect will be. You can become even stronger than that. However, it will mean nothing if you become full of yourself and get killed somewhere because of that confidence." Noel nodded with a smile. "Don't worry. I know what I should do right now. Then, we wish you to get stronger as soon as possible, Master." "Alright. Thank you for the help, you too." Noel smiled and returned to the reality. He checked his body's condition and muttered inwardly, "I have this free time, so I need to focus on my training as well as helping the citizens to get more honor points in the meantime. I also have the mission to kill the ancient demon tree. I need to reconsider my approach this time. For now, let's go back." /32 After coming back to his house and taking a rest for a little while, Noel went around the town to help the people. Of course, he simply wanted to get more honor points. However, when he was strolling around, he encountered an unexpected meeting. It was with the woman he saved yesterday, Girka. "Welcome. Do you want any fruits?" Girka smiled, greeting his customer before finding Noel was the customer. "Eh? Noel Artigan? Oh?" Noel didn't know how to respond since Girka always wore a cold expression during the training. He never expected that Girka could make a big and warm smile like this. She would become a star in everyone's heart if she showed such a thing to the trainees. Unfortunately for her, Noel didn't have any excitement seeing such a smile because he had lost too much, including a part of his emotion toward women. Even though he accepted that his eyes were clouded by revenge, he still couldn't accept women in general, especially those around his age. "Oh, my. Who is this, Girka?" A middle-aged woman rose from the ground after taking out some fruits from the basket on the ground. "This is Noel Artigan." "Ah, he's a noble? I'm sorry for disrespecting you, sir." The woman panicked and immediately lowered her head. She even went all the way to kneel on the ground to ask for forgiveness. Noel only smiled and said, "It's fine, ma'am. I'm just a fallen noble, you don't need to respect me." The woman was stunned for a second as she didn't know how to respond. "He is Noel Artigan. Although he is a fallen noble, he is one of the most hard-working men among the trainees. He also saved my life yesterday." "Ah, So he was the gentleman that saved you from the demons? The woman widened her eyes in shock. It's fine. I was the one who placed the traps, so it might be my fault. I've heard the story from my daughter. Whether it's the trap or not, I know that the demons are scary. If not for your traps, my daughter would have been in a more dangerous situation. The woman looked at the fruits and immediately picked some of the best. Please have this as my thanks for saving my daughter. No, you don't need to. Noel smiled, rejecting it softly. However, the woman pushed the basket to Noel and said, I don't know much about fallen noble, but I know that you must haven't lived that well in the past few weeks. You should eat some fruits. They're very nutritious. No, please don't think much about it. I saved her because of my own traps. If I take all these fruits, your business will receive the impact, so, please. The woman looked at him with a sad look. I can't do much as her mother. Even these fruits are not equal to my daughter's life, but this is the least I can do as her mother. Please. Seeing her mother's action, Gerka couldn't help but lower her head, asking for Noel to receive it. Is that so? Well, I'll take it then. Noel ultimately accepted it. He couldn't help but remember the time he helped the people here. They were so nice and sometimes even offered something to repay him even though he only did it for a mission. Of course, he never expected to receive anything from them. I never harmed or helped commoners before because I wasn't interested in them. But now, I know that not every help will go rewarded and some will even bite the hands who feeds them, but somehow looking at their actions and feelings puts my heart at ease. Noel thought while closing his eyes. This is the life that I'd never know had I locked myself up in my mansion the whole time. Little did he know, there was a change in his heart. He might still help people for the mission, but he would do it more sincerely from now on. Thank you, ma'am. Noel smiled and waved his hands. I'll excuse myself then. Yes. The woman nodded and saw him off until he disappeared into the crowds. After that, she looked at Gerka and said, that boy is so bright. This is the first time I have seen such a polite boy. He is indeed different. What do you think about him? She smirked, assessing her daughter's feelings. Eh? What do you mean? Gerka looked away, knowing what her mother was implying, so she refused to say anything, only to get pestered by her mother for a while. Meanwhile, Noel went around for a bit and decided to eat 1 or 2 fruits by the fountain in the city center. There he could see people going around and watched everyone's expression without fearing his status as noble like in the past. I don't know if I can finish all these fruits by myself before they go bad. Noel sighed, looking at the fruits. Suddenly, he found a kid wearing a tattered rag looking at his fruit basket with watering mouth. After their gazes interlocked, he slowly approached Noel and raised his hand as if he was trying to beg for fruit. Sir. Can. Noel looked at him for a moment, thinking, even in the Artigan territory, there will always be people like this. However, he remembered the lady that gave him the fruits and muttered, someone's kindness goes to another person and it will continue to another person. However, this kid will continue to starve if it's like this, so. After some contemplations, Noel said, do one thing for me and I will give you 2 fruits. That's. The kid was afraid that Noel wanted him to do bad things. But that suspicion was shattered when Noel continued, dance for me. The kid was hesitant but immediately did it when he heard, I don't care if it's bad. Just do it and you will get 2 fruits. The kid awkwardly danced. He looked like a fool, but after 1 minute, Noel fulfilled his promise by giving him 2 fruits. Surprisingly, the kid politely bowed to him and ran away. Wait. Noel stopped him. Where are you going? Ah. The kid scratched the back of his head and looked at the fruits. My sister needs this more than me. So, you have a sister? Is there any other kid like you? He nodded. Then, eat those 2 fruits. The one who earns it has the right to eat it. If your sister wants to eat, she also needs to dance like you. So, after you finish eating these fruits, go back and bring your sister and other kids. I have 20 fruits here, So bring a total of 10 people. The kid hesitated again, but Noel continued, "Listen, kid. If you keep begging like this, you will continue to starve for who knows how many days. I know that you're bad at everything, but everyone is like that. But you still need to do it. Your 100th time doing it is better than your first time. If you want to eat every day without that uncertainty, you need to work hard for that future instead of letting others decide it. That's why eat it and bring your sister and 9 other kids here." After hesitating for another minute, the kid ate the fruits and hurriedly went back to inform his sister and the other homeless kids before Noel left. Just like the first kid, they danced awkwardly. However, Noel only smiled and clapped his hands as if he was enjoying the show before giving them the fruits he received from Kirka's mother. There were people who looked at these kids in disgust, who didn't bother themselves with them, or just enjoyed like Noel. However, Noel didn't care about them because helping them opened something in his heart. Although he was just fulfilling the mission, he still sincerely felt happy for helping others. This was a life that Noel would never experience had he stuck in that mansion. /33 Unbeknownst to Noel, one of the bystanders was Anna Stargaze. She almost dropped her jaw when she saw Noel talking to a kid. Wait a minute. Isn't that kid the famous twin sword dancers? He should have a twin sister. Noel shouldn't have known about his talent, so why did he help him? Her opinion soon changed when she saw the kid dancing awkwardly. She couldn't even call it a dance at that point. And what even more absurd was when the kid brought other people with him, including his twin sister. In that instant, she realized something. Noel helps them simply because he wants to help them. If it were me, I would have helped the twins simply because of their talents and made them owe me. But it's because he helps them randomly, people naturally like him. In my past life, there were many great figures Noel saved, including the twins. Those who felt indebted to him helped him during the rebellion against the royal family. That was why they had a hard time fighting against Noel. And this is also one of the reasons why I haven't killed Noel yet. He is a great asset to make the kingdom prosper. It seems I need to suffer a bit. Time to train a bit more, so that he can't surpass me. Anna sighed and disappeared. She was taking a stroll to get something to eat and found a commotion which Noel caused. Since she had gotten what she needed, she chose to return to her place, making sure she was strong enough to handle Noel's hatred until it could be resolved. Meanwhile, Noel said goodbye to the kids before running around for his training. He also checked his system to see the progress of his mission. Medal, Excellent Citizen Merit, Requirement, Help 25 townspeople, 1625, Reward, Excellent Citizen Medal and 4 honor points. I helped 11 kids just by feeding them today? But who are the 2 others? Kirka and her mother? Kirka sighed, her mother? Noel widened his eyes, realizing that an indirect help could also be counted as helping people. Still, I need to experience how indirect can it be for it to be counted as help. After receiving this sign, Noel didn't hesitate to use today and the next day to help some more people, finally completing the mission. Before going to the barrack again, he checked his system. Shop, available points, 6 HP. 1 skill point, 2 HP. Disinfectant bandage, 1 HP. Water bottle, 1 HP. Torch, 1 HP. I had 1 honor point left before going to the forest and received 3 points after completing the demon mission. I used 2 of them. But with the additional 4 points from helping the citizens, I could buy 3 skill points right now. I have 2 options. First, the next level of Mega Slash and Art Against Swordsmanship will cost 3 skill points, meaning all of what I have right now. On the other hand, I can spend only 1 skill point and save the rest if I choose to learn Swift Strike. What should I do? Noel narrowed his eyes. After remembering the rivalry medal, he immediately used all his honor points to buy the skill points to advance his art against swordsmanship. The test is rescheduled 1 week later. In other words, I can get more honor points to spend later. Noel smirked. After receiving all the knowledge about the swordsmanship, He went to the barrack as Shale had prepared a big announcement. There were certainly less people after the previous incident. Although the casualty had been minimized by Anna, there were still at least 10 people dying in the forest. After a while, Shale arrived with Anna in the training ground and shouted, "Attention!" All of the trainees hurriedly gathered and became quiet. 15 people out of 60 people have passed away during the last outbreak. Thanks to Anna Stargaze here, we somehow cut our loss more than half. In other words, if not for her, there would be more than 30 people losing their lives. So, make sure you thank her. Because of this sudden outbreak, we're going to reschedule the test. The military personnel shall check the condition within the forest first so that this situation won't happen again. Because the number has been reduced this much, we're going to change our method. I'm sure that you've realized it, but it will be hard for you to kill a demon on your own. You need to get the help of other groups or traps which I have taught you for the past week. Of course, you have no idea how to coordinate with each other as well because you might have known your teammates not long ago. Hence, you're going to train in a pair because the test will be in pairs instead of a group of 3. There is 1 week from now. You can learn more about your pair, learn what you need to do and prepare as much as possible. This will allow your pair to be better than the previous 3-person group. Of course, you're free to add traps and join hands with other groups like the previous test. Because the number is odd, Anna Stargaze will join you as a trainee. That's all. You have 30 minutes to decide your partner and register it. Go. Shale stepped down. As expected, Anna instantly gathered the attention of all people because they knew how strong she was. If they could pair up with her, their group would become the top group. Yet, Anna never accepted their invitation and instead, walked to Noel with a cunning smile. "Well, Noel. It's been a while!" Everyone widened their eyes in surprise. Why did she go to him? Did they have a relationship? Certainly, but not a good one. What do you mean? Her family was the one that destroyed Noel's family. In other words, they were enemies. The rumor said she was the one giving that idea. So, Anna wanted to torture Noel using this opportunity? Damn. Even I couldn't help but sympathize him at this point. He can't really catch a break. The people were whispering to each other about the information between the two houses. Even Alfred and Leslev, who once partnered up with Noel, furrowed their eyebrows. Anna ignored all their words and said with a cunning smile as if she was inciting his anger. "What do you think, Noel? Do you want to partner up with me?" Their prediction came true. Anna truly wanted to torture Noel at this point. But to everyone's surprise, Noel gave her a calm answer. "Sure." "Eh?" All of them dropped their jaws, not believing what Noel said. It was clear that Noel needed to refuse it if he didn't want to experience a miserable life, but he actually accepted her invitation. Even Anna's eyes opened wide. "Why are you shocked too when you're the one inviting me?" Noel looked at her coldly. "No, I mean." Anna couldn't find any words because she had prepared a few pickup lines that could make use of Noel's anger to make him join. However, Noel took out his sword and pointed it at her. "This is." Anna took a step back, feeling a bit relieved since this was how Noel was supposed to act. "I don't know the reason why you won't kill me right now. Maybe you like to torture me or whatever, but I'll take this chance to have something from you too. I want you to fight me seriously at least 3 times a day because I'm going to kill you for real. I've said to you that you're going to regret for not killing me," Noel stated with a cold tone. Anna smirked as she'd got what she wanted today. "Sure. I can agree to that terms. But I need to remind you that you're too weak to even make a scratch on my body." "We don't know anything about that yet," Noel snorted. However, both of them thought the same thing in their head. Got her him. /34 for Anna, joining hands with Noel meant she had more time to persuade him and settle the hatred between them. On the other hand, Noel wanted to spar with Anna simply for killing her as well as finishing the mission. Still, no matter how they looked at it, Anna looked like she wanted to use this chance to beat Noel up. Even those who bullied Noel in the past week hesitated to do the same because of Anna. In fact, Leslev had been spreading the words about Anna not wanting to give anyone a chance to bully Noel because she wanted to do it herself. Although she looked like a horrible person, this was the way she protected him. In 30 minutes, all people finally found their own pair. Alfred seemed to have gotten used to Leslev's style, so he chose to go with him. Meanwhile, Gerkel had a different person as her group died because they left her behind. Alright. Since you've got your own pair, I will inform you about your schedule. Shale stepped up again after the time limit was up. The schedule in the morning won't change. You will focus on your individual strength. However, you need to train with your partner after lunch. There will be 3 sessions. The first session is free training. You're free to do anything you want with your partner, whether it's sparring, training alone, and so on. The second session is compatibility training. In this session, you will find some training where you need a pair to complete. You will understand what kind of training this is after experiencing it later. The third session is survival training. I'm sure you've known this, but traps and working together are effective against demons. So, we'll make sure that in a group, both of you know what to do if the pair somehow gets separated. This shall be your schedule from now on. Without further ado, we'll start our training. First, running. Yes, sir. The trainees hurriedly ran like they used to do. When running, Anna approached Noel and asked, "It seems that we can't really fight 3 times a day. You won't be able to fight another battle after our spar. One before the individual training starts, one during the free time, and one before the training ends," said Noel with a calm expression. Anna widened her eyes, not believing Noel's change. If it were the Noel in the forest, he would rage at her. However, Noel somehow became calm and saw the bigger picture. Did my strategy work? It seems planting a doubt in his heart is working. This way, the hatred can be solved easier. Anna smirked. Still, Noel added, "I simply consider the best time for me to kill you." Fine then. Anna accepted the terms. However, she was smiling inwardly as if looking something cute. He's probably too embarrassed to admit his raging incident and don't want to apologize to me because of the hatred. Well, he's simply someone playing hard to get. Somehow, he looks cute. After conveying the message, Noel went away from her and clicked his tongue. His thought was the same as Anna, they both completely misunderstood each other's reaction. Her face was too calm. She must have realized I'm planning something because of this abrupt change. Should I explode my rage once in a while to make her believe me? I need to consider another plan to fool her. Either Noel or Anna knew each other's secret. As someone with a system that allowed him to progress rapidly, Noel had already started looking at the future, not only about killing her, but also the full revenge against the royal family. Hence, he was planning to use her to gain more information from observing her reaction and expression. But Anna was a regressor. Her soul was much older than her actual age. And she had the memory of Noel's future. Someone who could help hundreds of thousands of people shouldn't be that bad. Solving the hatred was enough. That was why she looked at Noel like looking an edgy kid. In the individual training, she noticed that Noel's physical ability wasn't that bad at all. With the addition of his fighting style, Noel turned out to be better than most people here. If he started using his spiritual energy efficiently, he would be the top among these trainees. No, wait. It's a basic knowledge that spiritual energy can strengthen your body. Even without the connection with spirit, as long as one can feel spiritual energy, they can use it. This army is supposed to teach the trainees about this after they're acknowledged as a real soldier, which is delayed due to the outbreak. But the way he acts, he doesn't seem to be someone knowledgeable of spiritual energy. Is he ignorant or something? Now that I think about it, Noel was someone uninterested with anything. According to what I know, he never participated in social gatherings and simply relied on the wealth of his family to live alone. I see, so that's how it is. Noel lacks common sense and knowledge because he's been spoiled. The difference between him and those arrogant young nobles is Noel is stuck in his home while those people are aggressively showing their power. I can finally understand him now. If that's the case, Noel must have found his spirit. And he does it without all the basic knowledge? Is this his talent? Anna shivered by the thought alone. Even she needed an extensive knowledge and time to find her spirit for the first time. Let's check my theory. Anna approached Noel again and said, "So, you've met your spirit. If you haven't found your spirit, you would have used the spiritual energy to strengthen your muscle to make you stronger." Noel remained silent, but the slight twitch on his eyebrow didn't escape Anna's eyes. Noel snorted, "I don't know what you're talking about. I agreed to make a pair with you, but I didn't agree to answer any of your questions." Yeah. Anna smiled as she had gotten what she wanted to know. Then, she gave a tempting offer. "How about I teach you about spirit and spiritual energy?" Even Noel paused for a moment, considering the offer carefully. Did she seriously say that? What does she want? What if she provided a wrong information that might cause me harm in the future? I can't trust her. It's better to ask my spirit sorcerer Shale instead. Noel didn't answer her as he simply moved away from her as if running from devil's temptation. /35 huffed. Noel panted a few times even though he was standing still. He just finished his personal training and went to eat. As expected, despite becoming a pair, Anna chose to sit far away from him. Although she looked like she was trying to get closer to him, she didn't become closer than necessary. When Noel looked at her, he thought, "I see. So, that's what she wants. She's trying to approach me during the training because my mind can get tired and accidentally give away information. The rest of the time will be her avoiding me. What a cunning woman." However, his exact thought was actually the opposite of what Anna had in mind. She was even smiling inside, thinking, "I can't get too close to Noel just yet. I know that the Marquis house will hear about my action here. If I become too close without showing some distance, they'll suspect me and Noel. It will simply danger both of our lives. So, this is the best for us right now. I'm thoughtful." Noel didn't know why Anna came here, so he could only see the scheme coming from her while the person herself believed she was thinking the best option to avoid the unnecessary danger. There was also an option to discuss this matter with Noel, but with how Noel acted a few days ago, she doubted Noel would believe her. There might even be a potential of a sudden betrayal, so she decided to move slowly but surely. After finishing their meal, the trainees returned to the training ground as they had time for free training with their partner. All the attention was gathered at one spot. Anna and Noel were standing in front of each other while holding wooden swords. "You should have that sharp sword if you want to kill me." Anna smirked, taunting him. "The tip is still sharp enough to kill you and the edge is still useful enough to leave a scar on your face." Noel snorted. "Hey!" Anna narrowed her eyes as she pointed her sword at Noel's neck. Noel took a deep breath. Instead of raising his sword as the sign he was ready for the battle, Noel actually lowered his sword. Anna became suspicious of his action before she noticed Noel's fingertips reddened as if he put more power into them. The sign was followed by Noel's immediate action as he jumped to Anna and slashed straight to her neck. "You should know that you need to raise your sword to show that the fight will start, right?" Anna said while taking a step back to gain some distance. However, Noel followed her movement and tried to stab her heart while saying, "Say that to a demon or assassin." "That's true, but..." Anna blocked the sword with her own but soon let Noel's sword slide on her sword as she pulled Noel in. After that, she kneed him in the stomach. With the additional force from the spiritual energy, Noel was thrown a few meters back. "We're not in both situations." Gah! Noel spat a mouthful of acid. He felt the food he just ate earlier rose from his stomach. A knee was all it took for him to almost throw up. Anna smiled excitedly as she said, "You're a bad guy, aren't you? Not as evil as you." Noel gritted his teeth, enduring all the mess in his body. He also forced himself to stand up so that Anna didn't take that chance to attack him. "Since you said, I'm evil, I won't hold back anymore." Anna leapt forward and slammed her sword to Noel's waist. Surprisingly, Noel managed to react and stop it with his own sword. After that, Noel took a step to the side before swinging his sword to Anna's neck. Anna did the same thing. She blocked the sword and used the chance to attack him. Clack. 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 Without anyone realizing, Noel and Anna somehow had exchanged 10 blows. How is his swordsmanship this good? He shouldn't have been this good when he first attacked me in the forest or when he fought against a mid-level demon. Did he train like crazy? But 2 days were not enough. Anna was confused by Noel's sudden leap of ability. Ultimately, she could only link his improvement to his talent. Of course, Anna's swordsmanship was beyond what she had shown so far. She simply hid it because she didn't want too much attention under those many eyes. If she showed a superior swordsmanship, not only would it crush everyone's heart but she would also become suspicious. She limited herself to the level of what she could show right now. Even so, it was already a quite high level, so Noel's swordsmanship was quite astonishing to be able to keep up with this level. However, she also wanted to confirm Noel's level once again by provoking him. Why don't you use your spiritual energy? I know that your ability can be stronger than this. Noel gritted his teeth and almost bit that provocation, albeit he remembered the fight against the mid-level demon. His power was certainly not enough to kill a mid-level demon. And Anna was the one that killed the demon. Even though she hit his sword, that hit actually cut 2/3 of the neck's flesh. So, if he shows that power, it would just make him in a disadvantage for a few reasons. Hence, Noel refrained himself from using it. Useless provocation. Noel shouted as he jumped forward, attacking her a few more times. Since you don't want to do it, then I need to remind you how ignorant you are. I've told you earlier that you can strengthen your muscle with it. Anna slashed downwards, hitting Noel's sword. Although she didn't cover her sword with spiritual energy to sharpen it, Noel felt as if he just got hit by a huge boulder. KH. Too heavy. All the veins on his head bulged out just from enduring the weight of that strike alone. When the first strike was successfully received, a second strike came from the side hit him. Noel tried to block it but his hands were numb after that first attack, so it ended up blowing his sword away and knocked his body to the ground. Gah! Noel gritted his teeth, enduring the pain on his side. What's wrong? How about I teach you the basic of spiritual energy? Anna smirked. She wanted Noel to learn more to see the true extent of his talent, but she didn't realize that her words would cause a misunderstanding since in Noel's perspective, it was the same as telling him that he needed to beg her to teach him the basic of spiritual energy. /36 / No. Noel snorted coldly, rejecting the offer without hesitation. However, there was a progress in his temperament since the previous Noel would have said, I'd rather die than learning from you. Anna also noticed it. Although the timing was a bit absurd, she just felt happy about it. Hence, she decided to show it to Noel instead of teaching him. With the talent Noel had shown this whole time, there was a chance that Noel would understand what was going on and implemented his knowledge by himself. Even Noel saw her body releasing yellow-colored particles. Normally, she never spent this much spiritual energy because it wasn't cost-effective. However, she needed to make sure Noel could see everything. Noel furrowed his eyebrows, observing the spiritual energy. E? Question mark E? C? Question mark, the spiritual energy comes out of the body. Now that I think about it, how do you use a spiritual energy? Noel imagined the feeling he felt when using Mega Slash. It felt like something in his body was sucked outside. The movement came from his heart to his hands before flowing into his sword. There was only cold sensation followed by a bit of pain. Now that I think about it, other than using the Mega Slash, I have never touched the spiritual energy itself. Noel took a deep breath as he shifted his blade to the side. His other hand gently touched the wooden sword while his right hand still prepared to swing the moment Anna make a move. Mega. Noel followed the Mega Slash motion and started muttering inwardly to enhance the imagination. He suddenly felt something warm in his other hand as the blue light started coming out of his sword. This is. Noel glanced at the blue light and thought, I do feel drained like losing my blood. My temperature will also drop. But the spiritual energy is such a warm thing. It's like a blood, but the texture is similar to that of air. Something like that in my heart. Noel tried to imagine that power and draw more from his heart, but he couldn't feel anything. There wasn't a movement at all. After standing still for 30 seconds, Anna finally made the first move. She leapt to his side and struck him from below. Noel took a step back to gain some distance and slashed downwards, hitting her sword right in the middle. Mega slash. Bang. The moment the two swords collided, Noel broke Anna's sword apart due to Anna not covering her blade with spiritual energy. What? Is he stronger than Anna Stargaze? Impossible. No one could believe it because losing one weapon would mean losing the battle. However, Anna didn't think that was the case. She proved it by letting her sword go. After breaking her sword, Noel's swing continued on its path, preventing him from pulling back. No. She baited me. Noel widened his eyes and wanted to change the path of his slash, but Anna was one step ahead. She grabbed Noel's wrist and spun her body before lifting Noel with her back, throwing him. KH. With his body hanging upside down in the air, Noel knew that Anna wanted to take this chance to defeat him, especially with the fact that her spiritual energy gathered on her fist. Noel hurriedly raised both arms, protecting his body. Not good enough. However, Anna responded by touching his arms gently as if she never planned to harm him. But the next thing he realized, the spiritual energy burst out, giving a powerful shock wave that was concentrated on his arms. Bam! The shock wave shook the entire training ground as it blew Noel several meters. He crashed to the ground on his back, but instead of his back, Noel was overwhelmed by the pain on his lower arms. Arg! Noel gritted his teeth, trying to endure the pain. Even if you lose your weapon, you will use everything around you as your weapon. I'm sure that the instructor has taught you that, said Anna with a calm expression, reminding everyone that everything hadn't been set in stone just because they lost a weapon. Noel's hands were shaking. It was clear he had a hard time moving them. KH. This is not enough. I need to draw the spiritual energy from my heart. It seems there is a kind of reservoir in my heart that stores the spiritual energy. The fact that I can use Mega Slash before absorbing the crystals means there is an initial cup that allows me to draw a portion of its power. But I don't think I can do this right now. Even Shale said it will take a long time to even use spiritual energy. Although he was a bit disappointed about it, he decided to stop focusing on the spiritual energy in this fight. Instead, he planned to rely on something else. Just like Anna said earlier, losing a weapon didn't mean losing the battle. He might not be able to use a sword with this sword, but he still had a few ways that could injure Anna. Even though he couldn't grasp his sword, he still could hold the dirt. While he was rolling around to endure the pain, his hand grabbed the dirt. The moment Anna dropped her guard, Noel pushed himself back to his feet and threw the dirt right in her face. Anna was surprised that Noel used this tactic. Luckily, her soul seemed to retain her instinct. She leapt back to gain some distance, avoiding the dust. After that, she leapt back to Noel, but somehow stopped in her tracks, avoiding Noel's kick. A kick, huh? He can't use his hand, so he uses his foot. Anna thought before gathering her power in her calf and put her left foot on his way. Noel hurriedly retracted his foot because he knew kicking Anna would just injure him. She can envelop her body with the spiritual energy while I can't. The only thing that can injure her is my Mega Slash right now. Should I stop to retain some of my stamina? If I injure myself foolishly, it will just lower my chance to wound her. Noel narrowed his eyes, assessing the current situation. /37 I have injured Noel's hands. At least, he won't be able to use those arms for another 1 hour. And with the small internal injury, I don't think he can easily run around after this. If I continue, the wound will be too much for his body to handle the next training. I guess this is when I need to stop. Though, he might not agree with me based on his personality. Anna thought while searching for the words that could convince Noel. It's time for us to stop. More injury will make you unable to continue the rest of the training, said Anna as she prepared the next sentence the moment Noel refused. Sure. Right? I know that you're going to refuse. It seems I need to suppress you all. What? Anna widened her eyes, staring at Noel dumbfoundedly. She couldn't believe that Noel actually agreed without making a fuss. Why are you the one getting shocked when you're the one who is expecting it the most? Noel glanced at her coldly. No, Anna waved her hands and coughed once to regain her bearing. Since we're done with the sparring, I'm going to leave. Noel turned around and started walking away as if he didn't want to talk to her any longer. Wait a minute. Noel stopped for a moment and glanced back. My offer still stands. I don't need it. Noel harumphed and finally left the field. No one knew where he was going since Noel actually went to find Shale to ask about the spiritual energy. Unfortunately for him, Shale rejected his request. I'm sorry, but I can't favor you too much. I need to make it fair for other trainees as well. I have taught you about spirit and asked Evan to heal you. So, you need to wait for a week. A week? Yes. The reason why there is a test so soon after you just become a trainee is that we want to prepare you as an elite soldiers. I didn't give you the reason why you needed to bring back 10 crystals, right? That's because we will hand them back to you and train you about spiritual energy by using those crystals. All basics about strengthening with spiritual energy to the advanced level depending on your speed and comprehending the technique itself. Hence, it's better for you to wait for another week and learn it together with the others. I'm sorry, but I can't help you more than this. Noel looked down while clenching his fists. Shale noticed his reaction and said, Your partner is Anna Stargaze, right? You can learn from her. I might not be able to teach you, but I can't stop other trainees from teaching the others. In fact, people will start asking around about the spiritual energy since you make that flashy fight. Noel obviously loathed the idea of asking Anna to teach him. But surprisingly, Noel said while walking away, I will learn on my own way. Oh? Shale squinted his eyes, looking at Noel's back. If it's the previous him, he would have rejected it with guts. It seems he has grown a bit. Whether it's bad for him or not, only time will tell. Of course, Noel didn't want to go back to learn from Anna. Hence, he returned to the field and sat down on the ground, away from others. He saw the people flocking Anna to know the secret of her success. Currently, Anna didn't tell them anything. He tried to connect with his spirits and ended up learning that the spirit itself didn't have a way to teach him because they only let Noel use their power. As for how Noel would use it, it would depend on himself. In the end, Noel learned it alone by recalling the sensation over and over again, not caring about everyone's thoughts about him. After the free training session ended, Shale returned and informed them the reason of having the test. It made everyone look forward to have the same strength as Anna. In the next few days, Anna completely beat him up every spar because of his lack of control over his spiritual energy. Even so, Noel didn't say anything to this situation as if he had come to terms with it. Luckily, he completed the mission on the second day. Medal, Rivalry, completed. Requirement, spar with people if you consider your rival. 05, Reward, Rivalry Medal, 5 honor points, and Ice Control Ability, Medal, Rivalry. Effect, Learning and Teaching plus 1%. This was the first time he saw the medal's effect give so much despite being the first medal. If Anna could see this, she would have realized the reason why Noel always fought against her in every chance. Whether it was his luck or not, his progress in helping the citizens as well as his rivalry went smoothly, allowing him to finish the next mission as well. Ultimately, he received 21 honor points, Excellent Citizen Medal, Perfect Citizen Medal, Rivalry Medal, and Rivalry 2 Medal. He exchanged 18 honor points with 9 skill points and leveled up hard against Swordsmanship, Mega Slash, and Swift Strike. With all these preparations, he was ready to fight against Anna seriously in their last match since he had been hiding his ice control ability that turned out to be the last thing he needed to understand the spiritual energy. Although his control wasn't as good as Anna, reinforcing a part of his body was possible for the current him. Unfortunately, no matter how hard he tried to hide it, Anna realized his swordsmanship had gotten significantly better again. Their last spar was held on the last day before dinner. This might be the last dinner they could have with all the members since they needed to head back to the forest the next day. Noel and Anna agreed that their fight wouldn't be observed by anyone, since Noel planned to go all out. And as soon as everyone left to eat, Noel and Anna stood in the middle of the training ground, preparing their last fight. Noel's progress: training, running 80 km, reward, stamina plus 0.25%, accumulation, 1.20%, training, push up 1000 times, reward, constitution plus 0.25%, accumulation, 1.20%, training, swinging a sword up and down 1000 times, reward, sword mastery plus 0.25%, accumulation, 1.20%, training, rivalry, requirement, spar with people if you consider your rival, 5/10, reward, spiritual energy plus 0.25%, accumulation, 0.75%, medal, best citizen merit, requirement, help 100 townspeople, 48 100ths, reward, best citizen medal and 10 honor points, medal, military service 2 merit, requirement, kill 25 low-level demons, 0.25, reward, military service 2 medal and 5 honor points, medal, rivalry 3, requirement, spar with people if you consider your rival, 4.15, reward, rivalry 3 medal and 15 honor points, career, swordsman, skill, swift strike, 1.5, requirement, 3 SP, skill, art against swordsmanship, 3.15, requirement, 7 SP, skill, mega slash, 2.5, requirement, 5 SP, skill, ice control ability, 1.1, requirement, dash, name, Noel Artigan, job, swordsman, weapon, art against sword, main medal, rivalry 2, learning and teaching plus 3%, low quality crystal, 10 5000, /38 / this is our last spar before going to the forest again. I'm sure that you know it, but I'm not planning to hold back in the forest. I don't care about the speed record because my original plan is to kill as many demons as possible to get their crystal. Anna explained her plan since they were a bear. I know. I don't know if I can defeat a low-level demon by myself or not, but I'm not planning to back down. My kills might be more than you, who knows? Noel shrugged, turning her explanation into a provocation. Hey! Anna raised her sword. In that case, show me whether you can do it or not. You might die. Noel also did the same, pointing it at Anna's neck. The atmosphere became silent as both of them were observing each other's movement. Noel enhanced his muscle so that he didn't lose against Anna's strength. The moment Anna slightly moved her foot, Noel jumped forward, taking advantage of that movement to catch her off guard. However, Anna swiftly struck Noel's sword as if she had been expecting it. In fact, she might make that small movement to invite Noel in. Once she repelled the sword, she spun her body and used that momentum to attack him. Bang! The two wooden swords suddenly hit each other again as Noel somehow made a swift swing after getting deflected. Anna widened her eyes because she saw the spiritual energy in that one swing. If not for her reaction speed, she would have lost her sword earlier. It seemed both of them almost fell to each other's trap. Swift strike is not fast enough? Noel narrowed his eyes and took a few steps back to regain some distance. What is that speed? Even his swordsmanship is too good. He must have hidden his power this whole time. Anna frowned, increasing the danger level of Noel. Not only had Noel changed to be a calm and collected person, but he also could hide his skills until the right moment. It seemed Noel had changed to be a more dangerous person that might be able to kill her the moment she lowered her guard, she thought. Meanwhile, Noel was frustrated that Anna could still react to his swing. If he had taken out her sword earlier, his winning change would increase drastically. Unfortunately for him, the moment he regained his distance, Anna chased after him, trying to pressure him so that he couldn't show any of his hidden power again. Noel wasn't scared of her, so he met her sword skillfully, deflecting all her swings. It seemed Anna didn't have any intention in using the spiritual energy in her sword except when he used his own ability. It made their clash become even fiercer as both of them exchanged 50 blows within 30 seconds. Noel managed to keep up with Anna's fighting style, but now that he had understood more about art against swordsmanship, he could see that Anna's movement was quite lacking. It wasn't her skill that was lacking, but the speed and power in each blow, as if she was holding back. Her technique might be higher than what she currently showed. "So, you're still looking down on me?" Noel's expression became cold as he made his decision. "In that case, keep underestimating me because it shall be your doom." The two continued their clash for another few minutes before Noel was the first to bail out of this fight. He jumped back a few times while panting. As expected, his stamina still couldn't hold that kind of clash for too long. "Who?" He took a deep breath to regain his breathing. Unfortunately for him, Anna didn't let him do whatever he wanted. Despite using the same amount of energy as Noel, she had yet to break a sweat. Noel could only grit his teeth and continue swinging his blade while searching for a chance to attack her. After another 30 seconds, Noel made a powerful swing by covering his sword with spiritual energy. Of course, Noel could only control the spiritual energy to enhance his muscle for now. This kind of control was only possible because he was using Mega Slash. With that huge amount of spiritual energy, Noel struck Anna as hard as possible. Anna grabbed her sword with both hands and received this attack, getting pushed back for 5 meters. "It's become more powerful." Anna sucked a cold breath. Even though she had protected her hand with spiritual energy, the numbness still struck her fingers. "I need to release a bit more of my power. I'm really lucky to have the chance to regress since I can deal with this monstrous talent skillfully." After knowing what to do, Anna ran forward to face Noel again. But to her surprise, Noel's expression changed for the first time. "Hey!" Noel suddenly smirked as if Anna had fallen into his traps. A smirk? Anna gasped and suddenly felt the spiritual energy fluctuate on the ground. Ah! The moment she lowered her vision, she saw a small spot on the ground that was covered in a thin layer of ice. And her left foot stepped on it, making her fall. Noel had raised his sword with both hands, preparing a hard strike at her head to kill her. A trap? How many times I have fallen into his trap in my previous life. And I still couldn't escape from it? Anna panicked for a moment. Still, her soul already picked up the habit of reacting to Noel's trap. No. Anna gritted her teeth and forced her hand to move, stabbing the ground with the sword to support her body so that she didn't fall to the ground. Sadly, no matter how fast she moved, she wouldn't be fast enough. And she also realized it. Hence, Anna chose a different option. The moment the sword reached the ground, albeit sideways which couldn't support her body, she used that little force to launch herself to Noel. She then spread both arms to tackle Noel's body, specifically his stomach. "I'm not going to let you achieve what you want," Anna shouted. "She can still react to that?" Noel gritted his teeth as he couldn't believe her reaction speed. He waved his sword, but it was too slow compared to Anna. In the end, Anna was the first to reach him. However, due to her slipping and the lack of support, she didn't reach the place she intended to, which was Noel's stomach. Instead, the target was a bit lower than the stomach. Yes, it was his crotch. Her face was the first to hit it while her arms circled around Noel's butt. But for Noel, he wailed in pain as he almost passed out from the pain alone. The momentum then made him fall to the ground. /39 Noel somehow regretted using that trap. He could only lie on the ground as he tried hard not to pass out. Meanwhile, Anna could easily get back up. Ah! She looked at Noel with a dumbfounded expression. Even though she was older than her current age, this was the first time she had this much intimate contact with an opposite gender. Although she didn't want to admit it, it was her left cheek that made Noel like this because she could clearly feel it earlier. The embarrassment that surged in her heart made her depress. "You." Noel gritted his teeth. Sorry. I mean it, but isn't that because of your trap? You share the blame too because if I didn't react, I would be dead." Noel's plan was perfect. The only miscalculation he had was the fact that Anna would be able to react to that kind of fall. Ugh, let me bring you to the infirmary first. Anna grabbed Noel's weakened body and carried him to the infirmary. She carried him on her back so that he didn't see her face the whole time. On the way to the infirmary, she had a lot of thoughts in her mind. What did I just do? Did I just bury my face in his crotch? If someone saw that fight, they would think I'm a horny SLT. If my family heard this, I could somehow twist the story, but there would be many misunderstandings. Arg. What the hell? Anna felt her body become warm as her face was flushed red. She was too embarrassed to even look at anyone. The only way to calm her down was to remind herself of her age. Don't be like that, Anna. You and Noel are still 15 years old. Your soul might be older, but you need to act like one. But wait. The marriage among nobles are around 12 years old. We've gotten all the necessary knowledge about it before then. Won't they think I've done it with him? Anna's imagination ran wild while Noel was enduring the pain. It was truly too much even for him. The pain was extremely different than the likes of cut wound or even bruises. Fortunately, they reached the infirmary in just 3 minutes. Anna immediately laid him down on a bed and asked Evan to treat her. Please, Mr. Evan. Well, I can do that much at least. Evan nodded with a calm expression and examined Noel, only to find no external injuries. Where's the injury again? Anna embarrassedly pointed at Noel's crotch before running away as she couldn't endure the shame. What has happened? That was the first thought Evan had in his mind. Did they? Evan shook his head helplessly and said, Oh, boy. Shale told me that you two made a pair and kept sparring against each other. It seemed that you two had another one without anyone watching you this time. Was that because you couldn't control your lust? No, we were just sparring. Noel gritted his teeth, denying all the accusations that led to their relationship being good. Unfortunately, no matter how hard he tried to correct Evan, there was no way that Evan would think something else. Sparring, eh? Then, tell me, what did she use to hurt you? I won't heal you if you don't tell me. That's. Noel hesitated for a moment before answering, her cheek. Cheek? The head? Evan raised his vision as his imagination started revolving. He muttered inwardly as soon as he got his answer. Ah, mouth service. He didn't know that Noel used the trap to make her slip and she somehow used that to tackle him. Of course, there was no way they would be able to come up with that conclusion. Even if Noel explained the entire thing, not many would believe it. Ultimately, Evan nodded with a smile, praising him. You're good, boy. To exact your revenge, you make the talented and proud noble Anna Stargaze fall in love with you. And a few years later, I wonder what Marquis Stargaze would see when his enemy actually made a child with his daughter. A good way to exact your revenge. You're wrong. Noel tried hard to explain, but the pain was still too much. Yeah. Don't worry. I'll keep this a secret. Evan nodded in understanding and started healing him, reducing the pain. After that, Noel had a long talk with Evan, explaining every little detail that happened. Sadly, Evan didn't listen to him seriously, keeping the misunderstanding. In the end, Noel returned to his room. His face was completely filled with despair. For Noel, there were many ways to avenge his parents, but this wasn't one of them. Anna Stargaze. I'm going to make you pay for this humiliation. Noel gritted his teeth. Sadly, no matter how hard he cursed Anna, nothing would happen. In the end, he was too tired to even continue. He also didn't do anything within the few hours where he could help some more people in the town. He was thinking about how to pay her back for this embarrassment. The next day, Noel returned to the training ground. His head was filled with anger. When he saw Anna, it was truly hard for him to control his outburst. At the same time, Anna could only look away as she was too embarrassed to even look at him. Meanwhile, other trainees didn't bother with Noel anymore because they had seen his fight against Anna for an entire week. It was clear that Noel's improvement was tremendous. Without spiritual energy, His swordsmanship alone could rank among the best. And with the spiritual energy that he learned by observing Anna, his combat power surpassed everyone. What made his pair stand out was the fact that his partner was the current strongest person among the trainees, Anna Stargaze. It was clear that this was the strongest pair. They had tried to persuade Anna and Shell to teach them about spiritual energy, but both of them refused because they needed to pass this test first. And they somehow envied Noel, who learned spiritual energy first. Yes, all the boys were jealous because they wanted to be paired with Anna as well. Little did they know, Noel and Anna's relationship had become worse last night. /40 / that's all. Grab the equipment from me and immediately head to the forest. I can assure you that another outbreak won't happen under normal circumstances. Noel and Anna exchanged looks as they walked to Shale. The latter only smiled at them as he had been told the situation by Evan. Good luck, both of you. Don't forget to work together and focus on the demons, said Shale, reminding them not to bother with physical intimacy when they reached the forest. Noel's eyebrows twitched while Anna just ignored him. You carry the tent and cooking utensils. I carry the remaining tools as well as our bottles. Anna handed him a backpack. Noel just wanted to leave this place as soon as possible, so he accepted the bag without making a fuss. After that, the two ran to the forest. Their training had strengthened them and improved their stamina, so Noel could go at a faster speed without getting exhausted easily. Anna, of course, didn't go too fast either because they were not competing this time. Anyway, we will get 10 crystals to complete the mission. After that, we will get half of the loot. Noel listened to Anna's suggestion and agreed without hesitation. Although he didn't want to admit it, Anna was stronger than him. Yet, she wanted to give him half the loot. He might hate the fact that he lived on the grace of his enemy, but over the past week, he had learned how to swallow his pride and shamelessly take everything. The faster he became stronger, the quicker he could exact his revenge after all. Anna also noticed Noel's calm behavior. At least, he wouldn't be an impulsive young man that could endanger their group anymore. Well, I don't think both of us need a trap to handle a low-level demon. If you utilize spiritual energy, it will be easy to cut low-level demons. So, we only need to worry about the mid-level demon. I'm planning to hunt some mid-level demons in the inner region. What do you think? Set up a base in the inner region and make traps. Anna scratched the back of her head. She just said that traps weren't needed, but Noel seemed to be firm about his opinion. Remembering Noel's fighting style, she reluctantly agreed. Fine. But make the traps when you're on your night watch. We won't have too much time during the day. I don't think I need to remind you this, but I can wake up if I sense you coming to the tent. So, don't try to sneak up on me. I'm going to make you regret it when you do that. Noel snorted. Fine. But I'll be the one to choose the camping spot and where to go. I don't have a problem. Anna felt satisfied that they could finally make an agreement. This was an improvement in their relationship. Little did she know, Noel only buried his anger. And that anger didn't disappear. After making a decision where to go, they then headed straight to the inner region, which would take 2 hours to reach. On the way, they found their first low-level demon. Without hesitation, Anna and Noel took out their weapons at the same time. As if the beast could sense the danger from Anna, it attacked Anna first with its claws. However, Anna skillfully cut the claws as well as the paws of this demon. But this time she had a more reliable teammate than Alfred and Leslie. As soon as the demon was stopped by her, Noel used his Mega Slash, swinging the sword with both hands. The sword cut through the monster's neck in a single swing. Who? Noel took a deep breath, feeling relieved that he could kill a low-level demon with a single swing. After all, this was the proof that he had gotten stronger. Don't be too proud of yourself. Killing one low-level demon don't mean you're strong. A low-level demon is the lowest rank among the demons. In a war, their number is the highest. Sometimes, you will be surrounded by 1,000 demons. I have heard that the Demon Banner Army is going to train you for a year. If you complete your training, you can handle 30 to 50 low-level demon by yourself. But the elites in the Demon Banner army are even stronger. According to the rumors, a single wave of the commander's sword can kill 1,000 of low-level demons. Anna added, making sure Noel wasn't too proud of himself. However, Noel only snorted. I know that already. Do you think I'm satisfied with this? I'll only be satisfied after killing you. Yeah. I don't care about that. I just want you to know that even the commander is afraid of the demons. The reason is simple. Their number is overwhelming. Can you imagine a single fort taking the full brunt of millions of demons? What if we add mid-level demon or even those above them in the mix? I'm sure you know this already, but what you see here is just the edge. You don't need to tell me twice. I don't care if there are strong demons or not. I only need to become stronger than you. You love twisting my words, don't you? I don't know what you're talking about. Noel maintained his poker face the whole time while Anna tried to tease him from time to time, trying to crack that stone face of his. Ultimately, the two of them met a total of 8 low-level demon on their way to the inner region. They stopped in the middle of the dense forest. It was pretty hard to even measure their exact position at this point. Anna asked, So, how are you gonna navigate in this forest? Noel raised his head and looked at the sun's position before pointing at the west. That direction. We should be able to find a small lake that way. You have a map? Even me couldn't get a map from the instructor even though I asked him. Noel closed his eyes, remembering the reason he knew this. When he was helping in the town, one of them was actually a senior soldier that had retired. While helping him, the senior soldier started talking about his experience and knowledge. And when he knew about Noel's status as a trainee, the senior soldier gave him some tips and tricks. Of course, he wouldn't tell Anna about it. Just follow me. If you don't trust me, then you can go somewhere else, said Noel as he started running, not waiting for Anna. I trust you, though. Anna smirked and followed him. /41 / just like the prediction, Noel and Anna found a small lake in the middle of the forest. There were at least some distances between the water and the nearest tree, so there was no dead tree floating in the lake. At the same time, the water itself was a crystal clear, showing that it wasn't contaminated by anything. This is. Anna narrowed her eyes and approached the water, examining it carefully. She even touched the water and felt the cold temperature even though it was still summer. On the other hand, Noel found his system pop out of nowhere, startling him. Mission: dive into the water. Description: dive down to the bottom of the lake. Reward: icy plain 100 years old ice. This is. Noel widened his eyes in shock. He almost forgot that his spirits can actually communicate with him through 2 ways. One was the usual meditation while the other one was through Artigan's system. However, this was the first time Noel received this sudden mission. When he looked at Anna, who was already suspicious about the water, he could understand the reason. Since he shared his vision with the spirits, they, specifically Sk, knew Anna had found out something about the ice underwater. I see. I should be the one getting this ice then. I don't know their use, but I believe it's useful for me. Noel thought as he put down his bag and approached the water. Move. Noel? Anna widened her eyes, shocked. She felt the water was different. Although it was thin, she somehow saw the fluctuation of spiritual energy, albeit barely. That was why she examined the water to make sure of her guess. But Noel was here and even started taking off his clothes. I won't be away for too long. Noel ignored her. Although it was embarrassing to strip in front of her, Noel had an objective. Wearing only a trunk, he dipped his feet into this icy water lake. It was so cold that his body shivered. Noel gritted his teeth, wondering if he could do it or not. Spiritual energy can resist the cold to a certain degree, Anna shouted, helping him. After that, she examined Noel's movement and thought, did he notice something weird under the water? But even with my sensitivity, I could only sense it barely. If not because of the examination, I wouldn't be so sure something is inside. But from his action, he seems to know there is something in the water. How? I can't understand. Anna frowned. On the other hand, Noel used his spiritual energy to strengthen his muscle. To his surprise, he could feel the warmth as if his body was enveloped by fire. This effect reminded him of the time he used the spiritual energy to strengthen him. Now that I think about it, whenever I used my spiritual energy during the dawn, my body would feel warm. On the contrary, my body cooled down during the second and third sparring of the day. Is it because of Artigan and Hsk? Artigan has that black flame while Hsk has ice. Artigan is probably the reason I can withstand this cold. I shouldn't waste this chance then. Without hesitation, he walked to the center of the lake. Ugh! Now that I think about it, I don't know how to swim. Noel thought while gritting his teeth as he took a deep breath before putting his head underneath the water, searching for something unique in the bottom of the lake. Luckily, the lake wasn't that deep. It was only 3 meters. After walking around at the area where he could stand with his head above the water, he found a small glimmer among the rocks at the center of the lake. He changed the spots a few times and confirmed the blue gem buried underneath those rocks. Can I make it? I can only hold my breath for almost 2 minutes. The distance between me and that place. Well, the lake is not that deep. A single jump is probably all it takes for me to reach the surface. Getting a single breath to dive should end in an instant. After steeling his resolve, Noel took a deep breath and started running. His head gradually submerged as his body moved to the center. It took him quite an effort to move underwater, but he managed to get another breath after jumping to the surface. This would make him get more time to retrieve the light blue gem. As soon as he reached the middle area, Noel hurriedly dug a bit at the spot where he found the sparkle. Where is it? Where is it? He tried hard to see the sparkling, but the dust made the water muddy, covering his vision. This stupid dirt and sand. Noel clicked his tongue and kept digging until he felt a cold surface touching his finger. Wait. This is. The shape was round, and the size was only a small finger's joint. However, it was clear that this was the item he was searching for, considering the mission was to grab an icy object. As soon as he got what he wanted, Noel hurriedly returned to the surface. It might be due to the muddy water or Noel's lack of spiritual energy sensitivity, Noel didn't realize there was a green light glowing dimly underneath the ground where the icy object was. Noel simply took the object out of the water as he laid down his body on the grass, exhausted. This was his first underwater experience. Who? He panted a few times while Anna approached him, staring at the blue marble on his hand. This is. What? This is not fair. I should have been the one going to the water. Anna clutched her head as she started regretting to let Noel go. This is 100 years old ice from Icy Plane. The plane has a unique ice that can absorb spiritual energy, thus allowing them to grow stronger as time goes. And this 100 years old ice can purify the water and keep it cool. If someone wears this as a necklace, their body will be cool. Anna gritted her teeth. Noel hurriedly pulled his hand, protecting the blue pearl from getting stolen. This is mine. We've agreed to split the loot, but it only applies to the crystals, not this one. /42 / this is mine. We've agreed to split the loot, but it only applies to the crystals, not this one. Noel hurriedly put it inside his pocket to make sure Anna didn't have any thought about it. Anna showed an annoyed expression for the first time. She clearly knew the worth of the 100 years old ice pearl. With this pearl, she could avoid any assassination that involved water. Poison that was spread in the glass or in the water that she drank, the ice pearl would simply purify them. At the same time, the cooling effect could make the water feel refreshed. Wearing this pearl could cool her heart down. Noel felt satisfied when he saw that annoyed expression since this was the first time he could make her frustrated. So, this is the taste of victory. I don't think I will kill her easily from now on. I'm going to defeat her on everything and make her fall into despair. Only after that will I deliver my killing stroke. Noel thought, not realizing that he had gradually strayed away from the path of revenge. Meanwhile, Anna thought, now that I think about it. No matter what happened, Noel was supposed to be the one finding this pearl. After all, In my previous life, I wasn't here. Noel must have found out the lake's location from someone. That meant the pearl was never meant for me. Well, I guess I now know Noel possesses this pearl. On the one hand, she really wanted the pearl because of its uses. On the other hand, Noel would have been the one to get it because the lake's information was from him. Ultimately, she let out a long sigh to calm her heart down. Fine. Now that you're done here, you should put on your clothes. Because of the pearl, we don't need to worry about water source anymore. Just purify the water and be done with it. This can be our camp, but where are you going to place the traps? Anna asked. Noel thought for a moment and looked around while putting on his clothes. I don't know. I haven't scouted this area. Think so. Anna sighed. Anyway, you won't be able to work on your traps until tonight. So, it's better we get moving soon. Since we're not chasing the deadline, we can return to this place to build the tent before the dusk. What do you think? I don't have a problem with that. Then, we'll have night rotation? 2 by 4 hours? Noel asked. Anna pointed at the sky. It's pretty hard to calculate the clock, so we will use the moon. Anyway, we can discuss about the details for night rotation later. Fine by me. Then, one last question. Can you cook? Anna asked. Noel froze as he couldn't answer them. Still, he couldn't show a weakness in front of Anna, so he claimed proudly, I can cook. I see. You can't cook. Anna nodded in understanding. Wait, I'll cook our meal. You're going to bring firewoods and build the tent. I don't care about your pride as long as we have equal distribution to the tasks. Well. Noel clicked his tongue and agreed. Since we've reached an agreement, it's better to get moving. The demons in the inner region can come in a group, so we need to be careful where we're moving. You can find a lake, so I'm sure you can find a nice hunting spot, right? Anna smirked, challenging him. Of course. Noel snorted and simply took his sword before letting it fall to the ground, pointing at a certain direction. This is. Anna widened her eyes. You serious? Inner region is filled with demons, so no matter where we go, we will find a demon. In that case, we've plenty of options. We just need to focus on one area at a time. Noel shrugged. That's understandable, but I expected a lot more from you. That's your fault. Noel looked away. Arg. Anna gritted her teeth as Noel really frustrated her. Noel smiled over his small victory and said, well, that's the direction. If you don't have any objection, we better go now. Ultimately, Anna followed Noel as they both explored the area in the direction Artigan pointed at. As they predicted, they soon found 2 demons near each other. This would be extremely dangerous because they needed to face 1 demon each, but both of them had confidence they could defeat them. Anna came closer to him so that they didn't alarm the demons when they were talking. I'll take care of the left one and you'll kill the right demon, whispered Anna in a voice that only they could hear. Noel thought for a moment and said, I'm better fighting against a demon that stands on 2 feet. Then, it's the other way around. As someone stronger, Anna obviously needed to adjust herself to Noel's level by making this arrangement. Good enough. Then, let's go. After they reached an agreement, they came out of their hidden spots and approached the 2 demons. As soon as they saw Noel and Anna, both of them ran forward according to their own position. Noel smiled because he was going to face the demon of his choice. On the other hand, Anna strengthened her body with spiritual energy as she sped up, reaching the demon in a second. With her experience, she easily delivered some heavy wounds to the demon. Clang! Clang! A few clicking sounds echoed in the battlefield as Anna's iron sword clashed with the demon's claws. She intentionally slowed down her pace so that she could take a glance of Noel's progress. To her surprise, the demon in Noel's direction slipped down and struggled to get up. The demon even moved around its body to make sure Noel didn't take advantage of this situation to kill him. When she lowered her vision, she saw the small ice floor that obviously tripped the demon. However, one question remained. Wait a minute. Where is Noel? Anna looked around to find Noel but to no avail. Unfortunately for her, the answer soon came in the form of action. The demon before her screamed in pain before falling to the ground, dying. Noel finally rose from the ground while pulling his sword out. In other words, Noel used the opportunity to deliver the killing blow to her demon before returning to his position to kill the other one. With this, I can surpass you in the kill count. Anna was dumbfounded as she never expected that she was outplayed by Noel. Listen here you rascal. /43 / Listen here you rascal. Noel ignored her and focused on taking down the demon. But when he was about to hit the demon on the ground, Anna suddenly appeared next to him. Her boots were covered with lightning as if she used that power to cover the distance between them in an instant. Her sword moved even faster now that it was covered with lightning, swiftly slicing the demon's head. The cut was so quick and precise that the demon didn't have the time to react. Even Noel was stunned to see Anna's true strength that could kill a demon in an instant. Unlike the previous time where Anna saved him for the first time, this kill only relied on her overwhelming strength. Noel stopped in his track when he saw the demon's head flying. This is. You stole my demon and I did the same. Anna stomped the ground and looked at him coldly. Noel had no words to say, but this occasion had given him a big opportunity. That was right. He could see Anna's true strength. In fact, Anna might still be hiding her true strength. However, it was clear that the strength that she utilized to kill a mid-level demon wasn't her true strength. It was only because of his interference that she decided not to use it. I should have a clearer head at that time because I can see her true strength. But I ended up ruining that chance. Whatever, I'm going to use this hunt to observe your strength so that I know how much stronger do I need to be. I'm not going to foolishly attack you anymore, Noel thought with a cold gaze. Since they had killed both demons, Noel immediately scooped out the crystal on their heads and stored it in Anna's bag. It seems you're planning to turn this into a small competition. For what? To frustrate me? I don't really mind about the competition, but I need to make sure you know when to stop. I'm not going to have a stupid competition when our lives are in extreme danger, said Anna while giving a cold gaze at Noel. I'm not going to kill myself. And if killing you means I'm dead too, it's better to wait for another chance. You're not the only one in my list. Noel shrugged. Good enough for me. Anna smirked. I'll take you on. This time, I won't let you kill a single monster. Noel accepted the challenge. She didn't realize that she had fallen into Noel's trap. If she used all her strength to kill all the demons today, she wouldn't have enough power to do the same tomorrow or the day after. In other words, he could kill more monsters during the second day and third day. In that case, he would also see how much power she had in that body. The more he knew about her strength, the higher the chance to kill her later. Noel smirked as he led the way again while hiding his true thoughts. The duo continued their journey deeper into the inner region. As they predicted, there were more and more demons appearing together. They often found a group of demons consisting of 3 or even 4 demons at a time. During that time, Noel could see Anna's overwhelming force. He really didn't get any demons for at least 3 hours. Unfortunately for him, it seemed Anna had caught a wind of his plan and started decreasing her pace, allowing Noel to kill some monsters. It was such a shame, but that was enough for the time being. At the very least, he knew what to expect from Anna. The hunt lasted for 8 hours. It was a quite long hunt, but they managed to kill a total of 67 demons today, with Noel killing only 17 of them. Noel and Anna were the top crops among the trainees, so their hunting speed was insane. However, after more preparation and information about the test, the other teams also worked splendidly. Some groups even completed the task in a day. Half of them chose to return to the fort to submit their crystals while half of them worked for more crystals, knowing that they could get the rest after submitting 10 of them. Coming on the second and third were Alfred and Kirka's teams. Alfred and Leslev killed 26 monsters together while Kirka and her new teammate crushed 21 demons. It wasn't that much compared to Noel's bear, but they were much better than their previous performance. When the sun was about to set, all pairs seemed to know what to do. They hurriedly found a place to make a camp. This included Noel's bear. They had returned to the lake before the sky was completely dark. Noel was searching for firewoods while Anna was preparing their food. While looking around, Noel had an evil thought in their mind. Now that I think about it, I can catch her when she's bathing. Isn't this perfect for shaming her? Noel narrowed his eyes. A noble can't show their body easily, but I'm a fallen noble. That rule only applies to her, not me. This is perfect to make her feel ashamed. Even if it doesn't work, just with me being there is enough to prevent her from taking a bath. She will be stink. As if he'd got a good plan, Noel hurriedly found the necessary firewoods and returned to the camp, only to find Anna cutting some vegetables. It was completely normal, but Noel noticed her wet hair as if she had just finished taking a bath in the lake. What? Noel dropped the firewoods in shock. Anna noticed his expression and somehow read his thought. She couldn't help but smirk. What? Returning earlier than expected so you can take a peek of me when bathing? Or do you want to prevent me from taking a bath? Noel's body trembled for a moment as he denied it loudly. I just want to build the tent and rest as quickly as possible. Hey! Simpleton! Anna rolled her eyes, not believing a single thing he said. She couldn't help but remember her past life, thinking, this is not the first time you used this kind of tactic. You attacked me when I was bathing in a lake or river because you could use the embarrassment to make me drop my guard. I've many tricks that you can use, Noel. It won't work against me anymore. /44 Noel could only grit his teeth when he realized that his plans didn't work against her. He never knew that the Noel in the previous life had utilized all that strategy to trick her. In the end, Noel built the tent while Anna cooked their dinner. Growl. While he was building the tent, the aroma from Anna's dish was carried by the wind to his nose. It was a sweet and warm smell that somehow incited his stomach. Noel was surprised by the reaction of his stomach and even slapped it a few times as if it had embarrassed him. When he glanced at Anna, the latter felt his gaze and chuckled. It was clear she was laughing at his reaction. Still, he couldn't help but remember all the meals until now. Compared to the meal in the berg or the barely edible meal he cooked in the previous test, this meal was far too appetizing. In fact, the smell alone could reach the professional chef in the Artigan house. How can she be this good? She is a noble lady, right? A noble lady should only learn about etiquette. There's no way she's allowed to go to the kitchen. Even if she is an eccentric woman, she should be too occupied with her training. Noel had so many doubts in his mind, but the smell didn't lie. Anna took out 2 bowls and poured the soup she made into them before extending one to Noel. Here you go. Oh, wait. Wash your hands first in the lake. Noel bit his lips. Although he didn't want to admit it, the food managed to tempt him. The soup had a yellowish color. It was filled with demon's meats that were similar to that of an animal's meat. There were some potatoes scattered around and Anna even prepared a hard bread for him. A hard bread was usually used for survival because they could last longer, and if you poured boiling water into it, the bread would be soft enough for easy consumption. However, this hard bread actually matched perfectly with the soup. In fact, the soup gave the hard bread a flavor. Noel couldn't say anything and simply went to the lake to wash his hands. After that, he took the bowl and stared at it for a while. Anna couldn't help but chuckle, looking at Noel's silly reaction. Surviving in the wild like this might be top priority, but why don't you make it more enjoyable? I know that we can't play around, but having a good meal should be a standard. With a good meal, you can get a good sleep and a refreshed mind. That's why learning how to cook is necessary when surviving in the wild. Anna made a smug smile. She trained hard to learn cooking because Noel once trapped her in the wild. It was a torture because the taste of the meat was bad. When she returned, it turned out the demon's meat had one of the best flavors. She simply couldn't process it. After that, she learned how to cook despite everyone telling her to focus on the training. And it seemed that her training had paid off. Noel, who had a sharp mouth, couldn't even say anything to her after tasting the food. Wait a minute. We're in the middle of a competition, right? Shouldn't I make you just an edible food instead of a good one? This way, you will be under a lot of stress and I can win easily. Anna smirked. Noel's body trembled. However, he didn't want to show any weakness, so he snorted and said, I don't care. As long as I can eat and have energy to fight for tomorrow, I don't really care. Hey. Anna was amused by Noel's question. It was clear that his body's reaction was the honest one. She then saw Noel's bowl was almost empty. It was because he ate too quickly so that he didn't need to make an excuse later. Seeing this opportunity, Anna then scooped another spoonful of soup and said, Here you go. I don't need it. Noel shook his head, rejecting the soup because it might show that he was too reliant on her. Is that so? I'm full with what I have and it's not like I can use it for tomorrow's breakfast. I guess I'll just throw it away. Noel widened his eyes and shouted in anger. How can you throw it away? Do you know how many people are starving in the fort? Have you ever gone around the fort to see those people? You shouldn't waste food. But I'm full. I can eat it even if I'm full. Noel harumphed. Then, here you go. Anna smiled and poured the remaining soup into his bowl. Noel hurriedly ate the food while Anna kept chuckling as if she had just won. She secretly took a peek at Noel and muttered inwardly, because of his hatred to me, he can't be honest to me because it means showing his weakness. His reaction is really cute. The Noel in my memory was annoying and troublesome. Compared to him, the current Noel was too cute. How can such a difference exist? Well, that's obviously because of me. Even though I suggested it, my father and the royal family had made an agreement before that. Hence, my suggestion was useless. I ended up becoming the sacrifice. Looking at this matter again, our relationship isn't that bad. It's just a misunderstanding. Noel should hate my family instead of me. In that case, let me raise Noel a bit more so that he can help more people in the future. After that, let's solve this hatred. Anna had her plan in mind, knowing this was the best outcome that she wanted to achieve. What? Noel furrowed his eyebrows after Anna stared at him for a few minutes. Nothing. Anna smiled and pointed at his clothes. Put the bowl there. I'll wash them later. Also, you might want to use and dip that pearl again later so that it can purify the water. Noel thought for a moment and nodded. He would take advantage of it too, so he had no reasons to refuse her request. In that case, you should wash yourself first. I'm going to sleep first because I need to wake up early to prepare the breakfast. Noel agreed again as he saw Anna entering the tent nonchalantly. /45 According to their agreement, they only had one tent. In other words, they were going to share this tent. It would certainly be uncomfortable for most people, but Anna didn't feel that repulsive to Noel, so she suggested this idea. Noel also thought that bringing only one tent was easier. The tent itself was only for sleeping, so he didn't really care about the situation. However, with Anna sleeping in the tent, Noel couldn't help but stare at it intensely. There were various thoughts in his mind. Normally, as a boy in his puberty, Noel would have a weird thought in his mind when sharing a roof with a woman, a beautiful one on top of that. However, Anna in his mind was evil that he was just thinking about how to plan against her. On the other hand, her words about his parents and his family flashed in his mind. What was the actual reason for the royal family executing my family? Anna's stargaze alone wasn't enough to influence them, so there must be something that scared the royal family. Did my family have something like that? I hadn't learned much about business from my father, let alone the family as a whole because I was too comfortable in my own zone. So, I didn't really know about this matter. However, what I do know is that my family's wealth was equal to a tenth of the country's entire wealth. Despite being a count, my father's status was similar to that of a marquis or even higher because of that wealth. After executing my parents, the royal family seized everything other than my family heirloom. Noel looked at the black blade. At first, it was rusty, but after recognizing him as its master, the rust had disappeared. Now that I think about it, this sword was used by the family's ancestor. It was said that my ancestor helped the first king to establish the country and fended off hundreds of thousands of enemies. Don't tell me. What they wanted was the power of Artigan. But they didn't think that the rusty sword was actually the reason why my ancestor could achieve all that? Well, this is plausible, but I don't know whether it's true or not because I'm not them. I need to investigate this matter closely in the future. And it seems that Anna Stargaze doesn't know much either. She is like a puppet of the family. Noel frowned. There were many questions in his mind, but it seemed he could only explore it later. While he was in deep thought, he was alarmed by the sudden explosion from the lake. Boom! Exclamation mark! Noel opened his eyes wide as he took his sword, heading to the water. He gasped when he saw the water burst out so high that it surpassed the trees in the area. What is happening? No, that's not important. Taking a deep breath, Noel let out a huge roar. Anna Stargaze. As if responding to his call, Anna hurriedly left the tent and looked around, finding the water raging. What happened? Anna asked as she arrived next to him. I don't know. Noel shook his head. His heart was racing and the adrenaline was rushing. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't find anything extraordinary other than the water. Underwater? Anna frowned. Probably. But such a situation. Noel took at the ice pearl and gasped. Don't tell me. What's the hidden use of the ice pearl? Anna shook her head. I have told you all its purposes. But its purifying ability. It might be the one that has been keeping this lake calm. Then, we should put back this pearl. No, it's useless. Anna thought for a moment. Do you have any clue about what's going on? At least, something at this scale? The instructor didn't tell me anything, so no. Noel shook his head. He didn't know why, but a memory flashed in his mind. It was the mission that Artigan gave him. Don't tell me. Mission: eliminate the weakened ancient demon tree within 30 days. Description: there's an ancient demon tree sleeping underneath the dark demon forest. Reward: Demon Hunter Medal and 7 SP. Penalty: lose your qualification to wield Artigan. No, this might be possible. Noel looked down, contemplating. I know that you don't trust me, Noel. But at a situation like this, you should share any possibilities. We can understand the situation better. Noel gritted his teeth and ultimately asked, can you seal a demon? Seal a demon? Anna gasped as she finally recalled the memory when a mysterious masked man slain the ancient demon tree. How do you know there's an ancient demon tree down here? How do you know it's an ancient demon tree? Eh? Both of them were stunned at their own reaction. It was a desperate question, but they blurted out a secret at the same time. No one was supposed to know about this information, but somehow both of them had this information. How did she know? I didn't even realize that Artigan could even predict something like this. Even the commander shouldn't know about the ancient demon tree. Noel thought while glaring at Anna. As expected, the masked man was him. But how could he know there was an ancient demon tree lying underneath this place? It was clear that Noel was ignorant. He shouldn't have read anything about demons. So, it was impossible for him to know the ancient demon tree. What did he do to know this information? Anna also had her own suspicion. How could Anna know that Noel had the help of Artigan, who seemed to be able to predict the future? Or how could Noel know that Anna had regressed with the knowledge of the future? Both of them could only suspect each other. Anna's rebirth was one step ahead with knowledge and experience, while Noel's system could predict things and was flexible enough to adjust to his need, giving him a perfect growth path. This was the start of the battle between the power of system and rebirth. /46 / So, tell me, what do you know? Anna narrowed his eyes. No, it's you who needs to tell me what do you know. Noel returned it back to her. They were glaring at each other, without a single intention to back down. Both of them wanted to know why they knew about the ancient demon tree. However, they were interrupted by the raging wave that somehow splashed them. The duo turned their heads around and saw what was happening. To their surprise, the raging wave gradually disappeared as if nothing happened. This is... Anna frowned. There were a few questions in her mind, But she only had one way to get the answers. Without hesitation, she jumped into the water to check the phenomenon herself and found a few green lines buried underneath the ground. Anna widened her eyes in shock as she never expected to see these lines. Impossible. Anna gasped for air and came out to take another breath. After that, she started sweeping the dirt that covered the lines and made sure its existence. This is sealing rune. How can there be a rune in this place? Noel was supposed to invent the rune. But Noel fought against the ancient demon tree in the past. He might learn something from this seal and reinvented the rule. She said reinvented because the rune had existed in the past and Noel simply discovered it and remade the rune so that people could use it. Or there might be a treasure that explained the runes inside. Anna frowned and explored the rune for a bit more. After another 10 minutes, she discovered that the rune was still intact. I don't see any problem with the rune, but the raging water. Is there something wrong with the rune? I can't understand. Anna frowned. On the other hand, Noel also saw the glowing lines after Anna cleared the dirt on top of it. As if recognizing the rune, Artigan suddenly presented him with a new training and skill. Recognizing Artigan's rune. Opening up a branch of career. Because the host has chosen the swordsman, the career is adjusted. Rune swordsman is opened. Career, rune swordsman, skill, rune mastery, 0-10, requirement, 5 SP. Noel gasped when he saw the name. Artigan? The ancestor of Artigan family? Noel's face became pale as he looked at the green lines on the lake's floor. But what do you mean the career is adjusted? Becoming a swordsman seems to be the reason. So, if I chose commander, I would be a rune commander? Noel frowned, albeit he received no answer. Still, Artigan said he didn't want me to know much about my ancestor. Did he lie to me? But spirit doesn't lie. In that case, it was my misunderstanding. The reason Artigan didn't want to tell me was simply to make me choose my own path instead of chasing after my ancestor. Finding this was obviously out of the equation, so it gave me all this new stuff. Noel wasn't 100% sure about his conjecture, but he couldn't meditate to meet Artigan for the time being, so he could only believe this assumption for the time being. After a while, he saw Anna returning to the surface. And now I'm wet. Anna let out a long sigh. Maybe I should have taken off my clothes first. If only the little pervert wasn't here, I would have done that. Noel's eyebrows twitched as he asked, so, what did you find there? Why don't you go there and find out? Anna smirked, taunting him. If you don't want to say anything, that's fine. Noel shrugged and looked away. Assuming that Artigan could predict the future by showing how he could know there was an ancient demon tree underneath this lake, he realized that the time limit was real. No matter what he did, the ancient demon tree would only come out near the time limit since he needed a bit of time to kill the ancient demon tree. In that case, 1 day or 2 days before the time limit. Noel thought. The demon will be severely weakened because it just wakes up. Considering my ancestor was the one that made the ancient demon tree fall into slumber, the tree hadn't woken up for around 1,000 years. Even the current me had a chance against this demon tree. Anna looked at Noel's expression and said, how about you ask me one question and I ask you one question? It's obvious that we don't want to tell our secrets, so a question about that is a no-no. Only general questions are allowed. What do you think? Noel contemplated for a moment. Although he knew about the time limit, knowing more about the rune itself was good, so he accepted the condition. I'm all right with it. That's good. In that case, I'm going to change my clothes first. Anna nodded and returned to the tent. While Noel was thinking about the question he wanted to ask, the light from the tent distracted him. There was a silhouette behind that thin cloth that separated them. Although she was an evil woman in his mind, Noel almost forgot that Anna was considered one of the top beauties in the kingdom. Even if it was only in the form of shadow reflected by the light, her curvy body could be considered perfect and it was still growing. He didn't realize it until now. Noel hurriedly shook his head and screamed inwardly, "What are you doing, Noel? That's your enemy. Don't have any weird thoughts about her." Noel ended up closing his eyes to calm his thoughts until Anna finished changing. Fortunately, he managed to control his emotion that when Anna came out with a short pants and tight white shirt, he had no change of expression. Noel maintained his calm face and sat near the campfire, asking, "Who will be the first to ask? Since I'm so magnanimous, I'll allow you to ask the first question." Anna smirked. "Then, I will take up your offer." Noel nodded, shamelessly accepting it. "Wait, what?" Anna widened her eyes in surprise. "Shouldn't you suppose to say, HMPH? I am more generous than you, so I'll answer the question first." "That's what I thought you were going to say from your previous action." "What's that supposed to mean?" Noel rolled his eyes. "Anyway, I'll be asking the question. /47 / Anna's eyebrows twitched as she never expected Noel to be this shameless. Noel's change was too much and too fast. However, she had offered it, so she could only accept her fate. "Fine. Ask anything. However, we need to make a spirit oath first." "Spirit oath? Spirit never lies. I'm sure you've heard about this, right?" "Yes. With the spirit oath, it will force you into that situation. In other words, the spirit oath will prevent you from lying. A good reason to torture someone." Noel narrowed his eyes, making a small remark. Anna looked away as the torture was indeed used to make them swear a spirit oath. This way, they could dig information. "In that case, where is your spirit seal?" "Spirit seal? You don't know about that too? It's the mark of your spirit. You should have a tattoo in your body, right?" Anna sighed and slightly pulled her shirt, showing a yellow zigzag line like that of a lightning on her waist. "We're going to have them connect to each other so that we can't lie. This is one of the primary uses of the spirit oath and spirit seal." "How are we going to do that?" "Just put the two seals together." "That sounds annoying." Noel had an annoyed expression. There were so many things that could go wrong in this process. "Ha ha, certainly. What if you have a mark on your private areas? You obviously can't show that." Anna shrugged. "Well, you hate me so much that you can only see me as an evil witch, so I am not that embarrassed." "Hey!" Noel narrowed his eyes. Anna's eyes became cold as she stated with killing intent, "Sexually harass me and you'll die." Noel shrugged and took off his glove. The reason why she suggested the spirit oath was because she had seen the spirit seal when Noel dove to the water. Just have them touch each other. That's enough. Anna held her shirt. Noel hesitated for a moment but still placed the back of his hand where Artigan's seal was on Anna's waist so that the two spirit seals touched each other. Suddenly, his body trembled as a sharp pain somehow jolted his mind, followed by lightning that electrocuted his body. "This is..." Noel was surprised by this feeling, but he knew that something had truly happened. He also thought, "It seems that I need to go to a library or something to learn about spirits. If this ritual actually made me in a disadvantageous position simply because I didn't know about it, I would have regretted that decision." While he was in his thought, he could feel Anna's body had an increase in temperature. It seemed Artigan's flame had affected her. "The spirit oath is done. Let's finish this as soon as possible." Noel nodded. Artigan could easily connect to him, so if this was a dangerous ritual, he would have created a mission for him to reject this. Since Artigan didn't do anything, it meant she had been telling the truth. That was the only reason why Noel dared to do it despite having no knowledge about the spirit oath. After Anna confirmed it, Noel uttered his first question. "What do you know about the lines you have found underneath the lake?" "Those lines are called rune. It's a kind of spirit technique that utilize the spiritual energy more effectively. And this particular rune is called sealing rune. Like the name implies, it seals something inside." Anna paused for a moment. Then, "It's my turn. What do you know about rune?" Noel wanted to test it first, so he tried to lie. Surprisingly, his mouth couldn't open at that time. He even felt a jolt straight to his brain as if warning him not to lie. He tried to pull his hand but couldn't do it as if his hand had been attached to her. It seems that the only way to stop this is to fulfill the spirit oath. No wonder this technique is used for interrogation after a torture. Noel thought before answering Anna's question. I don't know anything about runes. I haven't even learned about it. Anna frowned. Because of the spirit oath, he was indeed not lying. On the contrary, Noel could feel that the restriction in his hand was gone. If he pulled away right now, the spirit oath would be broken since both sides had asked and answered one question. Still, Noel had another question in his mind. He asked, "Where do you learn about rune?" Anna paused for a moment and answered. From a book called Basic Rune. Anna obviously couldn't say it was from him since it would cause more trouble. So, she told him about the book that he wrote. This was the loophole of a spirit oath. She might not be able to lie, but it didn't mean she needed to tell the whole truth. My turn. From my observation, it doesn't look like the rune is damaged even though you've got the ice pearl. But, how long will the rune break? Anna asked with a serious expression. Noel's heart skipped a beat. He realized he had been trapped in that last question. If he said the time limit, it would make her suspicious because it didn't match his lack of knowledge. On the other hand, he had no way to lie. He wanted to use the fact that it was a sensitive question, but Anna truly took advantage of the loophole. How do I escape this? Noel panicked. I can't lie, but I can't really tell her the truth. She will suspect me after that. But what should I do? Noel was racking his brain as the electricity shook his brain a few times because he had been trying to lie. Anna smirked as if saying, "You're sweating, Noel. It seems that you're hiding something." Noel gritted his teeth. It was clear that in this situation, they couldn't say anything but he somehow understood what she was saying in her heart. He also wanted to shout, "Shut up. You're hiding something as well." Unfortunately for him, he couldn't do it. In fact, could he even escape this situation? /48 Noel gritted his teeth as the pain started numbing his body. If he continued, he would have passed out sooner or later. How should I answer this? Noel attempted to find the answer that could make him escape this situation, but no matter how hard he tried, nothing came into his mind. As expected, there's no way to get around this. In that case, I should avoid the worst case scenario. Noel had resigned to his fate as he said, "It can be tomorrow, it can be a few weeks from now on. Who knows?" Although the system had told him the time limit, 2 weeks had passed. So, there were only 2 to 3 weeks left. Luckily, he could still say a few weeks since 2 weeks could still be considered more than one. At least, this play of words was enough to make him look like he didn't know anything. As soon as he answered, he could feel the power that attached both spirit seals became loose. Without hesitation, he pulled out and glared at her, thinking, as expected, that woman wants to trap me. She's truly a manipulative evil woman. So, a few weeks, eh? Anna smirked. How do you even know the time limit? Maybe you know something about the rune? Noel didn't want to lose to her, so he said, "What about you? How do you know about runes?" The knowledge itself shouldn't be passed on since if the effect is like you said, there will be many people learning it already. Anna and Noel ended up glaring at each other, knowing that they were poking each other. "Since you are not planning to ask another question, then I'm going to sleep. I've wasted too much time for this." Anna harumphed and returned to the tent. When she lied down, she thought, as expected, Noel knows something about the ancient demon tree and the rune. There are many questions that I want to ask, but he won't fall for the same traps twice. How do I acquire the information from him? Anyway, the ancient demon tree will wake up soon. Its power will be extremely weak, probably only around mid-level demon or a bit higher, but it definitely doesn't reach advanced level demon. I need to prepare a few things to fight against that tree. And since Noel knows something about the time of the awakening, I should follow him within the next few weeks. I bet he's going to fight this demon secretly. Sorry, but the ancient demon tree is a huge temptation even for me. Anna smirked. On the other hand, Noel was looking at the tent with a complicated expression. How does she know about runes? I haven't read any records, but if the world knows about such a technique, they'll become famous already. After all, their reputation will become higher than any other spirit users. Even the ignorant me would have heard about them. That's why it doesn't make sense. Should I ask her about the author of that book? Was my ancestor the last person to use it? I wanted to ask Cardigan, but I knew that he wouldn't give me any answer. At the same time, Anna Stargaze managed to turn around the situation this whole time. Whether it was my trap or trick, she somehow used it against me. How smart is she? Noel didn't realize that he was the smarter one among them. The only reason she could turn around the situation was due to him using that particular trick in the previous life. Anyway, I don't think I'll be able to get her to answer that. In that case, I should focus on another thing. Noel opened the system again. Looking at the rune mastery, he was planning to use it because it looked extremely useful. After making his decision, he stood up and pulled Artigan out. Well, looking out is boring, so I should spend it training. As long as I don't lower my guard down, I should be able to see any demons around us. Without hesitation, Noel started swinging his sword. Obviously, he couldn't run around because of the situation, but swinging his sword wouldn't take much movement and attention, allowing him to progress his training faster than his original plan. After another few hours, Anna woke up. She thought Noel didn't wake her up, but it seemed she was a bit too early for her shift. When she took a peek at the outside, she saw Noel swinging his sword, shocked. What? Did he use all this time to train his body? Does he not know that rest is important as well? Anna wanted to stop him, not knowing that Noel's body followed the system's enhancement instead of National Human Body's progress. Although rest was good, Noel didn't need to bother with it too much. As soon as Anna came out of the tent, he said, "Since you're up, it's time for me to sleep." "Why yeah?" Anna saw Noel passing her nonchalantly without even waiting for her answer. Before he entered the tent, Anna shouted, "Wait a minute. Wash your body first. You reeks of sweat. Does it bother you?" Noel smirked as if planning to use it to annoy her. "You don't want a good meal, don't you?" Anna narrowed her eyes, not scared of Noel's threat. Noel's eyebrows twitched as he eventually snorted and walked to the lake. Before going to the tent, Noel said, "Listen. I didn't wash my body because I was scared of your threat. I just wanted to make you work for me like a chef. It sure feels like you're my maid." Ha ha ha. Anna chuckled, not caring about Noel's petty thoughts. Yeah. Whatever." Annoyed by Anna's uninterested reaction, Noel went to the tent with a frown. The moment he lied down, a sweet smell somehow entered his nose. What is this? Noel thought while closing his eyes. The sweet smell somehow feels a bit too relaxing. That woman must have used a perfume or something to make her sleep well. I'll take advantage of it too. Noel didn't realize that Anna never had something like that as his consciousness had gradually faded, wandering to the dreamland. /49 The next day. Clang. Cling. A few clashing sounds echoed inside the wood as Noel was repelling 3 low-level demons at the same time. TSK. Noel clicked his tongue. Usually, the demons would split into 2 groups with at least one of them chasing after Anna, but it seemed he was unlucky today. All 3 demons ignored Anna and focused on him. This is annoying. Noel glanced at Anna, who seemed to have no intention to help him. It was clear that she wanted to test Noel's limit with 3 low-level demons. However, Noel was only annoyed, not angry. How could he get angry when the demons came to him? Medal, Military Service Merit 2, Requirement, kill 25 demons, 24/25, Reward, Military Service 2 medal and 5 honor points. Knowing that the demons were available for him to kill, Noel could progress his mission and get more honor points. When the 3 demons came to attack him, Noel bent his knees and lowered his center of gravity. After that, he used the ice control to create an ice floor around him. This was the same ice floor that he used to take down Anna in their last spar. But the ice spread in all directions so that it tripped all the demons. The only reason for lowering his center of gravity was to prevent the attack that would come to his crotch, causing that pain. As soon as the demons tripped and started sliding on the ice, Noel took a step back and swiftly cut one of them. Swift strike. The stroke was quick and precise. Noel knew that the demon didn't have a hard skin, so he used this ability to kill the demon. On the other hand, Noel used his Mega Slash to take down the other two. Huffed. Noel let out a long breath as he felt a bit exhausted after using all those abilities. After making sure he got the kill, Noel turned to Anna. "Why don't we split the loot right now? It's better to have more spiritual energy." "Nope. I can't let you do that. We need to wait until we reach a safe place. It might be because you haven't absorbed one, but if you absorb the crystals continuously, it will make you feel exhausted. Your body will be sluggish because the spiritual energy that just entered your body starts circulating around. That's why it's better to wait until we go back to the fort," Anna explained with a smile. Noel looked at her for a moment, not satisfied with her explanation. However, he couldn't retort any of her claims because he indeed felt that when absorbing the first 10 crystals. "I don't know why, but he appears more docile in the last couple of days. How can someone change that much in just a few days?" Anna furrowed her eyebrows, suspecting something wasn't right in Noel's personality. She was suspicious that Noel was planning something big to kill her. Whatever. Noel clicked his tongue and gouged the crystals out of the demons' heads before tossing them to Anna. After that, they continued their journey with Noel focusing on killing as many demons as possible. He didn't even bother with the competition anymore because he had a clear goal in his mind. With the previous mission, he now had 8 honor points. As long as he could complete the next mission, which was to kill 50 demons, he would get another 8 honor points. With these points, he could learn about Rune. Although he didn't want to admit it, pairing up with her meant to have a better hunt. She somehow managed to work with him, preventing most of the injuries that they would have if they fought alone. He might have gotten some bruises and scratches here and there, but he didn't need to buy anything from his system anymore, saving some honor points. He could use those points to upgrade his ability. Noel endured all the hardships he needed to endure just to kill one more monster. "Oi! We should go back right now. This is already the 3rd day and we need to go back before the dusk. The sky has become orange," Anna shouted while watching Noel fighting against 4 low-level demons. After this, Noel clicked his tongue. "That's what you said 2 hours ago." Yeah, Noel had been delaying their return trip because he hadn't finished the mission. He needed another 3 more low-level demons to finish the mission. "You're forcing me to kill those demons right now, Noel." Anna gritted her teeth, frustrated. "You can go back first if you want. No one is stopping you. Unlike you, I'm a team person. I can't abandon my teammate." "Then, stick with that curse." Noel shrugged. "KH. This breath." Anna clenched her fists, wanting to smack Noel's head. "What breath? We're at the same age." Noel glanced at her while furrowing his eyebrows as if he noticed something from her words. However, his focus soon returned to the demons as he killed the demons one by one. It took him another 10 minutes to finally finish the fight. "It's finally done." Noel was short of breath, so he gasped for air while observing the demons. But his actual gaze light upon the system screen that only he could see. Medal, Military Service Merit 3, Requirement, Kill 50 Demons, 50-50, Reward, Military Service 3 Medal and 8 honor points. "With this, I can start learning about runes," Noel thought as he took care of the last few crystals. He then returned to Anna and handed the crystals over. "Let's go back. Finally. You're doing at your own pace, aren't you?" Noel looked away, ignoring her. "Ignoring me again, eh?" Anna smirked. "Well, whatever. We've got a quite big hauls this time. I need to check it again, but I think I've killed 137 low-level demons and 4 mid-level demons. As for you, it should be around 71 low-level demons and 1 mid-level demons. We've agreed to split it evenly. But since we have 1 excess mid-level crystal, I'm going to take it because I contributed more. Also, you need to talk once more or I can simply ignore our agreement and grab everything that is mine." "Yeah, Sure. So, 104 low-level crystals and 2 mid-level crystals for both of us. The rest is for you. Noel nodded. Ha ha, you're greedy. Anna smirked, teasing him that he would do everything as long as he got benefits from it. This was also something that she could use to gradually change him. However, Noel immediately looked away, ignoring him again. He had talked earlier, so the agreement was valid. I want to hit you. Anna's eyebrows were twitching as she had clenched her fists as if planning to hit her. Then do it. Noel shrugged. He realized that Anna had another thought about harming him, so he shamelessly used it against her argument. Arg. Just you wait, I'm going to annoy you to death later. /50 When the two returned, there was only one person in the training ground. He was Shale, the man responsible for the entire test. As soon as he saw Noel and Anna, he felt relieved that nothing happened to both of them. Knowing their strength, they would venture deeper to the region, so he was quite worried. But when he took a peek at their bag, he realized there was no need to worry about them. It was clear from the bulging in their bag that they'd got a lot of crystals. Without hesitation, Anna took out a small pouch with 10 low-level demon crystals in it. This is for the test. Certainly. He accepted the pouch with a smile. Well, this will be given back to you after the official appointment from the commander himself. So, the pair is going to continue? Noel frowned. Yes. Normally, it will be a group of 3, but the commander hasn't decided whether to keep the current arrangement or go back to the usual procedure. It'll be announced the day after tomorrow. You've got a whole day to rest. Shale nodded. In that case, do you mind if I ask you something? Noel raised his hand with a poker face. What is it? I'm telling you this, but if you want to learn about spiritual energy, you should wait for the appointment ceremony. No, I'm sure that I won't be able to learn everything after that. So, I want to read some books about it. Even if you don't want to teach me, there shouldn't be a problem if I read something, right? Shale thought for a moment. To be honest, because the lack of literacy among the commoners, there are no rules stating that you can't go to the library to read things. There are, of course, a few records about it. And we're planning to teach you the foundation of the spiritual energy. Since there is no record, that means I can go in, right? Noel kept pressuring him for an answer. Shale was hesitating, but Noel's expression ended up making him agree. Yes, there is no rule stating that you can't read either. If you want to read some books, you should ask Kevin in infirmary. He has the control over it. Understood. Noel nodded, satisfied. Anna was a bit skeptical about this matter, but there wasn't anything interesting in the library. She also couldn't really follow him to the library since it had gone beyond the boundary. People might even think her as a pervert who loved to follow Noel everywhere. Ultimately, she decided to focus on her training. Since you're done, bring all the items you've used there and go back. Noel and Anna nodded at the same time as they immediately put their luggage down and split the crystals. Due to them giving 10 crystals to Shale, they ended up with only 99 low-level crystals and 2 mid-level crystals each. Of course, Shale, who was watching the entire transaction, could only suck a cold breath as this was the first time there was a pair that could bring back more than 200 low-level crystals. They even had mid-level crystals. They surely got a lot. Shale thought before raising his head, sensing someone's presence. He looked at the tower on the corner of the training ground and released his killing intent, warning this guy to not mess with him. They were the trainees under his protection, so eliminating the trainees would mean his failure in protecting them. There was already a lot of pressure since the outbreak, so he couldn't allow any more mishap. After Noel and Anna went separate ways, Shale immediately disappeared from the training ground. The mysterious guy with a black suit that covered his entire body other than his eyes suddenly felt a cold, sharp blade on his neck. He sucked a cold breath because he couldn't even feel Shale's presence when he approached him. Who are you? Depending on your answer, I might need to kill you. Shale's expression was cold as he wouldn't have any hesitation to kill him the moment he didn't get a satisfactory explanation. To his surprise, Anna managed to climb the tower as well, albeit far slower than Shale. He is with me, instructor. Shale glanced at Anna for a moment as if he was hesitating to believe it. There were too many things he needed to consider, but Anna was the genius of the kingdom. After a momentary contemplation, he lowered his sword and said, "As long as you don't do anything dangerous, I'll turn blind eyes on this. Even though you're a noble, we still have rules here, Anna Stargaze. I'm sure that even Marquis Stargaze doesn't want to fight our commander. That is of course. Don't worry. I'll handle this properly." Anna nodded calmly. After getting the assurance, Shale let out a helpless sigh before disappearing again. As expected, he is not an ordinary man. Shale, the demon exterminator. He is considered to be one of the top 10 fighters in this fort. And above him is the commander of Demon Banner Army. With this lineup, they're considered to be one of the strongest force in the kingdom. If not for their role to maintain the safety of the kingdom, their influence will be spread far. Anna thought, assessing Shale's strength. "Young miss." The guy in the black suit hurriedly fell on one knee, apologizing for the blunder. "That's enough. I'm sure that you're already aware of what kind of place this fort is, right?" "Yes. But Master is worried about you." "I can protect myself." Anna snorted. It's because young miss has paired up with." The guy looked away and stopped his sentence. However, his meaning was clear. Anna smirked evilly as she said with killing intent. "Don't you think it's amusing? What if there is a person who plotted your entire family's execution in front of you? And no matter what you do, you can't surpass that person, let alone kill her? His heart will break apart slowly but surely. I'm going to play with him a bit and make him fall into despair. Yes, I'm going to break him apart completely." The guy lowered his head. When he felt the killing intent, he felt Anna said the truth. He couldn't help but think her action was vicious. However, it was clear that Anna wouldn't have any relationship with her enemy, Noel Artigan. "If you understand, go back and tell my father not to send anyone else here. It's annoying." "I understand. I shall convey young miss intention." The guy nodded and disappeared. After his presence disappeared, Anna's cold expression turned to a poker face as she muttered inwardly, "That's done. It should be enough to fool my father for the time being. Now, my task has increased. I can't only mend my relationship with Noel, but I need to handle the relationship with my family as well. Such a troublesome task." /51 / Meanwhile, Noel hurriedly went to the infirmary to meet Evan. Not expecting to have a visitor, Evan furrowed upon this sudden intrusion. He asked coldly, "What are you doing here? It seems that there are bruises and grazes here and there, but it's not something that I should heal. I don't want to waste too much power." "No, you misunderstood me," Noel calmly explained. "I actually want to go to the library to learn more about spiritual energy." "Library?" Evan widened his eyes in shock. This was the first time someone asked him about reading books. "Yes. Sir Shale sent me here and told me that I could ask you. So, you want to learn more about the spiritual energy? Just wait for the official appointment. You'll be learning spiritual energy for a few months before graduating to become a real soldier." "I know that, but I can get the full details and explanation if I read the books." "Fair enough. This is the first time someone wants to read a book. But well, most of the trainees here are commoners, so they can't really read and write. Most of them comes back after a few months or years. Well, I guess I can give the permission. But with my schedule." "I understand. I appreciate the help." Noel nodded. "You can only enter the library with my permission and you need to leave before I go back." Noel agreed without hesitation. "Then, you should go back first. My shift will end in half an hour, so there won't be any time to read. If you're serious about it, meet me tomorrow at dawn." "Understood. Thank you for your help." Noel then left the room with a smile on his face. With this, the first task had been completed. The second task was learning how to cook. As long as he couldn't cook, Anna would have the supremacy. Hence, he should use this time to turn around the situation. At the same time, He needed to schedule his days properly because he wouldn't have too much time for helping people and training. Hence, he returned to his room to make the plans for everything. With the addition of the trainings from the army, he would only have 1 or 2 hours to read the book in the morning. He then planned the rest of his schedule in the evening. This should be enough. Noel nodded with a smile, satisfied with the schedule. After that, he looked at the bag that carried more than 100 crystals. In that case, I should focus on getting stronger. Noel then poured all the crystals on the ground as he closed his eyes while putting the crystals on top of Artigan's spirit seal. He could feel the steep increase in his spiritual energy. The warm feeling from the spiritual energy spread all over his body to the point it made his consciousness a bit fuzzy. I see. So, this is it. It has reached the point beyond uncomfortable. It's becoming painful to absorb one. Noel sighed. I have only absorbed 50 of them. It seems that is my current limit. I can relax for a bit to cool down my body's temperature, or... Noel remembered the pearl and ice spirit. He took off his shirt and tried to absorb the spiritual energy through his spirit seal. To his surprise, his spirit seal sent a chill all over his body. So, that's how it is. Artigan's flame is increasing my temperature and his ice is cooling down my body. If I absorb through both of them at the same time, I might be able to increase the rate of my absorption as well as preventing my body from being exhausted. Though, I'm not sure whether it's safe or not for my body. I should consult Artigan and ask about this first. After a while, Noel decided to enter his consciousness. As expected, Artigan and Husk told him that there wouldn't be any complication if he did it like that. Both spirits had claimed that they didn't feel discomfort, so the means must be safe. With the approval of those two, Noel hurriedly absorbed all the crystals without hesitation. This way, he managed to erase the side effects that Anna talked about. Although he couldn't show this to everyone else, it was good enough for him. Name: Noel Artigan. Job: Rune Swordsman. Weapon: Artigan Sword. Main metal: Military Service Merit 3, Spiritual Energy plus 2%, Low Quality Crystal, 109 5000, Mid Quality Crystal, 2 3000s. This is great. I can feel that my spiritual energy has become a lot stronger. I believe that even normal people won't have any trouble in killing 2500 low-level demons. This will give everyone a chance to become stronger at the start. Then, they will start having difficulty in mid-level demon and advanced level demon. Depending on their abilities, they can fill them as well. And those who manage to do it must be elites. I think that's how it is. I need to make sure about it with the books tomorrow. Noel smiled. Anyway, I'm glad that I have art again with me. A 100% conversion rate is simply a perfect conversion rate. Its power is beyond everyone's imagination. Even at my current state, my spiritual energy is twice as much as the people who have 50% conversion rate. Still, I can't be too complacent. Although I have a lot of spiritual energy, I need to keep training my body. If I can't use the spiritual energy well, I won't be able to defeat that Anna. That's why spiritual energy is useless without proper combat techniques. Hence, I should learn something that can increase my power. And that is. Noel smiled and opened his system, buying 5 skill points from the shop and spending all of them on rune mastery. To his surprise, there were a few information Artigan gave him. You've learned rune mastery. Officially open the rune swordsman path. Skill: increase agility rune, 03, requirement, 3 SP, skill, strength blessing rune, 03, requirement, 3 SP. At the same time of the notification, his brain also received an influx of information about rune. This is. Noel gasped. There were so much information to process and they were in pieces, so it would be hard to sort them. However, Noel could say one thing for sure. Raising the rune mastery was worth it. /52 / Noel fell on his butt after receiving the knowledge. Despite being a basic knowledge, their information was quite complete. Let's see. Noel looked down, sorting the information. Rune is a way to draw spiritual energy in a more unique way. They're not necessarily the quickest one, but they can amplify the spiritual energy. Normally, the spiritual energy will move to their destination immediately. If I want to infuse my spiritual energy into my sword, they'll just keep flowing into it one at a time. However, rune can gather them in one place, allowing me to accumulate the spiritual energy instead of wasting them. Sadly, there is not much knowledge about the spiritual energy here. All I can see is that instead of pouring the spiritual energy to the target, it's better to use the rune to gather it and create an explosive power. Each person has their own unique rune. However, there are numerous basic strokes that one can learn to understand their function and purpose. For now, I only get 5 basic strokes. Their purposes are for spiritual energy gathering, spiritual energy storage, spiritual energy explosion, body amplification, and body connection. I don't understand much about it, but if I'm not wrong, the Strength Blessing rune or Increase Agility rune relies a lot on body amplification and body connection. They also need spiritual energy gathering and energy storage to maintain their power. I can understand why upgrading the rune mastery unlocks the 2 runes. I should go back to the forest right now and see the rune under the lake. But at the same time, I don't know if my shallow knowledge can do anything about it or not. And it will also make Anna Stargaze realize I've understood something about runes. That's right. I'm planning to use another identity soon. How about I use the Ancient Demon Tree as a debut for my second identity? With the help of the rune, I can make my identity unknown because of this unique ability. Noel muttered in a low voice. Due to the influx of information, Noel knew that he needed to prepare his second identity as soon as possible. At the same time, he needed to focus in strengthening his basics while holding some of his power back. If he and his second identity had the same amount of power, people would figure it out soon. Last but not least, he needed to think carefully about his weapon. Now that I think about it, how do I hide my sword? Should I get a new weapon? Noel narrowed his eyes while remembering how the sword had 2 colors when they first merged. After a while, he met with Artigan and Husk once again. There is no need to think much about it, Master. We can simply change it any time you wish it. Both Artigan and Husk gave the same reply. What do you mean? Noel tilted his head in confusion. Husk then looked at Artigan and said, please. Inside the gem in the sword hilt, a blue snowflake shone. Suddenly, Artigan's black color turned white while the red part changed into blue. Although Noel could see that the sword's body was still the same, Artigan's body itself was similar to the mass-produced sword from the kingdom. People wouldn't easily suspect him this way. I see. So, I can just talk to you about this? Yes. Whenever Master wishes for a change, you can simply ask us. We're here to help you after all. Artigan answered. Alright. With this, I can start the preparation. Noel smiled and waved his hands. Thank you for the help. I'm going back. Yes, Master. Noel returned to the reality sooner than he expected. Although the sword was still black, he knew that he could simply request Artigan to change his color. In that case, I should start writing down all the information about runes. Even I have a hard time organizing them because there are too much information. It's easier to sort them when I have the physical copy. I can burn the book later or whatever. Noel shrugged. If Anna saw him writing this book, she would be stunned because this book would become the first guide of the runes called Basic Rune. Yes, the book that she told Noel about. After putting down his thoughts, Noel took a rest since he needed to meet Evan early in the morning. As expected, Noel ended up waiting for Evan. It took him 30 minutes before Evan finally arrived at the infirmary. Upon seeing him, Evan sighed, "It seems that you've waited for quite a while. I've seen your determination. Follow me." He thought someone like Noel would have a hard time to come this early in the morning where most people hadn't even started working. So, his determination and lack of complaint pleased him. Evan decided to bring him to the library. The room turned out to be located 2 doors away from the infirmary. When Evan opened the doors, Noel could only see a small room with only 1 bookshelf. Even that shelf is only half filled. This is. Noel widened his eyes. Not many can read, and books aren't necessities since we're teaching you all the basics. So, there are not many books that we collect. Evan shrugged and approached the shelf. Still, if you want to learn about spiritual energy, I suggest these 2 books. Evan put down 2 books on the table. Curious, Noel approached the table and read their titles. Spirit System. Basic application of spiritual energy. Spirit System is basically the introductory book for spirits. You will understand more about your spirits by reading this book, including demon classifications as well as the usage of their crystals. I don't know much about you, but I think you don't have any knowledge about spirits, so I suggest to read this book first. Then, you can continue to this basic application of spiritual energy. As the name implies, now that you're aware of spiritual energy, you can learn how to manipulate it inside your body. They can do many things. Even so, if you want to get stronger, you need to know about spirit first because spiritual energy alone is not enough. I understand. Thank you so much for the help. Noel nodded with a serious expression. These 2 books were truly what he needed, especially remembering how he was trapped by the spirit oath. I don't think there are many people that will come to the infirmary today, so come to me if you have any questions. But you need to finish reading the whole book first before asking a question related to it. Evan waved his hand and left with a poker face. Even so, his action couldn't help but give warmth to Noel's heart. Despite his nonchalant and not caring appearance, Evan truly took care of others. /53 Spirit is born from human's desire. After realizing one's true desire, the spirit will manifest according to that desire. Normally, people will recognize their true desire in 6 months to 5 years because people believe that their desires are their goals, not what they truly want. And because they're from your desires, the spirit has a unique character. They'll support you in using their power, but in their own way. Because the spirit shares their senses with you, they'll know what you're thinking. No wonder Artigan can give all those missions and simply talk to me in an emergency. The spirit itself has a similar classification to demons. There are 5 classifications for spirits based on their conversion rate. 1% to 25% is low-level spirit. 26% to 50% is mid-level spirit. 51% to 75% is advanced level spirit. 76% to 99% is ancient level spirit. Lastly, 100% conversion rate means you have the legendary spirit. There are not many records about legendary spirit because the last person to have it is Arvid Artigan. It's said that spirit itself is related to one's bloodline, so people are trying to marry those with higher conversion rate for the chance that their descendants to have a higher conversion rate. The higher the conversion rate, the more spiritual energy you can have. To grow your spiritual energy, you need to absorb the spiritual energy from demon crystals. Well, this is the first time I learned that Artigan is a legendary spirit. However, it's truly surprising that Artigan can help increasing her conversion rate. Either way, I can make use of this information. Noel kept reading page after page. He learned all the basic knowledge about spirits from the spirit classification to spirit seal to spirit oath. The information might not be complete, but it should be enough to avoid being fooled again by Anna. After learning about the spirits, Noel began to read the second book. He had a time off, so he didn't mind spending all his time in the library. Obviously, he had many questions that he wanted to ask to Evan, but because of the promise, he ended up writing down his questions first. Luckily, the books weren't that thick, allowing him to finish one book in just 4 hours. As soon as he finished, Noel went to Evan to ask some questions. Although Evan kept showing an annoyed expression, he continued answering him until there were no more questions left. Even Evan didn't expect for Noel to be able to learn all that from just 2 books. It showed how much Noel's imagination was. He explored the possibility from the knowledge instead of taking everything he learned as it was. As expected, due to the number of the questions and discussions they had, Evan became too busy that he ended up going back to his house later than usual. Still, Noel was smiling the whole time as he gained so much knowledge that gave him endless possibility. That night, Noel immediately applied the knowledge he just got. While sitting on a lotus pose, Noel closed his eyes, focusing his attention to the spirit seal. People who haven't found their spirit will have a trouble finding the spirit core. To put it simply, the spirit core is where the spirit channels their energy. The spiritual energy given by the spirit can now be channeled to the entire body depending on the intention. Of course, learning how to move it alone requires a huge amount of time. This whole time, I've been taking advantage of Artigan's skills, which seems to be controlled by him. If I want to get stronger, I need to learn how to control the spiritual energy myself. I might still use Artigan's skills, but I'll control how much power and how fast the spiritual energy flows when using that skill. At the same time, by using Artigan's skills, I can learn how the spiritual energy flows in my body. This will help him in comprehending the spiritual energy. The flow of the spiritual energy itself carries a special feeling, so it can make one recognize it easier. Anyway, with the help of Artigan, I can skip a few stages. I don't need to find the spirit core since the spirit cores are on my spirit seals. Then, I need to learn how to direct the movement of the spiritual energy from both seals. It'll take more time, but Artigan helps me through his skills. After learning how to direct the flow, I will learn about each application like muscle strengthening, senses enhancement, hiding presence and so on. Yeah, that sounds like a plan for me. Noel had decided his priority as he immediately took out Artigan, preparing to use Swift Strike and Mega Slash to fill the movement of the spiritual energy. Although he could barely feel it, Noel felt the increased temperature in his hand and a drop in temperature in his heart. The two seals had different powers, so he expected this. According to the book, the best imagination that one could use for flowing spiritual energy was like a water that smoothly flowed on a calm river. Noel used that imagination to send a signal to his brain. It seemed that the brain was the one controlling the flow of energy, but how much one could transfer depended on the concentration and mastery. Noel didn't give up in trying no matter how he felt. Although barely, he could see the improvement. To his surprise, the learning process actually amused him to the point he forgot about time. Without him realizing, he had wasted more than 7 hours in meditation. He needed to sleep, but at the same time, his excitement couldn't go down after discovering the spiritual energy. Ultimately, his curiosity got the best of him. He ended up using the remaining time to continue his training. As a result, Noel's eyebrows were so heavy when he did his morning routine. Even his mood decreased because of the lack of sleep. This is annoying. Lack of sleep can annoy and bother me this much. Why do humans need to sleep anyway? Noel sighed as he went to the barrack with a full mood, hoping that Anna wouldn't do something worse today. /54 After a long training, Noel finally returned to the training ground with the rest of the trainees. It seemed they had an important announcement. Even Shale straightened his back and wore formal clothes as if he was receiving someone with a high rank. To everyone's surprise, a middle-aged man walked to the platform. The man had fierce and sharp gaze that could send chills down one's spine with just a single look. His muscular body was even exuding an aura that made them feel they were just a hopeless prey. Noel recognized him because he was the most important person in this fort, the commander, Oscar. Unlike the pity or gentle expression he showed in the past, Oscar didn't seem to want to give any differential treatment to the trainees. After taking a glance at all the trainees, Oscar opened his mouth, speaking with his deep, gallant voice. "I am the commander of this fort, Oscar. I congratulate you for finishing the test with flying colors. Although it's unfortunate that people died in the last outbreak, it's impressive that you didn't fall into the same pit in the last test. With this, I've recognized you to have graduated from the trainees' introduction class. Now, you shall become the junior soldier of my Demon Banner Army. If you want to become a full-fledged soldier, you have an objective that you'll need to complete within 1 year. Shale will give you the full explanation later. What I want to say here is that the number of our soldiers might not be high, but..." Oscar paused as he took a deep breath before shouting with all his pride. "Our soldiers are elites, They have the strength of 100 if not thousands of men. Why? Because we'll pour our resources on each of you and give you the best training we can provide. What we provide is the power to fight 100 demons. Spiritual energy. You've collected 10 demon crystals with the first test. We'll teach you how to induce the spiritual energy from within the demon crystals. This is the use of spiritual energy. Oscar raised his right hand as a blue-colored flame coming out. The flame stunned the trainees. Even though they had seen spiritual energy from Anna and Noel, they only saw the particles. However, Oscar condensed flame with that spiritual energy. Spiritual energy can be used for many things. Strengthening your muscle, thus enhancing your strength and speed. Giving an explosive boost on your foot so that you can jump higher or faster. Anything. Including a powerful attack like this. Oscar punched upward, releasing all the flame on his hand. However, the small flame that came from his fist suddenly erupted and turned into a giant tornado. Even if they were far away from him, they could feel the intense heat from it. They thought they would be burned alive if they came closer to this flame. This is what you'll learn in the next 1 year while accomplishing your mission. I know that most of you don't have any literacy skills, but we'll also provide you with the basics so that you can read and write. This is a must. All the detailed information shall be explained by Shale later. He'll become your mentor for 1 year. Prove to us that you can become an elite soldier. I wish you luck. Oscar ended it with a nod as he turned around, leaving the platform or even the training ground. Not a single of the trainees clapped their hands or even moved. But it was clear that the flame in their heart was ignited. If they were employed by a local noble or an imperial army, they might not be taught spiritual energy. But in this place, they would become the most elite soldiers in the entire kingdom. There was no one who didn't get excited from such a tempting future. They swore in their hearts. I'll survive. I'll complete this training. I'll become an elite soldier. Noel's expression was serious this whole time as he had an entirely different reason for completing this training. He just wanted to get stronger to have his revenge. As long as he could get stronger, he could help more people and gain people's affections. In the future, there would be a chance for an uprising. This would be his revenge. After seeing off the commander, Shale walked to the platform and said, I shall be explaining your tasks in 1 year. There are 3 main things you need to clear within a year. First shall be your basic literacy. We often have a record of your mission and journey, so it'll be easier if you can read and write. The second task is to learn basic application of spiritual energy. I believe you have seen what a spiritual energy can accomplish. The reason we're elites because all our soldiers can use their spiritual energy unlike any other army. We're here to fight demons, so don't misuse this power. As long as you're in the right, our army will back you up. Last but not least, you have to complete 10 missions from us. They're divided into 2, solo mission and group mission. You're not an elite soldier just because you're strong. You're an elite soldier because you have good judgment skills and powerful strength. If you just take your training as it is, you'll become strong, but you won't be wise. We won't limit your creativity. That's why you'll be the one to judge your own schedule. When and where will you go for a mission? Will you take a single mission or 2 at once? That's entirely up to your decision making. Just to remind you that if you haven't completed 5 solo missions and 5 group missions within 1 year, you'll be expelled from the army. Any questions? Shale looked at the junior soldiers in the training ground. Surprisingly, one of them raised their hands, asking, Sir, I have a question. Don't you think it's still beneficial for us even if we don't finish the missions? With such a skill set, we can be paid high from other lords? You're not planning to kill us or something? Shale shook his head. The answer is simple. What we'll be teaching you is a basic. You might be able to live a leisure life with what you learn from this place, but you won't become the elite among elite. In fact, your true training will start after completing all these tasks. There are many of our soldiers who retire from this place and become the head knight of noble households. It's them who are begging you to stay in their house. Can you see the privilege now? It's you who will choose them, not the other way around. They might even marry their son or daughter to you and make you a noble. You can become a stronger knight in their territory if you don't accomplish the missions, but that will be all your achievements. You won't be able to climb to an even higher place. Shale's statement shocked everyone as they never thought about this. Becoming the head knight or even a noble. It was a truly shocking privilege. Those who wanted to join this army already had a high ambition, but when learning about the potential, they realized they didn't aim high enough. With this fire igniting their desire, they clenched their fists and swore, "I will make it." Shale smiled after seeing their expressions. "Now then, I'll explain the details." /55 After a bit of explanation from Shale, all junior soldiers sat down in a lotus pose. Shale had given them 5 demon crystals each for this next training. Just close your eyes and take advantage of the peaceful atmosphere in the morning to feel the spiritual energy from the demon crystal, said Shale while observing their progress. As expected from Anna, she already absorbed the spiritual energy with her own spirit seal. In fact, she had been emitting spiritual energy from her body in perfect harmony, as if this meditation was just a way for her to strengthen the connection between them. She has been using spiritual energy skillfully in the training, so I don't need to teach her anything. The control is very stable, so she'll get stronger just fine. On the other hand, Shale turned to Noel, who had been training with Anna. In the training, Noel also let out his spiritual energy, but unlike Anna, his control was sloppy. He could only use the spiritual energy on his sword. Well, he has absorbed the demon crystals, but... Shale glanced at the purple crystals that now had turned gray. It was the proof that he had absorbed all the spiritual energy from it. However, Noel couldn't release any spiritual energy he had despite having plenty of it. It's going to be tough for him from now on. He needs to learn how to control his spiritual energy as soon as possible. After a while, Shale said, "Every morning, you'll be meditating for 4 hours. The rest will be your physical training and group training. Because of the missions you can get, attending my class is not compulsory anymore. You can do your own meditation and training at your own room, but if you're here, you can consult me with your problems. I'll help as much as possible. If you want a mission, just come to me and I can show you the mission catalog you can choose from. I can read them for you, but I'm sure that you can understand why we want you to have basic literacy skills. Anyway, that's all I have to say. For now, you can go to your pair and discuss your schedule and plan for the next 1 year. After that, you can continue meditating." Shale then walked away from them, giving them some space. Anna came to Noel and sat in front of him while asking, "So, what do you have in mind?" It was true that Anna had already planned everything with her experiences, but she believed Noel's brain was smarter than her, so she also needed to ask for his opinion. Noel slowly opened his eyes and said, "There are group assignments, huh?" "That's right. You can't escape from me." Anna smirked, teasing him. "Can we change our pair?" Noel sighed. "Ha ha." Anna chuckled. To their surprise, Shale appeared next to them while saying, "You can. This is a special privilege for all of you. If you want to change your partner, you can simply kick someone else from that party. In other words, you can beat someone else from another group and replace their position. It's easy, right?" Anna and Noel widened their eyes. In fact, everyone also heard his statement. Noel acted as if he was tempted by it, while Anna gritted her teeth, glaring at Shale as if she hated him for giving that idea to Noel. The others even had the thought because Anna was a huge temptation for all of them. Having Anna in their group meant they could easily achieve the top. At the same time, they could ask her about all their questions since Anna was knowledgeable. And for men, there was no way they would let go the chance to work together with a beauty. Still, if they wanted to work with Anna, they needed to defeat Noel. Although they didn't want to admit it, Noel was stronger than them due to his spiritual energy. If not for Anna covering her sword with spiritual energy, the wooden sword would completely be shattered by his attack. So, before learning about spiritual energy, it would be foolish to challenge Noel. Yet, no matter how obvious it was, there was always someone foolish, ignorant, and arrogant enough to do it. A muscular man approached them while asking, "So, Sir Shale, does that mean we can challenge that person?" Of course. The other party has no right to refuse. However, I need to remind you that you can only challenge the same person once. We have a talented healer in our infirmary, so as long as you don't kill the other party, it's alright. Oh, don't cut anyone, alright? Shale smirked. Since the other party can't refuse then. The muscular man walked to Noel while looking down on him. "I want to challenge you." Noel furrowed his eyebrows because this person was the one who bullied him the most. He was the one that led Leslev and other bullies to attack him in the training. However, unlike all of them, this one didn't stop bothering him. If not for Anna, he would continue to bully him. That was why he thought he needed to settle this grudge. Although he couldn't kill him, he could still beat him black and blue until he feared him. This way, no one would bully him anymore. Shale narrowed his eyes and said, "Alright. I shall authorize this fight. Because you've just returned here, the duel will be held tomorrow morning before the meditation." Noel closed his eyes as if he had accepted the duel. HMPH. Don't run away. The muscular man snorted and walked away. TSK. Anna clicked her tongue, annoyed. Everyone thought she must be angry because she couldn't torture Noel again if the latter lost. At the same time, Alfred and surprisingly Kirka looked at this pair as if they were interested in it. Surprisingly, Noel said to Anna, "One solo mission near the fort within the first month. The rest can be scheduled later." "Oh? You sounded like you can win tomorrow. Do you want me that much? Or do you love the pain that I inflicted? Pervert." Anna smirked. "I simply think this is my best choice to kill you." Noel shrugged. /56 / After coming to an agreement with Anna, Noel continued his training like normal. Other than the meditation and some additional training in mobilizing the spiritual energy, there was no change in their schedule. Of course, Noel still couldn't use his spiritual energy yet. He only took advantage of the skills to manipulate the spiritual energy. However, his control improved by leaps and bounds due to the skills. He expected that he could do a basic control of his spiritual energy within a week. Before going back to his room, he made another trip to visit the street kids that he looked after. They danced every time Noel visited them. And it was clear that they became more skillful as time passed. From the awkward and robotic movement to a fluid but still awkward dance, Noel was impressed by their progress. Their progress stuck in Noel's heart because they proved what he believed in. As long as one worked hard for it, they could still be good at it. With their talent, they somehow managed to make a bit of money to at least buy food themselves. Noel started to grow attached to them. Everyone's become good. Noel smiled. Thanks to Big Brother Noel. We wouldn't be anything without Big Brother Noel. The bright kid that first met Noel replied with a smile. He was the leader of these kids, guiding them to make their own money instead of begging or stealing. It was hard at first and they got scorned by others, but every penny they got felt so satisfying. The food became even more delicious. After learning this pleasure, he continued to lead the kids to do it. Is that so? You know how to flatter now, Eric? Noel smiled. My brother is too stupid to think about flattery. A female kid came over while shaking her head helplessly, disappointed by Eric. Erica. Eric pouted while glaring at her. Erica looked away. Is that so? I guess that's true. Noel chuckled. What? Eric gasped and took a step back. He was shocked by the sudden betrayal. The others laughed together. It seems that you have been managing the group, Erica. Well done. Noel smiled and patted her head. It's thanks to Big Brother Noel. You taught us that we needed to work hard to pursue our ideal life instead of accepting our fate. Erica answered with resolve, but when their gaze intertwined, she couldn't help but look away, feeling embarrassed. Food wasn't the only thing she bought with the money they earned. They also paid for clothes. The tidier and cleaner they were, the more people would be more impressed by them after all. Despite being a commoner, Erica seemed to have this understanding without Noel teaching her anything. Is that so? Ha ha, you make me embarrassed. Noel smiled. She used my words and tweaked a little. Eric pouted. Well, I hope that you can continue becoming better and better. Noel waved his hand and started walking away. In the future, we'll get very good. We'll perform at Big Brother Noel's land to repay Big Brother. Erica shouted before Noel left them. Noel felt moved. If he was still a noble, he might not care about their words and even ignored them. But with his current status, he could see the world differently and appreciate all small things. Is that so? I'm looking forward to it. The kids waved their hands with a smile. Unbeknownst to them, there was one person that looked at this group from afar. His expression was cold and even had a shred of killing intent. Noel didn't know that there was danger looming nearby. After returning to his room, Noel made the last preparation for their duel. He had 4 weapons to defeat Asger: pure swordsmanship, mega slash, swift strike and his ice control. By no circumstances he could use his rune mastery. He even refrained himself from using the remaining honor points to learn one of the 2 runes. He had experienced fighting against Anna many times, so he expected a victory against his opponent. The next day, Noel and the bully, Asger, stood in front of each other. All the junior soldiers seemed to attend this duel as they wanted to measure Noel's true strength to see whether it was possible or not to take his position. They both were equipped by a wooden sword, but Asger chose a bigger sword to match his build. It was clear that he would have a powerful swing. Even Noel would have a hard time blocking this. However, Noel could use his spiritual energy to completely crush that sword before defeating Asger. But whether Noel would use it or not was another question. The junior soldiers stood in the side of the training ground, allowing the 2 to have the whole training ground for themselves. Shale stood in the middle as he became the referee of this official challenge. He also needed to make sure that none of them died. With a calm expression, Shale said, I need to remind you about the rules. We're soldiers from the Demon Banner Army. Using all kinds of tricks are allowed because it's the proof that we can defeat demons with everything. However, there are 2 lines that you mustn't cross. First, you're not allowed to cut someone's body. Our doctor might be able to heal broken bones or superficial injuries, but it can't reattach or regrow body parts. Second, you shall not kill your opponent. If you somehow kill your enemy, the fort's rules shall apply. Whether you're a commoner or a noble, if you kill someone here, you'll be jailed for at least 20 years if not getting executed. Don't try to challenge our authority. The moment we know you kill someone, we're going to enforce the rules. Once a count's son killed a commoner here and his father executed him on the spot because he feared us. Shale explained the rules and finally took a step back. If you understand then. He paused for a moment as Noel and Asger raised their swords, preparing to clash. Start. /57 start. The moment they heard Shale's signal, Noel and Asger leapt forward. To gain as much experience as he could, Noel wanted to fight Asger without his spiritual energy first to measure how far he could go with only his art against swordsmanship. Noel swung his sword from the left while Asger slammed his sword toward Noel's head, wanting to crush it. However, Noel skillfully struck Asger's sword and slightly pushed the sword so that it moved away from its trajectory. At the same time, Noel had a few small steps to push his body to the other side, allowing him to avoid this powerful strike. Once Asger hit the ground, a small shock wave kicked up the dust. It was clear that Noel would have bled if he was hit. Noel glanced at the power behind that swing while taking a few steps back, regaining some distance from Asger. His expression remained calm as he had expected this kind of battle. At the same time, he checked his hand's conditions. Luckily, he didn't feel anything because he didn't try to block the hit earlier. Asger didn't want to let him go because this was his chance to defeat Noel. Before the latter used his spiritual energy, he needed to win. Hence, Asger hurriedly chased after Noel and made a diagonal swing from above. This time, Noel tried something different. Instead of dodging the attack, Noel parried this attack with his sword. But the result was expected. Asger's strength overwhelmed Noel's and immediately pushed his sword back. His sword continued making its way toward Noel's neck. Unbeknownst to him, Noel used the force that he used to his own advantage. With the sword still clashing, Noel used it as a support to tilt his body in the direction the sword moved. This way, Noel ended up falling to his knees with his body tilted almost 90 degrees. Asger smirked as he thought he was winning, but because of his huge and muscular body, Noel's body disappeared from his vision due to him dropping to his knees. When everyone thought Noel would be in disadvantage after this exchange, they were shocked by Noel's adaptability. In fact, Noel intentionally put himself in this condition. Now that he had disappeared from Asger's vision, he spun his body and raised his right foot, kicking Asger on the head. Way, Asger widened his eyes when his head was already tilted due to the kick. The sharp pain jolted his brain, making his body tremble and losing its balance. Using this opportunity, Noel continued pushing his kick to the side until Asger fell to the ground. KH. Asger gritted his teeth and saw Noel rising from the ground as if he had won. The only way to avoid losing this fight, Asger hurriedly swung his sword even if his body refused to move. Luckily, he somehow managed to swing his sword to Noel's feet, forcing the latter to jump. However, Noel had pointed his sword at Asger to stab him from above. Asger hurriedly rolled a few times to avoid the attack before rising from the ground. While stabilizing his body, he pointed his sword at Noel to keep him at bay. On the other hand, Noel took another deep breath to calm his heart down. It was clear that Artagan's swordsmanship appeared to be useful even in a battle like this. If he applied the swordsmanship while using the spiritual energy, it would become even more powerful. The entire battle had been in Noel's favor. As expected, Noel Artagan is strong even without spiritual energy. His swordsmanship is among the best. Still, his strength and speed are lower than us if not for the spiritual energy. But he has been improving by leaps and bounds. This means the longer we wait, the stronger he'll become. We need to challenge him as soon as possible, huh? The people started talking about the battle as the few rounds they exchanged were truly extraordinary. It was the swordsmanship that had been polished every time he challenged Anna. Although Noel didn't want to admit it, Anna's swordsmanship was currently far superior than his. The experience he got in each spar was a huge boost in his stability. And now, Noel had been utilizing everything he had learned to control the entire fight. Even Anna couldn't help but smile, thinking, as expected, he's a genius, might be more than me. If his start wasn't that low, he would have surpassed me. Noel and Asger continued their clash for another few rounds. Every time Asger attacked, Noel skillfully blocked or repelled it before making an opportunity to deliver a counterattack. Asger managed to avoid some of them, but bruises started appearing on his body. With the way things were going, it was clear that Noel would defeat Asger without using his spiritual energy. Bang! Their swords clashed once again as Noel prepared to back down to avoid his strength again. However, Asger did something different this time. When their swords clashed, Asger smirked as his head slightly leaned toward Noel. He opened his mouth, whispering something to Noel. Noel widened his eyes in shock when he heard those words. His body trembled. He was clearly shaken by the words he told him. An opening. Asger thought. That news truly shocked him to the point it gave such an opening. He smirked and struck Noel's sword. He would have blown Noel's sword away if Noel didn't have a good swordsmanship foundation. Still, with both hands above his head, Noel wouldn't be able to block his next attack. He swung his sword once again to deliver the killing blow, but Noel's reflex was beyond his expectation. Even at the last moment, Noel managed to swing his sword once again, stopping his sword. But his expression was still in clear shock. Asger took advantage of it to let go one of his hand and punched Noel in the stomach. Noel felt the fluid in his stomach rise as he spat out some acid before getting launched into the air and falling to the ground. Gah! /58 / rolling a few times on the ground, Noel stopped several meters from Asger. He hurriedly stood up to avoid the continuous onslaught from Asger. At the same time, the words he told him earlier stuck in his mind. Those 11 kids are cute, eh? I wonder if they'll be able to see you anymore. Noel didn't expect that Asger mentioned them. And with his tone, it was clear that he had done something to them. Did something happen to them? Noel thought. He couldn't help but remember the memories he had with them. Big Brother Noel. Eric's voice and figure flashed in his mind. I'll take care of the group. Eric's smile appeared in his vision. Thank you for giving us this opportunity, Big Brother Noel. The other kids' big smiles and energetic cheers shook his heart. But Asger actually did something to them? Noel couldn't believe it. Shale had told them about the fort's laws, so it was clear that killing someone was forbidden inside the fort. But if he was talking about Asger, he could clearly do something worse than that. He could torture the kids or even break their bones. As long as they didn't die, Asger could get away with the crimes. Just thinking about that possibility made his body freeze. Although he didn't want to admit it, he had grown attached to them. After all, those children could be taught and had the will to improve themselves. Yet, the connection between them was actually the one that harmed them the most. Noel gritted his teeth as he couldn't forgive himself and especially Asger. Because of his contemplation, he saw Asger coming to him to take advantage of his opening. Ha! Asger roared as he released all his strength to strike Noel's sword. As long as he could blow his sword away, he could defeat Noel. Unfortunately for him, Noel's focus had returned. In fact, his anger soared to the sky as his eyes started emanating killing intent. Blue particles started appearing on Noel's sword as he swiftly and precisely struck Asger's blade. Bang! This one strike actually smashed a portion of the wooden blade. If Noel could deliver the second blow, he could snap the blade. In fact, if Noel used Mega Slash earlier, he would have destroyed the blade. But due to his opening, he needed to resort to Swift Strike to get enough speed to hit Asger's blade. Seeing such a situation, Asger hurriedly said, "If you don't admit defeat, you won't be able to see them anymore." This should be enough to stop Noel from moving, but Asger had made one big miscalculation. Noel's bottom line was never the kids. When he reached this place, he was alone without nothing to protect. There was only revenge in his mind. He wouldn't allow 11 children to be the wall that stopped his revenge. That was why the last threat actually made Noel even angrier. He used Mega Slash and struck Asger's sword, snapping the blade into two. "You bastard!" Asger gritted his teeth, but Noel didn't care about him anymore. Instead of protecting the kid's future, Noel chose the path that was currently suited to him. Noel's killing intent was telling him, "If I can't see them, then I'll avenge them by making you live a life worse than death." Killing him was impossible, so Noel didn't use his spiritual energy this time. Instead, he used this blood wooden sword to strike Asger's face, breaking his nose in one hit. Due to the hit, Asger's muscular body became unstable. Noel punched his broken nose to add the last bit of force needed to take him down. Bam! Asger fell on his back while screaming. "Arg! This is..." Shale widened his eyes in shock. He never expected that Noel would show such a fierce action and killing intent. That guy whispered something to Noel earlier. What was that? Anna frowned, suspecting something between them. However, Noel didn't wait for Asger or anyone else to react. As soon as Asger fell, Noel swung his blade to hit his head, planning to crack his skull. As his desperate attempt, Asger grabbed the dirt and threw it to Noel's face. Noel hurriedly closed his eyes as the dust entered his eyes. The sting his eyes experienced forced him to be unable to open his eyes. "You bastard!" Asger roared as he used all his strength to land a blow on Noel's face. Luckily, Noel was far smarter than most people. He hurriedly leapt back, knowing that this was also one of the oldest tricks in the book. As long as he continuously ran away until he could open his eyes, he could fight back. At the very least, he knew that they were in the middle of the training ground, running for a few seconds should be enough to recover his vision. But as soon as he missed Noel, Asger grabbed another handful of dirt and threw it to him. Even Noel had to cover his eyes with his left hand. KH. Noel gritted his teeth. While running, he thought, what should I do? Show him my back? No, I can't. But he keeps throwing the dirt from the ground. Wait, the ground? Before reaching the wall of the training ground, Noel jumped. This action obviously confused all the people because there was no point in jumping. However, what came after shocked all of them. When Noel landed on the ground, a thin layer of ice formed around his feet, allowing him to take advantage of the momentum to slide on the ground. And the ice kept spreading so that he could continue until his momentum stopped or hit something on the way. On the other hand, Asger obviously didn't expect Noel to have an ice technique. With the sudden loss of the friction that kept his balance, he tripped. His face even hit the hard ice surface to the point it cracked. And Asger felt an extra pain from his broken nose. Arg! Asger let out a scream of agony. On the other hand, Noel forced himself to open his eyes. They were red because of the sand that entered his eyes earlier. He ran to Asger while raising his sword. With the addition of the killing intent and anger emanating from his eyes, Noel looked like a devil that wanted to take Asger's life. /59 / Shale had started pouring his spiritual energy into his feet, preparing to stop Noel if he wanted to kill Asger. After all, the commander asked him to take care of this guy. Although he couldn't play too much favoritism, he could stop him from breaking the law that would result to his execution. However, Noel was a person who managed to overcome his hatred. If it was the Noel a few weeks ago, he would kill Asger right now. But he managed to calm his heart enough to rationally think about the consequences. Hence, Noel redirected that anger to something else. Without using his spiritual energy, Noel slammed his sword to Asger's arms. Bang! Bang! Asger screamed while writhing in agony. "Did you think I was going to buy your cheap provocation?" Noel shouted and struck Asger's hands this time. "Did you think just because I'm a fallen noble, I wouldn't dare do anything against you?" Noel shouted and stabbed his hand until it bled. Asger couldn't do anything as the pain was too much for him to handle. "Did you think just because I didn't do anything when you bullied me means I'm powerless?" Noel roared and stomped on his feet. Stop. If you think you can get away with everything just because my house has fallen, then you're wrong. Noel struck Asger's thighs. This way, he broke all the things that allowed Asger to counterattack. "No, stop." Asger kept shouting, but Noel kept hitting him. "I had never oppressed my servants or even the civilians when I was a noble. And what's with your prejudice?" Noel struck him again. "Stop. I surrender. Remember this. I can't kill you here, but remember this. If something happens to them, I'll break all your limbs every day." Noel shouted while delivering another strike. However, this time, Shale intervened by grabbing Noel's wrist to stop him. Shale said with a cold tone. "Stop it. More than this and you'll break the rule." Noel gritted his teeth as he hadn't had enough. However, there was nothing he could do when Shale had intervened. In the end, he dropped his sword as the sign and Shale released his hand. Noel glared at Asger while gnashing his teeth. After that, he looked at the rest of the people in the training ground. There was panic, fear, or even worse terror reflected in their eyes. When they looked at Noel's red eyes due to the sand, they couldn't help but tremble. Noel's current appearance and all the rage he released earlier truly put a deep fear in everyone's heart. Because he was stopped, Noel took a deep breath to calm his rage while saying, "I don't think I can do meditation right now. If Sir Shale doesn't mind, I'd like to get some fresh air for a while. I promise to return to the training ground before the next training. You can do meditation everywhere that can make you feel at ease. So, feel free." Shale nodded while carrying Asger's body. Although Evan could heal his injuries, the pain would still remain. If Noel was going to do all this every day, even Asger would be traumatized by it to the point he didn't want his body to be healed anymore. This was simply a torture. Still, before bringing Asger away, Shale watched Noel's back until he left the training ground. Anna raised her hand while saying with a serious expression, "I am his bear, so I think I should observe him for a bit. We don't want him to break the rule after all." Shale nodded. After Anna left, Shale then carried Asger, who seemed to have passed out, away. Meanwhile, the others were also scared of Noel right now. They never expected that Noel could be that cruel if they pushed the limit. And Anna was the one controlling him currently, since Anna had done something worse than what Asger did. If she wasn't careful, Anna would meet a fate much crueler than what they saw earlier. Yet, such a person still planned to look after Noel. They simply couldn't understand about the relationship between them. She might be genuinely concerned of his well-being, or she could rub salt into his wound. But only both of them knew what exactly happened. In the end, the junior soldiers had some trouble in calming down their heart, thus making the morning session a bit useless. At least, most of them thought the same thing. Never antagonize Noel again. On the other hand, Noel walked to the area where he usually met the kids. But this place was empty. He then continued deeper to the slum where the kids usually lived, but still found no one. Normally, he would think that the kids were going to another place to make some money. But no matter how hard he tried to look for them, he couldn't find a single clue of them until 1 hour later. Whether it was fortunate or unfortunate, Noel saw a white cloth that seemed to have been ripped apart near where the plaza. This might just be a random cloth, but he remembered the button and flower pattern embroidered on it. This piece of cloth was from the sleeve of Erica's clothes. Erica was a smart girl, smarter than all the other children, so she must want to use this to inform him that they were attacked. Noel bent his knees and picked up the piece of clothing as his expression darkened. Anna stopped not far from him to see his state, but Noel seemed to know she was there all this time. He even started talking. Eric is a bright child that can inspire others to continue to work hard. He refuses to accept his fate as a beggar kid and works hard to become a better person. Erica is a smart kid. She knows what they need to become better and lead the group. Bluin might look like a coward, but when pushes come to shove, he'll be the first one to step forward. Hella is. Noel kept saying all their good points, showing how good their relationship was. Anna, on the other hand, shared the pain that Noel had in his heart. Even though Noel still wanted to kill her, Anna could feel a change in Noel. To her surprise, Noel even turned around and said, "Anna stargaze. Let's make a deal. /60 / that bastard. I'm going to make him regret." Starting from the children. Asger gritted his teeth while walking down the street. Although his wounds had been healed, the pain was still lingering in his mind. And it simply made him furious, wanting to take revenge against Noel. At first, he thought he could win this match by using the psychological battle, but Noel actually was bothered by it for just a few seconds. It seemed that Noel was crueler than he thought. All that kindness he showed to the kids were just a facade. Still, the fact that Noel was bothered by it meant there was a chance that he still cared for the kids. Hence, he planned to torture those kids every day he broke his bones and show them to Noel as the consequences of his actions. He returned to his room first to change his clothes first before heading to another place with the cover of the night. He even looked around to check whether he was being tailed or not. After confirming there was no one following him, he continued walking a few blocks down the street. Eventually, he reached a small house in the outskirts of the slum. The house was made of wood and had a rather monotonous rectangular shape, making it look like a box. The house barely had light, but it also made the house not that noticeable. Knock. 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 A middle-aged man opened the door while looking around as if checking the surroundings. On the other hand, Asger wasn't patient enough as he complained, "Hurry up and let me in. I want to beat those kids again." The middle-aged man ignored him and made sure there was no one around. Only after he completed his surveillance did he let him in. As soon as he let him in, Asger hurriedly stormed in and ran to a door in the corner. When he opened it, there was an empty room with 11 children in it. They had been tied up and gagged completely. Some of them had bruises covering their bodies. It was much worse for Eric and Bluin, the two people that always stepped forward to protect the group. Eric proudly stood with his tattered body, glaring at Asger to protect his group. On the other hand, Bluin was a coward. Despite his staggering body, he still stood next to Eric, using his body to hide the rest of the group. Meanwhile, Most of them were staring at Asger in horror because they didn't want to experience the pain anymore. Only Erica, who remained calm, trying to find any escape path. "You bastard! If not for you, I'm going to make you regret for being born in this world," Asger shouted as he raised his arms, planning to beat the children again. He wouldn't kill them because there was law, but no one stopped him to beat them up. And it would be the children's faults if they ever committed suicide. It was a perfect plan, but he miscalculated Noel and Anna. Before he could punch them, the door was opened again. "What's wrong, Hagar?" Asger was already annoyed that he shouted in frustration. He turned around and saw Anna Stargaze standing in front of him. What a joke! A commoner, a noble. There is no difference between them. A good noble can help many people with their governance. A good commoner can help other people with their skills. However, a bad noble and a bad commoner can do the same harm. Anna looked at him with disgust while glancing at the children to check their conditions. It seemed that the first beating wasn't that bad. At least, all of their body parts were still intact. After getting treated, they would recover in no time. It was Noel's idea that they acted fast because he knew Asger would continue doing this. "Anna Stargaze, you." Asger widened his eyes in shock, never expecting Anna to appear here. "Hagar!" Asger shouted because he knew he couldn't stop Anna. There were only two options left for him. First, he should have Hagar to stop Anna, while the second was to take the children hostages. He wanted to use the first option first before resorting to the latter. Unfortunately for him, Hagar suddenly fell to the floor with a black-clothed man pinning him down. "I've restrained him, miss," the man reported with a serious expression. "Way," Asger was shocked and immediately turned around to grab one kid. However, Anna's reaction speed was much faster than him due to her previous life. She leapt toward him and kicked Asger on the head, knocking him to the floor. Bam! The force of the kick was so great that the body cracked the wooden floor. Anna even kicked him outside, away from the children. She then waved her hand and smiled. "Are you all right, kids?" "Who are you?" Erica asked while being vigilant. She had heard her name from Asger, but she didn't know why she helped them. "Street kids." "You'll know about it in a minute." Anna smiled as she walked toward Asger with a cold expression. "Anna Stargaze. I'm going to report you after this." Asger gritted his teeth. "Is that so? I'm not afraid. After all, no one can punish me if I kill you here." Anna snorted. "Though, I won't be the one to kill you. Do you think you are above the law just because you're extremely talented?" Asger shouted back. Even the black-clothed man was confused by her statement. He looked at her with a worried gaze. "Miss, I still don't know why you agreed to that deal. There are two reasons." "Two reasons?" "Ancient demon tree." "Ancient demon tree? That ancient demon tree?" The black-clothed man widened his eyes. "Yes. And the second reason is, how about you lift up that man's right sleeve?" Anna smirked. "You." Hagar was shocked as he suddenly struggled with all his life as if stopping them to lift up his sleeve. However, the moment it was shown, there was a tattoo on his right arm. It was a tattoo of a skeleton head with two bright red dots as its eyes. And there was even a sword planted on the skeleton's head. "This is Supreme Devil Organization. //61 // This is Supreme Devil Organization." Anna nodded. "Knock him out." Without hesitation, the black-clothed man struck his head, knocking Hagar out. It was as if he had a huge hatred to this guy. Supreme Devil Organization. An evil organization that has been terrorized the kingdom for a long time. Whichever territory you are in, you have the right to capture or kill any members of the Supreme Devil Organization. Even in this fort. And you, Asger, have been determined as the accomplices. Even if I kill you right now, there is no one who will judge me. Wait. Please listen to me. I don't have any." Anna ignored his pleas as she kicked him to the wall while saying, "Get Noel here." Although hesitant, the black-clothed man received the order and disappeared to bring Noel here. "Big Brother Noel? Big Brother Noel helped us?" The children's expression brightened. However, some of them soon lowered their heads, knowing that this started as a grudge between Esker and Noel. Eric also felt their sadness and doubt, so he smiled to them and asked, "What's wrong with you all? Haven't we been beaten up by those adults in the past? This much is nothing. Have you gotten so much comfortable with Big Brother Noel's help that you forget about it?" Those who lowered their heads immediately looked at him as if they remembered the hardship they endured in the past. Getting beaten was just daily life. They would never think much about it. And to think that they would actually doubt the man that had given them purposes in their lives and a means to change their lives for the better, they now felt guilty. This much is nothing. Eric made a big smile, assuring all of them. Anna couldn't help but take a glance at these children, muttering, "They're truly strong children." Only Erica came to her while groveling. "We thank you for your help, Miss Noble. We can't repay you for this help. Don't thank me. I won't be here if not for Noel." Anna shook her head calmly. Anne, Esker wanted to shout again after recovering from the pain, but Anna simply put her shoe on his mouth while putting enough force to pin his head on the wall, preventing him from making a fuss. "Shut up. Don't call me with that filthy mouth of yours." Anna snorted. The other children didn't know the relationship between Noel and Anna, so they were staring at her curiously. However, before they had the courage to ask, Noel had come into the house. Big Brother No, Erica, who was outside the room, was the first to see Noel, but she became hesitant when she saw Noel's eyes. They were cold and filled with killing intent. This was the first time she saw this side of him. However, she also noticed Noel brought a bag and wooden swords. Anna said, "You can kill him anytime you want. Because of his relationship with this evil organization, he can be executed by anyone." Noel didn't respond to her. When he saw the conditions of the children, he was so furious that he could torture Esker for a long time. However, he knew that the longer he wasted his time on him, the longer the children had to wait to be treated. Hence, for the first time in his life that he prioritized others' lives before him. Esker's face was pale, but Anna's shoe was still stuck on his mouth, so he couldn't even shout. "MHMM. HMTM. MMM." He tried so hard to produce a sound but to no avail. And Noel made a swift and precise swing, slicing Esker's neck without hesitation. Despite this being the first time he killed a human, he had nothing to feel due to his anger. Yet, the cold expression mellowed a bit when he turned to the children. He looked at their bruises, the blood on their clothes, their messy appearances, and even ripped clothes. Big Brother N, Erica wanted to call him, but Noel was the first one to kneel on one knee. His face filled with sorrow that she couldn't help but want to touch and comfort him. But Noel pulled back at the last moment while saying, "Sorry. Sorry that you had to endure all this because of me. It's better if we don't meet anymore." Big, Noel stopped her again by putting down the bag as well as the wooden swords. "There is enough food and water for 3 days as well as new sets of clothes. Your dance improves by leaps and bounds, so try swinging this sword while dancing. There is no form of swordsmanship, so you can explore it by yourself." When she opened her mouth again, Noel stopped her by continuously saying, "Sorry. I'm truly sorry." All the children were shocked by this side of Noel. His gentle and cheerful personality had vanished. He took all the blame into himself. And before they could say it was all right, Noel had walked away, leaving them. Tears couldn't help but flow out of the corner of their eyes. They wanted to reach his back, but it felt so far. Before they realized it, Noel had disappeared. Anna closed her eyes for a moment, remembering the deal they had. Anna stargazed. "Let's make a deal." "Oh?" Anna widened her eyes in surprise. "I want to kill him. Make it happen. You are a noble, so you have more influence than a fallen noble like me. And what can I get from this deal?" Anna asked with a sly smile. "Ancient demon tree. When it wakes up, the ancient demon tree will be severely weakened. We'll hunt them together and split the reward evenly. Deal." Anna agreed without hesitation. While reminiscent, she was woken up by her assistant's voice. "Miss. The black-clothed man had returned and noticed the awkward atmosphere. "Bring these two to the authority." Anna pointed at Asger and Hagar. "I know that you doubt me. Why would I cooperate with him while knowing that he wants to kill me? The answer is simple. The Supreme Devil Organization and even the ancient demon tree. Why does he seem to know everything?" The black-clothed man widened his eyes upon the realization. "That's right. I'm going to squeeze all his secrets first." She smirked evilly. "I understand." The black-clothed man knew that Noel had many secrets. There might even be a person at high level that supported him by giving him this information. So, Anna wanted to get all his secrets first before killing him. After receiving that answer, he dragged the two bodies out, leaving Anna with the children. "It's finally done. It's so hard to fool him unless I act like an evil woman," Anna thought while letting out a sigh. Unbeknownst to them, the children next to her somehow glared at her with hostility as if they wanted to protect Noel from this evil woman. /62 / Anyway, the situation has been solved. All of you can return now. Anna smiled at the children while assuring them that they were safe now. However, the reply came in the form of hatred glares from all of them. They obviously listened to everything she said earlier. To save them, Noel invited this evil woman who wanted to work him to death and personally kill him. For their safety, Noel gave the parting gifts and left them. Just for a beating, Noel gave up so much for them, street kids who would die sooner or later. They couldn't help but hate themselves and Anna, who took advantage of the situation. Of course, they didn't know that Anna was acting. At the same time, Anna couldn't tell the real truth to them because they would tell Noel or others that this was a fake and she would face so much trouble in the future. "Well, since all of you are fine now, it's time for me to leave." Anna had a wry smile as she left the house while thinking, "This is not like what I imagined. Those kids look like they want to kill me. Did I just make more enemies by helping Noel? Why do I feel like more misunderstandings are created every time I act? I am so unlucky." Whether it was fortunate or unfortunate, Eric was the first to get up and woke everyone up with his voice. He made sure Anna had left the house before saying, "All right, I know that you're sad and angry. But don't forget what Big Brother Noel did to us. He gave us a purpose in our lives. To us. A street kid that no one will cry for if we die. Do you know why Big Brother Noel left us? It's simple. We're simply too weak. If Big Brother Noel always needs to protect us, then there is no way we can repay him. This life will be no different than what we have right now. That's why. I know that you are angry, but use that emotion to motivate yourself. Just like what Big Brother said, if we keep begging and getting beaten, we'll continue to starve for who knows how many days. I know that we're bad at everything, but everyone was like that in the first place. But we still need to do it. Our 100th time dancing is better than our first time. I'm sure that you know it already. That's why we need to pick up the sword and prove to Big Brother Noel that we can follow him. Our relationship with him started with a dance and ended with a sword. We'll use both of them to improve ourselves. In the future, we'll start our relationship again with both sword and dance. We'll fulfill our promise to dance a unique style that no one has ever seen before. This will be the sword dance that connects us to Big Brother Noel," Eric shouted, encouraging the rest of the children. They couldn't help but look at Eric in awe. They realized they didn't think this through. Some of them regretted they couldn't help Noel when he needed them the most, when Noel had given them everything. Erica bit her lips and grabbed the sword. "No matter how many times I'll fail, I'm going to prove it. I'm going to." Bluin gritted his teeth and reached for his own sword. "I'll too. I." All the children inside that house took the arms, determined to repay Noel in the future. Outside, Anna closed her eyes while smiling. She was leaning to the house's wall while listening to Eric's inspiring speech. "Now that I think about it, even without my interference, Noel's talent would make that big guy envious. This situation must have happened in my past life too." And this speech gave birth to the group. The dance group that had a unique sword style that no one had ever seen before, the sword dance. And those twins will be called the Twin Sword Dancers. I want to believe that this is due to the kid's speech, but there are many more important talents that will bloom after meeting Noel. They have potential, but it seems their encounter with Noel is their turning point. As expected, Noel has that charm to gather those talented people. It's a waste to kill him. The only thing I can do right now is to solve the hatred between us. Anna smiled while walking away. The next morning, Anna and Noel met again before the meditation training so that they could have a spar like the usual schedule. But before they started, Anna asked, "So, what is your plan? When will the ancient demon tree appear?" "I don't know. I can give you the range. But we're going to hunt it together, so I'll just inform you when I'm going." Noel shook his head helplessly. "Won't you just leave me here? I am not like you, evil woman. I fulfill my promise." Noel snorted. "Is that so? Hunting the ancient demon tree together, eh? It's quite nice. I mean, its body can be sold for money. By the way, I can give you the demon crystal, but I want the part that protects the core. I know that you have some use for it, but this is not a bad deal." Noel agreed without hesitation. "We sell the rest and split the money?" "Yes. Then, what should I do with the individual mission?" "The individual mission and the group mission, huh? Although it's said to be an individual mission, no one said that you can't take it together. We can simply take a similar mission. You don't want to be separated from me? Or do you like the food I made that much?" Anna smirked. "No, it's just for the first one. I'm not going to cooperate with you for the other 4 individual missions." "Eh?" Anna let out a long sigh. "It's true that I can improve by cooperating with you, but I need other experiences. If I continue relying on you, I'm afraid that I'll owe too much that I'll need to forget my hatred," Noel thought while glaring at her. "What?" Anna tilted her head in confusion because Noel had been staring at her weirdly. "No, are you ready?" Noel raised his sword. "Of course." Anna pointed her sword at Noel's neck while smiling as their clash had begun. /63 Before the meditation training, Shale gathered all of them with a solemn face. It seemed that some of them had realized that Asger hadn't come to the training ground. So, this announcement must be related to him. As soon as Shale stood in front of them, he opened his mouth. His tone was cold and his eyes released killing intent. "I have an announcement. Asger has been found to have a connection with the Supreme Devil Organization. I think this organization has been a common knowledge, but I'll explain it to you again. The Supreme Devil Organization is a group that believes in the Supreme Devil. What is the Supreme Devil? To put it simply, it is the ruler of the demons. I know that you're going to ask, is there a ruler for the demons who don't have much intelligence? My answer is simple. There are no rulers of the demons. However, there were 3 existences in history that could be depicted as the ruler of the demons. They were so strong that they had that title. But that's not important right now. I'm going to talk about the Supreme Devil Organization a bit. What you need to know about them is that they have a tattoo of a skeleton with 2 red eyes and a sword planted on its head. The tattoo can be anywhere in their body, so it won't be easy to find them unless you strip them. If you meet a person with this tattoo, you're obliged to kill them. However, don't be blinded by this instruction. The reason is, as I said earlier, you have no way to find them unless you strip them. If you happen to see this tattoo, you can kill them. But I need to remind you that you shouldn't abuse the tattoo too much. Men, don't use this suspicion to strip a woman because in most areas, there are laws that will punish you if you misuse it. Women, don't strip men to embarrass them. Just remember it. If you coincidentally find them, that's the time you should act. After the torture, we know that it's Asger who lets him into the city. Anyway, remember this. You hear me? Yes, sir. All of them answered. Meanwhile, Noel narrowed his eyes and realized that the simple rule could be easily abused. He could even be framed by those people. However, this was where the spirit oath came in. He could easily prove his innocence with the help of the spirit oath, but it would be different if the people who had no spirit seal. No, this might also be the objective of the organization. By increasing their evil reputation, They can strike a deep fear to many. And if they are aiming for the demons, they must want this world to fall to chaos. That's why they use this terror to force the people to create this law and use it to create more confusions and terrors. The very law itself might be a flaw that the organization takes advantage of. No wonder they're that evil. Noel narrowed his eyes. Although he wanted to care about this organization, it didn't mean much in his eyes currently. He still had his original objectives, so he had no time to get involved in this matter. Anyway, now that we have lost one of the junior soldiers, we need to change the condition for a bit. The commander has told me that the pair will remain as it is, so I can't use my authority to recreate the three-person group system. Hence, I'll alter the current situation a bit. Shale raised one finger. There will be one person to be left alone, but it's not fair to do all the missions and training alone. Hence, I'll help whoever wants to volunteer to be a one-man group. In other words, I'll guide you personally during the meditation, train your body intensely, and give you some personal advice when doing missions. Yes, the one who volunteer themselves will become my mentee. ! The people widened their eyes in shock, never expecting this kind of offer from Shale. It was clear that the moment they were chosen by Shale, their status would be elevated significantly. Although Shale would only help them in mission and training, they didn't need his help if a fight broke out because they would be strong enough to defeat anyone. Obviously, all the people were excited because they knew how strong Shale was. All, except two people, Noel and Anna. Glancing at Anna, Noel asked with a nonchalant tone as if it wasn't an important question. You don't seem to be interested in it. It seems that you are confident that your knowledge is more than him. Especially after showing all that stuff. Your understanding is better than him, right? Anna's eyebrows twitched but she didn't say anything. However, this was enough for Noel to realize Anna's secret. Got her. Noel smirked. She shouldn't be the arrogant type who flaunts an non-existent strength. So, she must have a big secret that allows her to have more understanding than Sir Shale. Sir Shale might be a powerful veteran, but Anna Stargaze is a rising star. Since she is a woman that I must kill, I should stay with her instead of fighting my way to become Sir Shale's mentee. I hope that I don't regret this decision. Noel thought while stepping back as if he wasn't interested in fighting for that position. Meanwhile, Anna was sweating. Her face became pale as she realized. I've been had. That one question was enough to know that my secret is much deeper than he originally thinks. With this kind of secret, he must be finding a way to dig out all of them so that he can see a way to kill me. He is paying me back for the question I used to trap him in the forest. TSK. Anna gritted her teeth as their battles seemed to haven't ended yet. She ended up backing down like her original plan. No matter what bluff she threw him, it was impossible to conceal that secret from Noel. It's payback time. Noel made a smug smile while Anna bit her lips in annoyance. /64 Due to the amount of people wanting to be taught by Shale, the competition lasted for a few days. In the meantime, those who weren't interested in it immediately picked up their pace in training. Noel also stepped up on his training. After the incident, Noel knew if he wanted to shut people up, he needed strength powerful enough to scare them. So, he trained his body to the limit. He even asked Anna to increase the pace of their training by a whole different level. Instead of running around the training ground, he proposed to run around the town. They could use the people as the obstacles, allowing them to have a greater return when facing a forest terrain. Anna, of course, agreed and asked for the permission from Shale. After agreeing to his condition and not bothering too much people, Shale let them go. With this kind of training, Noel could fulfill 2 missions at the same time. He could do training, running and helping townspeople medal, allowing him to progress by leaps and bounds. Of course, there was no restriction to where they could train anymore. Hence, Noel asked Anna to have a spar before and after the training, progressing his training, rivalry and rivalry medal. With this advantage, Noel could shift his time to do training, push-up and training, sword swinging in his nighttime exercise. And before he slept, he could study about rune strokes. Noel utilized this schedule to improve everything that he could. In the meantime, the person that became Shale's mentee was the last of the 3 people that didn't bother Noel when he started training here, the bald muscular guy. Even so, Noel didn't bother to look at everyone because his mind was filled with training. And it seemed that everyone was scared of him as well. It couldn't be helped, considering Noel beat Asger half dead and the next morning, Asger somehow died due to his relation with the Supreme Devil organization. They didn't want to provoke Noel anymore because they might end up dead. With such a peaceful environment, Noel progressed by leaps and bounds. And finally, 2 weeks had passed. Noel and Anna came to Shale to accept their missions. "Oh? You are the first pair to come to me for a mission." Shale widened his eyes because he expected some fools to go to him first. It seemed that the duo were impatient. "A group mission, is it? Alright. No, we'd like to have 1 group mission and 1 individual mission. Can you even handle 2 missions? And what are you doing with the individual mission? You don't state any rules that we can't cooperate in our individual mission." Noel shook his head. "TSK." Shale clicked his tongue, knowing that a noble should be smart if they wanted to govern the territory. "Alright. I have a total of 100 missions for each here. So, you can choose from them." Shale handed them some thin books. "Can you show us a mission related to the Dark Demon Forest?" Noel asked. "Well." Shale flipped a few pages and pointed at 5 missions. "These are the missions. I'm going to take this then." Noel pointed at a mission without hesitation. Mission: Low-Level Demon Exterminations, 025, Reward, 100 Contribution Points, Time Limit, 5 days. "By the way, what is this contribution points?" Noel asked, frowning. Contribution points can be used for 2 things, rank up and exchange for benefits. Your current status is junior soldier, or people know it more with apprentice knight, so you can become a full-fledged knight after accumulating 5,000 points. The points can be exchanged for many things in the fort. You can get magic books, magic weapons, and so on. "I see. The more points you have, the better the stuff gets?" "Yes. That's convenient." Noel nodded in agreement. "I can see that there are a few requests involving people. Won't people pay the fort to solve their problems?" "Exactly. I mean, the fort can't run without money. So, the fort will get the money from the requests while rewarding you with points. You can even exchange important stuff you got from your missions for some points. With that, the fort can run without any problems." Noel nodded with a serious expression. "Indeed. Thank you for your explanation. Then, which mission do you want, young lady?" Shale asked, turning to Anna. "I'll take this then." Anna chose a mission. Mission: Kill a mid-level demon and retrieve the mid-level crystal. Reward: 75 contribution points. Time limit: 5 days. "I see." Shale nodded and recorded it in a book. "How about the group mission?" "This." Both Noel and Anna pointed at the same mission. Mission: Kill 25 mid-level demons and retrieve their mid-level crystals. Reward: 500 contribution points. Time limit: 15 days. "Oh?" Shale was impressed that they were aiming for the deepest region of the demon forest, but it was clear that both of them had that ability. If it was anyone else, he would deny their request due to the danger, but Shale accepted it because it was Anna and Noel. "Alright." After recording their mission, Shale said, "Don't forget about the time limit, alright?" "We understand." Noel and Anna nodded their heads. "In that case." Shale took out 2 wooden tokens from his pockets. He then poured his spiritual energy into the tokens. Suddenly, a few words appeared on the token along with a symbol. The symbol was 2 swords crossing against each other with a demon's head in the middle. This was the Demon Banner Army insignia. "Apprentice Knight, this shall be your proof of your identity." Shale then turned the token around and shows them a few more words and a number. Anna Stargaze, 0 pints, Noel Artigan, 0 pints. This is a magical token where we can record your rank and contribution point. Of course, we're using a special technique from the fort. Without our special technique, it'll be impossible to alter it. I hope that you two don't misuse this token. Shale handed them the tokens. Anna and Noel nodded with a solemn face while receiving the tokens. "Thank you, Sir Shale. Alright. You are free to go right now or tomorrow. The basic survival kits are there, so you can get them by yourself." After thanking Shale, they walked away as Anna asked, "So, when are we leaving? Have you prepared?" "Yeah. Only need to get the tent and some stuff. After lunch then." "Alright. We'll meet at the gate?" "Yes." /65 Noel had some time before lunch, so he checked all his progresses during the past few weeks. Name, Noel Artigan. Job, Rune Swordsman. Weapon, Artigan Sword. Main metal, Military Service Merit 3, Spiritual Energy plus 2%. Status, Stamina plus 1.7%, Constitution plus 1.7%, Sword Mastery plus 1.7%, Spiritual Energy plus 1.5%, Rune Mastery plus 0.5%, Low Quality Crystal, 109,500, Mid Quality Crystal, 2,300. This is quite good. The more percentage I can accumulate, the bigger my progress will be. Noel smirked. After learning more about Artigan in the past 2 weeks, he realized that he could also negotiate with Artigan to make the system more convenient. Artigan had said to him that he would support him, so changing it to match Noel's preference was better. And for Noel, this was the best way to track all his progress. Still, spiritual energy plus 3.5% in total. If I can accumulate it to 50%, with the fact that I can absorb twice of the amount of crystals due to 2 spirits residing in my body, it means I'll have an additional spirit. And if I can reach 100%, it means I'll have 4 spirits worth of spiritual energy. This is the best improvement I can get. No wonder my ancestor can rise to the very top. That's why I need to be careful when using my power. If the royal family knows this power, they won't hesitate to kill me. I thought about using the ancient demon tree as the entrance for my second identity, but did I make the wrong choice when making that deal? I was too angry at that time. Noel scratched the back of his head. Well, I shouldn't cry over spilled milk. Instead of focusing on the past, I need to think about my plan for the second identity. After shaking his thoughts off from the unnecessary matter, Noel continued to his other progress. Skill, Swift Strike, 1-5, Artigan's Swordsmanship, 3-15, Mega Slash, 2-5, Rune Mastery, 1/10, Increase Agility Rune, 1/3, Strength Blessing Rune, 1/3. Well, I will only use my rune abilities when using the second identity, so I'll need to defeat the ancient demon tree with Swift Strike and Mega Slash. I have 9 honor points right now, and with the demon extermination, I can get more honor points before the fight against the ancient demon tree. If push comes to shove, I can level up Mega Slash or use runes. Noel nodded with a serious expression. Alright. That's all. I really wish I could prepare more, but there's a time limit. This might be the test that Artigan has to test me whether I'm qualified or not to wield him. He wants to see if I have the potential to be someone like my ancestor. No, for my goal, I'll surpass my ancestor. After finishing his preparation, Noel went to the training ground to get the tent and other stuff. He had agreed to share the stuff with Anna, so he only brought one person worth to lessen the burden. As expected, Anna had been waiting for him in front of the gate with her own luggage. "We're good to go?" Anna smirked. "Yes. The time limit is 5 days. We'll return here after killing as many demons as we can. The ancient demon tree will appear within these 5 days then? I have no proof, but it should be like that. I wonder, how do you know all this? I wonder if your family account book can give me some secrets to expose." Noel rolled his eyes. Hee hee. Anna chuckled. Despite the hatred in Noel's eyes, their conversation had surely mellowed down. At the same time, after being with Noel for almost a month, she realized that Noel wasn't a bad guy down there. The hatred was the one corrupting him. As long as she could solve the hatred between them, he was a very reliable ally. In fact, she admitted that Noel might be her strongest ally, even stronger than her who had the future memories. That showed how strong Noel's potential was. In their past lives, if Noel attacked her a few years later, he might have become too strong for her to handle. Since their main focus was on the ancient demon tree, they immediately headed straight to the lake and set a camp there before night came. Only after this they could roam around to kill some demons. "Have you finished setting up the tent?" Anna asked while looking at the soup she currently made. "Yeah. It's done. We'll be switching every 4 hours." Noel looked around and asked, "By the way, I want to ask you something." "What is that?" "What was the reason you wanted to kill my family?" Noel's face was solemn, but there was no trace of killing intent coming from his eyes. Still, the question came out of nowhere. Even Anna was stunned for a few seconds. After contemplating for a while, Anna answered with another question. By using doubt, she could shift Noel's direction from that matter and eventually, he would reach his own conclusion. "Have you ever learned about your family's history?" Noel couldn't answer the question because he never had any interest in it. All he did was just lazying around every day. Even though he didn't harm any citizens or his servants, he also did nothing. In the end, Noel looked away as if he didn't want to say anything. Whether it was fortunate or unfortunate, a demon's howl echoed near the lake, interrupting the awkward situation. Noel and Anna followed the sound and saw a black-colored wolf standing 20 meters before them. The monster was bigger than a normal one and the bloodshot eyes made it look like it had become a demon. Before Anna took out her sword, Noel had already unsheathed Artigan and said, "I'll take care of this." Noel stepped forward while focusing on his internal body. Spiritual energy. Although it was not as strong as Anna, Noel felt the spiritual energy surging from the spirit seal on his right hand flowing to his entire body, strengthening his muscle. This was the first spirit technique he learned. When his eyes released his killing intent, the demon charged forward. Noel also jumped forth while swinging his blade as quickly as possible. Swift strike. Noel's body tilted to the right as he still precisely struck the demon's neck, severing it in an instant. "Oh?" Anna was impressed. That strike never killed a demon in one stroke before, but with the muscle enhancement, he increased his speed and strength to amplify that attack, allowing him to cut a demon in one strike. "It's similar to what I showed him the first time we met." /66 Who? Noel let out a breath of relief as he lowered his vision, making sure the demon was dead. "It seems that I can use it right now." He recalled the sensation from the muscle strengthening. The power surge coming from all over his body made him feel like he was flying. Muscle strengthening, one of the most basic spirit techniques. My current control doesn't allow me to maintain it for a long time, but this is a perfect chance to hone it. With the life and death battle, I can force myself to continue using this spirit technique. From what I felt, it seemed that the muscle strengthening increased 30% of my power. According to Sir Shale, it can reach 50%. There are other spirit techniques that can amplify my power even further, but that's not something I can use right now. For now, I need to focus on honing my current skills. Noel was satisfied with his performance and dug out the crystal before disposing the demon's body and cleaning the blood. They were going to live here, so they didn't want the bad smell to disturb them. Impressive. Anna smiled while scooping the soup and handing the bowl to him. "Come eat." Noel nodded. He didn't say anything more because of the previous question. It seemed that there was something that his parents had hidden from him. Or, they might simply never told him because he was never interested in learning about the family business. Maybe I should investigate my past. But it's impossible to do it currently since my mansion has been taken over by the royal family. In that case, should I make another deal with Anna? No, I can't trust her 100%. She was the one ordering the execution, so she could lie easily. If I don't find anything from my investigation, I need to suspect her as well since she has been lying this whole time. In any case, I'll get stronger first. As long as I become a full-fledged knight, I can do more. Noel fell into deep thought while he was eating, confusing Anna. "What's with the long face?" Anna asked, concerned that he was thinking about the ancient demon tree. "By the way, What do you know about the ancient demon tree? Its strength, appearance and other stuff. Noel asked back, changing the topic. You don't know? Anna frowned, but she started talking after seeing Noel's expression. Well, I have 3 pieces of information. The appearance of the ancient demon tree is, well, it's just a normal tree. However, the tree reaches 20-meter tall. Can you imagine how tall it is? Anyway, that's not important. The problem is the ancient demon tree's strength. In the past, the ancient demon tree could wipe out the fort with its branches alone. That was how powerful the ancient demon tree was. But it had slept for thousands of years, so I believe the ancient demon tree didn't even have 0.001% of its strength. We need to kill the ancient demon tree as soon as possible because we can't afford to have it regain its full strength. In 1 hour, the demon can kill us with a single snap. So, we need to kill the tree within an hour. Noel thought for a moment and asked, how about the Supreme Devil? How is it compared to the ancient demon tree? Supreme Devil is 1 level stronger. She shook her head helplessly. Ancient demon tree can threaten the entire kingdom, but a Supreme Devil can threaten the entire world. I'm sure you can understand the comparison. I see. Noel lowered his head with a serious expression. It seems that the world is a bigger place. Anyway, the last piece of information is how to kill the ancient demon tree. Normally, we'll kill the tree by severing its body, right? But that's not possible with this huge tree. Hence, we're going to climb the tree and create a hole for us to go inside the tree. After that, we'll head directly to the demon crystal and destroy it. Don't worry, even though the crystal is destroyed, you can still absorb it. But the demon crystal is too potent for you, so I don't advise you to absorb it. Anna suggested. Noel narrowed his eyes. What do you mean? They had agreed that Noel would get the crystal while Anna would take the piece of wood, but now Anna suggested not to absorb the energy. Noel felt unpleasant. The energy is too much for you to handle. Even I don't have the capability of absorbing the energy. Anna shook her head, explaining. I'm sure that you know about spirit vessel, right? Spirit vessel. Noel looked down, recalling the information he got from reading about spirit. Spirit vessel is a kind of a cup that holds the spiritual energy in our body. The more we absorb the demon crystal, the bigger the vessel will be. That's why we should absorb all the demon crystals to make our spirit vessel as big as possible, allowing us to have a huge amount of spiritual energy. Yes. However, can you imagine this? Anna raised her wooden glass and asked, this is your current spirit vessel. In the moment you absorb the ancient demon tree's crystal, your vessel will evolve into this lake. Isn't that good? Noel tilted his head in confusion. No, the rapid expansions will lead to an unstable foundation. If you think about it, how do you transform this small cup to this lake and suddenly fill all the spiritual energy to the brim? It's simple, you need to do it slowly so that you don't get drowned by it. Your spirit vessel might even break and you'll die. Does that mean there is no meaning in killing the ancient demon tree? There's one. Anna raised one finger. That is the part that protects the demon crystal. That part is elastic but durable, a perfect item to create armor or sword handle. My original plan is to use that part as my sword handle. As for the demon crystal, it's best to give it to the fort and exchange it for other rewards. /67 / other rewards? Then, why did you agree that we'll split the money? Noel narrowed his eyes. If you already knew about this, you should have talked about this. Why? I had no reasons to give any explanation. In fact, if you didn't ask, I would have just allowed you to absorb the demon crystal. Won't it be good for me if you die? Anna shrugged. Don't forget that we're at odds, Noel. I have no obligation to tell you unless you ask it yourself. And even if I tell you, I know that you're not going to believe me that easily. So, why should I take extra effort to tell you? Noel couldn't refute her. As she said, he was still trying to kill him. So, there was no way Anna would help him easily. Even though she didn't want him to die for the time being, she didn't want to stop him from courting death because they were enemies. Noel pinched the bridge of his nose and said, "All right. Your suggestion is quite good. By exchanging for another reward, I can get something good at my current level. At least, they'll be beneficial for my current state." "That's right. Do you think what are the most important things someone like us need? Powerful weapons? Durable armors? No. It's spirit technique. Precisely ancient spirit technique. If you learn about history, your mind will be blown away when you realize that every single person in the world was born with spirit. There is no need for awakening. And spirit techniques. The current spirit techniques are the result of the optimization that suits the current situation. Their power has been toned down to match our body. On the other hand, the ancient spirit technique is an extremely powerful technique. They can release a far more powerful strength compared to the current spirit technique. Most people can't use ancient spirit techniques right now because they don't have what it takes. But it'll be different for us. Or me? My conversion rate is close to 100% like the people in the past. I have enough qualifications to learn the ancient spirit techniques. I'm planning to use the reward to exchange the ancient spirit techniques to strengthen myself. That's what I'll suggest to you as well. Instead of courting death, why don't you take a bit of the treat to make an armor for you? Though, it'll be hard to process it. You might need a skilled craftsman and they might not be humans. Either way, this is my explanation and suggestion. Whether you want to believe in my word or not, it's entirely up to you." Noel paused for a moment. What Anna said made sense. He couldn't question the logic at all. Although his knowledge about spirit was low, he had read a few books regarding this topic, so he could still make judgment whether what she said was good or bad. As Anna said, he realized that it was better to trade the reward. However, he still said, "But we have agreed that I'll have the demon crystal and you get whatever that covers it. I'm not going to take what is not mine." "You're so uptight, eh? For better or worse." Anna chuckled. "In that case, how about I propose you a deal?" "A deal?" "Yeah. In exchange for a part of my possession, I want you to follow me to a certain place. At least, find a group mission that is around that area, so that we can visit a place together." "What are you plotting?" Noel's eyebrows twitched. "Who knows? I need to hear the deal first to know whether I should agree or not." "Sure. 8 months from now, I want us to go to the border between this kingdom and Vrunil Kingdom. In that place, there is a ruin I want to enter. It's said that the ruin comes from 1,000 years ago. Many explorations have been done, but none of them could find anything. I want both of us to go there. It seems that you know something." Noel narrowed his eyes. "What do you think?" Anna ignored his statement. "I mean, this will benefit both of us since whatever is inside can increase our strength tremendously." Noel thought for a moment. However, his fate was sealed when Artigan started speaking like he knew every single information, even the future. Mission: explore the Sword Saint ruin. Description: a soul of the Sword Saint Tinselgul has been buried under this ruin. Meet him and pass his test. Reward: Sword Saint ruin? Sword Saint Tinselgul? How does Artigan know everything? Now that I think about it, 1,000 years ago. Isn't it the time when my ancestor started making a name for himself? Does that mean my ancestor lived in the same era as the sky? Noel narrowed his eyes. Still, there is no penalty when I fail to do it like this ancient demon tree mission. It seems that the penalty is simply a way for Artigan to test me whether I'm qualified to wield him or not. If I can prove that I'm qualified, there is no need for penalty because he's going to fully support me. If that's the case, I'm truly grateful. There is no reason for me to reject this offer. After contemplating for a few minutes, Noel nodded his head. Fine. I agree. Great. Anna smirked while thinking inwardly, hee, you've fallen into my traps, Noel. In the previous life, Noel entered this ruin alone and received everything inside. This time, I'm going with him so that I can leech off him. Well, Noel was the only one that could open this ruin in the past. There were two theories back then. First, Noel was actually related to the person inside the ruin. Second, Noel had talent that piqued the ghost inside the ruin. It seemed to be the latter, so it might be related to his conversion rate. It seems that Noel's conversion rate is above me. He might even have a perfect conversion. Either way, I'm going to leech off his opportunity. I'm so awful, but I need it so that Noel doesn't get too strong that fast and I don't get left behind. Just like Hannah, Noel had also his own thought. The mission only benefited me, so there's no reason for me to reject. Thanks to her, I can discover something this good. Noel and Dana looked at each other smiling as if they had come to an agreement. However, they both had an opposite thought. I'm going to use her knowledge to discover more missions. I'm going to leech off his opportunities. /68 / How the hell did this happen? Noel asked himself as he was looking up to see Anna's face. Anna was sitting behind the tree while her hand was holding his head and burying his face on her breast. A few minutes ago. How is the situation on the other side? Anna shouted while carefully deflecting a few mid-level demons' attacks. Her answer came in the form of action. Noel suddenly rushed to one of the mid-level demon and covered his sword with the spiritual energy. Mega slash. Noel struck the mid-level demon's head, only to be stopped by its horns. If it were 3 weeks ago, he would be useless against the mid-level demon. However, this time was different. As soon as he saw the demon stopping his attack, Noel took a step back and looped around the demon. In fact, he was going around the several mid-level demons to hide himself with their bodies. As expected, the low-level and mid-level demons don't have that much intelligence. Mid-level demon is better, but they're still using their instinct. Noel thought as he saw the mid-level demon chasing after him, slipping past several demons. Using that to his advantage, Noel could bother the other demons. Oh! The demon let out a roar as if informing the other demons who had yet to realize Noel's appearance due to him not saying anything. When the other mid-level demons turned around to find Noel, Anna charged forward with a smirk. Her sword and body had been covered by lightning. Her jumping speed felt like a bullet as she appeared next to the demon in an instant. After that, her sword struck the demon's horn. Unlike Noel, she had a complete control over her spiritual energy. Even if the demon could stop her sword with its horn, the spiritual energy sparked, resulting in the same reaction from the lightning. The spark cracked the horn and Anna released all her strength to push forward, destroying the horn and cutting the demon's head. Noel narrowed his eyes, thinking, as expected, her control of spiritual energy is so high. I can't kill her with my meager ability for now. Seeing one of them getting killed by Anna, all the demons turned around and directed their anger toward her. Noel used this chance to approach the demon from behind to attack their softest spot. However, Noel took one step further as he pointed his palm forward. Ice control. The skill allowed Noel to create ice around him, so he covered the soil with a thin layer of ice, causing the demons to fall down. Kill them! Noel shouted as he and Anna jumped to the demons together. Noel killed 2 mid-level demons during the confusion with the help of his Mega / while Anna took care of 4. With the addition of 1 mid-level demon, she managed to kill 5 mid-level demons in total. Nice ice ability. Anna nodded with a serious expression. Not as strong as your lightning ability. Come on. Mine is powerful, but yours is versatile. Anna smirked. Who? Noel took a deep breath as he didn't want to continue the conversation. He looked around while making sure that they were not watched by the demons. We have been pretty deep inside the forest. Although the stronger demons living in the deeper region make sense in one way to another, I still don't understand why. A tree can grow in a good soil, right? Yes. But there is another theory about it. The richer the soil is, the more it contains the spiritual energy. You might not be able to feel it or see it right now, but this world is filled with spiritual energy. The demons like to live in an area rich of spiritual energy. As for why stronger demons live in the deeper area, it's simply because the deepest region is where the spiritual energy is concentrated. The rest is simply hierarchy. Noel thought for a moment and asked, in that case, does that mean the deepest region has the strongest demon? Yeah. We're already a bit too deep right now, so we should pull back soon. So, a higher ranking demon, an advanced level demon? Perhaps. I'm not too sure currently, but let's just. Anna stopped abruptly and turned around, staring into the woods. Anna? Noel was confused but remained vigilant when he saw Anna's solemn face. Suddenly, Anna ran toward him and dragged him while putting her finger on her mouth as if signaling him to not make a single noise. They hid behind the biggest tree in the area. She even held him close so that he didn't stand out. Don't make a single sound or release your spiritual energy if you don't want to die. I'm going to use my power to erase the trace of our spiritual energy, said Anna with a low voice while raising her right hand. Her index and middle finger rose as if she concentrated her power into the fingertips. Noel was confused, but Anna hurriedly grabbed his head and pulled his head into her breast as the means to silence him. Noel was startled by Anna's action. Despite the hatred, he still couldn't deny the fact that Anna was the most beautiful woman among the knight apprentice. And to think she would have his face buried on her chest, it was unthinkable as a noble. However, when he raised his vision, he stopped struggling. No, he stopped every little movement. Anna had closed her eyes to get more focus, but her forehead was covered with sweats as though she had been utilizing a great amount of spiritual energy. Noel knew that this was a dangerous situation, so he decided to cooperate with everything she said. He didn't dare to move even though he was curious about what she saw. Whether it was fortunate or unfortunate, the answer to his curiosity appeared. He felt an immense spiritual energy coming toward them. Unlike their spiritual energy, he could sense the killing intent and bloodlust emanating from this creature. Although he couldn't see its figure, he felt dread that his body was trembling. This was the reason why Anna panicked and did the unthinkable. In the end, Noel also closed his eyes to calm his heart. He wanted to make sure that his body was in the condition to respond to the worst case scenario. /69 / who? Noel took a deep breath because it was quite hard to breathe due to their position. It truly took a bit of effort to even breathe. However, Noel could feel that the immense pressure started moving away after 2 minutes standing still. He felt a bit relieved, but he wasn't foolish enough to drop his guard. He maintained his vigilance to make sure that they wouldn't be discovered. Seeing how scared Anna was, it was clear that the demon was pretty powerful. Even though Noel couldn't sense the pressure anymore, Anna didn't release him yet. Remembering that Anna managed to pick up his presence far before him, he knew that the demon had yet to leave that far. Hence, they waited. Their position was perfect for Noel to shame Anna, but he didn't do anything to make sure that he didn't disturb her concentration. Still, no matter how hard he tried to hide his desire, Noel's thoughts ran wild. If I disturb her right now, I can grab the attention of that whatever creature here. I don't know how strong Anna is, but she might die facing this demon. However, Anna is a mysterious evil woman. She should have some secrets that can allow her to escape as long as she abandons me here. As for me, I'll certainly die here. So, I can't disturb her no matter what. Yes, in the midst of this situation and position, Noel still thought about killing Anna. Fortunately, he realized that this plan didn't guarantee Anna's death, only his, so he abandoned it immediately. After what it felt like 4 hours, Anna finally opened her eyes while feeling relieved. She dropped on her butt as Noel was also dragged to the ground. We're safe now. Anna let out a breath of relief before lowering her vision, finding Noel's face on her breast. Noel pointed at her hand as if asking her to release him. Ah! Anna realized what she had done as her face slightly reddened from the embarrassment. She hurriedly let him go while glaring at him. You did this, not me. Noel immediately justified his position. Anna's instinct wanted to slap him, but what she did was the exact opposite. She took a few deep breaths to calm her heart and said with an embarrassed face. Yeah. Can you forget about it? That's impossible. It has been burned into my mind. Can you be a bit more gentleman? Anna sighed, feeling a headache. Instead of embarrassment, she felt a bit angry. Well, I am a fallen noble, so I don't care about that anymore. But I guess I can do that as long as you explain to me. Noel glanced to the direction where the intense pressure went. What is the difference between low-level demon and mid-level demon? Their abilities. The mid-level demon has a better physique, but more importantly, the biggest difference they have lies on their spiritual energy. The mid-level demon can utilize a bit of their spiritual energy. Exactly. However, the mid-level demon can't use their spiritual energy that easily. Their condition is similar to the you a few weeks ago when you can only apply your spiritual energy to one task, which is attacking. Anna nodded, confirming his statement. And that one is an advanced level demon? Yes. An advanced level demon can fully utilize their spiritual energy. They also have opened their wisdom, making them a hard opponent to fight. Even in the current me, running away is the only option. Well, my skill is enough, but I don't have enough spiritual energy to fight them right now. Anna felt disappointed because she couldn't defeat the advanced level demon. I see. It seems that the Demon Banner Army wants us to reach a level similar to that demon before graduating to the real knight? Noel contemplated for a moment. No, their aim is just mid-level demon. However, the most talented people will surely surpass that target before graduation. Anna smirked as if she was stating she would be one of them. I see. Every year, the Demon Banner Army doesn't accept that many soldiers after all, but they sure create numerous elite soldiers. Noel nodded in understanding. So, do you want to create a target? A target? Anna tilted her head in confusion. Yeah. Let's kill that advanced level demon in a few months. A few months, huh? Anna calculated it a bit and said, 3 months? Sounds good to me. After this mission, we're going to train a bit more before heading outside this place. You and I will do 1 or 2 individual group missions each. The details can be discussed later, like the place, the time, and the mission. Sounds good. I'm not going to stay in this place for too long. Anna agreed with him. How about killing the advanced level demon for a group mission after we return here? Fair enough. We can discuss the details later. Noel nodded. In that case, let's continue the hunt. Right. Anna glanced at the demon corpses they left behind earlier. Still, you smell good even though you are an evil witch. What? I've told you to forget that. I've explained the situation to you earlier. Anna gritted her teeth. No, the agreement is just forgetting about your attempt of murder, not about your smell. Attempt of murder? It's you who are enjoying my body. Do you think I'd enjoy that? I was about to be suffocated earlier. Noel denied her with a poker face as if he meant it. Even though Noel looked far too young compared to her soul, she still had some confidence in her body and beauty. But this man truly frustrated her. How about I eat you up since I couldn't suffocate you? Anna raised her fist with veins bulging out of her forehead. I'm going to scrap the crystals. Noel escaped in an instant, doing something that could stop Anna from bothering him. Unbeknownst to them, the seal under the lake had gradually deteriorated. The lines started shining dimly as the ground started to crack, resulting in the green lines beginning to disconnect to each other. Rumble. Rumble. /70 / your solo mission was completed in the first day, mine was the same. And the group mission was completed on the second day since we managed to kill 12 mid-level demons on the first day and 15 mid-level demons on the second day. Today, we managed to kill 25 mid-level demons. Don't you think this is a good progress? Anna stretched her hands while yawning. They were walking back to the lake as soon as the sun came down, so they felt a bit tired, especially due to the sudden appearance of the advanced level demon. Even Noel believed they had done so much, considering low-level demons were the majority in this area. Even though he still needed to submit a portion of the crystals, they still had plenty of them to share. And they had an abundant amount of low-level crystals. However, Noel stayed quiet when Anna told him their progress. What's wrong? Anna turned around, looking at Noel, who seemed to be occupied by his thoughts. Noel looked like as if he was observing the lake. No, I'm just thinking that tonight or tomorrow morning. Noel closed his eyes while thinking about all the knowledge he had regarding the runes. What do you mean? Anna tilted her head in confusion. Noel pointed at the lake. specifically the middle of the lake. Huh? Anna glanced at the lake and noticed the glimmer green light emitting from within the water. In that instant, she opened her eyes wide in shock. Since when? I'm not sure, but it's been like that ever since we came back. That's clearly the case. It seems that the seal is breaking. I don't think I feel anything such as the increase of spiritual energy. A demon at that level should have a ridiculous amount of spiritual energy, but I guess that shows how weak he is right now. Mid-level demon, probably the strongest mid-level demon you can ever imagine, but it won't be as strong as advanced level demon. Then, there is its size. Noel added. True. The size will make it hard since we need to climb the tree. Can you do it? I have tried it yesterday. Climbing a tree won't be a problem since my grip is stronger now, but it'll be a different matter if the demon is stopping me from climbing it. Even I don't have too much details on the ancient demon tree, so we can only improvise our approach. Fair enough. Noel nodded. For now, let's have some rest so that our bodies are well enough to kill it. Anna agreed as she immediately prepared some food while Noel kept staring at the rune but still couldn't find anything. It seemed that his knowledge wasn't enough to decipher the rune. I guess, my ancestor was too powerful for me to comprehend right now. Well, the history indeed claimed that he was one of the strongest, if not the strongest. Noel thought for a moment and asked, Hey, Anna. Do you mind if I'm the one to kill it? Huh? A question like this out of nowhere. I just want to know whether it's possible or not. I don't care if we split the reward, but I want to kill this demon. Noel looked at Anna with a solemn face. Anna narrowed her eyes and pondered. I know that it's a kind of a request, but I don't think this much is a problem for you, right? Yeah. I'm simply going to be the vanguard and let you deliver the killing blow. That much is not a problem, but can you keep up with me? I will, even if it takes all of my power. Noel nodded without hesitation. He got the mission from Artigan, so he needed to kill the demon no matter what. All right then. I'll open the path for you, but lend me your ice pearl for a day. Anna also had her own condition. Although becoming a vanguard was a simple task, Anna knew how hard it was to not being able to kill her opponent. Just like the sparring, she needed to go with the intention of killing her opponent, but didn't kill them. With such an awkward situation, her strength would be greatly reduced and had a big potential to be injured. Hence, she asked for this condition. Alright. Just for one day, I'm going to trust you for one day. Noel answered with a grim tone. Anna felt the heaviness in the word trust due to her destroying his family. Even though Noel had been listening to her suggestions and cooperating with her, it wasn't based on trust. He simply chose the most optimal solution. It's just for one day. In fact, you can watch me during that time, so I won't run away with the pearl. Noel sighed and said, It's Ellery. Rumble. Rumble. Suddenly, the ground started shaking. Noel and Anna hurriedly rose from the ground and faced the lake as they saw the water started raging. The light shone brighter and brighter as time passed. It seems that I have made a mistake. Anna gulped down. It's not that there is no spiritual energy, it's just the seal has been absorbing the spiritual energy to the point I can't sense it. And now, the seal is. Boom. A shock wave from a spiritual energy shook the area, affecting all living beings in that area. The trees, tent, and the water were blown away. The ground soon started to crack as a few pieces of branches emerged from the ground. The branches expanded and the lake gradually collapsed. A huge trunk soon emerged from the now dry lake and continued to rise to the sky. Even though they had expected the tree to be big, they never thought it would be this big. The small lake had a diameter of 40 meters, yet, the tree was actually a fourth the size of the basin. In fact, now that the water had been blown away, the basin looked like a crater that was used to seal the demon tree. So, this is the ancient demon tree. Noel sucked a cold breath. /71 boom. The spiritual energy flew in all directions. As expected from the ancient demon tree, all the spiritual energy that had been absorbed by the seal could even reach the fort a few kilometers away from its position. As the current two strongest people in the fort, both Shale and Oscar felt the intense amount of spiritual energy. This is. Shale gulped down and hurriedly flew toward the wall to check the situation. As expected from the veterans, they thought alike. Oscar had also reached the wall and tried to see the situation from the top of the wall. "Commander." Shale greeted Oscar and said, "I couldn't see anything." "Yes. It seems the spiritual energy traveled that far. But it needed a ridiculous amount of magic power. Even I couldn't do it. A being that could do something like that could easily destroy this fort." Oscar gritted his teeth. "But there shouldn't be a being that powerful around us. Is there any record about such a being near the forest?" "No, in that case, there might be an ancient being residing in that fort." Shale suddenly fell silent. "What's wrong? This is not good." Shale's face became pale as he looked at the commander and panicked. "Noel Artigan and Anna Stargaze are in the forest right now!" Oscar widened his eyes. Those two were the top in their generations. Anna even surpassed them by a large margin. Their potential was simply too big. If they died here, the loss they needed to bear would be too much for them to handle. Still, when Oscar thought he should go there to save those two right now, he didn't forget that he was the commander of this fort. There were numerous people living in this fort, so he couldn't abandon them simply because of his hot-blooded head. "Wind extermination, General Shale." "Heed my orders." "Yes, sir." Shale straightened his back as his expression turned serious. "All fort guards are to prepare for an evacuation. Demon Extermination Squad under you shall follow me to march to the forest to handle this unknown being, and all the remaining squads will stand by on the wall." "Yes, sir." Shale disappeared as soon as he received the order. Oscar gritted his teeth as he kept staring at the distance. "This is not good. We can only march there in 5 minutes and we'll arrive in another 5 minutes. Those two might already. No, I hope that those two are not close to that being." Oscar kept maintaining his composure while thinking about all possibilities. Unbeknownst to them, Noel and Anna were actually in the middle of the storm. "I underestimated the seal in the ancient demon tree." Anna clenched her fists. "Instead of an hour, I'm afraid we only have a few minutes." "What do you mean?" Noel asked while turning around as if he was preparing to escape. "You surely remember the advanced level demon we met previously, right? That demon would surely come here to check about the intense spiritual energy." When that happened, before she finished her explanation, Noel threw a rope to her. "What?" Anna was startled while catching the rope. "Tie your body up. At first, I thought we could use the water to break our fall a bit and utilize our spiritual energy to lessen the damage, but the water is now gone. Falling from that high is the end, so we should use this rope," Noel explained while tying the rope on his waist. Anna understood Noel's concern and immediately tied herself too. This way, if one of them fell, the other two could help them. "Don't forget to match our movement and if possible, use your sword to climb the tower. Our grip might not be enough to take the force from the fall." "Don't worry, I know." Anna nodded with a serious expression. "Although I want to understand the situation right now, we don't have too much time, right? In that case, I just want you to answer one question. Can we defeat it? The spiritual energy shocked me, but the ancient demon tree is indeed only at mid-level demon range." Anna nodded. "We can. No, we will kill it." 5 minutes then. "We'll slay this demon within 5 minutes." "Got it." Anna smirked as they stood next to each other. As soon as they exchanged nods, they ran at the same speed, heading straight to the ancient demon tree that had yet to be aware of their presence. Noel could also see the giant face 15 meters above the ground. It was close to the top of the tree, considering above the face was only a small area that could be said to be its brain where the crystal was located and the branches. As if sensing the incoming presence, the roots started to emerge from the ground. Each root had a diameter of 2 meters, making them even bigger than Anna or Noel's height. "Seriously?" Noel widened his eyes and shouted, "Anna! I'm the vanguard, so follow me." Anna replied with a confident face. Since they were attached by a rope, Noel nodded and followed her. Anna leapt onto one of the roots and continued running, approaching the tree. When Noel followed her, there were a few other roots that came out from the sides, trying to squeeze him to death. I'm not going to be left behind. Noel gritted his teeth, utilizing his spiritual energy to strengthen his 2 feet. After that, he leapt into the air in Anna's direction, avoiding the roots. As expected, those roots actually attacked Anna, but she skillfully and quickly avoided them, so he was the one that got attacked instead. Luckily, the rope was 5 meters long, or else they wouldn't be able to do anything. Where are we going? Noel shouted while realizing Anna had been moving around the tree instead of going straight to the trunk. Anna didn't answer him because she thought the ancient demon tree could understand their conversation. She only told him to follow her. TSK. Noel clicked his tongue and followed her. He soon noticed that they were rising bit by bit just by going around. It turned out the roots were overlapping each other because they kept swarming at them to kill them. So, she's using the roots. /72 / As soon as Noel understood Anna's intention in using the root to increase their elevation, he finally saw the path that Anna planned to take. They might be moving up and down for a minute, but Anna skillfully came closer and closer to the trunk at the highest elevation they could get. 5 meters. As long as we can reach 5 meters, we should be able to avoid all the roots. And Noel raised his vision and saw the branches start moving. Anna. Above. I know. Anna shouted and calculated their best path. We might not be able to reach the best position. Indeed. Noel nodded. At least, tell me a second prior so that I can react. Noel nodded in understanding, preparing to avoid both the roots and branches at the same time. As expected, the ancient demon tree might not have its past power, but it could understand their language. As soon as Noel and Anna reached an agreement, the ancient demon tree sent its branches to the ground. This is insane. Noel gulped down when he saw the tip of the branches begin to extend and bend to the ground, aiming for their lives. Here they come. Anna shouted while glancing to the left and right. The roots were stopping next to the one they were stepping on, forming a wall on both sides. Walls? We need to get away somehow. Noel furrowed his eyebrows while trying to find an escape path. We're not going anywhere. Anna clicked her tongue and clasped her hands. North sword, south lightning. Sword Antlion. Noel's vision soon darkened as he realized the culprit was the sword that gradually formed on top of them, blocking the moonlight. The sword had the same length of a human's height, but the body was covered by lightning. What is that? No, that's a spirit ability in the incantation. Unlike the spirit technique that derived from human research, spirit abilities come directly from the spirit themselves, like my Mega Slash and Ice Control. Noel sucked a cold breath. The lightning sword flew forth, hitting the right root that blocked their path from escaping. Boom! The lightning sparked, creating a small explosion on the root. The spark was so strong that it could manage to destroy a part of the giant root. She destroyed a part of the root, so we can escape. Noel observed her action. Anna proved his speculation by jumping to the destroyed part and using it as her footing to jump on top of the ruined root. Noel followed the path and glanced at the right and left. We can jump back to the ground or back to the roots. It seemed they were fast enough because not long after they got to a higher elevation, the branches began to shoot down. Here they come! Noel shouted. 10 branches fell down on top of him. The pointed tips impaled the roots, albeit missing both Noel and Anna. Anna skillfully tilted her body and avoided all the huge branches, but Noel's reaction time was still slower than her, causing the roots to graze his right arm and waist. Are you all right? Anna asked while lowering her speed. It won't be a problem. Noel nodded before widening his eyes. Anna, jump! Anna didn't see anything in front of her, so the first thing she did was turn around and saw spikes coming out of the roots. Anna clicked her tongue and lowered her head, barely avoiding the spike with only a graze on her cheek. At the same time, Noel managed to avoid it completely due to him being able to see what was coming sooner. We need to start climbing right now. Anna gritted her teeth, knowing that the more they wasted their time on the roots, the more dangerous the situation would become. Will the trunk let out a spike? Noel started thinking about the potential danger on the trunk. It wasn't a spike, but the branches that bent inside the roots. Ah! Noel remembered the branches that impaled the roots earlier. It turned out they were the culprit of the spikes. After that, he pointed at the front a few meters in front of them. There was a perfect curve near the trunk, so it should be a perfect spot to jump. Anna nodded in agreement as she jumped to the root on the other side so that she could be closer to the target. Noel followed suit and followed her, preparing to jump right after her. "Here I go!" Anna shouted while looking at the branches that were coming for them. "Hurry up!" Noel gritted his teeth. He might end up dead if he was late just by 1 second due to his position. Anna saw the branches had begun to fall down, so she jumped to the trunk. Noel gritted his teeth and used his fastest speed to reach the edge and jump to the trunk, next to Anna. He planted a dart again into the trunk, making sure he didn't fall down. He looked back and saw the branches impaling the roots. "Noel, it's going to bend again!" Anna shouted as she wondered how they could avoid this with both their hands and feet getting tied down and gripping the trunk. But when she turned to Noel, the latter had already looped around the sword and used the impaled sword as his footing to avoid the incoming branches. "He's too smart." Anna gritted her teeth, realizing that she hadn't improvised enough. She hurriedly followed Noel and stood on top of her sword. When the branches were about to impale them, they jumped, avoiding the branches. Of course, she had a specific direction so that when she landed, she was on top of the impaled branch. Noel had the same thought because he was already standing on top of them. "Your sword!" Noel shouted. "Aye." Anna glanced at her sword and shook her head. "No, I'll focus on using my spirit ability." Noel nodded as they jumped from one branch to another, trying to climb the trunk with the impaled branches. Due to Noel acting first, Anna ended up being the one that followed him so that their rope didn't stuck to one of the branches. However, slowly but surely, they were climbing the trunk together. /73 / watch out. The incoming branches that bend inside the trunk began to emerge, trying to kill them. But because of the bulging trunk, they managed to locate them and avoid them easily while making their way to the top. With their efforts, they somehow managed to reach 10 meters mark. They only needed to find a way to cover the remaining 10 meters. And the ancient demon tree had learned its mistake. With the addition of the danger that would come when impaling his body at this height, the tree decided to approach in a different way. Instead of impaling them again and hurting itself in the end, the tree tried to pierce them from the side or simply wipe them off its body. "Incoming!" Noel shouted. Since he was the one leading now, he said, "Normal way is too much for us, so we'll risk our lives right now." "What are you PL?" Anna was about to ask, but she saw Noel jumping into the air as the branch almost pierced him. To her surprise, Noel landed on the branch that almost impaled him. Instead of climbing the normal way, he ran on top of the branch. Since the tree was going to impale them from the sides, the branches needed to have the right slope for them to climb due to the branches coming from above. It needed a part of the branches to be twisted in one part, so the rest would just be a smooth slope. "Let's go." Whether it was fortunate or unfortunate, due to the tree's big branch and root, they could easily run on top of them without fearing to fall. Of course, Noel was scared when running on top of the branches due to him being above 10 meters high. Even so, he needed to do it because the tree would take an even more extreme measure to knock them off. Hence, the only solution to reach the top of the tree was to utilize any unorthodox way. "He is insane," Anna complained but still followed him. She realized that even without her, Noel could still climb the tree. He could easily find a way to do it even if he needed to improvise due to an additional person. The ancient demon tree also started retracting its branches, knowing that Noel planned to take advantage of it. So, Anna hurriedly followed him, making sure that she wasn't left behind. Lightning even sparked around her boots, increasing her speed by causing a small spark in every step she made. However, they also needed to worry about another threat other than the tree. Roar! A huge roar erupted from the ground, startling both Anna and Theo. Anna glanced to the bottom and saw a humanoid figure with a red skin. The humanoid figure didn't have a single hair on its body and it didn't even have gender. However, it still had a mouth and nose like a human. But the one that took her attention the most was a pair of horns on its head. Noel. It's the advanced level demon from earlier. It's going to help the ancient demon tree. Anna shouted. Seriously? Noel gulped down and asked, what should we? When Noel glanced at the bottom, he saw the demon opening its mouth, forming a red-colored light ball in front of it. I'm going to take care of that beam. Anna raised 2 fingers and drew a cross in the air with her spiritual energy. Lightning fall. The cross-shaped lightning soon fell down to stop the advanced level demon. On the ground, the light ball had grown to the size of the demon's head as the demon soon shot it like a beam. Can you even stop T? Noel doubted Anna's spirit ability could stop it, but he soon saw something that shocked him. A symbol appeared below her attack before forming a circle surrounding it. With his current knowledge, he could recognize this symbol and its form. Both of them said the same thing. Amplification. As soon as the cross-shaped lightning passed through the circle, the lightning sparked and expanded its size. The power behind it was also amplified like the name implied. This was one of the basic runes, amplification. However, he hadn't been able to draw that rune due to Artigan requesting him to either master the increase agility or strength blessing rune first. The beam soon struck the lightning fall, causing it to explode. However, the explosion was so fierce that it bent the beam, shifting its path a little bit, barely avoiding them. The beam even struck one of the tree branches at the top and destroyed it. As if getting angry because Anna and Noel were like a pest that couldn't be exterminated, the tree shot a branch to the ground, creating a slope that could allow the advanced level demon to climb. The advanced level demon is going to reach us by using that branch. What should we do? One of us might need to fight it to buy time. Anna gritted her teeth. Noel wanted to talk about her knowledge about rune, but he knew this wasn't the time. Even Anna also didn't want to explain everything in this situation, since this was a secret that she wouldn't reveal if not for the sudden threat. For real. How did Noel even climb to the top and kill the tree in my past life? Has my regression actually weakened Noel? No, I'm sure that Noel has become stronger from his past life due to his hate to him. So. Suddenly, Anna's thought was disrupted by the sudden power surge in her body. She felt more powerful and her body was lighter. This is. Anna widened her eyes and saw Noel using 2 runes. It will only last 5 minutes. Normal way won't work anymore. So, we're going to skip all this and immediately go to the top. Make sure you don't fall. Noel shouted as he jumped into the trunk again. Swing me to the top, Anna. Anna widened her eyes because she saw Noel planning to drop himself after reaching the trunk. Since they were on a branch, Anna could make a full swing that could throw him straight to the top with her ability. And that rune was the amplification she needed to accomplish the mission. In other words, Noel planned to use the force from the throw to reach the tree's head in one go. This way, they could outrun the advanced level demon. Anna smirked as she realized how insane his brain could work. She became excited because she could see some hope in killing this demon tree. As soon as Noel dropped himself, Anna stomped the branch so that her feet were slightly buried. She glanced to the side and saw the branch continued to retract itself, so she only had 1 shot. If she missed, both of them were going to fall. The moment she felt Noel's weight, she gritted her teeth as her body slightly tilted to the front. It's too heavy. Even so, she endured all the pain and weight and hung on while glancing at Noel's momentum. The moment he returned to the trunk, she utilized and amplified the centrifugal force to toss him to the top. Noel flew into the top at fast speed. And now, he prepared himself for Anna's weight since they were going to climb together. But to his surprise, he never felt Anna's weight. He glanced back and saw Anna falling down after cutting the rope. Anna was smiling at him while saying, "You go to the top and defeat the demon tree. I'm going to stop this advanced level demon from stopping you." /74/ Noel gritted his teeth and planted his sword into the tree. While hanging on, he looked down to see Anna had turned around. She created a circle with her spiritual energy and pushed it forward, creating a chain made of lightning. After that, she channeled her energy into her hands, skillfully forming a sword. This lightning sword would be her weapon against the advanced level demon. The advanced level demon stopped climbing and looked at the lightning circle with its bloodshot eyes. It raised both hands and caught the lightning. "Burn it away!" Anna shouted while snapping her finger. The lightning sparked for a split second, but the advanced level demon ripped the ring apart. As expected, I don't have enough spiritual energy to conjure a more powerful lightning attack. Anna clicked her tongue and slashed her sword downwards, trying to knock the demon off the branch. However, the demon managed to grab Anna's sword easily. If it was a normal junior knight, they would be shocked by its power, but Anna had fought against demons stronger than this one. Hence, the moment the demon caught her lightning sword, Anna let the sword go and kicked him from the side, knocking him off. After that, she landed on the branch and waved her left hand. Sword Antlion. The lightning sword she conjured earlier to destroy the ancient demon tree's root appeared again. She shot it right at the advanced level demon who was still trying to find a way to avoid getting shot down. Unfortunately for the demon, Anna's sword was faster than it expected. The sword arrived in an instant, causing the demon to catch it again. Boom! The sword sparked and exploded, launching the demon to the ground. As if it wasn't injured, the demon still had a clear vision of Noel, who almost reached the top of the tree while avoiding the branches. It opened its mouth again, charging the spiritual energy to shoot Noel down. Anna wouldn't let the demon do whatever it wanted, so she jumped to the ground and stomped the demon's stomach, getting its focus again. Even the beam disappeared due to the disruption she caused. When the demon realized Noel had reached the top of the tree, it was clear that he couldn't shoot him anymore. Hence, it shifted all its focus to Anna, who was on top of him. Suddenly, an eruption of spiritual energy shook the area, creating a shock wave to blow Anna away. Anna skillfully directed the spiritual energy with her own, but the demon moved its body, forcing her to leap off the demon's body. But as soon as she landed on the ground, the demon appeared next to her. Too far, Anna couldn't even finish her thought, but her instinct managed to react by putting both arms next to her head where the demon struck her, blocking it. As one would expect from an advanced level demon, the force from the sweep was extraordinary. Bam! Anna was blown away and crushed into a tree several meters away from her original position. KH. Anna gritted her teeth and hurriedly rose from the ground, thinking, without the increased agility rune, I wouldn't be able to react to that attack. And the blessing strength allowed me to sustain only minor injuries from this. As expected, an advanced level demon is different. She took a deep breath while letting her instinct take over. My speed can't match an advanced level demon yet, so I need to use my instinct to react to its movement. 5 minutes best, or in the worst case scenario, I need to wait for 10 minutes until Noel digs up the core and kill the ancient demon tree. While she was grabbing the advanced level demon's attention, Noel had finally reached the top of the tree. To his surprise, the top of the tree looked like it had a platform on it. The branches came out only on the edge. Noel was amused by the tree's structure, but he soon raised his vision and saw the branches coming from above. Noel leapt to the side and avoided getting his body pierced by the branches. However, he noticed an important detail. When the branches were about to hit him, they decelerated until they were slow enough to not pierce through the trunk. The branches are now afraid of injuring the trunk. As expected, the core is near the top. Noel looked down and thought, there are 2 ways to kill a demon. The first one is to split the demon into 2, especially sever the head and the body. For a tree like this, I just need to cut right below the tree's face. Or the second way is to crush the demon crystal. As long as the crack is big enough, the tree will die because the demon crystal acts like a human heart. 1 stab is enough. But the problem right now is, where is the core? Noel looked at the platform above the tree. The tree trunk was 10 meters in diameter and this platform had roughly half the size of the trunk. Even so, it would be hard to dig up everything in this environment. Yet, when Noel should start digging out for the core, a ridiculous thought appeared in his mind. Now that I think about it, I don't need to rush here. The ancient demon tree won't become stronger for the first 1 hour. If that's the case, I can wait for a bit until the advanced level demon kills Anna before killing this tree. It was such a logical idea because this occasion was perfect to kill Anna and the blame would go to the advanced level demon instead of him. However, Noel had an uncomfortable feeling in his chest. It wasn't love. He simply disliked the idea. Clenching his fists, he shook his head. This is why I hate owing someone. It makes me hesitate to kill them. I can become like that evil woman and kill her with this scheme, but why should I become a hypocrite and do something like the person I hate? If someone owes me a debt, I'm going to settle that debt first before I kill them. That's the same for you, Anna Stargaze. People will think I'm an idiot, but at least, I'm not a hypocrite. Be grateful, Anna Stargaze, for I am not someone like you. Noel glanced to the top and avoided the branches again before he started striking the tree's trunk with his sword. Mega slash. /75 mega slash. Bam. With the help of increased agility and strength blessing runes, Noel's attack was amplified greatly. In addition of mega slash, the moment he struck the trunk, a portion of it was shattered as if he used an axe to hit it. It's too shallow. Am I going to dig this whole place? Noel clicked his tongue and leapt to the side again, avoiding the branches again. I can't waste too much time here, so I need to correctly pinpoint the core's location, but how? Noel furrowed his eyebrows before placing his hand on the ground. Suddenly, the ice spread from his hand to the surrounding, covering the entire platform with a thin layer of ice. He then slid on the ice while observing the branches' movements. Whenever the branches were about to strike him, they decelerated. However, the moment the tree realized there was a thin layer of ice on top of him, it thought he could go a bit more faster. Bam! The ice cracked when the branches hit it, but it was clear that the ice was able to contain much of the impact, allowing the demon to go all out. This looked like a foolish plan coming from Noel. And in addition, Noel even said, "Not good. It seems that the ice is too strong. It can withstand that kind of attack that should be able to crush me." Noel clicked his tongue and kept sliding around. After the fight with Asger, he learned that he should practice how to slide on his ice. If possible, he should continue sliding on top of the ice, allowing him to gain good control in a fight like this. Although his speed was lower than when he was on a hard surface, his movement was smooth due to the lack of friction between his shoes and the ice. He simply needed to tilt his body when the branches fell down again. And he managed to avoid all of them without even using his stamina. Soon, the thing he was looking for appeared in front of him. He had been moving around for 2 minutes and the branches had been raining him down with barrages of attacks. The thin layer of ice had been crushed. Some even got shattered and overlapped with each other. Yet, he found a place where the ice didn't break at all. It was 1 meter to the side from the middle point. Anna had been emphasizing how the ancient demon tree had enough intelligence to understand them. And Noel had observed enough to know what she said was correct. Hence, the foolish provocation he had earlier was actually a way to bring more branches down. With this, he could see which place the tree deliberately avoided, considering the thin layer of ice managed to withstand its attacks. This foolish plan was actually a well-considered plan. And with all the ice shattered, he managed to find the place where the core was hidden. Without hesitation, Noel slid to that area before retracting the ice floor. Mega slash. Noel struck the spot and chipped away the wood. However, it was too shallow. He might need tens of hits to open up the core. And in the meantime, the ancient demon tree would rain him down with so many branches. TSK. Noel clicked his tongue as he was forced to jump away due to the branches. However, the ancient demon tree seemed to be able to engage in a mind battle with Noel. The branches that went down this time formed a small circle, protecting everything inside. Seriously? A demon can be this smart? Noel gulped down and wondered how he should proceed this time. No, I won't make it this time. If I try to do something else, I am not strong enough to dig this kind of trunk until it's too late. Then, Noel suddenly remembered one more thing. He had always saved a couple of honor points in case of emergency. To think he would be able to rely on them again, he couldn't help but smile. He had 9 honor points and exchanged 4 skill points. Mega Slash needed 5 skill points and Art Against Swordsmanship needed 7 skill points. Hence, there was only one more way to fight this tree. He increased his proficiency in his rune. Strength Blessing Rune, 2/3, requirement, 5 SP. Noel smirked and formed another blessing rune to increase his strength. The power surge was even more amazing than he expected. The rune earlier could only increase 30% of his strength, but this rune now managed to increase 70% of his strength. With that additional force, Noel struck the tree with Mega Slash. Bam! Instead of chipping the wood away, it formed a small crack on the surface. If he continued this way, he should be able to reach the core easily. However, the crystal was still guarded by the branches. So, he went straight to the branches and struck them with all his strength. Mega Slash. Bam! What? Noel widened his eyes when he failed to cut the branches. Not even a single one was sliced. It seemed that gathering in one group increased their resistance. Fine by me. If I can't deal with you this way, I'll find another way to strike. Noel started utilizing his Mega Slash next to the wall while avoiding the incoming branches. This way, he could dig a hole near the demon crystal and hit it from the side instead of the top. And the ancient demon tree didn't have enough branches to cover this large area. Ha ha, come here. I'm going to eat you up. Noel smirked as he continued smashing the woods, gradually digging deeper and deeper. However, he almost forgot about the time he took to dig this kind of hole. Even though he managed to do so much with the Strength Blessing Rune, Mega Slash, and Art Against Sharpness, 5 minutes passed in a blink of an eye. Meanwhile, Anna's condition was horrible. Her left eye was closed due to the blood running from her forehead to her left cheek. Her right eye had gradually lost its focus due to the amount of injury. Even so, she still tried hard to maintain her consciousness while fighting against an advanced level demon, trying to keep it away from Noel. How long do I need to fight again? Anna panted a few times with her eyes still locked on the demon. /76 / Anna truly had a hard time holding on her consciousness. She was too injured to continue the fight. However, she still needed to hold on until Noel defeated the tree. As long as they fought this advanced level demon together, even if they couldn't defeat this demon, they could escape together. She had even lost track of the time. How long do I need to fight again? Anna muttered in a low voice before seeing the demon charging toward her. TSK. When the advanced level demon arrived before her, a middle-aged man landed in front of her, protecting her from the demon. She had a hard time recognizing this man due to her vision being fuzzy, but she soon noticed the word that he spoke. Scram. When the word was uttered, a powerful shock wave shook the area and turned into a powerful tornado that ran through the ground, shredding the demon's body apart. The tornado was so powerful that it destroyed everything on its path. The trail was even longer than 50 meters. That's Soul Spirit ability. Anna recognized the man from his ability, to think that the commander would appear here and kill an advanced level demon with a single word. Soul Stigma, that's the name of his spirit. The powerful ability that can be used just by stating a word. Now that the commander had appeared here, she felt that her role had been completed and dropped to the ground, feeling exhausted. The commander glanced at her for a moment before turning to the ancient demon tree. So, this is the cause. The power is not that strong. What is this demon? I am assuming it's the ancient demon tree, Anna answered despite her condition. Ancient demon tree. The commander's expression turned grim as if he recognized the name. Its appearance here, that kind of magic power. I see, it seems that the ancient demon tree has just been awoken. That burst of magic power is the result of the magic power from its awakening. At least, it appears here instead of somewhere else. I can kill it right now before it restores its power. There's no need to do that, Commander Oscar, said Anna while raising her vision. The commander furrowed his eyebrows, finding another presence on top of the tree. Suddenly, the ancient demon tree released another shockwave along with a huge echo. Nku. However, neither Anna and the commander were shaken by the sound or the shockwave as they realized that it was the last voice that the ancient demon tree made. Mission: eliminate the weakened ancient demon tree within 30 days. Description: there's an ancient demon tree sleeping underneath the dark demon forest. Reward: Demon Hunter Medal and 7 SP. Penalty: lose your qualification to wield Artigan. Congratulations! You've completed the mission and gain Artigan's recognition. Artigan is expressing its will to completely support you from now on. Skill: Sword Fire, 03, Requirement, 3 SP. Skill: Ignition Sword, 03, Requirement, 3 SP. It seems that Artigan has recognized me as its wielder now. Noel smiled, realizing that this was the true start for him. He looked down and sighed, knowing that it would be impossible for him to absorb the crystal. Still, the part that covered the crystal was the one that we came for, right? After some considerations, Noel cut some more wood around it since the rest had been shattered by his continuous attacks. Even he felt a bit exhausted after using Mega Slash many times. So, he slowly cut them down before he heard a familiar voice echoing in his ears. "Why are you here, Noel Artigan?" Noel widened his eyes and turned around, finding Oscar standing next to him. "Commander. I am asking you what you're doing here." Noel took a deep breath to regain his calm and stated, "I killed this tree. I can see that already." "How do you know the tree's location? And why do you happen to be near when the tree is awakened?" "Ah, this must be him interrogating me. He's suspicious of me." Noel thought before saying, "When we conducted the retake exam, I found something weird in this place." "And you didn't report it?" "We had no obligation to report it. In fact, we didn't know anything about it. I'm just a fallen noble. Will someone actually listen to my words?" Oscar looked at Noel's expressionless face as if he had given up on everything. "And why are you here?" "To do some missions, of course. Both individual and group missions. To survive, we need a water source and this lake is good for camping." When we returned to the camp, the demon emerged. Oscar glared at him for another minute before closing his eyes to calm down. After that, he said, "Nonetheless, you have defeated the tree. You will surely receive your rewards and your deeds shall be honored. Even though the condition of this tree is still weak, the fact that you can kill it proves your identity and strength. Can you hide this kind of achievement?" Noel asked. "It seems that you haven't forgotten your objective." "Yes. If the royal family knows about this, they're going to kill me as soon as possible." Noel nodded. "Fine. I'll hide your achievement for you. And to think that you would join hands within a stargaze. I'm simply observing her power and progress. I'll continue to learn everything about her so that I can use it to kill her in the future." Noel shook his head, assuring him that he still had the hatred in his heart. "That's good then. From now on, when you go for an individual mission, you should go a bit farther away. And I'll provide you a mask that can change your appearance and a new identity. Use that to build up your second identity's reputation. During the group mission, you can use your real face if you don't want to make her suspicious." "I understand. I shall follow your arrangement." Noel nodded in agreement. "In that case, let's talk about your reward. Even though you want me to hide this achievement, you surely won't let go of the reward, right?" The commander understood them since that was what he would do as well. "Yes." "Then, state what you want right now." /77 I want to learn more about spirit technique. You surely won't mind if I enter the fort's treasury, right?" Noel asked. Not holding back, huh? Great. Oscar smirked and said, "Fine. I allow you to enter the treasury. This ancient demon tree is among the strongest, so I will feel bad for giving you some scraps. So, I'll allow you to take out 2 items from the treasury." "Thank you, Commander. However, I do have one more request." "What is it?" "I don't think I can take any of this back, but can you spare a bit of this tree? Specifically this one. Noel pointed at the part that he had just cut. The ancient demon tree is quite sturdy and durable despite being a tree. It's quite a good armor for someone like you. The commander instantly saw through his intention. However, if one took another look at it, there was no way he didn't see it through, considering Noel had no other use to take this much of wood. Noel didn't answer, so Oscar continued, "You can get it. But you need 2 things to turn it into a good armor." 2 things? Noel widened his eyes, not knowing what they were since Anna was the one suggesting the armor. "You need the blacksmith and a priest, a high-level one on top of that. I don't think any blacksmith of the fort can handle this material, so you should go to that place." "That place? In fact, who can handle this kind of item?" "Master blacksmith. However, you don't have the means, connection or even money to pay for a master blacksmith, so you should go to one certain master blacksmith. He won't take your money or anything as long as you bring a unique thing for him to work with. So, he'll make an armor for free because of this material." "That's right. I'm going to pass the details later, but you should have no problem in doing that, right? I'm not going to help you in this." "Yes. I'll do my best." Noel nodded. "Then, the second one is the priest. Since you're a soldier of my demon banner army, it's obvious you need to fight demons most of the time. Hence, you should get a priest to bless this armor. However, this one is not urgent, considering the basic armor alone is enough for the time being. Just remember about this." "Yes. Thank you for the advice, Commander." Noel nodded with a serious expression. "Alright. Leave everything here. I'll send this piece of wood to your room later. You should go back." Oscar then grabbed Noel's waist and jumped off the tree, landing smoothly on the surface. Noel saw Anna in such a bad shape. The soldiers seemed to have treated her with first aid, bandaging all the wounds, but she was still in such a bad shape. "Eric! Come here!" the commander shouted, calling a person. "Yes, sir." A blond man hurriedly walked to him and stood still. "Take them back to the fort. The rest will focus in dealing with the aftermath here with me." "Yes, sir." Eric acknowledged the order and immediately assigned the people. Meanwhile, Noel walked to Anna. Her head, her 2 hands, and her left thigh was bandaged. Eric came over and asked, "Can you walk?" "I think I can." Anna tried to stand up but her body was staggering. A single flick was all it took for her body to fall down. "Easy." Eric tried to grab her so that she didn't fall, but Noel had already squatted in front of her. "Come. I'll carry you," said Noel with a cold tone. "I hate to do it, but he can protect us better this way." "Noel." Anna was surprised by this sudden twist of fate. This was the first time he saw Noel so kind to her. "Hurry up." Noel clicked his tongue as he wanted to escape from this embarrassment. To think he would show mercy to his enemy, this was unthinkable before. "Why yes." Anna hurriedly took his offer and gently pressed her body against him before Noel lifted her up, carrying her on his back. "Let's go then." Noel nodded to Eric as the signal that they were good to go. Alright." Eric smiled while thinking, these two look cute together. He looks cold but he's so warm inside. He must be a person who can't be honest to his feelings. Well, I'll protect them from a bit farther away, so they can have more time together. Eric didn't know anything about their identities and relationship, so if Noel heard his thoughts, he might have the urge to swing his sword. TSK. I hate towing someone. The ancient demon tree and this one. I shall consider this as repaying the favor. Next time, I'm going to kill her for sure. No more hesitation. Noel gritted his teeth but still walked away from the scene. Meanwhile, Anna had no more energy to react. She simply rested her body on Noel's back. She didn't know why but there was a warmth feeling in her heart. I had been a genius in my previous life. I didn't rely on anyone because they couldn't match up to me. Now that I think about it, the one who was with me the most was actually Noel. From all sorts of harassment to real fights, he was the only one who could keep up with me and actually motivate me to keep getting stronger. Though, for an entirely different reason. Even so, this is the first time I felt his back. Somehow, this makes me comfortable. It's tiring to rely on myself, bearing all that burden. Maybe if the execution didn't happen, there would be a chance for us to have another form of relationship. Anna thought as her consciousness became fuzzier. Her eyelids were heavy as she had a hard time fighting the sleepiness. She couldn't help but imagine the life if the execution never happened and the misunderstanding never took place in the first place. She could see there was Noel who could actually share a portion of her burden, the burden that a genius needed to bear. Ah, if we didn't have any hatred between us, we might become a friend. A best friend. Or even a low, zzz. She couldn't finish her thoughts as her consciousness faded away. /78 / You don't know anything, Anna. You are always inside the cage that you've created yourself. Noel looked down on her. I don't know what you're talking about. Anna gritted her teeth, glaring at Noel. This was a scene where they had a final fight before they got betrayed. The current Anna could see both her past and Noel's past figures before her eyes. Her consciousness didn't question what happened to her or what kind of body she had right now. Instead, she was asking to herself about the reason why she had this kind of dream. When she looked at this standoff, she couldn't help but feel pain in her heart. That's right. Why did I fight against Noel in the first place? I think that the first time I fought Noel was at that time. I was visiting a small village and got angry due to the fact that they didn't have any good places to stay. The past me didn't have a memory like this, so I was immature back then. If I wanted something, I could get it. If I couldn't, I would do anything as I pleased. Yes, I was a genius, but my behavior was terrible. I might look nice on the outside, but I was a horrible human being on the inside. Back then, Noel was the guide to complete the mission and I was tricked by him the first time. I got lost and almost died in that mission. Still, all I had was hatred back then. By the time I got tricked on the second time, I got rescued by the local people. Yet, when they saved me, I didn't thank them. Instead, I killed them. That was the start of my regret. I noticed something when I looked at the happy smile they had when they found me and the horrified expression when I killed them. Noel might be taking revenge for this slaughter by forcing me to live in the wilderness without anything. Yes, he somehow trapped me in the middle of nowhere. I hated everything at that time, but to survive, I needed to eat everything. No one helped me anymore. For days, I suffered. I was hungry, thirsty, tired. Basically, I did everything by myself for the first time. I realized what a commoner felt when they were hungry but had no money to buy something to eat. I knew how thirsty they were when they needed to walk for half an hour just to fetch out some water. Yet, those same commoners were killed by me previously despite them offering me food and water after they rescued me. When I was rescued, I tried to act differently. I wanted to fix my past and started thanking people no matter how small their help was. The scene flashed before her eyes where when she had a nightmare of the people she had killed so far because of her impulse. She ended up puking hard that night and couldn't sleep for days. She had realized that what she had done was too much even for a noble. After that, I accidentally saw Noel in another place, helping the people in need. They were smiling genuinely. Their smiles were much brighter and bigger than the people that smiled at me. At that time, I realized that the people around me were smiling because they feared me, not because they were happy being with me. When I tried to help them like Noel, they couldn't give me the best smile. I didn't know why. I did my best to help them and gave the best solution, yet, there was no smile like that. Why? 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 I kept questioning myself but never found the answer. Why could Noel make people happy while I couldn't despite doing the same thing as him? Why could Noel gather so many loyal people under him while those who followed me came because of fear? I didn't understand. And I still don't. Anna clenched her fists. Why? I did better than Noel. I was hailed as a genius unlike him. Yet, I couldn't attain what he got. The scene changed into the scene where Eric and the others were kidnapped. When they saw Noel, The kids became so hopeful and their expressions brightened. Even when Noel left them, they swore to themselves that they would repay everything to Noel. Yet, when they saw her, they were horrified and angry. Although it was an act, she never had the need to clarify it. In her mind, there was Noel's figure that could fix everything. Why does Noel give hope to others but I can't, even though we do the same thing? Anna bit her lips before she recalled the first scene. You don't know anything, Anna. You are always inside the cage that you've created yourself. A cage. What kind of cage that I've created? Anna gritted her teeth. I don't understand. I haven't created any cage. She suddenly fell silent as her stories flashed in her mind. She somehow could see the reason why Noel always tricked her and let her suffer. It was revenge, but if she looked at it a bit more, she realized there was one more reason. When they first met at the first time, she acted like a horrible person, so Noel tried to crush her by making her fall into the trap. When she almost died, her trusted knight died to protect her. Despite having treated him like a dirt, the knight only smiled at his last moment and said, I'm glad that you're all right, Miss Anna. I hope that you can live better. The second time we met, he wanted me to experience what it felt to help and to be helped. Yet, I threw that away and slaughtered those kind-hearted people. After that, I was known as a ruthless genius. The third time, I got lost and lived like a normal commoner in the middle of nowhere. I learned how they lived and wanted to make a change. However, it was already too late. Everyone only treated me well because they feared me. No matter how hard I tried to change it, there was nothing that could be done. Yes. After that, everything was just about me. I did this for them, so they should thank me. I did the best, so you should be grateful. It was all about me. I was never sincere to them because I did it for myself, not for them. The reasons the kids loved Noel and wanted to follow him was because Noel thought himself as a part of their group. It wasn't about Noel, it was about them. Even if he left, it was for them. The reason why I never gained anything was myself. The cage I've created myself, for me, and about me. I see. To think that it took so long for me to realize it. I saved the kids for Noel, not for the kids. When I tried to gain my strength, I took something from Noel's future without the need of paying him back. Now that I think about it, Noel carried me back because he felt indebted to me for stopping the advanced level demon, not knowing that I was simply taking advantage of his knowledge about the ancient demon tree. He hated me so much, yet, he could still put down his hatred for the sake of repaying favor. And I was taking advantage of him this whole time. I shouldn't have done that. There's no way I can solve the hatred between us by scheming and using him. That's right. After this, I should also share the fortunate encounters that my past self got to repay him for the future that I took from him. Is this the meaning of my second life? To fix every mistake that I made? Ah. Anna closed her eyes as she said, there is one thing that I've never said to Noel. If you want to make up with someone, you should say sorry. I've never said it once. Anna felt her consciousness began to return as if she was about to wake up. Her last thought was, that's right. I know it's hard, but I should apologize to Noel. After I wake up, I should apologize to him. I should say, I'm sorry, to Noel. Her consciousness gradually returned as Anna opened her eyes, waking up from her slumber. However, the first thing she saw wasn't the ceiling. It was a black sword that was only a few centimeters away from her face. Yes, it was Noel. What the? /79 Noel was sitting next to Anna, who was sleeping on the bed. Even though the situation had been handled, he still needed to wait Anna to wake up to get their rewards. He looked at Anna's sleeping face. She looked so weak and defenseless that he could kill her easily with a single swing. However, this wasn't the revenge he wanted. He still remembered the despair, fear, and anguish that he experienced when he saw his parents' heads were severed by the guillotine. He wanted Anna to fall into despair first before dying. He wanted to destroy her family first so that she could understand the feeling of losing a family. He wanted to break everything around her so that she could feel the helplessness from it. A life worse than death. Only when she had nothing that he would kill her. To do that, I need to wait. Even right now, she's already that strong. What about her family? The royal family? I still need to become stronger and stronger. When I'm strong enough, I'll crush everyone so they would know the true pain. Noel bit his lips. However, he couldn't help but remember when Anna cut the rope at the last moment, sacrificing herself to buy some time. What was your thought when you asked the execution of my parents? What was your thought when you came here to bully me? What was your thought when you cut that rope to help me? Noel looked at this innocent face that he couldn't believe was the cause of his despair. He bit his lips and asked, why? Whether it was fortunate or unfortunate, Anna was thinking about what to do in her dream. She wanted to apologize to Noel and ended up talking in her sleep. Noel. I'm sorry. Her expression showed remorse and her tone was sad as if she wanted to repent. That statement shocked him to the core. All the bad memories about the execution as well as the good memories about his life with his parents flashed in his mind. Sorry? After everything you've done, you're saying sorry now? In that case, why did you steal everything from me? If you're sorry, then you shouldn't have done it. Why? After everything happened. Why did you say sorry? Are you just toying with me even in your sleep? Noel couldn't help but rise from his seat while pointing his sword at Anna, wanting to kill her right away. However, he hesitated. He wanted to make her experience the same pain first before killing her. A revenge that he desired. Even if everyone told him it was foolish, even if they told him that his parents wouldn't come back to life even if he killed her, he still wanted to do it. If I don't let you suffer the same thing, my revenge will never be done. Even if I kill you right now, my heart can't move on. Noel gritted his teeth, restraining himself from killing her. And it was at this time that Anna gradually opened her eyes. Eh? Anna widened her eyes in shock. The sleepiness was gone as her eyes focused on the sword. When she was about to act like the usual her, she remembered everything in her dream vividly. Her heart calmed down as she closed her eyes again with a smile this time. She said with a gentle tone as if she had given up. Go on. If I know about you correctly, you want me to suffer before dying. So, dying in your hand peacefully sure feels nicer. Noel gritted his teeth and glared at her. Ultimately, he retracted his sword and unsheathed it again. Creak. Suddenly, the door was opened as Evan had returned from the outside, looking at this bizarre scene. Hey, you two. I don't care about your relationship, but my infirmary is a place to save lives, not to take it away. Evan narrowed his eyes. Noel. If you do it, then do it. However, I won't heal your wounds or allow you to go to the library again. Noel paused for a moment before retracting his sword and unsheathing it. He then walked away while saying with killing intent. You won't die a peaceful death. Anna looked at Noel's back before calling him out loud. Wait Noel, bang. Noel didn't wait for her. He slammed the door and left. There goes my chance. Well, I have a long time ahead. I can do it at another time. Anna sighed before checking her body condition. My wounds are closed and other than my stamina, everything has recovered. Of course, I was the one who treated you after all. Ah. Anna looked at Evan for a second, stunned. She then politely bowed her head and said in an awkward tone. Doctor. Thank you. This time, she thanked him from the bottom of her heart. She had decided to be a bit more sincere in this second life to fix all her mistakes. Still, this might be the first time she said something genuinely. There was no her, only gratitude to Evan. Evan widened his eyes in surprise. So awkward. Sorry. Anna looked down, feeling embarrassed. But well. Evan made a small smile. You're welcome. Anna looked at his smile and opened her mouth in shock. This was the first time she felt something from someone's smile. Even though the smile wasn't as bright or big as she imagined, the smile warmed her heart. A tear couldn't help but come out of the corner of her eyes. What's wrong with you? You're crying now of all times? Seriously? I am not here to babysit someone like you. Leave this place right away. Evan paused for a moment. But at least, lie down for another hour to make sure that everything is alright. After that, you can leave. No, you should leave. Yes. Anna nodded furiously as Evan hurriedly walked away to his desk. Ah. Why didn't I realize something so simple this whole time? If you can't even be sincere to others, there's no way others can do the same. She made a big smile as if she had just won something big. /80 After resting for an hour, Anna finally got the permission to leave. Instead of her room, Anna walked to the commander's room while remembering what Evan said earlier. He is probably waiting near the commander's room since you're going to receive the rewards together. Rather than going back to your room to rest and fix your appearance, you should visit the commander as soon as possible. She received a spare uniform from Evan and changed into it before going to meet Noel. As Evan said earlier, she saw Noel in the corridor leading to the commander's room. His eyes were closed as though he was sleeping. However, Anna noticed the spiritual energy around him, signifying the connection between Noel and his spirit. Instead of calling him, she simply sat next to him and waited until Noel finished. His connection lasted for 10 minutes and Noel immediately picked up the presents next to him. So, you've come. Noel glanced at her as if checking her condition. Yes. Actually, I want to talk to you about something. Anna lowered her head because she felt a bit guilty. Her actions reminded him of the words she said during her sleep. Ultimately, Noel turned around and refused to hear it. Let's go then. Ignored again. Anna made a wry smile. Though, she could understand why Noel didn't want to hear her apology. Still, there's something changing in Noel. I don't know what it is. When Noel was about to knock on the door, the commander's voice echoed from inside. Come in. Considering the commander's strength, he should have picked up their presents long ago. So, Noel slowly opened the door, finding the commander reading the paper in his hand. I apologize for making you wait, Commander. It's fine. Oscar looked at Anna and Noel who stood next to each other. The third prince was a losing faction in the throne war. As his supporter, Oscar obviously knew that Anna's family was the supporter of the current royal family. However, he had no intention in harming an innocent person. Even in his report to the third prince, he had stated that he wouldn't treat Anna badly as long as she followed the rules. This middle-aged man then put his paper down and said, the demon has been confirmed. It's called Ancient Demon Tree, its strength is among the strongest. According to the record, this demon was sealed by your ancestor, Noel Artigan. Noel widened his eyes, acting as if he was shocked. He didn't want to give too much information to the commander or Anna, so he needed to pretend here. My ancestor? Yes. Your ancestor, the first and strongest marshal, Arvid Artigan. Ah. It seems that it was your destiny to kill what your ancestor couldn't. According to the report, the seal would suck the ancient demon tree's spiritual energy, so when it awakened, the demon didn't have much spiritual energy. Even the current me would have no problem in defeating the demon. However, even I couldn't claim that I was near what your ancestor could do in the past. So, I believe he had predicted everything and allowed you to kill it. I see. Noel closed his eyes like he had a hard time accepting this fact. What an act. He obviously knew about runes, so it's not fate or something, thought Anna while taking a peek at Noel's expression. The commander paused for a moment and said, anyway, I have promised you to give you a reward. Although it won't be befitting your achievement, it's the best thing I can give you at your current state. Thank you, Commander. Noel slightly bowed his head. Anna also followed suit to express her gratitude. The commander then rose from his seat and said, follow me to the treasury. Both of you can take out 2 items each. After that, Oscar went through the fort a bit as if he was walking around aimlessly. However, Anna could see that the commander was emitting a faint spiritual energy. Although she didn't know what he was doing, it was clear that he had another intention. The trip took 15 minutes before they reached a room guarded by 4 soldiers. Open the gate, Oscar commanded. 2 soldiers moved and channeled their spiritual energy to their whole body before using all their strength to push the door. With a single glance at the thickness of the door, Noel and Anna knew that the door itself weighed tons. Not only did it show the strength of the guard, but also the protection of the treasury. "You have 30 minutes inside. Pick anything you like, I'll stay here," said Oscar with a serious expression as if warning them not to make a mess inside. Noel and Anna nodded solemnly and walked inside. The gates were closed once again, giving them the privacy they all needed. If Oscar entered together with them, they would have refrained themselves a bit after all. "Whoa! Look at these!" Anna sucked a cold breath, impressed by the entire collections. The treasury seemed to be divided into 3 parts. On the left, they could see a few shelves and racks filled with equipment, from armor to various types of weapon. On the right side, they could see many accessories like a necklace or bracelet. In the inner part, they could see many raw materials too. However, their focus lied on the opposite side of the room. There were books and many bottles that seemed to have been filled with extremely powerful liquid. Anna couldn't contain her curiosity as she took a closer look at them. "Seriously? There is a national treasure in this place? And this armor? Isn't this an armor created from a lost technology? Take a look at this necklace, it has the Sea Lord jewel. It's said to be able to boost your water spirit's power. Wait a minute. Is that the demon dragon's scale?" Anna was truly impressed by the entire treasury to the point she thought this was the royal treasury. "Ah, now that I think about it, the Demon Banner Army was created by your ancestor, Arvid Artigan. It had so many outstanding achievements over the centuries. Even the country sometimes gave them national treasures to reward them for their achievement. I guess all those items have been stored here." Anna made a little grin and looked at Noel. "Don't you think we're very lucky to be here? //81 // yeah. We only have 30 minutes, so I'd rather get what I need first before looking around." Noel shrugged and walked to the shelves where they stored ancient books. "Well." Anna had an awkward smile but still stopped looking around and followed him to the books section. Anna narrowed her eyes while saying, "The ancient books are for those who have high conversion rates since most people are like that in the past. So, the intensity and power are different. Even so, the ancient books are divided into a few ranks as well. They are beginner, intermediate and advanced level. What kind of books are you planning to get?" "The advanced level books?" Anna asked. "Do you even need to ask?" Noel sighed, feeling a bit annoyed that there was a need for her to ask this question. He thought Anna had been underestimating his intelligence. "If you get the adverb, it's obviously beginner book." Noel shook his head helplessly while pinching the bridge of his nose. "Do you think I'm a fool? I know that my current level is not enough to use those powerful stuff. I should choose something that suits me. There is still a chance to exchange for something better later." "Oh." Anna scratched the back of her head, feeling embarrassed. However, this was the perfect time she tested it. She opened her mouth and spoke in a low voice. "I'm sorry." There was no response from Noel as the latter ignored her and started searching for the books. Anna was speechless and ended up sighing. Ultimately, she looked around to find a book that suited her too. After 10 minutes, Anna had picked her 2 ancient techniques. Lightning Z bird step. 4 points circulation. Noel still had a hard time picking on his second book. Seeing his struggle, Anna thought she could give some advice to him. "Are you still searching for one?" Noel tilted his head in confusion and took a glimpse of the title of the 2 techniques. Noticing his gaze, Anna smiled and shows the 2 techniques to him. "Ah, I got these too. Well, the one who knew about the appearance of the ancient demon tree was you, so I wanted to share this 4 points circulation technique with you. In the past, Noel could kill the ancient demon tree by himself. So, he would have done the job without my appearance here. If he wanted to, he could leave me behind by hiding the truth about the tree's emergence. In other words, I've taken something from Noel's future and got benefited by it. I've decided to change, so I don't want to monopolize everything. If we share this technique, it means I get 1.5 books while he gets 2.5 of books," thought Anna, planning to fix all her mistakes. However, Noel misunderstood her intention once again. After all, he had no memory about his past life. He looked at Anna with a weird expression and thought, what is she doing right now? Is she planning to make me feel indebted to her again by sharing this technique? The scene of her apologizing couldn't help but flash in his mind. As expected, she's changed somehow. It seems that this is her trick right now. She's planning to make me owe her, to humiliate me even further for feeling indebted to the enemies that killed my parents. No, I won't let her do so. Noel gritted his teeth. He hurriedly returned the book he had earlier and grabbed 2 books that he had seen earlier. Bouncing Spiritual / Spirit Aura Breathing. He then showed the Spirit Aura Breathing to her and said, if you try to share it with me, then I'll share 1 book with you too. Noel. Anna widened her eyes, feeling moved. Noel's action looked like a proof to her realization earlier. She thought, that's right. If you're not sincere to others, others won't do the same to you. That's why I'll be sincere to him. In the future, I hope that we can become a good friend. Unbeknownst to her, that thought was completely her own misunderstanding. Noel simply didn't want to feel indebted to her due to his character. There was no other meaning behind it. That's right. Let's share then. Together, we can be even stronger. Anna made a big smile. Even Noel didn't expect this smile from her. It somehow felt different from her usual smile, but he didn't understand it. So, he ignored it and said, now that we've chosen the books, we still have some time to explore this place. Ah, right. Let's go around. Anna nodded furiously. She even took the initiative to be his guide, introducing the items in this treasury. While they were looking around, she asked, by the way, what are we going to do after this? I am planning to train for the rest of the month. After that, I'm going for a journey. For individual mission? Anna tilted her head, thinking Noel was a bit too rushed. Yeah. We shouldn't go too far. At least a month worth of trip before meeting at a certain location to do a group mission. Noel sighed. I need to match the timing for the promise with you. 8 months from now, huh? Ah. It turned out Noel was calculating the promise as well. It was her who hadn't put that much thought into the planning. In the end, she decided to trust Noel and follow his schedule together. I see. Let's do that then. I'll match your schedule. Match my schedule? Noel looked at her with a weird face. I don't need your compassion. No, no. Anna waved her hand while chuckling. Let's just say that I'm dumber than you. Since you've put that much thought into the planning, it's better to cooperate. So, you're dumber. Is there a need to emphasize that? Yeah. Absolutely. If only other people can hear that too, that would be perfect. Noel admitted without hesitation. Anna had the urge to hit him, but refrained herself. Well, whatever. Just tell me about your plan and we'll match it, alright? Well, since you're dumber, then we can do it. Anna's eyebrows twitched. She even took a deep breath to calm herself and said, anyway, let's go back. Noel also thought this was the time for them to go back. As if expecting their return, the soldiers opened the gate again. Well, it seems that you've got what you want. Oscar was a bit speechless when he saw both of them bringing 2 ancient techniques at the same time. It was clear that someone influenced the other to take it. However, he didn't want to talk about it right now. Alright. Since you've got your rewards, you can go back. Yes. Thank you, Commander. Both Anna and Noel bowed their heads politely. Before they left, Oscar grabbed Noel's shoulder and said, you need to follow me after this. Noel was confused for a second before remembering the extra rewards for his second identity. He agreed without hesitation. I understand. /82 / take this mask and identity token. Oscar handed him a masquerade in the same token as the one he possessed right now. Noel received the items, but he had a big question in his head. Won't this only cover a part of my head? It'll be easy for the others to find out my identity. No, this is a magical mask. It can also dye your hair and eyes to a different color. As long as you don't take off this mask, it will stay that way. With those two in different colors, do you think there is still anyone who will recognize you after covering a part of your face with that masquerade? Noel imagined himself having a different hair color and understood his concern. I see. As long as the mask is not taken off, I'll be fine. Yes. Though, there's no telling what will happen in a battle. Just be careful that the mask doesn't fall off. I understand. Noel nodded and inspected the token this time. Audrey, 0 pints, so, my name is Audrey? Yes. That's your new name. So, here is the plan. Every individual mission from now will be completed with your second identity. As for the group mission, you'll continue as Noel Artigan. At first, I wanted you to do something big before giving Noel Artigan a deadly mission, so that we could show that you've died. But it'll be hard to hide your identity due to your current achievement, considering you hunt together with a stargaze and has been discovered by some soldiers. Hence, we'll build up your second reputation over the year before I send you to a deadly mission after graduation. And that's when Noel Artigan loses his life. Do you understand? Yes, sir. Noel agreed without hesitation. After Noel Artigan died, he could go anywhere he wanted and even begin his investigation about his household. For now, he should endure the inconvenience first. Although I already know the answer, do you mind if I ask? Noel paused while looking down, hesitant to talk about it. What is it? Oscar furrowed his eyebrows. Do you think you can investigate my family? The commander saw his expression and sighed. Unfortunately no, although I am the supporter of the third prince, I need to stay neutral for most of the time. If I start investigating your family, the royal family might see me as a threat and send their subjugation force. So, there's nothing much I can do. I understand. Noel had expected this answer, but he still felt a bit disappointed. With the commander's help, he could get more information faster. Although I don't know much about your family, there is certainly a place that you might want to visit. Oscar thought for a moment and raised his finger. Livingston City. There is a temple in that place and your father often visited that place every year. I'm sure you're aware of that, right? Yes. I only followed him once in a while, but the last time I visited that place was 3 years ago. Noel thought for a moment. Still, I don't think I can go there right now. After all, that city is in our neighboring country, a clean kingdom. From this place, you need 1 month of travel just to reach the place. Still, I believe you need to visit that place as soon as possible. I understand. I'll think about it. That's right. Do you know how to ride a horse? Traveling with a horse is faster than afoot. No, I think I'll travel by foot. Noel rejected it for 2 reasons. He added inwardly, I was too lazy to learn how to ride a horse, so I can't ride one right now. And there is a training for running. It'll be better if I can train during my travel just by running. So, there's no reason for riding a horse. Time problem can be solved with proper schedule anyway. Oscar furrowed his eyebrows. It was clear that traveling by horse was the fastest way of transport, so Noel's thought was kind of absurd to him. Still, since the person in question had rejected the idea, he didn't plan to pursue it further. Since you don't want to, then it's alright. That's all I have to say. The rest of the journey will entirely depend on you. I understand. I'll certainly not betray your expectation. Noel nodded with a solemn face. Good. Take these 2 items home along with this and prepare your next journey. Oscar took out 2 envelopes and put it next to the mask. This is. Noel furrowed his eyebrows. A letter of introduction as well as the location of the master blacksmith. Be sure to use it carefully. Thank you. Then, please excuse me. Noel turned around and left the room. He didn't waste his time in the training ground since there was no obligation for him to train today. Of course, Noel had no intention to rest today since he had already plenty of rest when Anna was unconscious. So, the moment he reached his room, he took out the envelope and read the details about the blacksmith. The blacksmith's name is Harvard, located in the small village northeast of Street Town. He'll build you everything for free, but if he thinks you're worthy of his best effort, He might ask you to do something for him first before making the armor. Give the letter of introduction to him, so he knows that I'm the one sending you there. That's all. A street town, huh? Noel contemplated for a moment. I should get a mission near that place then. The sooner I finish my armor, the safer I'll be. Now that he had confirmed his path, he immediately opened his system to check the reward he got from defeating the ancient demon tree. Metal, Demon Hunter, effect, the user is able to detect demons in 50-meter radius. Seriously? It's quite big. As expected from a demon hunter, it really wants me to continue hunting demons. Noel chuckled before looking at the 7 skill points he received earlier. Without hesitation, he put everything to upgrade the art against swordsmanship. The information soon entered his mind as Noel could see a few of his flaws get solved by the knowledge he received. Swordsmanship, ancient techniques, new spirit abilities from Artigan, and helping the citizens. I need to do all of them within the next 2 weeks. Noel clenched his fists, getting fired up. /83 the next day. Ha. Ha. A series of panted filled the cool morning as Anna and Noel stared at each other. Nice fight, I guess. Anna tried to calm her breath while thinking, what's wrong with him? Why does his swordsmanship suddenly become so good in one night? Has he gotten enlightened? Now that I think about it, he also experienced the same thing a few weeks ago. Noel panted a few times before saying, since we've ended the fight, it's better to start the meditation training, considering we have something more important to learn. That's true. Anna and Noel nodded. Even for Anna, this was the first time she learned an ancient spirit technique from this fort, so she wouldn't succeed immediately. Noel and Anna took out a book they decided to share as they sat next to each other. Since it would be better if they could discuss a topic for brainstorming, they agreed to read the 4 points circulation first. The 4 points circulation technique revolved around the 2 palms and 2 soles. According to the book, they could circulate the spiritual energy from these 4 points and discharge it at one of the 4 points. In other words, the moment it exploded, the spiritual energy would release 4 times of the power. The circulation technique used the heart as the main point to connect these 4 main points. This is a quite good technique, don't you think? Anna asked. I mean, you can punch or kick someone higher. That's true. But I am a swordsman, so my focus is on the sword. I'm wondering if we can pour that kind of energy into our sword to give a burst of power. Noel contemplated for a moment. I think it depends on your control. For example, you can place the point in your sword instead of your palm. It'll give your sword a significant amount of boost, but maintaining it will be a huge problem since your spiritual energy will be drained, Anna explained with her past knowledge. That's understandable. But it might also create an unbalance between the points, right? That's true. Anna looked down, realizing that she hadn't thought this through. Still, it's a good technique. Due to our high conversion rate. Or in this technique, I think they're emphasizing the flow rate of the spiritual energy. After all, it's not just the conversion rate from the demon crystal to our body, but also the flow from the heart to every part in the body. That's true. But we don't know the name used in the past. So, let's just say conversion rate for now. Anna paused before pointing at her heart. So, you gather the spiritual energy to this place before channeling it to one of the 4 points. The higher your conversion rate, the more energy you can release. Fair enough. Noel nodded and took out his book. And this book might also prove to be useful. Spiritual breathing. By using the breathing, we circulate the energy to cover our body with a thin layer of spiritual energy. This will allow us an extra protection. It doesn't require a huge amount of spiritual energy that people can use this technique for a whole day without problem. And this technique can smoothen the flow of spiritual energy in your body. Noel explained what he found yesterday when reading the book. Let me read it first. Anna asked for the book and started flipping it, understanding what Noel said earlier. Noel also took Anna's book to read it again to understand it better. Instead of meditating, they thought this was more productive. Noel also didn't mind that Anna got stronger for now since he needed to surpass her and even the royal family if he wanted to take his revenge. There was no way the royal family would care about the current her. While they were reading books, Noel also noticed that many junior knights didn't participate in the training anymore. Some had their individual trainings while some went on a mission. However, that didn't matter since it meant Noel had a more peaceful time to learn. After a few hours, Noel began his meditation as well as physical training. During that time, he tried to follow the instruction in the books. As expected, learning spiritual breathing and 4-point circulation method wasn't easy. Even Anna had some problems in controlling her spiritual energy, let alone him who could only do a basic muscle strengthening with spiritual energy. Of course, Noel never forgot about the spar as well as helping people since they increased his power as well as honor points. 2 weeks later, Anna managed to learn 4-point circulation, spiritual breathing, and the book she got only for her, Lightning Z Bird Step. Even Noel thought Anna's talent was much higher than him if he overlooked the conversion rate as well as the advantage of having 2 spirits. On the other hand, Noel managed to get some more honor points and immediately upgraded his 2 new skills he got after getting Artigan's recognition, Ignition Sword and Sword Fire. Since people had known him to be having Ice Spirit, he could fool everyone by using Flame this time. With the addition of the mask, no one should know it was him. He realized that with how hard it took him to get honor points, he wouldn't be able to upgrade all his skills to the max, so he focused on the most useful skills, the swordsmanship, rune mastery as well as other skills that didn't require too many skill points like runes. Unfortunately, Artigan didn't have a perfect system as well. All he could give was the technique that had been stored inside of him. Other techniques like the ancient spirit techniques he learned right now couldn't be mastered through skill points. Although it was a bit disappointing, Noel knew that it would be wise to not spend the skill points to all the techniques if he could learn them manually. In the end, Noel managed to learn spiritual breathing and the 4-point circulation, but not the bouncing spiritual slash, the other ancient spirit technique he took for himself. Still, his foundation was now solid and he believed he could take on more dangerous missions this time. Even a few mid-level demons could be killed with some preparations. Finally, Noel and Anna met again to pick up the mission. And Shale presented them with the mission catalog, saying, "You can choose the mission." /84 Anna took a look at the mission while Noel asked Shale, "I have a question. How do we inform you that we've finished the mission? I mean, there are missions that requires 3 months from traveling to the mission itself. Won't it be too much if we can't pick another mission in the meantime simply because the time limit has gone due? The system doesn't work that way. Our request is usually connected to either paranormal activity or demons. So, the request itself is not from an average person. Hence, there is one big requirement to request our assistance." Shale raised 2 fingers before continuing. "You're required to agree to write a proof of completion as well as a report to us. This way, we'll know that the request has been completed and you can turn in the proof of completion later." Noel glanced at the catalog and realized that according to Shale, the report would allow the fort to take down the mission. And the proof of completion was the record of the person that completed the mission. Now that he saw this, the places that were a bit far from the fort would have the instruction to meet a certain person. It seemed this person was the one responsible to the mission. Of course, to send the report as well as write the proof requires them to be someone wealthy. So, I'd like to ask you to not receive any money from them because the fort has received the compensation. If it's found that you're misusing your ability to extort them, the fort will send someone to punish you. I know that." Noel nodded with a serious face. He'd never do something like that. Lastly, they usually give you a place to stay and something to eat. Though, you may want to bring some money. It's easy for you to get your money. Just kill a demon in the forest and sell the crystal. Still, we can choose not to stay in the place they reserve for us, right? Noel narrowed his eyes. There are many cases like that. So, you don't need to be worried about it. It's just they won't provide a free stay and meal. Shale confirmed. It seemed Noel had a trust issue. He had even thought the possibility of the sudden betrayal of the provider. That's enough. Noel thanked him for the explanation. As if she was waiting for their talk to be over, Anna immediately handed the catalog and pointed at a mission. I think this mission is good. Noel furrowed his eyebrows while looking at the map provided in the book. Mission: Bandit and Demon's Suspicion. Description: there is an indication that a bandit group is using the demon to destroy a village. Go to Shiaxel village and meet the village chief to understand the situation. Reward: 800 contribution points, time limit, 10 days. This is a group mission. Noel furrowed his eyebrows. With a rough calculation, we need around 5 days to reach that village. Yes. So, how about doing the group mission first before the individual one? Anna asked, twilighting inwardly. I can't let this bandit group go. It must be the Iron Bar Bandit. They were catching demons and releasing it to attack the villages so that they could raid the village without getting blamed for the attack. In the past, this method is passed down to other bandit groups, causing many devastation to villages. Well, I'm not sure about the details, but the fact that this mission is here means that the difficulty is not that high. I don't think the enemy is stronger than an advanced level demon. Noel contemplated before agreeing to this mission. Sure. I don't mind. Great. Anna smiled before choosing her own individual mission. Noel picked a mission near the master blacksmith's location since he wanted to create an armor. Although it was 3 days away from the location, they were still within his expectation. I choose this mission then. Noel showed Shale the mission. Alright. Mission: Demon Extermination. Description: a group of demons are spotted near the river and stopping the people from fishing. Please meet the village chief of Southbame village to get more information. Reward: 200 contribution points, time limit, 30 days. Shale recorded it first and said, alright. When are you planning to leave? You can go to the stable and get a horse. As long as the horse doesn't have any disability or die, you don't need to compensate. Although it's only for a while, I do have taught you horse riding. It shouldn't be a problem for you to ride a horse, right? Yes, but I prefer to run to that place. Do you mind? Noel asked. Huh? The statement stunned both Anna and Shale as they looked at Noel dumbfoundedly. Noel glanced at Anna and said, if we're going on a mission, I want to run to reach there. I don't mind if you are riding the horse or even reach there earlier than me. I'm simply going to train while traveling. Anna was speechless. On one hand, she praised Noel for his dedication to get stronger. On the other hand, he looked like a fool who only had training in his mind. Little did she know, Noel only thought about completing his training so that he got more bonus strength from the system. Well, that will put me in an awkward situation. Anna shook her head helplessly while pinching the bridge of her nose, troubled. I should have expected something like this. Well, I don't mind running since I can focus on training too. Are you sure? You don't need to do it with me. In fact, this is why I want the group mission to be the last. So I can just ride back home? Yes. No, it's fine. I'll run together with you. If I need a ride, I can buy a horse in a nearby city. Are you sure about this? It will cost you a lot of money, no? Do you think I'm a person with money trouble? Noel shook his head. That's it. So, if I want to ride a horse, I can simply buy one on the way. Well, thank you for putting up with my stubbornness. Anna nodded, not realizing that this was the first time Noel thanked her. She later regretted for getting too occupied with Noel's weirdness and forgot to tease him that time. Nonetheless, Anna agreed with the condition and asked Shale to record their missions. /85 / since we're running instead of riding a horse, the journey will take at least a day longer. I guess we need to focus on our speed as well as the time limit, said Anna while stretching her body. Yeah. And we've this luggage. Noel glanced back. Since they were going to have a journey on their own later, they brought their own tent and tools. So, their luggage weighed the same. Indeed. Let's go then. Anna smirked, looking at the horizon. Noel nodded as the two started running to their destination. This was the first time Noel and Anna ran for such a long journey. Even in the past life, Anna rode a horse or carriage when traveling this far. So, it was quite surprising to see Noel pushing himself this far. No wonder he could grow stronger that fast in the past life. His dedication toward training is something to be praised of. The more I am with him, the more I learn how he behaved in the past. Anna thought while running. Noel ignored her gaze and continued running, following the road. They had no way to pinpoint their exact location when traveling, so they followed the dirt road and turned to another direction when they met the crossroads. It was true that they could arrive earlier by going straight one way, but they would end up getting lost because they couldn't pinpoint their exact location. Even so, Noel didn't complain. How could he complain? This was a perfect opportunity to continue his running training. During the day, they just kept running. There wasn't even much talking between them. During the night, Noel would train himself by making himself aware of the surroundings even if he fell asleep. It was tiring, but if he could do this, he could travel alone without getting ambushed by monsters or people. Meanwhile, Anna hunted a wild animal that hadn't been turned into a demon for their food. Although the atmosphere was awkward most of the time, Noel never showed his hostility openly anymore. If Anna talked to him, he would listen and reply to her. For Anna, this was a huge progress. On the second day, Noel found another set of training that could be done while running. It was spirit or breathing. This would increase his proficiency by the time they arrived. Even Anna copied him. After a long 7 days, they had finally reached the outskirt of the village. The village had no wall to keep them safe. They probably had not enough money to build one. From a single glance, most of the houses were made of wood instead of bricks. The difference of quality of living was clear to see. There was no way he would find something like this when he was a noble. The most he would do was going to another city, never a village. That's the village. Anna was pretty excited to experience this kind of life again. She had sworn to herself that she wouldn't mistreat people again, so this was the first step to achieve it. Look! Noel pointed at the people that were moving around the village. Some of them held a weapon, some held their farming tools. However, all of them seemed to be vigilant. They were probably afraid of the incoming attack. When one of the villagers spotted them, they informed the others. Women and children hurriedly ran back to their houses and closed every window and door. The men gathered in front of the village while holding their weapons and tools to fend off the invaders. They were quite hesitant because they could only see Anna and Noel. If it was a bandit group, they would come with many people. Seeing their hesitation, Noel took out his knight token and shouted to calm them down. "My name is Noel Artigan, an apprentice knight of the Demon Banner Army. We're here because the request for bandits subjugation. Please lower your weapons." The people became a bit confused after listening to Noel's words. They looked at each other, wondering what to do. Suddenly, they moved back, giving way for an elderly man. His aged face was filled with wrinkles that he had trouble to even open his eyes. Still, he slowly approached both of them and asked, "I apologize for our behavior. However, I have a request that I hope Sir Noble can comply. Would you mind showing me the token so that I can confirm your identity?" Noel thought about using his family name to make them think he was a noble to stop them from attacking them, but it seemed he made unnecessary fear. "Yeah. I shouldn't use my family name when introducing myself. People won't know that I'm a fallen noble without knowing me personally." Noel had gotten used to the prejudice in the Demon Banner Army, so he didn't put too much thought in his introduction. Still, it was useless to cry over spilled milk. Instead of fixing the misunderstanding, Noel put a gentle smile to assure them that he wasn't a hostile noble. He then handed the token to the village chief. "Here you go. Don't worry. I can understand your unrest. Thank you so much." The village chief respectfully received the token before inspecting it. After he made sure Noel was real, he returned the token and dropped to his knees. "I apologize for my rudeness before." When the people saw the village chief kneeling, they also dropped to the ground since noble like him would have a good reason to eliminate this village. pointing their weapon at a noble could be punished to death after all. Noel hurriedly bent down his knees and helped the elderly up while saying, "There is no need to kneel. I understand your action. The bandits have terrorized you so much that you're scared of anything. That's why I'm here to solve your problem. Instead of kneeling here, why don't you get up and talk about the bandits?" "Oh." The village chief was surprised by Noel's gentleness and kindness. Even though he had stood up, he still lowered his head, pleading, "Please save this village." "Yes, that's what I'm planning to do. Let's talk somewhere else?" "Why yes." The village chief nodded furiously. "Let me invite you to my house. I shall tell you everything I know about the bandits." Behind Noel, Anna was taking notes of Noel's action on how he de-escalated the situation and even made them feel assured. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between /86/ Noel and Anna were invited to the village chief's house to discuss the problem. The incident started a month ago. There were 5 villages next to this village previously, but now, there is only one left. The first village was destroyed a month ago. At that time, we didn't think much about it. We only asked for the help from the kingdom to subjugate this bandit. Unfortunately, the kingdom didn't move fast enough and the second village was destroyed 10 days later. At that time, we started fearing about the potential raid. Whether it was fortunate or unfortunate, the soldiers did come to kill the bandits. However, they couldn't do anything because they were attacked by the demons. The soldiers retreated and even escaped. We were blamed for not reporting this matter. So, we asked for the assistance of the Demon Banner Army to subjugate the demons while paying attention to the bandits. It was at that time we learned that the demons attacked the third village before the bandits came just to loot the now empty houses. They kidnapped women and children who managed to survive from the demon attack. A few days ago, we heard that the bandits had attacked again. If we're looking at the position, this village is going to be the next target. Noel contemplated for a moment and said, "Thus the time limit. It seems that the bandits are attacking you every week. From the look of it, the situation is more complicated than we originally expected. Are you going to?" The village chief's face became pale. It was clear that he was afraid of Noel and Anna rejecting this request. "I think we should have some power to handle the bandits as well as the demons." Noel glanced at Anna, who nodded in agreement. After that, he looked at the elderly and said, "Still, we need your cooperation to end this problem." "I understand. Please tell us anything you want us to do." Out of fear, the chief accepted the condition without hesitation. "Thank you." Noel smiled, assuring him that they wouldn't leave until the situation was solved. "It's hard to pinpoint the bandits' location, even for us. So, is there someone who knows about the bandit hideout?" "There is a man who once spotted the bandit nearby. We believe it's around that area." "Good. Can you ask that man to guide us there? We'll do some surveillance first to understand their situation. Only after that can we subjugate them." Noel paused for a moment. "Yes, absolutely. He surely won't reject the chance to show you their location since he's a hunter." He nodded. "Since the bandits have attacked a nearby village a few days ago, we still have around 3 to 4 days before they attack this village." Noel thought for a moment and asked, "Should we observe them for 2 days and attack them on the third day?" "I'll leave the planning to your hands." Anna raised her hands. Noel was more adept than her even with her past memory, so it was better to let Noel do whatever he saw fit. When he talked to Anna, he also said the remaining days they could live in peace while assuring them that they would subjugate the bandits before that happened. After listening to his statement, the village chief felt a bit relieved. He didn't want to let Noel and Anna do everything, so the village chief said, "In that case, please let me prepare your meal and your rooms. This is the least I can do for you, Sir Noble." "Thank you. But we've eaten earlier, so we're going to confirm the bandit hideout first. We'll be back around dinner." Noel didn't reject the offer to show that he wasn't angry of the rude behavior from before. "If that's the case, let me call him first." The village chief rose from his seat, preparing to call the man to this house. However, Noel did the same while saying, Let's go together. Thank you very much. The elderly smiled for the first time, feeling gratified of Noel's kind gesture. Anna remained silent and just simply observed Noel, learning on how to act from him. As soon as they left, the village chief walked toward the house in the outskirts of the village. He knocked the door a few times until a muscular middle-aged man opened the door. "Chief?" He was surprised at first, but when he saw Noel and Anna, he wanted to kneel, only to be stopped by Noel. "This." The muscular man was confused for a moment until the village chief said, "He is Brad. He is a hunter." "What's going on, Chief?" "Sir Noble hopes that you can guide him to the bandit hideout." The man scratched the back of his head and said, "Although I've spotted them nearby, I can't really say that I know their exact location." "It's fine." Noel nodded. "At the very least, you can give us some clues so that we can find them. Our goal is to defeat the bandits in their hideouts, since we don't want the village to be razed down by them first before eliminating the bandits. That's why I need your help. Will you do it?" When he heard Noel's explanation, he immediately nodded his head. "I will do it. Please let me do it." From his expression alone, Noel knew that Brad didn't want this village, his home, to be destroyed by the bandits. And the people in the village would become a casualty too, so he cooperated with Noel and Anna without hesitation. "Great." Noel smiled. "Thank you for your hard work, Brad." The village chief patted his shoulder with a smile. No, this is my job as a villager." Brad nodded with a solemn face. "In that case, let's not waste any more time." Noel turned around while asking Brad to lead the way. Brad bowed to the village chief. Although he was surprised that these two people would do their job as soon as they reached this village, he was more than happy to comply. The village chief bowed to Noel and Anna as if asking them to solve this problem. After a wave of his hand, Noel turned to Brad and asked, "Then, please. I understand. Please follow me. /87 / this is the place I spotted them," said Brad after leading them into the forest. "We've been heading north this whole time. Now that I think about it, where are the locations of the other villages? Are they north of your village?" Noel asked. "Yes. Is there something wrong with it?" Brad tilted his head in confusion. "I see. In other words, the bandits have been attacking you from the north, eliminating one village after another. Ah. So, that's how the village chief knows we will be targeted soon." Brad gasped. The literacy skill for a commoner was very low, so it was understandable that he wasn't aware of this. However, for Noel, this was just a common sense. This was the discrepancy between nobles and commoners, especially the ones from the village. "Anyway, is there something in the north? I mean, like an important and huge place that can be used to host the bandits?" Noel asked again, inciting his train of thought. He really does ask for the cooperation of everyone. Just by asking this question, the hunter will feel that he's become a part of the group. This way, he will feel great if we manage to eliminate the bandits. I see, this is how Noel becomes a part of them and treats them sincerely. If Noel just asked for the data and where they came from, he would be able to figure this out easily. Yet, he asked the hunter's cooperation. Thought Anna, assessing Noel's every single action. "I think there is one important place." Brad nodded in agreement while pointing at the north. "If I'm not wrong, there used to be a mine in that area. It stopped a decade ago. Then, this place might be the bandits' hideout. Can you lead me to the farthest village? We'll advance carefully so that we don't get spotted by bandits too." At least, she can tell. Noel grinned, pointing at Anna. "Oi? What do you think I am?" Noel shrugged. "Anyway, let's not waste time." The group continued their way to the north. On the way, Noel learned that the village handled the mine not long ago. So, there was a chance that they could find the map of the mine, allowing them to locate the bandits. Hence, Noel decided to investigate the village, hoping that not everything had been burned down. Whether it was fortunate or unfortunate, they arrived at the village. Half of the houses seemed to have been burned down to the ground. But due to the distance from one house to another, half of the building in the village managed to escape the fire. The village itself had a slightly bigger area than the village that requested for the army's assistance. But this village was filled with skeletons lying on the ground. It was clear that they were what remained from this village, mostly men. The blood had been washed away by a rain that fell 2 weeks ago, so there was no foul smell entering their nose. "How is it?" Noel asked Anna in a low voice while hiding behind the tree. "I am not very sure. But let me go around to check. You shouldn't leave this place until I come back." Anna looked around, trying to find people in the area. "All right." Noel agreed. As soon as Anna left, he looked at Brad, who was resting behind the tree. He asked, "Are you afraid?" "Why, yes. I used to hunt animals, but I couldn't do it anymore ever since the bandits roamed around. They would kill without batting an eye, so." Because of Noel's gentleness every time he spoke, Brad forgot the fact that the village chief referred Noel as a nobleman. He just spoke casually. "If you have the opportunity, will you kill the bandits? It's a bandit that will harm your village if left alive." I don't know. I've never killed a human in my entire life." Brad shook his head helplessly. "I see." Noel smiled. "Though, I still need your help to eliminate the bandits. Just like the other villagers who raised their arms when they saw us in the distance, you need to kill the bandits as well. It's my job to eliminate them, but it's also your duty to protect your village, don't you think so?" "Why? Yes." Brad nodded in agreement. "Well, just keep in mind. If the enemies are too many, I might need your help. Just shoot them with your bow like how you kill the animals." Noel shrugged. The wait lasted for an hour, to the point Noel was confused, wondering if Anna was captured or not. But considering Anna's prowess, even if she couldn't defeat them, she had the ability to escape. So, he just trusted her. Fortunately, she soon came back while bringing good news. "It seems that the enemy is indeed hiding inside the mine. I can see a few bandits coming in and out the mine. Though, I can't calculate their number." "As expected. I guess we need to go to the village to check the houses. Maybe there is a map of the mine. We can use it to locate them inside the mine." Noel glanced at Brad and said, "You're free to go back right now." Remembering what Noel said earlier, Brad hurriedly said, "Let me help you." Noel patted his shoulder and said, "No, this time, we'll do our work alone. In the meantime, you should think about what I said earlier. Before attacking the bandits, I'm going to ask you again. Give me your answer at that time." I understand." It seemed Noel saw through his hesitation, so he could only believe in Noel. Noel didn't want to leave until he made sure Brad went back, so the latter had no choice to excuse himself first. After that, Noel and Anna turned to the village. "I hope that you can stay around the village to make sure there's no enemy coming." "I'll check the village house one by one." "Sure." Anna agreed without hesitation, but she still glanced at him with a poker face. "Though, what did you talk about earlier?" "Secret." Noel stuck his tongue out while walking to the village. Anna's eyebrows twitched, annoyed by him. He always did this. /88 / creak. Creak. A sound of the bending wood echoed in the silent house. Although the house was still intact, there were numerous items scattered on the ground. It was clear that the house had been ransacked. Noel, searching for the clues about the map, entered this house with precaution. Despite this house being the 7th house he investigated, he didn't lower his guard, thinking the potential of a small demon left behind by the bandits. Still, this is a quite full house. Looking at the papers that are scattered around, it's clear that this person knows how to read and write. But because of the mine operation, there are a few records about the mine, making this village have a better literacy skill than the rest. Noel thought while roaming around the house. Suddenly, he stumbled upon a small box on the ground. It was already half opened, so he approached the box and opened it. The inside was only 2 sheets of paper, overlapping each other. Due to the position of the box and the paper, Noel knew this box had quite amount of jewelries before. But now, there were only these 2 rolled paper left. Still, The fact they were in this box meant the paper was quite important. He took out the paper and opened it before gasping. Got it. As expected, the paper was related to the mine. The first paper was a map of the mine while the second one was the deed of the mine. Unfortunately, before he could look at the map thoroughly, Anna entered the house while saying in a low voice, "Noel. Follow me." "What's wrong?" Noel glanced at her while rolling the paper again, putting it in his bag. Anna didn't say anything. She simply left the house, leading Noel to the outside of the village. After 5 minutes, she lowered her body to hide behind the bushes while pointing forward. "Look at that." Noel furrowed his eyebrows and didn't believe what he witnessed. It turned out Anna had found the mine. There was a huge entrance to the small hill, but that was the last thing Noel noticed. What shocked him was the cage that trapped a dying woman and a demon. That's... Noel sucked a cold breath. After bonding more with the commoner in the fort, he could see people equally now. That was why seeing a person devoured by the demon angered him. He had the urge to take out his sword and slice the demon. But what infuriated him the most were 10 people surrounding the cage. They were laughing as if everything was an entertainment. The dying woman didn't let out a single sound, but from the bruises on her body and her ragged appearance, it was clear that she had been treated cruelly. And she soon died after getting bit by the demons. Anna said in a low voice that only they could hear, "This is disgusting." The woman was played by them until they were half dead before they used the body to feed the demons. At the same time, Anna couldn't say more than that. In her past life, she once treated people like that too. That was why she became so angry. A few days to a week. Noel narrowed his eyes, glaring at them coldly. Anna suddenly covered his eyes when she felt a bit of killing intent leaking from his gaze. She didn't want them to be exposed, so she pulled him back while saying, "Calm down." Noel's body trembled as he took a deep breath. "Sorry." Noel shook his head helplessly. "I lost my calm. Anyway, what did you say earlier? A few days to a week?" "Yes. That's the time they broke the people they kidnapped and fed the demons. In other words, the moment they raided the village, they had no more humans to play with and feed the demon." Noel nodded. "That's..." Anna also felt disturbed by those words. "Still, it's not safe to charge right now." Noel glanced at Anna and said, "I'm going to move up our schedule a bit. If possible, I'm planning to save whoever manages to stay alive until now." Anna nodded. This was the first time Noel didn't bother to say something about her death. It would be amusing to him if she experienced that kind of torture before her death, but Noel seemed to have forgotten about the grudge when there was an innocent party involved. "Not only in this occasion, but also when we saved the kids, he could put down his grudge to me. I don't know what to say other than it's amazing." Anna thought for a moment before noticing something different. "Wait a minute. In my past life, this method was spread around. But who came up with that kind of method? Now that I think about it, this incident caused a bit of trouble to the Demon Banner army. And there was going to be an invasion of the demons that caused a great blow to the army." Noel rose from that, but it was clear that the Demon Banner army was targeted. "Don't tell me, there's someone who spread this method?" Anna sucked a cold breath. "Noel." Noel didn't answer her but still glanced at her. "I just have a wild speculation. There's no way the bandits can come up with this kind of method." "So, you're telling me someone is pulling something from behind?" "That's just a speculation. I'm not sure of it yet, but if it ends up true, this method will be spread to other bandits." Noel found the idea to be ridiculous since he had no memory about the past life, but he couldn't dismiss the potential either. With how low the literacy skill in the village was, it was clear that the bandits shouldn't be able to come up with this method, much less capturing the demon. Then, ask them about it. Noel decided to take the precaution. "Yes. But we need to be careful about it because we don't know their number." "That's true." Noel thought for a moment. "Instead of 3 days from now on, we'll attack them tomorrow night. During the day, we'll observe them." "Got it." /89 / Due to the change of their schedule, as soon as they returned to the village, Noel headed to Brad's house to talk about his choice. Meanwhile, Anna went to the village chief's house since there was no inn in the village. Before sleeping, Noel went to talk with Anna about his plan. He even brought the map with him, showing it to her. Let's see. There are a few places potentially holding the hostages. It'll be hard if they're using the hostages as their shields. Noel pointed at 3 large spaces according to the map. That's true. So, what should we do? Should we go with the intention to kill everyone, including the hostages? Although I'm sorry to say this, but they're mostly women. And after what the bandits have done to them, I don't know if they can still live normally again. Anna explained with a disappointed expression. First of all, we're going to capture the bandits outside the mine and interrogate them. After learning about the location as well as the number of the hostages, we shall go to ambush them. No, more like. Noel paused for a moment and asked, I am afraid I need you to do the hardest task. The hardest task? A bait. So, you want me to storm inside alone? Noel nodded with a solemn face. Even Anna looked at him for a while to see how serious he was in proposing this idea. Ultimately, Anna nodded. Fine. I'll do it. But how much confident are you in this plan? 80% success rate. And I believe we can rescue the hostages with this plan. Alright. Let me hear the details. Noel took an hour to explain his plan. It was quite surprising for Anna to know this elaborate plan. She finally understood the reason why she had always been tricked into his scheme in her previous life. The next morning, Noel and Anna left the village. To her surprise, Brad also followed them, begging them to let him tag along. Although it was true that Brad's bow mastery as a hunter was quite good, she never expected that Noel would ask the people to fight. As soon as they reached the mine, they waited and continued observing them. Still, no matter how hard they tried, it would be impossible for them to calculate the enemy's exact number. However, Noel predicted that there were around 70 bandits. He calculated based on the fact that he had seen 30 different faces during their observation and believed the number inside would be twice to thrice the number what they could see. Raiding such a stronghold was definitely a challenge even for them. Luckily, Noel had prepared a plan for this. The moment the night came, Noel and Anna moved out, leaving Brad behind. Of course, Brad was preparing his bow, planning to kill a few people even though this was the first time he hunted something other than animals. Anna led Noel to go to the mine's entrance secretly. There were 4 people who stayed in the lookout and according to Noel, they always changed people every 2 hours. And this time, there were only 10 minutes left before the changing shift. Anna and Noel climbed the hill, specifically the tree around the entrance. Now that their position was right above them, the 2 exchanged looks to confirm each other was ready. Then, Noel raised his left hand as the signal. Both of them then jumped behind the bandits. Anna had prepared well-rolled clothes. As soon as she landed on the ground, she skillfully wrapped the bandit's mouth with the clothes, preventing him from talking. Wei, the other wanted to react, but Noel appeared next to them. Swift strike. He waved his sword swiftly and precisely, cutting all their necks. Thanks to his increased agility rune, muscle strengthening technique, and swift strike, a normal bandit couldn't even react to his strike. This was similar to how helpless he was against Anna at the first time they met. Meanwhile, Anna immediately dragged the man into the woods while placing her sword on his neck. After they reached 100 meters away from the mine, Anna dropped the guy and released her killing intent to scare him. Who? The bandit wanted to talk, but Anna stomped his leg, bending his knee in a weird way. This was the reason why she brought him far from the mine. Even if he screamed, no one would realize it. Shut up. I ask, you answer. Say another word other than the answer, I'm going to crush your bone like this one. The bandit's body trembled. He was still screeching in pain, but he didn't dare to talk anymore because of the first stomp. He was truly scared of what was going to happen to him. How many people do you have? Anna asked the first question. 50. The guy answered immediately. In that instant, Anna stomped his other knee, bending it to another way. The bandit screamed in pain while holding his other knee. However, Anna kicked his face and put him back in his place, not allowing him to do something to ease the pain. I ask, you answer. Give me a wrong information, you're going to experience this much longer. Don't do something that dangerous. Noel had finally arrived after dragging the 3 bodies elsewhere. The bandit looked at Noel and remembered how he killed the other 3 bandits. Noel squatted and said, well, I'll let you go if you answer my question honestly. Wait, what did you say? You'll let him go? Anna was the first to question his decision. But Noel nonchalantly shrugged. What's wrong with that? However, that depends on him. If he doesn't answer me honestly, then. The bandit panicked and realized that Noel was his chance. Unlike Anna, there was a chance to escape with Noel's condition. How many people are in your group? The bandit immediately used this chance and said with a scared tone. 82. 82 people. Good. Noel smiled, satisfied. Are there any people beside your group? Like women, kids or elderly? There are 20 of them. In one room? Why yes. Then, where is your leader? He is with them. How many demons do you have? Noel asked another question. We have 7 low-level demons. Where? In the same place. Alright. 2 last questions. Noel felt he had gotten enough information, so he just proceeded with the extra information. What's the route to your leader? That's. The bandit didn't know how to say this. He looked around, panicked. Noel's expression darkened during that time, making him scared. So, he blurted, every junction you meet, go right. Alright. The last question is. Who taught you to capture demons? The leader. The leader suddenly defeated our previous leader and taught you a lot of things, huh? Noel narrowed his eyes and saw the bandit nodding furiously. After receiving the answer he needed, Noel rose from the ground. Then, the bandit looked at them with a brightened expression, thinking he was spared. However, Noel and Anna were acting this whole time. The moment Noel finished the interrogation, Anna waved her sword, slicing the bandit's neck. He lets you go, but I don't. Noel smirked and glanced at Anna. Now, let's take down the bandits, shall we? /90 where are they? Knowing those guys, they're the one who would go back and urge us to change shift. Are they being diligent today? A few bandits walked out of the mine while looking around. However, they couldn't find a single person in the area. There was only Brad in the area, and he was hiding behind the bushes. They haven't returned? Brad thought while peeking through the gaps between bushes. The bandits became restless as they couldn't find those people. Where are they? I'm having a bad feeling right now. The people suspected that something happened to them. Brad, who witnessed all this, clenched his bow and pulled out an arrow from the quiver. Should I shoot them right now? Brad wondered what to do. His heartbeat sped up as the cold wind brushed his skin, making him shiver. He remembered Noel's instruction earlier. Don't do anything until there's no more bandit coming out of the mine. Noel must be talking about the time after Anna lured them out. So, he was hesitating to make a decision. Still, the bandits started moving around with one of them going back to the mine as if he was going to inform the rest of the bandits. This sudden movement forced Brad to pull his bow, aiming at them. When he was about to shoot, Noel and Anna suddenly landed on the ground. Because the bandits started walking away from the entrance, they didn't see Noel and Anna until they heard a cracking sound between them. The bandits turned around and saw Anna entering the cave while Noel appearing before them. Without hesitation, Noel waved his sword and skillfully sent the bandit's head flying. After that, he moved toward the other two. The second bandit raised his sword and tried to shout, but Noel had reached him and struck his sword. With the help of the muscle strengthening, Noel pushed him back and spun his body before slicing the bandit's neck. We're under attack. The last bandit managed to shout, trying to alarm everyone near the entrance. Some might hear it, but the one that just entered the mine had been killed by Anna as she made her way inside. Meanwhile, Noel approached the third bandit. Your attack is not a surprise in him. While talking, he stepped forward as his preparation to fight against Noel. However, the latter used his ice control and created a thin layer of ice on the ground. Without the friction of the ground, the bandit slipped and his body fell to the ground. Noel took that opportunity to slice his neck, killing the last bandit outside. Unfortunately, he had no time to check them. As soon as he finished with them, Noel entered the mine without even glancing at Brad. The mine tunnel was 2 meters wide and 3 meters high. Around him was the hardened soil and reinforced by the wooden planks, supporting the tunnel so it didn't collapse. On the ground, he could see a rail for a mining cart, so he positioned himself slightly to the wall so that he didn't stumble. At the same time, he could hear series of shouts echoing from the inside. And soon, he found the corpse of the fourth bandit that came out earlier. It was clear that Anna was fighting against several bandits. Due to the fight, he managed to catch up soon, finding Anna stopped by 3 bandits. The bandits were about to inform the rest about his appearance, but Noel didn't allow him. He used the increase agility rune to himself as well as to Anna. Feeling the surge of strength all over her body, Anna sliced their throats in rapid succession, preventing them from telling the position. Noel also managed to cut the last one as he pointed forward. Their voice would echo, so it wouldn't be a good idea to talk in this mine. Anna agreed and immediately ran forward. There were 2 junctions before they could reach the room where they hid. And in just 10 seconds, they could see the first crossroads. Noel shook his head, showing her that he was planning to hide in the second junction. It would be dangerous, but he would be closer to the last room. Hence, she agreed. They immediately sped up. Anna released her lightning power and took off, trying to kill as many bandits as possible. They killed 30 in the process and some of them managed to alert the people of the incoming attacks. Luckily, the main force had yet to arrive. They managed to find the second junction. Noel then nodded to Anna as he took the left path instead of the right one. Anna hurriedly rushed to the right one as the bait to lure most of the bandits out. In the meantime, Noel hid behind a giant wooden pillar while taking a peek of the bandits. Of course, he also maintained his vigilance from the people coming from the opposite direction. It only took 1 minute before Anna suddenly returned to the junction. She was running away from what appeared to be 30 people. "We have killed 8 people before the operation started. Then, we killed another 30 people. I can't count those people since they're moving too quickly, but I think there will only be a few bandits left protecting their base. Still, I can't underestimate them because their leader must haven't made his move. And I need to take care of the demons as well. Luckily, it's only a low-level demon. I should have no problem in dealing them." Noel took a deep breath, waiting for all the people to pass. However, he suddenly felt a stingy sensation from the back of his palm. He raised his hand and saw Artigan's spirit seal. Yes, the stingy sensation came from Artigan. It seemed he could let him know about something when he did it. Artigan was indeed special, unlike Stu couldn't do something like this. This is. Noel widened his eyes in shock when he opened the system. Artigan had sent him a notice that pumped up his spirit. A mission. /91 / a minute ago. Go away! Shouted a huge muscular man while looking at his subordinates leaving. This half-naked man had a cold expression as he muttered, "Another soldier again? They're going to die needlessly." He didn't know why, but his attention was focused on the axe on his bed as though someone strong was coming this time. He then looked at the naked women all over the room. His fierce gaze made them shiver and look down, not daring to look at him in the eyes. As if their instinct was incited, the demons started rampaging inside their cages. The man looked at the cage next to him. The cage was made of an iron bar. The demon's size was only half the size of a human so that they could be trapped inside that cage. "It seems this place is really my target." Noel's voice echoed inside the tunnel as Noel made his appearance slowly. The only reason he didn't choose to ambush them was so that he could take a deep look at the room. It seemed the miner had excavated a 30 by 30 room. It was spacious that made one forget they were inside a hill. On the left side, He could see a few beds lining up to each other with naked women shivering. It was clear as to what kind of treatment they had received this whole time. Still, he counted the women and confirmed their number was the same as what the bandit said earlier. There were only 20 of them. They killed elderly, kids, and men. However, his focus was on the opposite direction. He could see many black cages containing a low-level demon. For him, they weren't that dangerous, but it would be a different case for normal bandits or villagers. These demons were enough to massacre them. There were a few half-naked men on the sides who were sitting on the ground as if they were lazying around. It was clear that they had satisfied themselves just not long ago. Noel's gaze was cold as he saw these atrocities. However, his attention soon shifted to the giant man across him. His aura and fierceness were telling him that he was the leader. "Who are you? How can you reach this place?" the leader shouted while raising his axe. "Ah, are you talking about those puny bandits? They're all dead." Noel was lying without batting an eye. He was just showing a strong front to scare the bandits. However, the bandit leader laughed out loud as if he was looking at a fool. "You think you can pass them that easily? You must have a group that is luring my people away. You can believe whatever you want." Noel pulled out his sword. "Who taught you how to catch a demon and exploit them like this? Do you think I'll tell you?" The bandit leader suddenly turned to his remaining 4 subordinates that still remained in this room. "Do it. We'll see whether he is that strong that he can protect those women from the demons." Noel widened his eyes as the bandits had no hesitation in opening the cage, allowing the demons to go straight to the woman as if they were going to eat them. At first, Noel believed that his thought was already pretty extreme when he was thinking about multiple ways to kill Anna. However, he realized that he was still far too innocent compared to these bandits. They killed innocent people not for revenge, but for their own amusement. Noel hurriedly stood between the woman and the demons while holding his sword. He strengthened his muscle with the spirit technique, looking at the incoming demons. The 7 low-level demons hurriedly charged at them. Some even pounced on him. Noel clicked his tongue. Luckily, he only needed to handle 4 demons instead of 7 as those guys still tried to open the other cages. Roar! The demons were scaring the women as a few of them started convulsing. They remembered how their people who died got thrown into the cage to feed the demons. They always thought their fate would be the same sooner or later. Some of them became even hysterical as they started screaming, not wanting to die. It's impossible to say anything to these people right now. Noel clicked his tongue and stepped forward, swinging his blade toward the demon that was about to reach him. The demon waved its paw to overwhelm him, but Noel wasn't the weak him from the past. As soon as he struck the demon's claws, Noel stomped the ground and pulled the sword, releasing all his strength in that one swing. The demon looked at the sword before his body was spinning in the air due to being overwhelmed by Noel's power. He then kicked the demon to the other one as they ended up crashing into each other. This way, he only needed to handle the remaining 2 demons that came from the opposite direction. However, not everything went according to the plan as the remaining 3 demons had been released. While glancing at the demons, Noel thought, with the demon's speed, "I'm afraid I only have this one chance." Without a single hesitation in his blade, Noel used his swift strike. The demon could see the attack coming, but the swift strike was already too fast for a low-level demon. In that one swing, 2 demons had their heads cut horizontally and dropped to the ground lifelessly. Noel then proceeded to the 3 remaining demons that came to him. Luckily, the other 2 demons were struggling to get up, so he could focus on these 3 for the time being. Mega Slash! The spiritual energy covered his sword as he smashed the demon's body with his blade. The swing was too powerful that it cut everything on its path, allowing Noel to make a complete swing, slicing another demon's head in the process. As for the last one, his sword couldn't make it, so he spun his body and kicked the demon away. "You're not going to eat anyone in my watch." Unfortunately for him, the moment he uttered those words, Noel could see an overwhelming presence on his back. It was the bandit leader and he was already swinging his axe. Die! /92 Die! Noel turned around, but he was too late to swing his sword. He could only raise his left hand, but it was useless against an axe. In addition, the bandit leader had a big muscular body, the power behind it was tremendous even without the spiritual energy. There was only one outcome in this clash: Noel's head getting severed along with his hand. However, Noel wasn't a normal person either. Right before the axe reached him, he used his ice control to form a thick ice to stop this attack. Crack! In the instant they clashed, Noel felt a force that almost snapped his hand, but he still hung on while glancing at the ice. The ice thickness was 3 centimeters and the axe managed to crush 2/3 of it. Noel's right eye closed as he experienced an intense pain on his hand. His body was pushed back as well, but he stomped the ground to stop the momentum. This time, it was the bandit leader's turn to be surprised. He never expected that Noel managed to block his swing with his hand. What? The bandit leader gasped before gritting his teeth, trying to push Noel to the ground. Even the other bandits dropped their jaws, saying, "What? He stopped the leader's strike with his hand? Look! There's an ice on his palm." Everyone was confused, but Noel was even more confused when the demons suddenly charged at him again. 3 demons were still alive, so they would hinder him so much if they attacked together. Why did they not get attacked by the demons? Noel furrowed his eyebrows. Why only me? There was a big question in his head, but he was unable to find the answer because he was too occupied by the bandits. "You guys attack him too!" the bandit leader shouted while trying to kick Noel. However, Noel utilized his 4-point circulation and gathered his spiritual energy into his left hand. The excessive amount of spiritual energy caused them to burst, creating a shock wave from his palm. That shock wave sent enough force to push the bandit leader's axe as Noel skillfully used his sword to cut down the foot that was about to kick him. However, the bandit leader seemed to be stronger than he thought. At the last second, he managed to stop his kick, albeit the sword still managed to leave a shallow cut on his foot. Arg! The bandit leader gritted his teeth, enduring the pain. It was at this time Noel returned his kick with another kick on his stomach, but the demons managed to catch up and bit him. Noel's body was soon covered by the spiritual energy through the spirit aura breathing, giving a small layer of protection. At the same time, ice also formed around the area, so that the demon could only bite ice. The demon that bit him let out a shrill and retreated for a bit. Meanwhile, the bandit leader took that chance to get away, giving the opportunity for the other 2 demons to kill Noel. However, Noel's concern was the 4 guys behind those demons. He was sure that these people would kill him the moment the demons distracted him. The only way to avoid his doom was to create an ice floor around him. The demons and the bandits slipped and slid on the smooth ice. Noel saw the demons and struck them with his sword without taking a single step. Although he had trained fighting in an ice like this, he still didn't have any mastery. So, he would slip in the end. Rather than taking unnecessary risk, he remained in his position and struck them. The demons had no way to escape and died. Meanwhile, the other bandits managed to stop by planting their sword on the ice. Ice? Is he a magician? What kind of sorcery is this? Noel took a deep breath as he took a look around to check the situation. The 4 bandits seemed to be struggling to just stand while the bandit leader glared at him in anger. When he turned to the women, he smiled and said, "Don't worry. I'll bring you out of this place safely. Just remain on the bed until I eliminate all these bandits." Noel's assurance made the women felt relief for the first time. After showing his prowess, it was clear that Noel could fight against all these people, especially after he eliminated all the demons. With this, he only needed to take care of another 5 people. Although they didn't have any more home to return, it was better than getting tortured in this place by these guys. So, they didn't do anything despite wanting to run using this chance. You still haven't answered my question. How did you manage to capture the demons? You seem to be able to control them since they're only attacking me, not you. Noel asked with a cold expression, trying to get some information. Unfortunately, the bandit leader shouted, Do you think I'm afraid of you? Even if you could kill those demons, you are still not my match. Even the other bandits raised their weapons with the intention to kill. Looking at your confidence, it seems the people here are the strong ones that can capture the demons. Noel narrowed his eyes. It seems that you're not that foolish. The bandit leader laughed. He didn't even think about hiding it after getting praised by Noel. Of course, it wasn't a praise. Though, it was a compliment for the bandits. What's the reason for you to capture demons and use them? Who taught you how to catch the demons? Noel asked again while raising his sword as if he was threatening them. However, he would never expect what was coming. Fine. If you want to know. The bandit leader smirked as he said, let's see if you can ask that again after this. Do it. Noel was confused for a second before he opened his eyes wide and his body moved to the front slightly. Behind him was a woman holding a dagger, stabbing Noel from the back. Exclamation mark, /93 / ha ha ha. The bandit leader laughed, looking at Noel's pathetic self. Despite his overwhelming strength, he would never expect that the woman was actually one of the bandits. And now that the ignorance would cost him his life. The leader immediately came to him while raising his axe, planning to cut him down. Die. A smile suddenly appeared in Noel's face as the woman finally realized what happened. No. She let out a cry while lowering her vision. Her dagger was actually stopped by a layer of ice like how Noel stopped the bandit leader's axe at first. Unfortunately, she was too late. Noel swiftly swung his sword. Swift strike. Cuck. The bandit leader gritted his teeth and tried to move away, but it was too late. Noel managed to cut his hand. Arg. While screaming in pain, the bandit tried to move away, but not before another slash from Noel, cutting his other arm. This way, the bandit leader wouldn't be able to attack him anymore. As for his life, he was planning to let him live a little bit longer so that he could extract the information. However, Noel couldn't forgive the backstabbing woman. She reminded him of Anna. Though, Anna was leaning to plotting instead of backstabbing. He cut the hand that held the dagger, making the woman scream like the bandit leader. She dropped to the ground while clutching her arm. Ugh! The woman gritted her teeth, glaring at him. How do you know? Noel looked down on her, recalling what happened earlier when he received the mission. This is a mission. Noel thought, reading the mission details. Mission, save 19 hostages. Description, there are 19 women that got captured by the bandits and shall be saved. Reward, art against swordsmanship +1, penalty, a nightmare. The reward was tempting, but he was more focused on the number of the hostages. There are 20 women inside according to the bandit, but now there are only 19? Noel thought. When he entered the room, he counted the women and realized the bandit didn't lie. What's wrong? There are 20 women, but I only need to save 19 of them? Then, does that mean there is a traitor among them? There is a woman who is affiliated with the bandits. Noel thought this was the case. However, he encountered one problem. Still, I don't know who it is. Saving this person might lead to another problem, so I need to find that one suspicious woman. Then, there is only one way. His plan was to show a bit of overwhelming power and weakness, thinking it would be the time for her to step up and show herself. And his plan worked. Not only he could see the traitor, but he could also defeat these bandits thoroughly. He looked down on her and said, as expected, there is a bandit hidden among you. In that case, there's no need for letting you live. The woman's face became pale, staring at Noel in horror. Because of the wretched nature of hers, Noel couldn't withstand his anger and slice her neck, sending her head flying without batting an eye. His expression was cold as he turned to the remaining 4 bandits. The bandits were so scared at him that they ran away, trying to leave the cave as soon as possible. But to everyone's surprise, Noel didn't even make a single move. Instead, he focused on the bandit leader as though he wanted to torture him for the information. However, he also noticed the terrified women on his side. Seeing their helpless faces reminded him of his own feeling after he was brought to the Demon Banner army. He let out a long breath to regain his calm. A smile returned to his face as he tried to assure them with a gentle tone. "Don't worry. I have my teammate right outside. They won't be able to do anything." As Noel said, they didn't know Noel was just bluffing earlier. Even though the bandit leader had told them it was a bluff, seeing Noel's overwhelming strength made them think otherwise. Pant. Pant. The bandits started panting as they were running as fast as possible. As soon as they saw the exit, they thought they would be safe since they could simply disperse to avoid getting chased down by Noel. But what met them was a horrifying scene. Before them lied tens of corpses. The ground was dyed red by the blood and the foul smell filled their nose when they came out. Their bodies became stiff as they couldn't move even if they wanted to. In front of them was a woman with a red sword. That redness didn't come from the metal's color, but it was dyed by the bandits' blood. It was clear that she was the one that annihilated their entire group. Although they could see some arrows here and there, the woman was too terrifying to ignore. Anna glanced at them and smirked. "It seems that there are a few rats who are trying to escape." Hee. Meanwhile, Noel had stood in front of the bandit leader. His eyes were emitting killing intent as he stabbed the bandit leader's right thigh. He screamed in pain as his body started convulsing. Even if he wanted to clutch the stabbed area to lessen the pain, he couldn't. "Who taught you how to catch the demon?" Noel asked with a cold tone. "I don't know. I don't know." The bandit leader started crying from the intense pain. "Please don't kill me." Noel's eyebrows twitched as he twisted his sword, ripping apart the flesh in his thigh. The pain was several times higher that the bandit leader dropped his body to the ground. "Who taught you how to catch a demon?" Noel asked the same question. "I don't know." He was a hooded man. I couldn't see his face. The man answered while begging for his life. "Don't kill me. I'll tell you everything you want." This was the first time Noel killed a human. However, he was surprisingly calm. In fact, he was even filled with anger. Never in his wildest dream that the cruel bandit would beg for his life after killing these many people brutally. "Unfortunately, you have answered my doubt. Now that I know you're useless, there's no need to keep you alive anymore." Noel pulled his sword as he cut down the bandit leader, thinking, "I don't think this is enough for the hatred the women had to endure, but I can't waste too much time either." /94 Now that he had finished eliminating the threat, he turned to the women. "Please wait here for a bit. There should be some clothes that you can use. I'll bring you to the nearby village." Some of them were shaking in fear. The trauma of living in this hell almost made her collapse. Some even let out a shrill while crying. However, he could see some of the strong ones. They gritted their teeth and even lowered their heads, thanking him. "I have never thought about this, but commoners' lives are so easy to be destroyed. Bandits can even do this, and even if I can save them here, they'll experience the trauma. The noble can experience the same thing, but they have the money and prestige to avoid most of the attempts. But it's different from commoners." Looking at their state, Noel wondered about one thing. Have I actually saved them? There's bound to be someone who thinks death is mercy. His doubt was proven when one of them suddenly spoke, "Thank you for saving us, Sir Knight." But she glanced at the women beside her and bit her lips. "We have lost everything. Even if we can continue to live, we have no more home. There's no one who wants us. That's why." Noel closed his eyes for a moment and turned around, walking to the bandit leader. He then brought the axe and placed it in front of the woman. "Sometimes, life is worse than death. You've lost everything, so it's better to die. I understand it perfectly." Noel looked at them and finally introduced himself. "My name is Noel Artigan." The women were surprised by the family name because only the noble had a family name. Noel then continued, "Yes, as you were aware, I was a noble." "Was?" "I am just a fallen noble. I am no different than any of you. I've lost everything." Noel placed his hand on his chest as if he felt the pain in his heart. "It was painful. I fell into despair. But even so, I keep fighting. And now, I have become stronger and I can kill bandits to save all of you. So, Please don't think it's over. Some of them had brightened expressions, but they still said, but we are just weak women. We'll become a burden, and after this, no one will want us anymore. In the end, we'll continue to live like this. That's where you are wrong. Noel put on a genuine smile. Although I hate to admit it, my teammate is a woman like all of you. But she is far stronger than me. Whether you are a woman or a man, that doesn't matter. A woman. Who is stronger as Sir Knight? Noel then handed the axe to the one who spoke the most. Please hold this axe. The woman followed his instruction and lifted the axe, but she was too weak. She could only raise it for 1 centimeter and her body was already shaking. Noel then helped her again before glancing at the woman next to him. You too. How about helping her hold the axe? The woman didn't understand what Noel was talking about, but still followed his instruction. To their surprise, they could raise it to the top of their heads. Eh? They were shocked because it was supposed to be impossible. Noel smiled and took back the axe. You said you don't have anyone to take you in. That's fine. You have 18 others who shares the same pain and understand you the most. If you can't do it alone, then do it together. Rely on the others and ask for their help. But in the end, we're only women. We can't do. They wanted to deny it again, but Noel shook his head. No, that's not true. Noel looked at her and asked, what did you do before? I weave sandals from straws. When you first tried to make one, can you do it? No, the woman shook her head helplessly. Then, now, can you make a sandal? Yes. See? You can do it. Noel smiled. Everyone can't do it at first. But they continued to do it until they can. Just like you. He then turned to another woman. How about you? I made clothes. I also couldn't do it at first, but after a while, I managed to make my first clothes. That's right. You can do it as long as you continue trying. What about men's job? Farming? Plowing the field? Then, just do it. I know that it will be hard for you at first, but the more you do it, the more skilled you are. Just like my teammate, she chose to swing her sword continuously. If it's too hard for you, ask someone next to you to lend you a hand. I know that you can do it. Just don't be afraid to try it because it's weird. They don't understand you. Only these 19 people in this room can understand each other. If you hate the bandits, then, hate them. Take up the sword and practice. It'll be painful, but I am sure that it'll be different after you do it for a long time. When you do, you can capture the bandits and throw them to jail or even kill them like what I did here. That's up to you. But please remember, the hope is there. Don't lose hope and please keep living on. They looked at him with a dumbfounded look. Some of them even cried. Can we do it? I don't know. Even I don't know if I'm suited to be an Itor not after becoming a fallen noble. But what I know is, you won't be able to do it if you don't try it. Noel smiled. 1 month. Please continue to live for a month. If you still think you can't do it, then you can use this axe to kill yourself. They ended up crying, finally dropping their guards. They cried until there was no tears left. Unbeknownst to them, Anna was staring from the tunnel, leaning her back to the wall. She looked at the ceiling and sighed, thinking, I thought I recognized some of them, but those 19 people formed a Blue Rose mercenary in the past life. They did a variety of jobs from building a house to bandits subjugation. The women were independent that they could do everything. Their fame spread and they became a guild that helped people. I really can't win against him. /95 / We're thankful for your help. The village chief lowered his head to Noel. Brad had confirmed the mine, so his words were more credible than both Noel and Anna. That was the reason why he wanted to bring Brad to the mine. He saw how Anna fought against the bandits too, allowing him to know that lying was not a possible option. It's fine. Noel smiled. Although it's hard for me to ask this, can I ask you to allow these people to stay with you for a while? The village chief immediately had a troubled expression. Their village was already full and they wouldn't have enough food to feed these many people. If it was only 2 or 3 people, He would agree without hesitation, but it was too hard for him to keep them. Brad suddenly stepped forward and approached a muscular man among the villagers. They had gathered outside to greet the hero that eliminated the bandits, so all people from the village was here. Brad lowered his head to this muscular man and asked, "Can you please make them a house? Just chopping the wood and make a big shelter for all of them is fine. There's no need to be that extravagant." "Well, I can do that. If you just want a shelter to survive, I can make it within a month." "Thank you so much. Even if we need to sleep on the floor, we are grateful as long as we have a roof above our heads." The women thanked him. Noel was thankful for Brad's help, but to his surprise, Anna also came to the village chief and took out a small pouch filled with coins. This should be enough for their living expense for a month. "I'm sure that they can help the village after that." Anna smiled and handed the pouch to him. "This." The village chief was surprised for a moment before nodding. "I understand. I'll help as much as I can." To request the knight's assistance, he gathered the money they had, but to think the knight would even give some of them back to provide assistance for these women. 1 month? Noel looked at her with his eyebrows twitching as if asking her, "Eavesdropping? You don't have money, right? I can help too." Anna wanted to be like Noel, but she knew that no matter how hard she did it, there was no way to replicate what Noel did when he gave that hope to these people. The only way she could do was to use her wealth to help them. However, this was the second step Anna took to change from her past life. Ultimately, they ended up bringing the women to the village chief house. Although they slept on the floor, none of them actually complained. At least, they felt more secure in this place and wasn't tortured like previously. The next morning, Anna woke up from her bed, feeling a bit sluggish. "Ugh!" Anna clutched her head and said, "My head hurts. Did I hit something yesterday?" She looked around her and realized she was looking upside down. In other words, her head fell to the ground when she slept and caused her to wake up. "Seriously? I thought I didn't move much during my sleep. Was I trying to try sleeping on the floor unconsciously?" Anna asked herself before hearing some noises from the outside. The sun hasn't risen yet, but they have started working? Anna left her room, only to find that there wasn't a single person left in the house. So, her only option was to come out. The village chief and Noel were standing next to each other, looking at the distance. In the outskirt of the village, they saw many people gathering. The muscular man was cutting down the log to make a plank. "Alright. The first one is done. Now." The man rose from his shield, but when he was about to lift the plank, one woman approached him, asking, "Are you going to carry it somewhere?" "Yeah. This will be used as the building's foundation, so I need to carry it to that spot." He nodded while pointing the direction. "In that case, please let me help you." The woman tried to smile but ended up with an awkward smile due to the trauma. Still, she was eager to help and tried to lift the plank, only to find herself not being able to. "Ah, you don't need to help me. I can do it by myself." The muscular man pitied her and was about to take the plank, but a few other women came, helping the woman carry the plank. "Please let us help you too. We were already thankful that you want to build us a house, so we need to do as much as possible." Oh. Before he could even warn them about the heaviness of the plank, they had carried them to the spot he pointed at earlier. It was hard even for them as some of them walked staggeringly due to the weight, making him worry. But ultimately, they reached the spot and dropped it there. "Is this the place?" one of them asked out loud. The man couldn't help but smile and give a thumbs up. "It seems that I can work on the second log with this." Just like them, the others also started to blend in. There was even one person that was plowing the field by herself. Her body was shaking when she was near a man, but she was still strong enough to swing the hoe. Although she ended up working a bit farther away from the other farmers, she still helped them. She is really a strong woman. Even though she was scared of others, but she still tried to help. One of the farmers commented, praising her determination. Of course, some women were still scared to the point they didn't want to work, but seeing the others work hard moved their bodies as well. When Anna saw all this, she shook her head helplessly, impressed. Despite having that kind of trauma, they were working hard. When I was traveling in my young day, I saw many women who could only scream and become crazy after the bandits kidnapped them. This is my first time I see something like this. They're strong, just need a support, said Noel as these people reminded him of the kids that tried hard dancing to change their fate. You're the first noble to be able to achieve that. The village chief looked at him with a solemn expression. Thank you very much, Sir Noble. I wish that I am someone from your territory. You would have become a great lord. Ahaha, I'm grateful for your words. Still, I can't do more than this. The rest depends on them. As such, I hope that you can help them for a while. As you said, they're strong. And I also have received their money to buy their necessities. I promise I'll take care of them. The village chief lowered his head. In that case, the job is done. It's time for me to leave. Why yes. He handed a scroll as the proof. I have written everything here. Please let me make a breakfast for you. This is the last thing I can do. Is that so? Noel smiled. They had a simple breakfast as Noel and Anna packed their luggage. Even Noel didn't expect that all villagers ended up seeing them off. The first one to drop to her knee was the strong woman that kept speaking when they were inside the mine. Her forehead touched the ground as she shouted, Sir Knight. We're extremely grateful for giving us the second chance of our lives. When the other women heard it, they also did the same. Even Noel couldn't help but smile as he waved his hand and walked away, saying, Live on. /96 / While walking inside the forest to where they were going to go on their own separate ways, Anna asked, What do you think about the bandits? I think I told you last night. The mastermind is someone else, so the scenario will probably follow yours. Noel sighed. The method of capturing the demons to cause chaos, huh? Anna raised her head, looking at the sky and recounting the past memory. In my past life, the cause of this incident was none other than the Supreme Devil Organization. The Demon Banner Army was suppressing them sooner or later until this method disappeared. Anna suddenly remembered about Girka and looked at Noel since he was the first one that encountered Girka and the one who ended her life. Now that I think about it, Girka managed to lure 1,000 demons that crippled the Demon Banner Army, allowing the Supreme Devil Organization to attack the Demon Banner Army and gain their victory. If I take another look at it, how did Girka control them? Capturing the demons and releasing them. Anna's expression turned cold, realizing something. Don't tell me, they managed to do the same thing with a higher level demon? The low level demon is just a trial. It seems that you know about something. Noel glanced at her. Supreme Devil Organization. If I tell you they're the one causing this incident, will you believe me? Anna asked nonchalantly as if she was talking random things. Noel fell silent for a moment before coming up with another theory. Assuming that's the case, is there any connection to the one that we captured in the fort? Ah. Anna remembered that one guy. To be honest, having a tattoo that signified their affiliation is foolish, considering you're supposed to live in the shadows, not like the nobles who live in the open. I know that it's to spread fear to show people that they're everywhere. But if it were me, I don't want a tattoo. Just a secret code is enough. Well, a high-ranking member of the Supreme Devil Organization can easily hide that tattoo. Anna added the missing piece of information. I see. That's more understandable then. That's easy for them to send their lower-ranking member to make them a scapegoat. Meanwhile, the high-ranking one is hiding among us. Noel smirked. Anna widened her eyes in shock as if everything had come together. She thought, what if Girka was just a pure woman in the past, but this hidden member influenced her? Anyway, I have asked the village chief to send a message to the fort while sending the proof of the mission completion. They should be aware of this method soon and my suspicion about it. As for the rest of the information, it's best to keep it a secret first because we don't know who is a traitor. It's best for us to inform the commander himself. Noel explained. That's true. There's no proof either, so I can't really say much. Anna sighed. Anyway, We have completed with this. I think it's time for us to go separate ways. Noel stretched his body as if he was preparing to run. The crossroads is still 20 kilometers away though. Noel's reply came in the form of action as he suddenly sped up, leaving her in the dust. Anna shook her head helplessly as she also started running, catching up to him. As soon as they saw the crossroads, Noel went to the left without saying anything while Anna could only sigh that Noel had no sign of opening himself yet. Noel's destination had been decided. It was the Southbame village, near the village where the master blacksmith resided. Since it would still take a long time to reach there, Noel took this chance to look at his system, especially the rewards for saving the hostages. Mission: save 19 hostages. Description: there are 19 women that got captured by the bandits and shall be saved. Reward: art against swordsmanship +1, penalty, a nightmare. Now that he had finished this mission, he accepted the reward and immediately checked his art against swordsmanship. Skill: art against swordsmanship, 515, requirement, 11 SP. The knowledge about the swordsmanship entered his mind. However, he felt something was wrong with this current knowledge. This is. Noel squinted his eyes, sorting the information. However, his doubt was answered soon. Art against swordsmanship has reached level 5. Transitioning to intermediate swordsmanship. You've acquired sword aura. You've acquired sword fall. Really? I got 2 skills just from that. Noel muttered while sorting the new acquired knowledge to see what was going on. As expected, this time, the knowledge I get revolves around the assimilation of spiritual energy into my swordsmanship. Noel pulled out art again and wanted to test the 2 skills. But he suddenly stopped for a moment before asking, "Can you change to the white sword?" As if responding to his request, all the black color in art again turned into white while the red turned into gold. Unlike the demonic-like blade, this sword looked like it symbolized a true knight. After that, Noel took out the masquerade from his bag and put it on. He poured his spiritual energy into the mask as his hair soon changed color to blonde and his eyes turned blue. He wanted to match his appearance with the sword after all. Perfect. Noel smiled. From now on, my name is Audrey. Call me Ia, I guess? I'm just a commoner that somehow becomes an apprentice knight. Also, I'm known for my ice control, so I won't be using this element. Instead, I'll focus on sword fire and ignition sword. How about sword aura and sword fall? Well, I'll use it for the time being. I can also use rune because I'm planning to publish that rune books. I don't know why Anna knows about rune, but there isn't a single trace that such a book exists. According to Artigan, my ancestor was the last person that could use rune and the information had been lost. Noel tried to figure out something about Anna, but she was too mysterious. Ultimately, he stopped thinking about it and shifted his focus back. Anyway, let's try the new abilities. /97 Noel pointed the sword forward while closing his eyes. He followed the knowledge in his mind and started pouring the spiritual energy into his sword. Normally, the aura would be leaving the sword, but he got the technique to make the spiritual energy stay and even clad the sword. When Noel opened his eyes, he saw the sword was covered in blue light. So, this is sword aura. Noel muttered and remembered the ancient spirit technique he learned in the fort. It's similar to spirit aura breathing. The difference is in the target. The spirit aura breathing is maintaining a thin layer of spiritual energy to protect our body while sword aura is used to strengthen our weapon. If it's a normal branch, I can use it like a real sword when I envelop it with my sword aura. Meanwhile, if I'm using Artigan, it'll become sharper. Noel smirked, feeling excited with this power. The ability truly amplified his power even further. Then, Noel took a deep breath as he circulated the energy around the sword and pushed it to the tip of the blade. He then threw the spiritual energy into the air. The ball of spiritual energy flew into the air for a moment before transforming into a giant sword. He abruptly stopped as the giant sword fell right before him. Bam! The power contained in the sword was too powerful that it pierced the ground. For real? Noel sucked a cold breath as his heart skipped a beat because it almost hit him. I need to practice my throw since the range depends on my spiritual energy and my way of throwing. But this big sword. Noel examined the sword and felt satisfied that it didn't resemble Artigan. Instead of a black sword, this one was white. However, he could still see some red patterns, but no one would think it was Artigan. The length is 3 times of my height and the width is 2 times of my body. I see. If only I have this power, killing the ancient demon tree would have been easy. Noel sighed, thinking that the sword fall could easily penetrate the top of the tree and pierce through the crystal. Anyway, I've got 2 powerful moves. With sword aura and spirit aura breathing, I have an additional weapon and armor. And with this sword fall, I doubt anyone can stop it. I mean, someone at my current level. Let's practice while moving then. Noel smiled as he continued running. A few days later. In a long windy grass plain, a few caravans were lining up right in the middle of the road. More than 20 people were sitting down on the grass, eating their lunch. Unbeknownst to them, they were observed from afar, not by trouble, but Noel. After running for a few days, he was only 2 days away from his destination, so he was already quite close to a stray city, the city that governed the village that were requesting his assistance as well as the one where the master blacksmith resided. So, encountering a merchant group this close to the city wasn't that rare. Oh. There's a group of people ahead. I don't think I'll get into trouble since I'm just passing them. And even if they want to ask my identity, I can simply show my identity as the Demon Banner Army's apprentice knight. It should solve the problem, thought Noel as he was preparing to pass them. As expected from the guards, they were still vigilant despite taking a rest. Before Noel could even reach their position, they already stopped talking and took out their sword, trying to figure out who he was. Noel remembered when he was traveling with his parents, the people would often go to the side and pass them from a safe distance so as to not provoke them. Hence, he gradually moved to the right, entering the grass field. He just ran there with a poker face as if he didn't want to have any trouble. It seemed that the merchant group was aware of his intention as they slowly dropped their weapons, letting him pass as long as he didn't come closer. It's quite annoying to move to the side, but I guess those with status have the priority to use the road. From the royal family, noble family, merchant, and finally commoners. Noel muttered while glancing at the group. However, not everything went according to his plan. Whoosh! Noel suddenly felt a killing intent from the side as he instinctively ducked. He heard a stabbing noise on the side and when he glanced to the ground, he saw an arrow. Huh? Noel was annoyed. He never meant any harm, but to think they would be the one to shoot him. He glared at them while taking out his sword. What do you? Noel fell silent immediately for 2 reasons. First, the group didn't have any archer among them, considering all of them were holding a melee weapon. Second, the arrow came from the other side. Noel turned around and saw tens of people wearing a rag, staring at them menacingly. But to his surprise, he could see a few demons in a cage as the people were carrying them. Give us all your money or we will kill you all. A huge fat man moved forward proudly while shouting. How unlucky I am. To think I would meet another bandit group on my way. And the bandit seems to know about it as well. No, should I say I'm pretty lucky because I can extract some information from them? Noel suddenly remembered another mission. He had confirmed this when he was on the village, so he couldn't help but smile. Ah, yes. I'm pretty lucky. The mission in his mind was none other than helping the citizens. All people, whether they were commoners or nobles, would be counted as citizens, so there was no need to hesitate anymore. Medal, Extraordinary Citizen Merit, Requirement, Help 200 townspeople, 131 200, Reward, Excellent Citizen Medal and 8 honor points, /98 /. I'm not planning to get entangled into any problem, but to think I would meet a bandit group like this. Noel thought while glancing at the demons inside the cage. Still, it seems that Anna is telling the truth. I want to suspect her for being connected to the Devil Supreme organization, but I don't have any proof. Still, the fact that the method of controlling the demons are spread to the bandits, I don't think this is something I can handle. The mastermind would most likely be far stronger than me, so I'll just handle only the bandits, not the investigation of this incident. Noel thought while jumping back, trying to gain some distance from the bandits. At the same time, Noel wanted to use this chance to approach this merchant group. However, it seemed that their group couldn't contain their calms when they saw the demons raging in the cage. Demons? How come there are demons? The fighters among them were panicking because they'd heard enough about the ferocity of the demons but never fought one themselves. Suddenly, a middle-aged man stepped up while unsheathing his sword, saying, "Don't be afraid. You can fight the demons with a pair. All of you focus in stopping the demons, I'll handle the bandits." "Lucas, what's wrong?" A female's voice echoed from the carriage at the very front of the group. The door was opened as two people came out. The female had an enchanted blue eyes paired with long blue hair that tied into a ponytail. Behind her was a slightly older male with a similar feature. "Demons? Bandits?" The man frowned when they saw this. "Please stay inside, young lord, young miss. We'll handle the bandits." The middle-aged man glanced at them before swinging his sword as an arrow flew toward the carriage. "It seems that we're going to be rich after this, boss." The bandit suddenly interrupted them with a shout, looking at this group like that of a prey. "Attack!" The bandit leader shouted while pointing at the merchant group. In that instant, the bandits opened the cage. The demons came out and charged at the group as if they didn't know the bandits existed. The tension rose as the guards were scared of these demons. They moved faster than a normal animal and their hide was harder, making them hard to kill by a normal soldier. Really? They're scared of these? Even the acceptance of the Demon Banner Army requires you to kill 10 demons. And these guards are afraid of low-level demons? Noel thought, but he also had another absurd thought in this situation. Now that I think about it, it seems that everyone has forgotten about me despite almost being the first casualty. Noel had a mixed feeling. On the one hand, it was good that no one paid any attention to him. He could use this opportunity to leave them behind. On the other hand, he noticed something off from the bandits, so he needed to interrogate them a little bit. "Well, since no one is looking at me." Noel sneakily went behind the carriage so that no one would see him. He also made sure that the two people inside this carriage didn't see him. After that, he used his Increase Agility rune as well as Strength Blessing rune to amplify his power. This was enough as a preparation to eliminate the bandits. And the first clicking metal resounded on the battlefield as the soldier tried to cut the demon only to be stopped by its sharp claws. More and more demons reached the group, trampling over the soldiers. Because they were afraid, the soldiers had a hard time dealing with the demons despite banding together. Seeing this, the middle-aged guard shouted, "I'm going to end this myself." He jumped forth, approaching the bandits. While they were clashing, Noel suddenly had a thought. Now that I think about it, I have the mission to kill demons and help citizens. And they'll keep repeating, allowing me to farm many honor points. But how about the bandits? Artigan, do you have a mission to subjugate bandits? I mean, I've encountered 2 groups in a span of few days. Suddenly, the spirit seal became itchy again as he received the response from Artigan. The moment he checked the system, a smile couldn't help but appear on his face. Medal, Military Honor Merit, Requirement, Kill 10 Bandits, 0-10, Reward, Medal of Honor and 4 Honor Points, that's my Artigan. Noel smirked, feeling excited. Alright. I've decided, let's kill all the demons and the bandits. While Noel was expecting the mission, the clash had become fierce. The middle-aged guard was trying to fight against 14 bandits, but he ended up getting overwhelmed due to the difference in number. Even the leader of the bandit, who seemed to be stronger than all of them, had yet to make his move. At the same time, the demons were creating chaos in the group. The guards had a hard time dealing with the demon because they never faced a demon or had any knowledge on how to deal with the demons. Of course, there were a few stronger guards among them, who managed to make the situation in a complete standstill. Meanwhile, the 2 people inside the carriage were shaking while looking at the situation. "What should we do now, brother?" the female asked. Her face became pale and her voice was shaking. This was the first time she experienced a life-threatening situation. Meanwhile, her brother waved his hand down. Even though he was scared himself, he still tried to calm her down. "Don't worry. Let's believe in our guards." "Why yes." She nodded, but soon her relieved expression was replaced by a horrified one as the guard suddenly screamed in pain. "Ah!" The demon bit his arm and ripped it apart, causing the guard to fall to the ground. Even the brother became pale after witnessing this scene, thinking they would die if they continued to stay here. However, a hope soon appeared as Noel, who had been ignored this whole time, made his appearance. His appearance gave a strong impact as Noel slashed the demon's neck in a single slash. His sword was covered in blue light and his expression was cold and aloof. He looked at the entire situation and muttered inwardly, "All right, let's gather some honor po, ahem, let's save people and subjugate the bandits." /99 huh? The guard was stunned by Noel's appearance. He forgot Noel was there because of the demons. Still, never in his wildest dream would he think Noel was strong enough to kill the demon in a single slash. Noel ignored his reaction and looked at the demons that surrounded them. "There are 8 demons, 1 is down. That leaves 7 more. I'll kill them all within 2 minutes." Noel calculated in his mind while circulating the spiritual energy, strengthening his muscle and wrapping his body. He then moved toward the second demon and swung his sword. The demon had an easier time against the guard, so it managed to break free and stop Noel's sword with its fang. Unfortunately for the demon, Noel spun his body and swung it again this time. The demon thought it could stop him with its fangs again, but this time, Noel's sword was covered by spiritual energy. Mega slash. Clang. As expected from the demon, its fangs were too hard to break in a single slash. Even with Mega Slash, he only managed to crack it. Still, Noel's aim was the powerful impact contained in that strike. The force knocked the head to the side, giving a huge opening to be used. Swift strike. Without hesitation, Noel sliced the demon's neck with a swift and precise strike. "That's 2. Noel muttered in a low voice. His action was witnessed by the guards as well as the siblings inside the carriage. They gasped when Noel easily killed 2 demons in succession. But what shocked them more was the blue light coming out of his sword. "Brother. That is. Yes, that's spiritual energy. Someone who can utilize spiritual energy is hard to come by. It's especially true with a small merchant group like us." "Who is this man?" Noel wasn't aware of their conversation. There were only bandits and demons in his mind. So, as soon as he killed the second demon, he jumped to the third one and the other demons, killing them in a rapid succession. In this clash, Noel only used Swift Strike and Mega Slash since it was enough to handle low-level demon. The guards were cheering for Noel because his action saved all of them. But they soon remembered that their captain was still getting suppressed by the bandits. "Attack the bandits. Help the captain. Attack." The soldiers immediately ran toward the bandits, stunning everyone who thought that the guards couldn't deal with the demons. However, Noel stood out the most as he was at the very front. What? The outsider? The bandits were stunned because they never expected that the outsider was actually the one leading the guards. At the same time, he was the one that killed the demons. They never took into account that this outsider, who should be their bonus target, became the hunter. To kill the bandits, Noel used his sword aura. The spiritual energy gathered in his sword, creating a layer of spiritual energy that sharpened his blade. "This is the first time I use it on battle." Noel smirked. Still, before he attacked them, he abruptly stopped midway. "Huh?" The guards were perplexed by his action, but they stopped, thinking Noel must have noticed something. Even the bandits were confused. To everyone's surprise, Noel shouted, "Who taught you how to capture demons, bandits? Just because you can kill the demons, you think you can kill me? Spiritual energy? I can use it too." The bandit leader shouted as it finally unsheathed his sword for the first time, circulating the spiritual energy. The blue light appeared again, allowing them to know that Noel and the bandit leader might be equal. "I see. So, "You're the guy who I should interrogate." Noel smirked. The only reason for his question was to see who had the most knowledge among the group. Now that he had determined his target, Noel approached the bandit group from the side, planning to kill the bandits one by one. The bandit leader's body shook as he didn't expect that Noel would attack them from the side first. He immediately rushed to Noel since he was the only one who could stop him. Meanwhile, the guards also charged at the remaining bandits, trying to help their captain. With their superior number, the bandits wouldn't be able to handle them. "As long as I kill you, I can kill the rest of them." The bandit leader smirked and swung his sword. Noel was supposed to engage in a combat against the leader for some time, giving them time to eliminate the bandits. But what everyone didn't expect that when the bandit leader was about to hit him, Noel used his 4-point circulation to cause a small burst of spiritual energy beneath his feet. The shock wave caused a steep increase in his speed, allowing him to slip past the bandit leader. "Way!" The bandit leader widened his eyes, glancing at Noel. It turned out Noel's real target was the remaining bandits. The guards as well as the bandits were shocked by his appearance, but he was simply far faster compared to a normal person. The moment he reached their position, he ended them with a single swing on their neck. There was no way Noel planned to let go the opportunity to get on their points. The bandit leader stopped for a moment, thinking he should escape when Noel was occupied by his subordinates. Although he had some confidence in killing Noel, it would be a different case if those guards helped Noel. He hurriedly turned around and tried to run away. But suddenly, a male's voice resounded across the battlefield. "Don't let the leader escape!" The guards turned their heads to the bandit leader and saw him running away. They exchanged looks at each other, thinking if Noel was eliminating the rest of the bandits, they should buy enough time so that Noel could finish his job and deal with this bandit leader. After a few seconds, they nodded at each other as they started chasing after him. "Stop him!" /100 pant. Pant. The bandit leader was running inside the woods, leaping from one place to another to hide from the pursuers. After a while, he hid behind a tree, dropped to the ground, and tried to regain his breath. "I should have lost them, right?" He took a peek while looking around, not finding any person. For that short time, he felt relief since he managed to keep his life. However, he soon heard someone's voice echoing from the other side. "So, who taught you how to catch the demon?" When the bandit was about to turn around, a sword came out of the opposite side of the tree and stopped right in front of his neck as if telling him that it would kill him if he didn't answer that question. I don't know." The bandit leader shouted. "Don't kill me please. Answer my question." The voice asked again as the sword slightly pressed the neck, making it bleed. Feeling the pain made the bandit leader panicked as he kept begging for his life. In the end, he told him everything he knew. "I truly don't know anything. Suddenly, a mysterious person came to our hideout and told me about the method." "Then, tell me more about the method." "The method is not how to catch the demon or anything, it's just to make us invisible to the demons, allowing us to be safe when utilizing the demons." The bandit leader gulped down. "Oh? Spill everything you know about this method." When the bandit leader was about to reveal the information, the blade suddenly moved to the side as they heard a clicking sound by two metals clashing each other. The bandit leader panicked while Noel emerged from behind the tree, glaring at the woods. "An ambush," Noel thought while trying to find the assailant. "Is it someone from the Supreme Devil Organization? I should have realized it sooner and asked the bandit from the mine since there was no one who could kill the bandit leader previously." Meanwhile, this time, the attacker must be connected to the Supreme Devil Organization. "I don't know the other party's strength. Seeing that the cult is messing with powerful people across the country, it's clear that their strength is extremely high. I don't think I have a chance to win against them. Should I retreat then?" Suddenly, he felt killing intent from behind. I'm too late." Noel turned around and swung his sword, but he saw another arrow piercing the frightened bandit's head, killing him. "No!" The bandit let out a shrill before dropping to the ground. Noel gritted his teeth while looking around, trying to find the killer. He needed to be extremely careful because they might kill him as well, considering he was prying for the information. 1 minute became 2 minutes, 2 minutes became 5, but not a single attack was launched after that. Are they not coming at me? Noel thought. There should be 2 killers earlier, but they don't come at me? He was perplexed because the killers should have silenced him instead of letting him alive. But this way, he also didn't understand their aim. Why did they only kill the bandit, not me? What is their aim? Instead of focusing on this matter, I should have left the forest where I can regain my vision on my surroundings so that no one can sneak attack on me. Noel thought. He had been using spirit aura breathing and sword aura to prepare for combat, so the moment he thought about retreating, he fled the scene with haste. Of course, Noel didn't drop his guard down, expecting another ambush to be set up in another place. Yet, there wasn't a single attack coming toward him. Eventually, he escaped from the woods without being attacked a single time. Huh? Noel was confused but at the same time felt relieved because he managed to stay alive. After coming out of the woods, he saw the merchant group earlier waiting for him. The 2 siblings even came out of their carriage to meet him personally. We'd like to thank you for your assistance. The blue-haired man stepped forward and politely bowed his head. And we'd like to apologize for making you step aside when you were crossing the road earlier. The man's sister also apologized because Noel's strength should allow him to gain the priority over the road. Just like how a commoner needed to cede the road when a noble crossed the road, they did too. Noel still hadn't dropped his guard down and said, "It's fine. I'm not that small of a person. And I've also received your thanks, so I'll be leaving." This was just Noel's usual action when there was an assailant nearby. Staying with them was dangerous, so he tried to part with them as cold as possible so that the enemies didn't kill this merchant group. However, the merchant group didn't know this. They feared that Noel bore a hatred to them for being so useless. Not a single guard managed to kill a bandit or a demon, so it looked like they were useless. But the fact was that Noel was simply too strong compared to normal people. Utilizing the spiritual energy allowed him to swiftly deal with the bandits and the demons, so it wasn't their fault since given time, they could kill some bandits and demons by themselves. Still, the blue-haired man said with an aghast face. "May I know where you are going? If possible, I'd like to thank you personally." "No, it's fine. I just did what a normal person would do. So, you don't need to reward me for subjugating the bandits." Noel shook his head. "Since I've done my job, it's time for me to leave." Noel nodded to them before running forward, leaving everyone behind to their disbelief. And just like that, Noel saved them and left them without getting the recognition he deserved. "Be brother." The blue-haired woman glanced at her brother. "Is he angry with us?" "I don't think so. From what I can see, he seems to be rushing. I don't know the reason but he wants to leave as soon as possible. Either way, he's such a good man. With that kind of power, he is not arrogant and overbearing. It's such a shame that we can't invite such a man and make a connection with him." The man sighed. "Still, don't you think his voice and hand look like he's a young guy? Like around my age?" she asked, remembering Noel's feature. "I guess." The man made a small smile. The 2 siblings didn't realize they actually misunderstood Noel's action. Noel simply wanted to get away as fast as possible because of the killers. If there wasn't a killer, he would ask them to send a message to the Demon Banner Army to report about what he found as a reward. However, the siblings certainly remembered Noel's facial feature, blonde hair, blue eyes as well as his age. /101 / Meanwhile, Noel kept running and running for days. He didn't drop his guard all this time, thinking the killers could come to him at any time. After all, he couldn't sense their presence earlier. So, they could hide their presence now until he dropped his guards before swiftly eliminating him. This is annoying. Are they following me or not? Noel gritted his teeth. Am I being paranoid? No, this should be the correct course in my current situation. Instead, Dropping my guard down is a foolish action because it gives them the opportunity to kill me. Noel ended up staying like this until he reached his destination, Southbame Village. This village was only a few hours away from the one where the master blacksmith resided, so it was a perfect village to do his mission. As soon as he entered the village, the villagers looked lifeless as if they hadn't drunk anything for days. They were lying on the ground or leaning on a house with their thin bodies. Noel looked around for a moment before closing his eyes. He wanted to help them, but his honor points weren't enough to buy enough water for them. After all, he couldn't afford to waste his honor points like that. But to his surprise, Artigant told him otherwise. When he felt that tingling sensation, he walked to an isolated place and opened his system. He didn't get the notification, confusing him for a bit. But he soon saw the change in the shop feature. Available points, 6 HP. 1 skill point, 2 HP. Disinfectant bandage, 1 HP. Water bottle, 1 HP. Water gallon, 2 HP. Torch, 1 HP. Huh? Noel sucked a cold breath. Now that I think about it, where does Artigant have all this item? Is he creating them magically? Still, he was curious about the water gallon because it only had a difference of 1 honor point. In the end, he didn't do anything yet. Instead, he walked to the village chief's house to understand their situation a bit first. As expected, the village chief also had the same lifeless aura around him. If not for the hope that Noel brought with him, he wouldn't even meet him. Village chief, I'm the apprentice knight from the Demon Banner Army, Audrey. Oh. The village chief's expression brightened. Thank you for coming, Sir Knight. Well, it seems that I need to do my job as soon as possible, but if you don't mind, can you explain the situation first? I need more information before doing my job. Certainly. The village chief nodded furiously, thinking the faster he explained it to him, the quicker he would work. So, he immediately explained, our village has been relying on the water from the river nearby. But 3 weeks ago, a group of demons came to the river and created a dam that stopped the water from flowing. We tried to look for the demon, but some of us ended up dying and some who were fortunate enough managed to survive with severe injuries. We immediately requested the assistance of the Demon Banner Army, who was specialized in handling the demons, so please help us. We managed to hang on our lives by using our water reserve, but it has been used up yesterday. If we continue like this, we'll die soon. The village chief lowered his head, begging Noel to take action immediately. This is hard. Noel thought for a moment. I don't know the numbers of the demons and what their level is. And fighting them in the water is a first for me. That's. The village chief's face became pale. I need to investigate the situation first before being able to do anything. After all, if I go recklessly, I might end up dying instead of solving your problem. And if I die, the villagers will also die because another person won't be coming. Noel explained. The village chief bit his lips. He wanted to ask Noel to just go, but his explanation made sense. If Noel went and died, they would die together with him due to the lack of water. The most I can do is to stay for 1 or 2 days to observe them before trying to kill them. Noel sighed, thinking, a demon living under the water, huh? This is the first time I encounter one of them. I don't know what kind of trap I can use against them. Well, my strength should be enough to deal with low-level demon, but I don't know if I can fight a mid-level demon underwater by myself. Noel saw the hopelessness in the village chief's face and said, let me think about it first. Who knows, there's another option. I understand. The chief nodded with a sigh, knowing that it was impossible to force Noel to do everything they wanted. After all, Noel might end up getting pissed and leaving the village. Noel walked outside the house and looked at the conditions of the villagers. Suddenly, a young kid walked to him while carrying a girl who seemed to be connected to him. Mister, do you have any water? Can you spare us some water? No, it's just for my sister. Please. The young kid was begging. Even Noel could see her sister was already too weak to even walk. Noel sighed and said, Don't worry, I'll deal with this problem and soon you can drink. Just wait for a few minutes, understand?" The young kid didn't know what to do, but Noel had already returned inside the village chief's house as if he was avoiding him. However, Noel just used the chance to buy the water gallon and summon it, wondering how much water does this one contain. To his surprise, he found a huge container. The container was a cylinder with the height of half a meter. "This is..." Noel looked at the water gallon and muttered inwardly, "With this alone, it should be enough to sustain the villagers. And it's the same situation as the dancing children from the fort, whenever I helped them, the progress still continued to rise. So, with this, I could get another progress and by the time I solve their problem, the progress will rise once more. Doesn't this mean I'll get 2 birds in 1 stone?" When he saw this gallon, he smiled and immediately headed to the village chief. He asked energetically, "Village chief, how many people do you have in this village? I think we're not out of options yet. /102 The village chief was confused for a second, but he soon saw a huge jar next to Noel. Although he wasn't sure of it, he believed the jar contained water. "I'm asking how many people are in this town?" Noel asked with a serious expression. There are a total of 23 families in this place with a total of 61 people," he answered dumbfoundedly. 61 people, huh? Noel thought for a moment before buying another water gallon from Artigan and taking it out. "Huh?" The village chief was stunned when he saw a jar miraculously appear before his eyes. "This is... I have something on me that can let me do this, but don't ask for more." Noel let out a long sigh while saying, "These 2 water gallons should be enough to last for a day, right? I'll change my plan. Instead of observing the monster for 2 days, I'll only do it for a day. Please, bear with me for a day. After that, I'll definitely kill the demons. And distribute this water carefully among the villagers so that they won't die from dehydration. Can you do that?" The village chief sucked a cold breath as his body was shaking. If he was aware of Noel's real identity, he would have knelt already. "Why yes. I'll make sure that we don't use the water too much." The village chief nodded furiously, feeling happy that there was hope. "Alright. You deal with this after I leave the village to scout the demons." Noel took a deep breath to calm his heart as he had another job to do. After you leave the village? You're not going to distribute it yourself? I'm sure that the villagers will be thankful to you." Noel shook his head with a smile. "No, it's your job because the people here know and respect you more than me. That's why if it's you, they will be more organized. Besides, if I help you, I'll be occupied for a few hours. The priority here is the river. The water gallons are just emergency relief. That's why I need to work hard to solve the problem." "You?" The village chief was stunned. If Noel actually helped giving the people this water, they would be extremely grateful to him. And his name would be spread. Yet, the latter didn't seek fame. He just wanted to do his job without getting any recognition. This was the first time he met such a genuine young man. In his heart, he swore to make sure to tell the tales about what happened in this place. He would make sure that Noel gained the fame and recognition he would have. "All right, it's time for me to go. I'll leave the water here to you." Noel smiled and finally left the village chief's house. Looking at his back, the village chief muttered his name, "Apprentice Nidiadri." The tone was filled with respect and admiration, hoping that the man lived a long life. He was sure that Noel would help more and more people in the future. Meanwhile, Noel met the 2 kids again and knelt in one knee, patting the kid's head. "Don't worry, kid. The problem will be over soon. Just make sure you follow the village chief's words." The kid nodded, not understanding why Noel instructed him to follow the village chief. However, Noel had already stood up and walked away as he headed to the river. The path itself was quite easy since the villagers seemed to have plowed the soil, making it a simple road for the men and women to gather the water from the river. Due to their remote location, they couldn't find any water source nearby since the nearest village from them was 1 day away. And with the current situation, they had no more money to buy the water, let alone bringing it back here. So, the river was the main water supply of the village. Whether washing clothes or drinking, they used the river for the clean drinking water. However, the supply was disrupted by the dam, causing a drought in the area. And when they approached the river near the dam, they would be attacked by the demons. They tried to go upstream, but the problem was similar. It seemed that there were several demons that roamed inside the water. Although they didn't know the reason for it, the kingdom seemed to have been investigating it. So, it wasn't his place to butt in. His only goal here was to kill the demons and destroy the dam. Noel walked according to the path the village chief gave him and found the dam half an hour later. Seriously? It took me so much time just to get to the dam? Noel widened his eyes in shock, never expecting that the life of the commoner was much severe here. In the fort, there was a few wells that took care of the water supply, but in this place, they needed an hour just to bring back the water. At the same time, they could only bring one bucket at a time, causing so much time to waste just to get the water. And with some occasional attacks from the demon fishes, some villagers would die from time to time. Once again, I understand that I've been too entitled with my past life. When I was a noble, I didn't need to think about it. The maids and butlers would take care of everything. Noel sighed and shook his head to regain his focus on the mission. I can think this later. For now, I need to focus on finding the monsters. Noel turned his head and found the dam they were talking about. The dam was 3 meters high and spread over 10 meters to each side, causing the water to not flow down. The dam was built of boulders. On the downstream side, it had been lined with logs. Some of them are big and quite heavy. And on the other side, it had been packed with mud and vegetation. This is. To think there's a natural dam like this. If I destroy the dam, won't it cause a major flooding? Noel sucked a cold breath before his attention was grabbed by something poking out of the water. /103 / there was a head poking out of the water. Noel could only see a small portion of its face and a pair of eyes. Noel hurriedly hid behind the tree and tried to observe this demon. However, the demon didn't come out of the water immediately. Instead, it remained underwater for quite some time before it submerged again. The waiting game continued as he couldn't find the demon for a while after that. In the end, Noel could only remain in that position while taking out the dried jerky since he hadn't had any breakfast yet. 1 hour became 2. 2 hours became 4. The demon finally returned to the water. But this time, the demon didn't come from the water, but the ground. ! Noel widened his eyes in shock. It's not a demon living in the water? He hurriedly observed the demon carefully while muttering inwardly. The demon has a large body, the height alone is around 1 meter but the length is about 3 meters. The color is black and it has a tail that looks like a paddle. Its body is far bigger than me, so its weight should be a few times than me. Still, there are 2 huge front teeth. I'm afraid it can rip apart something solid. From the looks of it, this demon can be categorized as mid-level demon. But the problem is that Noel suddenly fell silent because before the demon entered the water, it spotted a small crack on the dam, causing the water to flow a bit. It immediately moved toward the flowing water and inspected it. After a while, it returned to the surface and approached a tree. The demon started biting the tree, devouring it from one side. Now that I think about it, the small demons are infecting the animals, causing them to become a big demon. So, the original body is that of a normal animal. If I ignore its size as well as color, the living pattern is like. Noel recounted the information about animals that Shell had taught everyone in the class. *beaver. Noel finally grasped the demon's real body. However, he was stunned when he heard a cracking sound coming from the distance. Creak. Creak. Suddenly, the tree swayed left and right before the trunk snapped, causing the tree to fall down to the ground. Bam! Since the forest was quite wet, there was no dust to be kicked up. However, it was still surprising to see a 10 meters high tree fall down. The loud sound startled even him. But this beaver demon immediately ripped apart one of the branches and started moving to the flowing water, carrying that branch. It then started placing one branch after another before grabbing some mud to hold the water flow. Thanks to the branches, the mud managed to hold the water completely. Noel was impressed by this natural phenomenon. Still, he also found another problem due to this action. I see. So, that's how it is. The beaver demon is repairing the dam that fast. I can destroy it with my power, but the beaver will just build another dam whether in this place. It will cause a huge problem to the humans in this area. I need to kill this beaver. And because it's living in the land, I don't know how many beaver demons are nearby. If I want to solve this problem completely, I need to kill all the beaver demons. Noel thought for a moment and realized there was a plan to deal with the beaver. Ah, I can do that too. Noel grinned, believing this was the only plan to solve the problem from the roots. He continued observing this area until the night had arrived. Before it was too dark for him to go back, Noel finally returned to the village and found them all staying in their own houses. It seems that they managed to gain enough energy to restore the basic life in the village. He glanced at the empty gallon and knocked the village chief's door. Ah! You've returned. The village chief was surprised to see Noel but hurriedly asked him to come in. Noel nodded and found the other gallon to be half empty. If it was like this, the water could still last for another half day. It seemed that the village chief had done a splendid job. Do you mind if I ask you something? Please. Do you know anything about beavers? Beavers? Yes, they're the one causing this problem. We do know about beavers, but they're just a small and cute animals. Although they do build dams, but we can handle them easily. It seems that the beavers have become a demon. And now the demonified beaver is stronger and faster, creating this type of problem. I see. When our people tried to look for the water, they didn't realize it was a beaver. The appearance indeed changed that much, but the way of living was still the same. So, I have a plan for tomorrow. Noel looked down with a grim expression. Is there something wrong? The demons are categorized as mid-level demons, so it's going to be dangerous. And it's only like I can destroy the dam easily. At best, I can restore it to the way it's before in 2 days because I need to kill all the demons to make sure this problem doesn't occur again, but... The water supply, huh? The village chief thought for a moment, troubled. Yes. I do have some confidence in killing the demons, but I can't defeat them in one go since you know how the beavers live, right? Indeed. But we have no other water than the one you gave us. That's the problem that I want to consult you. I'd like to have 2 of your bravest men to get the water from the dam. I'll be with them and fend the demons, but I can't guarantee their lives because these demons are stronger than I originally expected. Noel explained. The village chief didn't know what to say since it was the same as sending 2 people to their death. But he still looked at Noel and said with a stern tone. I'll assemble the villagers tomorrow. /104 The next morning, all the villagers had gathered in front of the village chief's house because the chief wanted to talk about something important to them. They didn't know why, but since the village chief had provided them with emergency water yesterday, they needed to attend this meeting. Finally, after waiting for like 5 minutes, the village chief came out with the young man that was supposed to handle the problem. Good morning, everyone. The village chief looked at their complexions which had recovered a bit. This young man is the apprentice knight the Demon Banner Army sent to us. He has been observing the dam and providing us with some information that I want to hear. First of all, the demons seem to be the beavers. They have infected the beavers in the forest and turned them into demons, but their number is still unknown. Normally, the knight that is sent to this place will only kill the demons and be done with it, but this young man would like to eliminate everything from the roots, making sure that there are no more beaver demons that can build a dam like that. This is what he wants to do and I agree because we have no more money to hire another knight in the future. However, this comes with a problem as well. To lure the beaver out, he needs a few days, so in other words, there will be a few days without water. The village chief sighed. Village chief, I don't think we can last that long. One of the villagers raised his hand. I know. The village chief nodded. That's why the young man proposes to have 2 strong and agile men to follow him to the dam. He'll protect you when you gather the water. Still, The demons are so ferocious that even he can't guarantee your lives. Hence, I need 2 volunteers who can risk their lives. Does anyone want to do it? The silence filled the atmosphere. There wasn't a single person raising their hands. It was to be expected since no one liked to volunteer to die. They were looking at each other as if asking them to go while they were scared to volunteer themselves. Everyone was hoping that someone would take the role. Seeing this situation, the village chief let out a long sigh. He was sad and disappointed. Ultimately, he raised his own hand and said, "I'll be fetching the water. I might be old, but my strength should still be enough to carry the water. I need one more person. Is there anyone that wants to go together with me?" The villagers widened their eyes as they felt ashamed and surprised at the same time. The village chief had done everything for them, yet, not a single of them was brave enough to go. In the end, he took everything into his own hands, sacrificing himself again for the village. Suddenly, a kid raised his hand and shouted. It was the same kid as the one that brought his sister to Noel to get some water. "I'll do it. I might be small, but I can carry my sister. My strength should be enough to do it." Nico. The villagers were shocked by his action. Even a little kid was braver than any of them. Suddenly, a big middle-aged man grabbed Nico's hand and put it down. Meanwhile, he raised his own hand and said, "I'll do it. My daughter died of illness and my wife died because of the demons. I'm now alone, so let me take a part to help the village since no one will be sad if I die. I will also do it." Another man raised his hand, looking at the village chief. "You have sacrificed so much, chief. And it's you who have been handling all the matters in the village. Without you, this village will collapse sooner or later. Let me handle this job for you." "Me too. Me too." More and more people raised their hands, volunteering to fetch the water. The village chief finally smiled as he said, "I understand. Thank you for your cooperation. But the young ones can't go. You have a long future ahead of you, so let me choose a pair of an older men." After this situation, Noel whispered the village chief a few things before he went to the dam to get some work done. Looking at Noel leaving confused them, but the village chief spoke again. "The young man is trying to kill as many beavers as he can right now to lower the danger. And we also need to handle the dam. That's one of the reasons why we can't go this fast. If the entire dam collapses in an instant, there will be a massive flood. Fetching water, hunting, or even fishing will be extremely dangerous, so that's why he asks for a few days. He knows that our situation is already dire without water, food, and money. He wants to make sure that we're not troubled by them anymore by solving the problem from the roots. And the water I have with me came from him, but he asked me to hide it from you. He just wants to fulfill his job to completion while thinking about us and not receiving the recognition he deserves. I can't say how thankful I am that he is the knight that is sent to this village." The village chief told them the entire truth after Noel left. The people gasped. They thought that the young man was just a knight who would do whatever he wanted and left after killing 1 or 2 demons. But they realized he was the one saving the whole village. They felt ashamed for thinking like that. The village chief took a deep breath and said, "Let's distribute the remaining water. And the pair will go to the dam after the sun is on top of our heads. Do you understand?" "Yes." The villagers nodded their heads together. Their expressions had changed for the better. Some even clenched his fists, thinking why they didn't do anything earlier. /105 / In the meantime, Noel had arrived in front of the dam with a serious expression. "There are 2 ways to lure them. If they're underwater, I can simply stand next to the dam. They will surely attack me. But if they're not underwater, I'll break a small portion of the dam so that the flowing water disturbs them. When they're trying to repair it, I'll kill them." Noel thought. Since he didn't know whether there was a demon underwater or not, Noel stood next to the dam with Artigan in his hand. He was in high alert, preparing for any kinds of attack coming from the demon. This was a risky operation, but he needed to check this out because of the villagers. When they fetched the water from this dam, the beaver might attack them too, So he needed to get used to this battle to lower the danger. Muscle strengthening. Spirit aura breathing. Sword aura. Noel used all three of them to strengthen his power and increase his speed, waiting for the beaver. Suddenly, a huge whirlpool appeared. Before that whirlpool came out like that of a water spout. It rose for a few meters before it turned to Noel's direction. Noel hurriedly jumped to the side, avoiding the water. As soon as it touched the ground, the water should splash and everything would have ended. But to his surprise, the water turned once again before hitting the ground as if it was alive. What? Noel widened his eyes, realizing that the water would continue to follow him. TSK. What is this demon trying to do? It can even control the water like this. I can't do any underwater fight because my fire won't work in the water, and freezing the water just means trapping myself. Noel looked around, wondering how to pull this demon out of the water. In the end, he tried to retreat to the woods so that the water wasn't enough to follow him. Unfortunately for him, the water kept coming at him. There was plenty of water in the dam, so the demons could use all of it until it reaches Noel. But Noel's unluckiness didn't stop there. Another water spout emerged and behaved like a living tornado that chased after Noel. There is another one? Noel widened his eyes in shock. I need to lure them out of the water or I won't be able to kill them. They can move like a fish in the water after all. Noel looked around but found nothing that could pull them out of the water. TSK. He clicked his tongue and used Increase Agility Rune and Strength Blessing Rune. With this speed, Noel wouldn't have any trouble in dodging these two water tornadoes. At the same time, he wondered if there was a log that was big enough to be thrown into the water. But the log shouldn't be too big since his strength wasn't enough to carry that log, let alone throwing it. Ah, wait. I think I don't need a log. I have this, right? Noel smirked and approached the water. The spiritual energy had gathered in the tip of his sword as the moment he reached the water, he swung his blade upward, throwing the spiritual energy that he gathered into the air. As soon as the spiritual energy was on top of the water tornadoes, it changed shape into a giant sword. This giant sword should be bigger than a log that he could throw with his current strength, and due to it being formed by spiritual energy, it was stronger. Noel waved his left hand down as if commanding the sword to fall. Sword fall. The giant sword fell with all the weight. But the tip of the sword was thin and sharp, so there wasn't a splash when it touched the water. Still, Noel didn't mind because his original intention was to hit the beaver with that sword. Die! Noel shouted, hoping that the sword managed to pierce one of them. Suddenly, one of the water tornadoes stopped spinning and the water fell down to the ground, indicating that one of the demons had stopped controlling the water. Did I do it? Noel smirked, knowing this was the chance to handle the other two demons. As if answering his question, the third water tornado reappeared, causing Noel to be surrounded by three of them. TSK. Noel clicked his tongue. I missed. I need to find another way to handle this. Noel thought for a moment and moved toward the bag he put down near the dam. That huge backpack contained the core wood of the ancient demon tree. It was sturdy enough for him to use. Without hesitation, Noel took out the biggest piece of the wood and used it like a shield. The Strength Blessing Rune and Muscle Strengthening showed their might. When the water tornado hit them, Noel wasn't pushed back immediately. He managed to withstand the water force for a few seconds before he could feel the power was too much for him to handle. I see. I can protect myself with this for the time being. Noel muttered and started incorporating the shield when he was moving. Dodging also became easier with this shield since he could just break through one of the tornadoes when escaping from them. So, what should I do now? Noel glanced to the dam. It seems I can only use this tactic. He ran toward the edge of the dam and cut down a small portion at the top, causing the water to flow through that one gap. The flow of the water was quite big because the huge amount of water that had been stored within. Come out. Noel smirked, expecting the beaver to emerge from the water to stop him from destroying the dam they had worked hard for. However, what came out next stunned even him. Instead of a beaver, a huge fish with two sharp canines in the front leapt out of the gap and pounced him, trying to rip him apart with those two big fangs. The fish had a circular shape with a diameter of 1 meter, causing Noel to freak out. "It's not a beaver. It's a freaking fish,"